Alright, stick with me as we watch a single hand gesture summon terrifying lightning, turning the entire cosmos upside down. As thunder roars, Xu Jingming wakes up as a transmigrator, but unfortunately he ended up in the body of a complete loser. In sheer desperation, he immediately starts screaming for a system to save him. Fortunately, the system does not disappoint, granting him the unique ability to endlessly upgrade his talents so he can survive and dominate in this dangerous world teeming with monstrous beasts. Inside Classroom 12 at Jiangcheng High School No. 2, a heavy layer of tension hangs in the air as the big exam approaches. On the blackboard, the reminder that the exam is just one day away looms large, right above a cluster of complex mathematical formulas. Beside them, an encouraging quote, "The exam is finally here. 20 years of grinding, all for this single make-or-break day." Their class advisor, Chen Fan, leans over the podium with a serious face and announces loudly, "Those taking the academic exam, double-check your school supplies tonight." Sweeping his gaze across the room, he adds with a heavier tone, "And those taking the combat exam, prepare your armor and weapons." Teacher Chen stares straight at his students, his voice carrying immense gravity, delivering a final chilling warning. The combat exam carries a real risk of death. Anyone below D tier should not take it. Pay close attention here because that grim warning instantly freezes the entire classroom solid. Amidst that heavy silence, a black-haired student with bright blue eyes smirks as a thought crosses his mind. Is he talking about me? This boy is none other than our transmigrated hero, Xu Jingming. Jingming recalls that this new world Blue Star is technologically similar to his old one. However, it harbors a terrifying threat. Hordes of bloodthirsty, savage beasts constantly ready to slaughter humanity. Horrifying memories of cities burning in chaotic seas of fire flash through his mind. Grotesque monsters with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp fangs spread absolute terror wherever they go. To fight back, humanity has birthed individuals with extraordinary powers, awakened warriors capable of standing up to these vicious beasts. They represent the ultimate hope for the entire world. Fascinatingly, everyone awakens their unique ability at around 16, resulting in an incredible variety of distinct powers. However, there is a massive power gap between these abilities, which are strictly divided into 9 tiers on Blue Star. But watch closely. Most people only awaken weak abilities ranging from F to D tier. Remembering his own awakening day, a pathetic spark of lightning flickered out, leaving him at E tier. A tiny, insignificant current crackles on his fingertips, with a power output no stronger than a standard taser. Right then, a mocking voice sneers from behind him, "Xu Jingming, after everything Teacher Chen said, you still plan to take the combat exam?" A muscular blonde guy with a snide look leans down, whispering mockingly right into his ear, "With an E-tier trash ability like yours, trying out will only embarrass our entire school. Why not just take the theory exam and get an easy desk job at your family company to coast through life?" Suddenly, a gorgeous girl with short purple hair stands up, pointing directly at the blonde bully and shouting, "Huangtian, worry about yourself." Huangtian scoffs, turning away but still flashing her a highly provocative smirk. Lin Jingying, I will show you exactly who the absolute best in this exam is." He walks away but glances back, throwing a venomous glare at Xu Jingming while speaking to Lin Jingying. As for this pretty boy Xu Jingming, he will only find death. Once Huangtian leaves, Jingying gently comforts him. Xu Jingming, do not listen to him. Everyone has their own unique path and value. Switching to the academic exam and living a peaceful life in the city is actually pretty good, right? Xu Jingming remains silent, staring down at his registration form. Here in the Great Xia Kingdom, higher education is split into 2 tracks, academic and combat. His form lists his personal details. Name, Xu Jingming. Ability level, E-tier class, elemental. With low-tier abilities and 0 confidence in their fighting skills, most people choose the safe academic path to become regular citizens. But those who choose combat must enter designated battlegrounds to fight terrifying, bloodthirsty beasts to the death. It is a brutal path forged in blood, and only those who pass are admitted into elite universities for awakened individuals. Only after years of intense training by the academy and powerful mentors can they succeed, and that's where we leave him, knowing his peers are worried, but ready to shock the entire world next. But in a world as insanely dangerous as this, stick with me here. He knows that even if he skips the deadly martial arts exam, there is simply no escaping a sudden brutal attack by vicious beasts. A tragic memory suddenly floods back, his own parents collapsing in a pool of blood during a massive beast tide. That pain scarred his young soul forever, knowing his parents in this new world were brutally taken by that savage beast wave. Hua Jingming's gaze hardens, turning incredibly sharp. He clenches his fist as a fierce fire of determination ignites deep within his heart. He refuses to stand by, completely helpless and unable to fight back if a tragedy like that ever strikes again. Looking up without a single shred of hesitation, he grabs the pen and decisively signs his name on the registration form. With a firm voice, he declares he will take the combat exam, while sunset paints the school in golden light. But inside the training room, the wind howls fiercely as a lone figure tirelessly practices with a long spear. He grips the spear tightly, feeling raw strength surging into every single muscle. With a roaring battle cry, Xu Jingming unleashes a powerful strike, while tiny, weak lightning sparks from his E-grade ability flicker around the weapon. After a brutal training session, he gasps heavily, drenched in sweat and completely exhausted. Finally collapsing onto the hard floor, unable to move another inch, he lies flat on his back, breathing heavily, while reflecting on his difficult journey so far. Ever since his superpower first awakened, he had chosen the spear as his primary weapon. But pay attention here, 2 years of brutal training only got him to basic level. He bitterly recalls spending 300,000 credits to buy a secret lightning spear technique to bridge that massive gap. It makes him slightly stronger than average E-grade users. But then the cold, harsh reality comes crashing back down. Reaching his hand out helplessly toward the empty air, a terrifying, brutal truth echoes in his mind. The death rate for students below D-grade in this exam is skyrocketing every day. Even with those terrible odds, the fire burning in his soul refuses to fade. Clenching his fist with iron resolve, his eyes flare with pure determination as he vows to risk everything to get into the Awakened Academy. Right at that exact moment, a strange, brilliant blue glow suddenly erupts from the back of his hand. A holographic screen suddenly materializes in front of a completely stunned Xu Jingming, displaying the words, "System activating." His eyes widen in absolute shock, completely speechless. With a flash, the system activates, and he sits up instantly as a new prompt appears, asking if he wants to claim his starter package. I know what you're thinking. Is this the legendary Transmigrator Golden Finger system we've all been waiting for? His initial shock instantly turns into pure, overwhelming excitement as he smiles and eagerly asks the system what is inside the pack. The system screen immediately flashes the incredible response, S-grade ability, and 200 ability points. And S-grade abilities, knowing exactly how insanely rare and precious this is. Even in a massive country like Great Sha, an S-grade user only awakens once every 3 to 4 years. The moment they appear, top academies will instantly fight to recruit them, showering them with endless resources to groom them into the world's ultimate peak powerhouses. A bright spark of hope ignites in his eyes as he clenches his fist, feeling this life-changing chance right in front of him. He, an E-grade nobody, finally has the chance to defy his destiny, and he decisively reaches out toward the glowing virtual screen. Smiling confidently, he orders the system to accept, and immediate chime notifications ping to confirm the starter pack is claimed. 200 ability points credited, and the legendary S-grade Purple Heavenly Thunder ability begins transmitting directly to him. A massive surge of purple energy strikes straight into his chest, unleashing an agonizing, soul-tearing wave of pain. Xu Jingming braces himself as violent, crackling purple lightning completely wraps around his body. His shirt shreds to pieces, exposing his toned muscles as progress hits 10%. Energy explodes, shattering windows and shaking the entire room as progress reaches 30%, reducing the gym to rubble. Outside, a little girl held by her mother gasps and points up at Xu Jingming's shattered window. She innocently asks what happened to that big brother's house, while panicked neighbors gather in confusion. A pale-faced man pulls out his phone, shouting that something happened at the Hua residence, and they need firefighters immediately. Suffering through agonizing pain, Xu Jingming grits his teeth and endures. The extreme pain burns, but the transformation steadily continues. And as the progress hits 70%, we see the sky darken abnormally, leaving confused onlookers asking what on earth is happening. Get ready, because we're about to witness something wild as dark clouds gather and a giant lightning dragon roars across the sky. As thunder rumbles, a powerful man inside a luxury office looks out the window with an incredibly serious expression. What terrifying lightning energy! The pressure is unreal. Could a powerful thunder beast be about to invade? The commander spins around and barks an order to his subordinate. 3rd Legion of Jiangcheng City, enter high alert. The soldier immediately salutes and sharply replies, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, up in the air, lightning converges into a terrifying dragon head, unleashing earth-shattering power that strikes straight down at Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming lets out a final roar as his painful evolution process finally reaches its absolute peak. 80, 99, 100%. The ability awakening is complete. The wild energy slowly retracts, condensing into a lightning orb inside the ruined room. Xu Jingming stands up, feeling raw power surging through his veins. Opening his hand, a crackling, sparkling purple lightning orb instantly manifests right in his palm. He smirks with pure satisfaction. This S-rank ability, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, is on a completely different level than his old electric shocks. Just one strike can turn anyone to ash. Pay attention, this is unreal. He rubs his forehead, looking around the completely wrecked training room and sighing. Well, that was a bit too much commotion. Luckily, I managed to control it slightly, or else more than just this training room would have been destroyed. Suddenly, he remembers something. Oh right, the newbie pack gave me 200 ability points. What are these even used for? The system screen pops up with an explanation. You get ability points by hunting down fierce beasts. Spending points allows you to upgrade your level and skills. Check your stats and upgrade options in the system panel. Xu Jingming grins widely, confidently putting his hands on his hips. Haha, I love a simple overpowered cheat code like this. Open status menu. Whoosh, a detailed status panel instantly flashes right in front of him. Name Xu Jingming. Level, Awakened, Unranked, Ability S-Rank, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. Physique 121 Vitality. Spirit 140 points. Spearmanship. Basic level. Gale Lightning Burst Basic level. Ability points 200. You can clearly feel that immense power surging through his body as he clenches his fist tightly, with purple sparks dancing on his hands and his eyes flashing with absolute determination. Tomorrow is the big exam. I have to invest these 200 points where they matter most, maximizing my combat power as much as possible. He commands sharply, "System, allocate my points." He touches the holographic screen, starting to allocate his points strategically. Since the very essence of ability stems from a person's physical body and mind, let us definitely upgrade these two basic attributes first. Instantly, the numbers on the screen spin and rise, accompanied by rapid system dings as his stats skyrocket. A wave of pure, overwhelming energy surges from deep within Xu Jingming, completely enveloping his entire body. He can feel every single cell in his body celebrating as his senses become insanely sharp. So this is what it feels like to have your vitality and mind supercharged. Clenching his fist tightly, he feels pure, raw physical power surging through his muscles. Taking a stance, arcs of blue and purple electricity automatically wrap around him, not because he is controlling it, but because his overflowing energy is leaking out. Xu Jingming flashes a confident grin. Now that his base stats are boosted, whether he is using combat techniques or unleashing his lightning, everything gets a massive boost. Looking at his updated screen, his base stats increased by 20 points each, which basically means 1 ability point equals 0.2 vitality or 0.2 spirit points. Now his stats are 141 vitality and 160 spirit points. With this newly gained strength, Xu Jingming's confidence completely skyrockets as he smirks, his eyes flashing with ambition. With his current strength, getting into an elite awakened academy will be child's play. He pauses, lost in thought. Out of over 700,000 candidates in the entire Jiangnan province, where will he rank against the elite geniuses who trained under legendary masters since childhood? Slinging his heavy spear over his shoulder, his confident smile grows even wider. Time to visit the training hall and test his actual combat power. But suddenly, crash! Someone kicks his door wide open. 3 fully equipped firefighters stand right in front of him. He just stares, completely speechless. The lead firefighter, drenched in sweat, pants out. "We got an emergency call about a massive fire here." Xu Jingming looks back at his completely destroyed room, scratches his head and explains, "It was probably just shock waves from my training. Everything is fine now." The firefighter sighs in relief, turning to his team. "Trust me, you won't want to miss what happens next." "All right, you and I are jumping right into a crazy situation where the emergency is finally cleared, and the captain withdraws." As he departs, he looks back at Hua Chenmin with pure awe. He thought to himself, causing such a massive commotion was just a student training his ability. This new generation is truly terrifying. The fire truck drove away with its sirens blaring, leaving behind a crowd of neighbors still whispering and gossiping. When Hua Chenmin stepped out of the building with his long spear resting on his shoulder, a familiar neighbor rushed over to ask him, "Little Min, is everything okay with that fire just now?" He replied, "It is fine, Uncle Duong, it is under control." Another neighbor looked at his training clothes and said, "Glad to hear that. Looks like you are heading to the martial arts hall?" Hua Chenmin nodded. "Yes, just going there to train for a bit." His words left everyone around him sighing in admiration. Talk about hard work. The college entrance exam is tomorrow, yet he is still practicing. He is nothing like my lazy kid. In this world, for an awakened to level up, they must train their physical body and mind to boost their power. However, not every family can afford a private training room. Because of this, martial arts halls offering training grounds and instruction services were born. Hua Chunmin walked straight toward one of the two most famous martial arts chains in Great Xia Loiding and Bao Hung. As he stepped inside, the intense training atmosphere immediately hit him. Among them, the Bao Hung Hall cost 100,000 credits annually, suitable only for wealthy students. Only the Loiding Martial Arts Hall offered free access to high school students. Now don't blink, because as he walks through the hallway, a familiar voice catches his attention from a nearby group. Wait, isn't that? A stunningly beautiful girl with long black hair and sharp amber eyes turned around to look at him. She was Duangqi, the cousin of Hua Chunmin. Her neat uniform perfectly accentuated her tall figure and incredibly long legs. Surprised, Hua Chunmin walked over to her. "Cousin, what brings you to the Loiding Martial Arts Hall?" Duangqi glanced at him and calmly replied, "Yeah, just tagged along with some of my friends." He nodded. "I see. You guys have fun looking around then. I am heading to the training room." With that, he walked toward the practice area. Watching him walk away, Duangqi frowned slightly, thinking to herself, "Strange, he feels completely different than he used to." Her friend nudged her shoulder, asking curiously, "Kai, who is that? He looks pretty handsome, actually." Duangqi answered, "That's Hua Chunmin, my cousin. He is also a high school senior, taking the martial exam tomorrow." A boy in the group teased, "Why ask so many details? Tuna, are you falling for him already?" Tuna did not hesitate to reply cheekily, "Absolutely, with looks like that. As long as his strength isn't too bad, walking around with him as my boyfriend would make me look great." Duangqi sighed, immediately splashing cold water on her friend. "I am afraid you are going to be disappointed." "Yeah, I know what you are thinking, a trash tier ability." Hearing this, Tuana's face instantly drops in total disappointment, lamenting his wasted potential. The boy crossed his arms, smirking, "Entering the martial exam with only a rank E ability? That is some admirable courage." But Duangqi looked deeply worried. What use is courage when the risks are far too high? I would rather he didn't even participate. Sensing the heavy mood, she quickly changed the subject. "Anyway, let's stop talking about this. Weren't we here to tour Loiding?" Tuna instantly cheered up. "True, I spent my entire high school years training at Baoheng. This is my very first time visiting Loiding." The boy agreed. "Relaxing before the big exam is great for your mental state." Let's go. The group happily walked on. Meanwhile, inside a private training room, Hua Chunmin stood before a massive training dummy. As he lifted his long spear, an unfamiliar sensation washed over him. He was startled, realizing his spear felt much lighter. He quickly realized the truth. It wasn't the spear that had changed, but his physical strength had massively increased. Caressing the shaft of his spear, he felt a bit of regret. With the exam tomorrow, there was simply no time to find a better weapon. Taking his stance, his gaze turned sharp. Time to test his maximum raw power without activating any of his special abilities. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled. With a fierce swoosh, he unleashed a straight thrust, the spearhead piercing through the air with terrifying speed. A deafening metallic screech echoed as the tip of his spear slammed directly into the center of the target dummy. A number flashed on the force meter, 321 units. The solid target dummy had a massive dent caved right into it. The entire training room was made of high-tech memory metal, meaning as long as the damage was within limits, it would automatically recover its original shape. Pulling his spear back, Hua Chunmin clenched his fist to feel this new power, unable to hide his pure excitement. His raw physical strength had literally doubled. And that is where we leave it, with his raw strength already doubling the maximum limit of any ordinary awakened. Let's dive in. Suddenly, lightning flashes in his eyes. Next, he decides to test his purple cloud divine lightning. Focusing deeply, violet electricity wraps his body as his dark hair stands on end, unleashing a domineering aura. Boom! He unleashes a lightning-fast strike, exploding with pure terrifying power. This time, the numbers on the strength measuring monitor skyrocket like crazy, hitting 3,021 units. Xu Jingming pants heavily, but a thrilled smile spreads across his face. An S-class ability is truly insane. After all, the strike power of a rank 1 awakened is usually only 1,000 units. Yet even before officially reaching rank 1, he is already unleashing a strike force that easily rivals a mid-tier rank 1 awakened warrior. He tilts his head, tiny sparks of lightning still dancing around him as his gaze sharpens. This is far from his limit. Gripping his spear tightly, purple currents gather around the weapon, growing even more intense. muscle strength, awakened buffs, and combat techniques combined, that is his ultimate unstoppable trump card. Stepping back, he takes a run-up, his body fully engulfed in a sea of white and purple lightning. Watch closely, because he is about to unleash his devastating lightning wind-pierce skill with unprecedented force. Raw energy surges to the spearhead, forming a blinding sphere of electricity that violently slams into the target dummy. The blinding light from the explosion swallows everything. With a mighty roar from Xu Jingming, a massive shockwave rumbles through the facility, shaking the main lobby so violently that everyone struggles to stay on their feet. A man in training gear panics, shouting, "An earthquake! Is this an earthquake?" On the exact same floor, Tongqi's group gets caught in the tremor, completely losing their balance. Her classmate's face pales in sheer terror as he gasps. That intense surge of energy is insane. It definitely belongs to an actual awakened user. The shocked group huddles together as Xiaoya wonders aloud, "Wait, isn't this training floor strictly reserved for high school students? Could one of those crazy geniuses who already awakened beforehand be training over at Baoheng Dojo and somehow wandered in here?" The boy quickly suggests they go check it out, while Tangqi casts a deeply curious glance toward the source of the blast. Following the residual energy trail, the group quickly makes their way down a deserted hallway. The shockwave must have originated from right around here. Just then, Xu Jingming steps out of a training room, carrying his spear on his shoulder. Tongqi calls out in surprise, "Xiao Ming, heading home already?" He calmly replies, "Yeah, just want to get back early and prep a bit more." "Fair enough. Good luck on tomorrow's combat exam, but make sure to stay safe out there." The boy beside her says with a serious look, "Forget about him. Look, the energy shockwave definitely came from in here." The group stops right in front of the training room Xu Jingming just left. Is this the place? No doubt about it. But as the door swings open, they freeze in absolute shock at the sheer utter devastation inside. The heavy memory metal target dummy has been completely shattered into tiny pieces. The floor is fractured, and all the nearby equipment is absolutely ruined. Tongqi and Xiaoya are too horrified to even speak. Xiaoya covers her mouth, stammering, "Oh my god, how did they shatter memory metal?" I know what you're thinking. Is there really a high schooler in Jiangcheng capable of unleashing such a devastating attack? The most knowledgeable guy in their group steps inside to inspect the wreckage, then shakes his head confidently. "No way this was a high schooler. I can still feel a violently wild residual energy lingering in the air. The culprit might actually be a rank 2 awakened who wandered onto this floor by mistake just to test their raw strength." Another teammate nods in agreement, saying, "See, I told you so. This level of destructive power could never belong to some ordinary high school student." Exactly, even the capital's top geniuses couldn't pull this off, let alone anyone from our small city of Jiangcheng. Suddenly, a playful thought pops into Xiaoya's head, and she rests her chin on her hand, saying, "Hey, only Xu Jingming came out of here. What if he was actually the one who unleashed this insane attack? Maybe he is a hidden super genius who's just keeping his powers under wraps until tomorrow's exam to shock everyone." The other two boys burst out laughing. One of them scoffs, "Have you been reading too many of those web novels about hidden masters? That makes zero sense. To hide your strength, you actually need to have some first." He only awakened an E-class ability. Hitting 100 points of force is already his absolute limit. The leader points in both directions down the hallway, calmly analyzing the layout. Both sides connect to the exit, so that powerful awakened warrior must have slipped out the other way, which is why we missed them. He turns to look at Tongqi, who is standing there completely silent with a very complicated expression. "Do you agree, Tongqi?" She doesn't answer immediately, her gaze locked on the deep wall cracks, and trust me, you and I can't wait to see what happens next. Let us start here with her evasive reply, perhaps. She gently slides her fingers along a deep, clean, circular gouge where the solid metal was pierced. A theory forms in her mind. These markings actually look exactly like damage left by a spear. Instantly, she remembers her cousin walking around carrying his trusty spear. Duangqi's eyes flash with a deep, lingering suspicion as she wonders to herself, could Hua Jingming really be overestimating himself by entering this brutal martial exam? But all speculations must wait now. The big day has finally arrived. Exam day. Hundreds of buses line up, transporting the anxious candidates to a vast, desolate wasteland of ruins. This is their combat arena. Armed with their own weapons, the students step off the buses one by one, creating a loud, bustling scene. Right in the middle of this crowd, Hua Jingming steps down, gripping his spear tightly with a calm, confident expression. He looks completely different from the panicked candidates around him. He takes a breath, absorbing the incredibly tense atmosphere of the arena. Is this really our exam site? Suddenly, a terrified scream rings out from the crowd peering through the fence. Damn it. I think I just saw a one-horned rhino. These words instantly spark a massive panic among the crowd. Watch closely. Usually they only face basic beasts like shadow cats and iron-haired boars. This exam is brutally difficult. While everyone panics, an arrogant voice cuts through. So what if it's a one-horned rhino? He sneers, looking down at the terrified crowd. If you can't even handle a low-level beast like this, even if you get lucky and enter the Ability Academy, you will still end up as absolute trash. Recognizing him, a student gasps and asks his friend who this guy is. What a massive ego. His friend leans in and whispers, who else could it be? That is the swift wind sword, Xu Jingming from high school number 1. He continues with deep admiration, explaining that Xu possesses a B-class wind ability and has already broken through his limits to become a Tier 1 ability user. Xu Jingming also shifts his gaze toward Xu Jingming, the rumored genius and top contender for this year's martial champion title. A burning urge to fight ignites in Jingming's chest. Between the two of them, who is truly stronger? Just then, a booming, authoritative voice echoes from the loudspeakers, drowning out all the chatter. Attention, candidates! A scarred, middle-aged officer wearing a formal military uniform steps up onto the high platform. His voice booms, I am the chief commander of this Jiangtan City martial exam. Before we begin, I must emphasize a few critical rules. He gestures toward the desolate ruins right behind him. The exam starts at exactly 9 a.m. and ends at 9 p.m. Stick with me, 12 hours to survive. The battlefield is this abandoned town behind me. Suddenly, a massive map is projected. Just like before, the zone is divided into the outer ring, center, inner ring, and core. Defeating beasts of different tiers will reward you with corresponding points. The stronger the monster, the higher your score. Commander Wang Haiduang's expression turns incredibly serious. The core area is basically like the ultimate bonus question on a normal exam, reserved only for the elite candidates. Know your own limits, do not throw your lives away just for some extra points. Xu Jingming stares intently at the projection, his decision already made. Just yesterday, he only would have dared to wander around the safe outer ring, but now, he must break into the inner zone and maybe even conquer the core. Wang Haiduang continues, we will now distribute your exam supplies. Line up and receive them from your class advisor. Xu Jingming walks over to his teacher, Mr. Tranfam, who hands him a tactical bag. There are 3 items in total inside. First is a smartwatch used to record your beast kills, identifying their types and calculating your score in real time. Second is a tactical pack containing 3 energy bars, 1 energy drink, and a disposable medical kit, ensuring each candidate can survive for 12 full hours. And finally, a safety orb. Once activated, it generates a high-voltage electric shield around you that normal beasts cannot breach. Mr. Tranfam pats Jingming on the shoulder, advising him with a deeply worried look. Although using the safety orb will end your exam early, please remember this. Your life is far more important than any grade. Jingming nods with deep gratitude. Thank you, sir, I understand. As he turns around, a familiar voice calls out his name. It is Lam Qin Huang running right toward him. She smiles brightly. You probably do not have a team yet, right? Want to join us? She proudly adds that she just awakened a C-class ability. Beside her, Liu V yells encouragingly. Let us wait and see what happens in the arena. Let's dive right into this. The class president wants to team up, but her teammate immediately objects, snapping that this is a real martial arts exam, not a place to play nice. A team only has 5 spots. How are we supposed to get a high score? Liu Wei growls, reminding them they already agreed, asking if they are suddenly backing out. The guy points straight at Xu Jingming's face, sneering that nobody expected him to actually dare to show up for this exam. Either way, I am not carrying any deadweight with me. Seeing the tension rise, Xu Jingming calmly speaks up to stop the argument, telling old Liu and the class president he appreciates their kindness. Smiling gently, he looks them in the eye and says he plans to go in alone, so they should just form their own team. Rong Jingying and Liu Wei are stunned. She asks if he is actually serious, and Xu Jingming gives her a firm nod. She sighs, telling him to stay safe, while the other guy mutters to just leave him behind and move on. The team leaves to recruit Huang Tian instead, quickly walking away and leaving Xu Jingming completely on his own to face the brutal challenge ahead. Watching his former teammates walk away, Xu Jingming just lets out a quiet smirk. He turns around, his eyes flashing with absolute confidence. He does not need them to get the highest score in this exam. Right then, the overhead loudspeakers blare with the official announcement as a swarm of drones activate and fill the sky. The 2037 Jiangcheng City High School Martial Arts exam is officially underway. cameras at every location online, and drones lock on to broadcast the exam live. The heavy gates swing open and thousands of students swarm forward like angry hornets rushing headfirst into the crumbling ruins. "Charge!" a student yells loudly, vowing to make it into Jiangnan Awakened University and shock the world. The massive crowd surges forward, officially kick-starting this brutal life-and-death survival game as they enter the zone. But pay attention here, the brutal reality of this exam strikes faster than anyone expected. It has barely started and a candidate is already down. Walking past, Xu Jingming hears a weak distress signal buzzing from the fallen boy's smart watch. He calls for medical support and calmly walks on, thinking to himself, that great opportunity always comes with massive risk. Not everyone gets a shot at defying fate to change their life. Suddenly, his eyes turn razor-sharp as he spots a terrifying clawed footprint freshly pressed into the dirt. Out of the shadows, a monstrous wild cat with jet-black fur and glowing yellow eyes leaps out at him. He immediately realizes the beast left the survivor alive. This is a trap. The shadow cat growls, lunging straight at him. He does not flinch, firmly holding his stance, facing the oncoming monster head-on. The beast closes in with terrifying speed, but he is even faster, easily dodging to the side. In the blink of an eye, he avoids the strike. The shadow cat lands, showing off its incredibly agile body and razor-sharp claws. With a bite force of thousands of kilograms, this thing is a rookie killer in this exam. Let's pause here. Look how calm he is. While the beast growls, Xu Jingming tightly grips his spear and starts analyzing. These monsters are called dire beasts because they emit a specialized aura meant to paralyze and terrify their prey. Rumor has it, most rookies facing a dire beast for the first time freeze up completely under its aura. They cannot even utilize 30% of their power, leaving them completely defenseless against death. That is why rich families hire professional awakened bodyguards to take their kids to the wild, helping them adapt to these beasts early on. I obviously did not have that luxury. This is actually my very first time facing a real dire beast. The shadow cat does not give him any time to think, lunging forward with explosive speed. Its fanged jaws snap wide open, aiming straight for Xu Jingming's throat. Blood splatters instantly, but he did not even try to dodge. He unleashes a lightning-fast thrust, his spear tip crackling with purple electricity as it pierces straight through the beast's head. He pulls his spear back, his eyes completely calm. It seems that for him, this terrifying aura is absolutely nothing. A notification pops up on his watch confirming one unranked shadow cat kill, granting +3 ability points. A small note below explains that dire beasts are ranked from 1st tier up to 9th tier. Those below the 1st tier are unranked, matching basic human awakened level. Staring at the virtual screen on his wrist, he realizes slaying beasts yields valuable ability points. He can use these to boost his own strength, though unranked beasts really do not give many points. He looks toward the heart of the ruined town. Since the aura does not affect him, staying in the outskirts is pointless. Trust me, you and I are about to watch him dominate the center zone next. Alright, you and I are about to watch Xu Jingming absolutely decimate the outer zone. Spear in hand, he unleashes deadly strikes, easily taking down one savage beast after another. His ability points keep rolling in, +3, +5, then +6. He calculates his options as he runs. He has plenty of ability points now, but what he really lacks is actual combat experience. Using the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder would instantly vaporize these low-tier beasts, but that won't help him improve his real combat skills. Plus, a higher-tier ability drains way more energy. If he goes all out with his Purple Cloud Divine Thunder, he won't even last a single hour. Back when he only had that weak ranky electricity, he could keep it active for over 3 hours. But this martial exam lasts a grueling 12 hours. He can't afford to waste his energy before even reaching the core zone. So he sticks to this exact strategy, relying solely on his raw spear techniques to slay beasts and build up his combat experience. Suddenly, a giant one-horned rhino appears and blocks his path. It lets out a deafening roar, stomping the ground and charging straight at Xu Jingming like a runaway tank. Pay attention here, Xu Jingming shows zero fear and charges right back. He leaps gracefully into the air, easily dodging the beast's head-on charge. Landing smoothly right on its back, he drives his spear down with a clean, lethal strike. Standing atop the dead beast, Xu Jingming lets out a long breath. His hunting speed is on another level now. Turns out even a one-horned rhino is nothing to write home about. Could his spear technique have broken through without him realizing? He pulls up his system panel, and yep, he was right. His spear technique has officially leveled up to intermediate rank. He grins to himself, it really did break through. It seems like grinding real-world combat is indeed the absolute best way to boost his combat power. Intermediate mastery already makes his spear feel like an extension of his own arm. What if he upgrades it even further? Without a second thought, he dumps his newly earned ability points into upgrading the skill. An absolute torrent of memories, combat styles, and spear techniques floods directly into his brain. Stunned by the rush, Xu Jingming struggles to absorb the massive wave of information. Soon, an incredible sense of enlightenment washes over him, and he exhales slowly, feeling a massive surge of raw power in his body. It is absolutely mind-blowing. His head is now packed with elite-tier spear mastery. I know what you're thinking. He's ready to test this out. He grips his spear, eyes burning with battle intent, eager to find a rank 1 beast to slay. Meanwhile, on a completely different path in the outer zone, Lin Jingying and her group are moving cautiously. Suddenly, she freezes in her tracks. Squinting into the distance, she rubs her eyes in disbelief. Wait, did she just see Xu Jingming? Her classmates scoff, saying her eyes must be playing tricks on her. There is no way it is him with his pathetic rank. Coming here is just a suicide mission. But Lin Jingying remains skeptical, her heart filled with worry. Was it really just her imagination? That retreating figure looked exactly like Xu Jingming. She can't help but wonder how he is doing. Suddenly, a teammate shouts and points ahead. Right there is a one-horned rhino, and it looks like it was killed very recently. The group rushes over to investigate. The blood is still fresh, meaning it died just a couple of minutes ago. A single fatal wound pierces its head. Examining the shape, one teammate deduces it was caused by a long-handled weapon, before shockingly realizing it was a spear. Lin Jingying stands stunned as a wild thought crosses her mind. Could that person nearby really have been Xu Jingming? Her classmate immediately scoffs at the idea. There is no way you think Xu Jingming killed this thing, right? This beast usually requires a rank C awakener to face solo. How could Xu Jingming ever manage that? Liao Wei suggests a quick way to find out. We just need to check his ranking on the leaderboard. Lin Jingying quickly opens her smartwatch to pull up the leaderboard, but as she scrolls down, she completely freezes. Rank 46, Xu Jingming 256 points, Jiangcheng High School number 2. She gasps in pure shock, confirming it really is him. The entire team erupts into absolute chaos, unable to believe their eyes. There is absolutely no way. How did Xu Jingming squeeze into the top 50? Maybe it's just someone with the same name? Since when are rank E awakeners this overpowered? It makes zero sense. Outside the exam grounds, massive screens broadcast the intense battles of the top contenders live to the excited crowd. One spectator notes that number 1 high school is totally dominant, basically hogging the entire top 10. Another spectator agrees, pointing out Zhou Mingyang's 412 points. Stick around, you and I are about to watch this competition explode. Let's dive in. Our city hasn't had anyone in the top 100 for years. Can this kid actually do it? A chubby middle-aged man fanning himself smiles confidently and says, if you ask me, he's definitely making the top 100 of Jiangnam province. After all, Chu Duong is the ultimate ace of our Jiangtan city. His raw power is incredibly impressive, even in a province-wide martial arts exam. The man speaking is Van Sun, the chief of Jiangtan's education bureau. Turning to the principals, he says, Old Lu, I've always been extremely pleased with the education at your first high school. And third high isn't doing bad either, finally placing someone in the top 10. The two principals quickly flatter him, saying it's all thanks to his great leadership, hoping for more guidance in the future. Van Sun then turns to the principal of second high, his tone turning sarcastic. However, second high really needs to step it up. Your top performing student is only ranked 18th. The principal bows his head, whispering a meek, yes sir. Principal Triu Diu of second high is secretly burning with rage inside. Only 8 of his students managed to break into the top 50. Le Min, Duong Qian, Hua Chen Min. Come on kids, you must step it up for me. Suddenly he freezes. Wait, pay attention here. Who pay attention Min? I've never even heard of him. Is he from the advanced class or the elite class? He quickly starts asking around, only to see homeroom teacher Tran Pham standing there, his face frozen in utter shock. His hand trembles, pointing straight at the board. Hua Kan Min? He actually cracked the top 50. Tran Pham wipes the cold sweat from his forehead, completely unable to believe it. Wait, isn't this kid just an E-rank sleeper? Did he actually hide his real power? Even if he hid his power, how on earth could an E-rank ability suddenly transform into an S-rank tier? Only the top 10 get dedicated camera feeds, meaning they can't even find any live footage of Hua Chan Min right now. How on earth did he score so high? Teacher Tran Pham looks toward the exam field filled with worry. Meanwhile, Hua Kan Min enters the high-danger central zone completely alone. Walking down a silent street, the atmosphere here is a stark contrast to the outer chaos. In this central area, beasts are far fewer in number. He casually munches on an energy bar as he walks. Ranked beasts possess true intelligence and strong territory awareness, making them far tougher to handle than unranked ones. Boom! He stomps the ground and lunges forward. A massive tiger with blazing fur and glowing blue eyes leaps out from a ruined building. Hua Min doesn't flinch. He swings his spear, unleashing a wave of heat as he readies his stance to fight. The blazing saber tiger delivers a devastating strike, its razor-sharp claws whipping up howling winds aimed right at him. The beast slams into the ground, its claws ripping through the concrete road. I know what you're thinking. A first-tier blazing saber tiger is no joke, but Hua Min just smirks. To him, only a tiger king could actually make him break a sweat. He swings his spear and roars, "Time to send you on your way," charging straight at the fierce beast. With a single elegant sweep of his spear, he glides past the beast, leaving a deep bloody gash along its body. The blazing saber tiger shrieks in agony as fresh blood sprays everywhere. Hua Min spins around, his stance rock-solid, spear steady in his hand. His gaze turns cold and hyper-focused. Though gravely wounded, the tiger's wild instincts take over, its eyes burning with pure murderous rage. It unleashes an earth-shattering roar as raging flames erupt all over its body, lunging at him in a desperate suicidal charge. Remaining incredibly calm, Hua Min every single one of its wild, frantic swipes. Gliding as light as the wind, he easily evades yet another strike and mutters, "Not bad for a first-tier beast. Your life force is impressively stubborn. Still struggling in your final moments?" He takes his stance, facing down the raging beast. But struggling is completely useless. This time, Hua Min decides he is done dodging. He goes on the offensive, blue energy wrapping around his long spear. With a fierce swing, he unleashes razor-sharp energy waves, ripping the ground apart. Each strike is cloaked in a violet-blue aura, aimed directly at the beast's head. Splat! A perfect finishing blow. Blood splatters as the blazing saber tiger crashes down onto the blood-soaked ground. Target eliminated, 1 first-tier blazing saber tiger, ability points plus 14. Looking at the notification, he notes with great satisfaction that a first-tier beast yields nearly double the points of any unranked monster. He shoulders his spear, looking down at the corpse with a smile. The stronger the beast, the more points he gets. And that's where we leave it. While everyone else is terrified of this exam, for him, it's just a golden leveling ground. Alright, you and I are about to watch Xu Jingming speed run his hunt, rushing off like the wind to grab every single ability point he can while the opportunity lasts. Over in the spectator stands, the leaderboards shifted once again. One shocked teacher gasped, realizing that Xu Jingming was actually in Teacher Chen Fan's class 5. The other instructors quickly crowded around, gossiping in excitement. Out of so many ordinary classes, only a student from his class made the top 50. Teacher Chen Fan sure knew how to teach. Exactly. We should invite him to host a seminar in a few months to share his teaching secrets. Teacher Chen Fan was both thrilled and worried, quickly waving his hands. No, not at all. It is all thanks to the students' own hard work, nothing to do with me. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look at the board. Xu Jingming's rank is climbing again." Every single eye locked onto the giant screen in absolute shock. He hit rank 25, gaining 44 points in one go. Chief Zhang Wanshan stroked his chin in deep thought, analyzing the point system of this martial arts exam. Defeating an unranked peak beast gives 6 to 8 points, while taking down a tier 1 low-level beast grants 14 to 16 points. Now pay attention, another expert gasped as he noticed the smartwatch's tracking interval is just 4 seconds. In other words, the chief concluded with a face full of disbelief, meaning that, within just 4 short seconds, Xu Jing managed to wipe out either 5 unranked peak beasts or 3 tier 1 low-level beasts. A performance like this has not been seen in years. He turned to Principal Zhao Yu. "Principal Zhao, you had such a talented seed in your school. Why did you never mention him?" The principal looked just as bewildered and replied honestly, "To be honest, I just found out myself. We must ask his homeroom teacher for details." Everyone immediately spun around to look at the frozen Teacher Chen Fan, as Principal Zhao quickly pulled him over. "Teacher Chen, come quick and explain Xu Jingming's situation to the chief. For instance, what is his talent tier?" Put on the spot, Teacher Chen Fan stammered, sweating bullets like he was in a sauna. "Chief Principal, the thing is, the ability Xu Jingming awakened is only E-rank weak electricity." Principal Zhao's eyes widened. "Just an E-rank ability? Teacher Chen, are you sure?" Teacher Chen nodded miserably. "Before the exam, I explicitly told him not to take the test. I never expected this." Chief Zhang Wanshan fell silent, gently stroking his thermos bottle. "You and I both know how rare this is. To reach this height with just an E-rank ability means he has some extraordinary traits, making him even more fascinating. Taking a sip of tea, he told Principal Zhao to just wait and see. With his current momentum, he will easily break into the top 10. The chief's gaze turned sharp. At that moment, we will know exactly how he pulled this off. If he is cheating, suddenly a sharp scream rang out, cutting the chief off mid-sentence. Both Teacher Chen and Principal Zhao stared in absolute shock as the leaderboard updated. In the exam zone, Tong Qi just defeated a beast. Looking at her 12th rank, she muttered, and realized in shock. Indeed, the commotion at the martial arts gym yesterday was your doing, cousin Jingming. Elsewhere, the rank 1 ranker Zhou Mingyang was also staring at the board. With 6 hours left in the exam, a completely unfamiliar name, Xu Jingming, suddenly crashed into the top 10. Just then, a drone located Xu Jingming and began broadcasting a live stream. On the screen, Xu Jingming faced a Tier 1 beast and easily took it down with a single devastating blow. Ding defeated one Tier 1 Shadow Cat. Ability points plus 14. He smiled in satisfaction. Hunting in the central zone was indeed much more efficient. He raised his head, noticing the drone hovering right above him. A tracking drone? Seems like I have finally made it into the top 10. Standing over the beast's corpse, he brushed the dust off his clothes. The exam was meant to test strength and potential, and a better rank meant more attention from top universities. I never planned on hiding my power anyway. The top 10 is just the beginning. But before entering the core zone, I need to boost my strength once more. He opened the system panel. Ability points, 312. Still, there is no system prompt to level up. It looks like advancing to a true Esper requires learning proper training methods. Let's see. He decisively allocated his points. Alright, you and I are diving right into the action. A warm energy wraps around his body, granting 40 physique and 22 stat points. Time to enter the core zone, highest danger level, where savage tigers are tearing a giant beast apart. One of the tigers steps heavily onto the head of its dead prey, letting out a powerful roar. Watching from behind a wall, Hua Jingming stays hidden. Among the 9 ripping saber tigers, one stands out with a massive, overwhelming presence. Judging by those insanely long claws, that has to be the Tiger King. He smirks with excitement, knowing this is going to be a massive harvest. Suddenly, his eyes sharpen. Come on out, I know you are there. A figure slowly steps out from behind a building, whispering, how sharp. The intruder smiles, surprised he got spotted. To think you are actually Hua Jingming, the new top 10 powerhouse. Hua Jingming looks surprised. Zhou Danyang, you know me? Zhou Danyang explains, I know everyone strong enough to reach the core zone, except for you. When a new face suddenly showed up, I knew it had to be the dark horse. Hua Jingming nods, so that is why. Zhou Danyang points at the tiger's eyes gleaming. Don't blink now, because he has had his eyes on this pack for a while. Hua Jingming gets instantly alert. Stealing my kill? Zhou Danyang quickly waves his hands to clear it up. The Tiger King is a Tier 1 mid-rank beast, plus 9 other elite tigers surround it. No matter how strong, one person cannot handle them. We can cooperate. But Hua Jingming flatly rejects the offer, saying no need. Turning around with an incredibly confident and arrogant smirk, he says, I am enough alone, before charging ahead, leaving Zhang Yang completely stunned. The pack immediately spots the intruder, throwing their heads back in unison, letting out an angry roar. Hua Jingming calmly observes them, realizing that having a leader actually lets them execute a basic battle formation. Standing high above, the Tiger King roars out a commanding order, and the other beasts immediately form up, surrounding Hua Jingming. Unfazed, he charges straight into the heart of their trap. Watching from the shadows, Zhou Danyang mutters, let us see if this guy is suicidal or truly has godlike skills. Surrounded by tigers, Hua Jingming unleashes a massive wave of energy. He spins his spear, creating an absolutely solid, impenetrable defense. With rapid thrusts, he unleashes razor-sharp energy waves, easily slicing through the attacking tigers as system notifications flood in. You have defeated a Tier 1 low-rank tiger, plus 10 skill points. You have defeated a Tier 1 mid-rank tiger, plus 15 skill points. In seconds, the battlefield is littered with dead beasts, leaving blood flowing like a river. Furious at the slaughter of its pack, the Tiger King roars as Hua Jingming pants heavily among the corpses. He thinks my physical power is still a bit low to take them all out instantly. But the Tiger King gives him zero time to recover, lunging forward. Its thunderous roar carries intense mental pressure, shaking the ground and causing the surrounding glass windows to shatter and rain down. Even Zhou Danyang, hiding far away, has to cover his ears, wincing from the noise. Roar. But Hua Jingming is completely unaffected. I know what you are thinking, but intimidation tactics will never work on him. He charges straight ahead, facing the giant beast in a direct head-on clash. The spear tip gleams, ready for the killing blow. He leaps up, moving like a dragon. Tracing a perfect arc, he strikes straight down into the gaping maw of the Tiger King. Ding, you have defeated one Tier 1 high-ranked Tiger King, gaining 20 extra skill points. Watching from afar, Zhou Danyang is speechless. No way, he wiped them out solo? What a monster! Standing on the beast's corpse, Xu Jingming smiles. This was a massive jackpot. At this pace, who knows how many skill points I will stack up by the end. He leaps down. The more the better. Time to find another pack. As he turns to leave, Zhou Danyang rushes over. Wait up. How on earth did you overpower a whole pack of tigers with just a single spear? Are you a physical enhancement ability user? Walking away, Xu Jingming casually replies, no, I am lightning system. He leaps onto a high building and instantly vanishes, leaving Zhou Danyang completely stunned. Lightning? Are you kidding me? Even if you want to hide your power, you do not have to lie to me. What a jerk. And as we leave him checking the leaderboard, his anxiety is through the roof. Let's dive in as Zhou Mingyang stares at the score, desperately hoping his rival hasn't caught up, before screaming in horror. First place, Xu Jingming, 1,122 points. Second place, Zhou Mingyang, 985. Zhou Mingyang roars in pure rage, realizing he's already been overtaken. In the spectator stands, director Chang Wanson leaps up, laughing out loud at how insanely overpowered his advanced spear technique is. At only 18, Xu Jingming has already mastered advanced spearmanship, officially confirming to everyone that he is a certified, one-of-a-kind genius. He pats Principal Zhao's shoulder with a wide grin, saying that with a monster like Xu Jingming around, Jiangcheng City will easily secure a spot in the province's top 100. Once this exam wraps up, I will personally recommend to the city to reward your school, the second high school, leaving Principal Zhao absolutely thrilled as he thanks the director repeatedly. The principal turns away to wipe tears of pure joy. Xu Jingming is such an incredible surprise, and their second high school can finally stand tall and proud after all these years. 3 hours later, inside the core zone, Zhou Mingyang wanders around, looking completely bewildered. What on earth is happening? Where did all the core zone's ferocious beasts disappear to? Suddenly, he runs into a group of students who tell him he should ask their first-place champion about that. Startled, Zhou Mingyang asks why on earth they are all walking together while Lin Jingying simply points to the leaderboard in someone's hands. Third place Yu Hao, fourth place Meng Zhao, and ninth place Teng Qi. She explains that Xu Jingming has wiped out every single beast in the entire core zone. Pay attention here, because we literally couldn't find a single beast, leaving us with no choice but to group up. Zhou Mingyang refuses to believe it, protesting that the core zone should have plenty of ferocious beasts left. Teng Qi scoffs, noting he clearly hasn't checked the rankings in a while, urging him to just look at Xu Jingming's ridiculous score. Staring at the screen, Zhou Mingyang stutters in absolute shock, reading out over 3,400 points. Glancing at the stunned Zhou Mingyang, Teng Qi coldly asks if he finally understands why they are all wandering around. Even subtracting the 700 points he earned in the central zone, he still has over 2,500. Can you believe this? He single-handedly slaughtered nearly 200 high-level beasts in the core zone alone. Zhou Mingyang clutches his head in bitter defeat. No wonder Xu Jingming was acting so defensive earlier. He had planned this absolute sweep of the entire zone from the very beginning. Third place Yu Hao speaks up, reminding everyone that only a few hours remain in this brutal combat exam, and they plan to team up to tackle the deepest part of the core zone. Pointing into the distance, he warns that the weakest monsters there are high-tier rank 1, and there is even a rank 2 beast king. Going in alone is nothing short of suicide. Meng Zhao eyes Zhou Mingyang, narrowing his eyes with a challenging smirk as he says they must join forces. Are you in? Zhou Mingyang agrees without hesitation. As night falls, Xu Jingming sits atop a mountain of beast corpses, gazing tiredly at the crescent moon. His supplies are completely exhausted, and the combat exam is finally drawing to a close. Taking a bite of his very last energy bar, he stands up and looks toward the deepest part of the testing grounds. To earn more superpower points, he must venture deeper. But with rank 2 beasts lurking in the final zone, he still needs to boost his strength a little more. System check, 2,413 superpower points. Contemplating where to allocate them, Xu Jingming pauses before a sly smirk creeps onto his face, deciding to put them all into his most broken skill. Exhaling slowly, he channels all his energy into his spear, wrapping it in crackling arcs of purple lightning. With this power-up, he should finally be ready to face the absolute toughest challenge of this entire exam. Meanwhile, Zhou Mingyang's newly formed team is also making their way into the final deepest zone. As the final sprint of the exam officially kicks off, a massive snow-white beast with glowing red crystals growing on its back emerges to block their path. Xu Jingming arrives at the scene, resting his spear on his shoulder with expectant eyes, wondering what kind of rank 2 beast the examiners have prepared. Zhou Mingyang's team screams in terror, recognizing the monster as the legendary bloodthirsty ferocious bear. The giant bear roars, its overwhelming shockwave shaking the very earth and tossing nearby cars high into the air like mere toys. Both Tang Qi and Meng Zhao turn completely pale. It is an extremely rare beast with hide tougher than E-class alloy that even missiles cannot pierce, and a single swipe could easily crush them all. A discouraged Tang Qi suggests they immediately abort the mission, while Yu Hao points grimly to the pack of high-tier rank 1 beasts already surrounding them. Before the giant bear even moves, we will probably be torn apart by these surrounding high-tier rank 1 beasts the second we step in. One teammate panics, screaming that they want out, because no amount of exam points is worth losing their life over. As Yu Hao curses this insanely brutal exam, we can only watch and wait to see who survives. Suddenly Meng Rou points ahead. Trust me, you do not want to miss this. It is Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming leaps from high above, landing softly on the dusty ground. Meng Rou gasps, wondering if that handsome guy is really him. He is gorgeous, but Wu Hao is sweating. What good are looks right now? Charging straight into a horde of beasts is pure suicide. Yet Xu Jingming rushes right into the middle of them. This is bad, he just alerted the pack, but swinging his spear he easily cuts down every beast that charges. The massive bloodthirsty violent bear roars, ordering the pack to rip him apart. Alone, Xu Jingming faces the entire stampeding horde. He moves like a whirlwind, tearing through everything in his way. The monsters are drowned in a sea of spear strikes. Watching from afar, Zhou Zhengyang and his crew stand completely frozen. Is Xu Jingming about to die here? Wu Hao sneers coldly, calling him reckless and saying he brought death upon himself. Panicking Dongqi cries that she must go help him. Wu Hao quickly grabs her arm to hold her back. He shouts, asking if she is insane, since going out there means certain death. Meng Rou also tries to stop her. Dongqi breaks free, her face filled with absolute panic and fierce resolve. Pay attention here because she is about to drop a bombshell. She screams that they do not understand Jingming is her cousin, and she cannot just stand there and watch him die. Suddenly, a terrifying blast of purple lightning violently explodes right from the very center of the beast horde. A blinding flash of light engulfs the entire battlefield. The massive energy shockwave is so intense that Zhou Zhengyang and his team struggle to stay standing as the ground beneath them shakes violently. Zhou Zhengyang shields his eyes from the blinding glare, his face twisted in utter shock and disbelief. He stammers, could this lightning be the legendary lightning-type ability Xu Jingming mentioned? At the epicenter he stands tall, his entire body wrapped in violently crackling purple currents that hum with absolute terrifying power. All around him, the corpses of the blasted beasts are scattered in every direction. He glares at the remaining wall of beasts, his eyes turning incredibly sharp. He realizes that fighting so many first-tier high-grade beasts with just raw physical strength is impossible. To survive this, he has no choice but to unleash his hidden awakening power. Letting out a slow breath, a highly confident, slightly arrogant smirk plays across his lips. Tiny electric sparks dance on his fingertips. As expected of an S-class skill, it is absolutely broken and powerful. Look at that! In a flash, the ground is cleared. Only the smoking bodies of his fallen foes and crackling purple sparks remain in the aftermath. Xu Jingming raises his head, locking eyes with the towering giant beast. Feeling insulted, the massive bear lets out a deafening roar of pure fury, a wave of raw pressure shaking the very air around them. Our hero calmly evaluates his opponent. The monster is giant and slow. With my lightning active, taking it down should be easy. He glances at the first-tier underlings still growling nearby. Having these annoying weaklings interfere mid-fight could get pretty messy. His gaze turns sharp as he makes a split-second decision. Time to clean up the trash first. Massive volts of electricity surge through his body once more, his blue eyes flashing with a deadly light. With that, Xu Jingming vanishes like a bolt of lightning, his spear tracing lethal arcs through the air as he charges directly into the remaining pack of beasts. A tiger-like monster lunges, but his spear instantly impales its head, spraying hot blood across the battlefield. A system notification pops up as he glides past, confirming he killed a high-grade shadow cat, gaining 13 ability points. Feeling the raw power coursing through his veins, he licks a drop of blood off his lip. He knows this electric surge is incredibly dangerous to his own body, so he cannot maintain it for too long. Still, he sweeps his spear, unleashing a devastating arc of electric energy across the monsters. This is more than enough power to completely wipe all of you out. A massive one-horned rhino gets caught in the blast and collapses instantly. The system chimes again, confirming another kill for 15 bonus ability points. Watching its entire pack get annihilated, the massive bear goes absolutely berserk with rage. It lets out an earth-shattering roar, slamming down with a terrifying impact that leaves a massive crater in the concrete road. But the crater is completely empty, using his insane speed to dodge the lethal blow at the very last second. Dashing away like a lightning bolt with purple electricity crackling around him, he easily evades as the enraged beast charges wildly after him once more. He leaps backward, landing softly on a concrete slab. Stick with me because next time the real boss fight begins. Let's dive in as he circles back to slay the remaining beasts, while system notifications flood his screen. Recording his feats, slaying a high-tier first-rank one-horned rhino for 15 talent points, and taking down another high-tier beast. Seeing this, the blood-violent bear completely loses its mind, throwing its head back and unleashing a terrifying, furious roar. Xu Jingming smirks provocatively as crackling bolts of lightning continue to dance all around his body. What is wrong? Are you mad that your underlings got wiped out one by one? Charging toward the last shivering rhino, in the distance he shouts, "Don't rush, once I finish this last one, you are next." But out of nowhere, the blood-violent bear lunges right in front of him. This sudden move catches Xu Jingming completely off guard. He thinks to himself, not bad, it actually predicted my move. The massive bear swings its paw, shaking the entire area. The unlucky rhino is instantly crushed to pieces. At that very moment, he leaps high into the air. Staring straight down at the bear with sharp eyes and a battle-hungry smirk, he thinks, finally, no more annoying trash mobs. Let me see if that copper tough hide of yours can actually withstand this devastating lightning strike of mine. Diving down like a streak of purple light, his spear carries the full force of his S-class talent straight at the beast's head. Now watch closely as a giant ball of lightning explodes, swallowing everything in blinding purple light. The sheer force of the explosion ripples outward, unleashing a terrifying shockwave across the battlefield. The blast wave is so intense that even the recording drone hovering overhead shakes violently from the impact. In the distance, Zhou Zhengyang's group has to shield themselves from the devastating pressure washing over them. Meanwhile, back in the central monitoring room, all the examiners jump to their feet in absolute shock, staring at the massive screen completely engulfed in a blinding purple lightning storm. The chubby examiner, sweat dripping profusely down his forehead, cannot hide his sheer terror as he turns and yells right at Principal Zhao. "Principal Zhao, you seriously call this an E-class talent? You have got to be kidding me." Another examiner in a gray suit adds with absolute disbelief, "Just relying on a raw energy burst to wipe out an entire pack of high-tier first-rank beasts, and even go toe-to-toe with the boss? Even with an A-class talent, this would be highly unlikely." The elderly examiner with glasses scratches his head, wondering if it is a mutated talent. Principal Zhao smiles proudly, spreading his arms wide as if introducing a superstar. "And honestly, you and I both know that after today, the entire Great Xia will be shaken by Xu Jingming." Back on the battlefield, the purple smoke slowly clears, and the blood-violent bear stumbles out with a charred wound on its head from the lightning strike, but it still refuses to fall. Looking around at the destruction, the beast lets out a furious roar. Xu Jingming gets blasted backward by the sheer air pressure of the roar, flying a short distance as he thinks in shock, "How can that only be a flesh wound?" Xu Jingming flips gracefully in midair and lands lightly on his feet. Standing firm, his eyes grow incredibly serious as he analyzes his opponent, truly worthy of being a rare second-rank beast, totally impervious to weapons and most importantly, completely immune to electricity. With my current strength, trying to skip 2 levels to defeat this beast in one hit is indeed a bit of a stretch. As if sensing the challenge, the blood-violent bear begins to unleash a massive surging dark aura, making its glowing crimson eyes look even more ferocious. The surging dark energy wraps entirely around its giant body, spiking its raw power and rage, leaving Xu Jingming watching in utter disbelief at the change. What? Wrapped in a dark aura, the giant bear charges forward like a runaway truck, flattening absolutely everything in its path. Its speed is unbelievably fast, shattering the very ground beneath its heavy feet into tiny pieces. Xu Jingming has to constantly back away to dodge the head-on collisions, planting his spear into the ground to keep his balance. Staring at the raging beast, a highly amused smile creeps onto his face. "Activating your berserk skill already? It seems this blood-violent bear really hates my guts. For your information, Berserk is a beast combat technique, similar to human battle skills. The bear stomps all four legs heavily onto the ground, creating a mini earthquake. It throws its head back and unleashes a frenzied, terrifying roar. It charges forward, its giant body moving like a massive mountain to crush Xu Jingming into pieces. Still, he remains completely calm, quickly analyzing the situation. It is truly incredible how much the beast's physical strength spikes once its berserk state is activated. But in return, its already limited intelligence completely vanishes, turning it into a mindless killing machine acting purely on instinct. So you and I can expect him to avoid a head-on clash and use his agility to wear it down. Alright, watch closely as Xu Jingming dives straight into action, using his insane agility to dodge the massive beast's deadly claws. He tightly grips his long spear and purple lightning sparks begin to dance across his hands. He searches for an opening to temporarily paralyze the beast, sliding right under the giant bear's belly while crackling purple lightning grazes its thick fur. Spotting a vital opening, he concentrates his raw lightning power into a single point, forming a small crackling ball of electricity and slamming it into the beast's hind leg. The massive bear instantly loses its balance, crashing face-first into the dirt with a deafening thud. Xu Jingming's eyes flash with a deadly light as he growls purple heavenly thunder. Raising his hand high, he summons a massive bolt of purple lightning from the sky, shouting, "Explode!" Rumble. A giant pillar of purple lightning crashes down, completely enveloping the falling bloodthirsty savage bear, its sheer destructive power sending shockwaves that violently shake the entire battlefield. The entire zone is engulfed in a sea of lightning as wild purple sparks rampage. When the blinding light finally fades, the giant bloodthirsty savage bear lies motionless, its charred body smoking as Xu Jingming stands there, calmly looking down at his hard-earned victory. He stares at the purple electricity still dancing across his fingertips, a confident smirk forming on his face. After taking that lightning bombardment for over 30 seconds, now pay attention because no defense could survive that. Or so he thought until the dying beast's crimson eyes suddenly flash with one final incredibly savage glare. It lets out a desperate, earth-shaking roar, summoning its last bit of strength to open its massive jaws for one final attack, but its body locks up completely. A system notification flashes, paralyzed. Xu Jingming smiles deviously at the helpless target trapped right in his grasp. It is finally time. Raising his spear, violent electrical energy erupts once again as he begins casting his ultimate finishing skill, Lightning Tempest. A surge of intense purple lightning wraps around his body, his eyes glowing brightly as he leaps high into the air, channeling every ounce of energy into his spear tip. With a loud shout, a massive sphere of electric energy blasts straight into the bear's head, creating a terrifying explosion. A shockwave of pure energy sweeps across the area, leaving nothing but absolute devastation in its wake. As the smoke clears, the giant beast lies completely dead with a deep charred crater blasted right through its chest. A system notification pops up to officially confirm his victory. You have slain a Tier 2 low-class bloodthirsty savage bear, gaining 24 ability points. Xu Jingming sighs in relief, leaning on his spear to stand. It is finally over, but taking down this monster was no joke. You and I both know how much he struggled, but upgrading his lightning skill from basic to advanced was definitely the right choice. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, a deeply satisfied smile spreads across his face. It only lasted for a brief 2 minutes, but it was the most thrilling battle of his life. Standing amidst the ruins, his eyes grow thoughtful. He wonders what will happen once he clears out the core area. The night sky slowly brightens, signaling the martial exam is coming to an end. Back in the monitoring room, the final rankings appear, leaving everyone completely speechless. First place, Xu Jingming, 10,835 points, representing Jiangcheng High School No. 2. Second place, Chu Danduang with 1,103 points. In third is Know-How from School No. 1. Instantly, the entire room erupts in sheer shock. Over 10,000 points is absolutely unbelievable. The judges and principals cannot hide their excitement as someone shouts out, 10,000 points. He did not just break our Jiang City record, he completely shattered the entire Jiangnam provincial record. No, he is a genius among geniuses. Last year's top scorer only managed to get 8,000 points. With over 10,000 points, one of the judges proudly declares that Xu Jingming has already secured his spot as this year's undisputed champion. Back on the ruined battlefield, Xu Jingming checks his watch with a calculating look. Time is running out. He smiles confidently, knowing he has already completely wiped out every single beast in the core area. Now he plans to return to the central zone to hunt down any remaining targets for extra points. With that, he turns and dashes away like the wind, leaving the ruined battlefield behind. Meanwhile, Chudan Duang's group stands frozen in shock. Duangqi stutters in disbelief, wondering how Jingming managed to slay a Tier 2 Beast King all on his own. Chudan Duang frowns, deeply confused about why Jingming would head back now. His score already secures him the top spot, so why is he still hunting instead of finishing the exam? Manjiao narrows her eyes as she watches him leave, realizing that he is indeed heading straight back toward the central zone. Suddenly, a terrifying thought crosses her mind, and honestly, you and I are probably wondering the exact same thing. Has he gone completely bloodthirsty? So he wants to go back and sweep the battlefield? You and I can see Chudan Duang's squad turning completely pale as he mutters in sheer terror he's hunting us down. Chudan Duang looks at his squad, his voice trembling with pure, urgent panic. With Hua Jingming's insane speed, I'm terrified he could actually pull it off. If we do not move right now in this final hour, we will not score a single point. Our entire team upends today. Hearing this brutal warning, the entire squad instantly scatters in total chaos. One of them screams, "I am out of here first." "Hurry, hurry, hurry." Manjiao runs while looking back and yelling, "Hey, leave some points for me." 1 hour later, announcements from the monitoring drones echo loudly across the ruined city of Donat. The 2037 City Martial Arts exam is finally over. Hunting beasts will no longer grant points. All candidates must return immediately. Hearing the announcement, Duangqi gasps for breath and tiredly wipes the sweat from her forehead. She sighs in relief, wondering if it is finally over. Nearby, other exhausted candidates scream out in regret, asking why the exam is ending already. "I am just one beast short. Just one more would have done it." Meanwhile, others celebrate surviving the nightmare, crying out that the danger is finally over and they made it. But pay attention here, because while others cry, Hua Jingming stands on a mountain of slain beasts, complaining that it ended too fast and he was barely warmed up. Right at the exam exit gate, exhausted candidates gather under the watchful eyes of both security forces and drones. Amidst the weary crowd, Manjiao searches around until her eyes lock onto a specific face. She eagerly grabs Duangqi's arm and asks repeatedly, "Kiki, is that legendary Hua Jingming seriously your cousin?" Duangqi looks completely helpless. "Oh my goodness, girl. You have asked me 3 times already. Yes, it is really him." Manjiao immediately switches to a playful, whiny voice, shaking her friend's hand. "Then please, my sweet sister, give me your cousin's contact info. I am begging you." Duangqi crosses her arms with a smirk. "Yesterday you had 0 interest, remember? Now I have to think about it." Manjiao quickly begs, saying that was then and this is now. He is the top scorer today. Suddenly, a loud shout erupts from the gate, causing the crowd to surge as a girl gets pushed aside. "Look quick! Hua Jingming is finally coming out!" Instantly, everyone starts pushing and shoving to catch a glimpse of the champion, shouting, "Hey, stop crowding! Let me see first! Get out of the way!" Amidst all this chaos, Hua Jingming walks out looking entirely unfazed, a confident smirk playing on his lips. As he steps forward, the crowd surrounds him with loud cheers, screaming, "Congratulations! Look over here, champ! Can you share 100 points with me?" But you and I are about to see Chudan Duang and Ngo Hao step up, blocking the crowd. Chudan Duang looks at Ngo Hao and says with deep regret, "This spot was supposed to be yours." Ngo Hao just smiles calmly, saying nobody expected high school number 2 to produce such a monster. "With my current strength, securing this high of a score is more than enough for me." The principal quickly leads a guarded middle-aged man forward, saying, "Congratulations, student Jingming. Let me introduce you to Director Zhao of the Education Bureau." The principal adds, "You do not need to take the bus. The director wants to personally drive you home." Jingming glances at the roaring crowd, thinking that works. If I take the bus now, they will mob me the entire way. Inside the luxury car, Director Zhao smiles and asks, "So Jingming, have you decided which elite ability academy you want to join?" Jingming answers honestly, saying he has only focused on training and getting stronger lately. "I have not really thought about colleges yet." Director Zhao nods, saying with scores like yours, any university in the country would beg to have you. But with hundreds of colleges across the nation, nearly half of all high-level ability users graduated from just 3 elite universities. I highly recommend them. First is the Capital Ability University. Located in the heart of Great Xia and run directly by the government, graduates can immediately secure powerful state positions. Even the legendary National Guardians graduated from this school. Second is Magic City Academy. Located in the booming port city, offering unmatched resources and elite combat clubs, it is the perfect place for anyone aiming to reach the absolute peak. Lastly is Jin City Ability University. With over 200 years of history, ancient heritages, and a powerhouse faculty. These 3 schools hold secret top-tier cultivation methods. They are the ultimate sacred temples that countless young warriors dream of entering. Jingming is curious. I know awakened ones need basic training to evolve, but what is a top-tier cultivation method? Trust me, you and I are about to find out soon. Let's dive in as the director explains that training methods for abilities are actually split into different ranks. If you use a basic training method, most awakeners need 3 to 4 years to become true users. But if you train with a top-tier method, it only takes half a year for an awakener to completely transform. Patting Xu Jingming on the shoulder, he reassures him to not worry because his score guarantees an automatic admission. When that day comes, even the 3 top universities will offer you incredibly generous benefits, and you can simply choose based on whatever your heart desires. Xu Jingming nods with a clear plan forming in his mind, thanking his teacher. The very next day, Xu Jingming stands under the shower, letting the cold water wash away all the exhaustion from that intense exam. Right after bathing, he checks his system screen. His points have reached 2,534. He thinks to himself that 2,534 points should easily last until college starts. Throwing a towel over his shoulder, he wonders if there will be any beast hunting competitions left once he enters the academy. If there are none, he will just have to schedule a trip out to the wilderness. At that same moment, Tangqi and a beautiful middle-aged woman arrive at his door. Tangqi wonders why the door is broken. Now pay attention here, because she gets a mischievous idea to sneak inside and give him a massive surprise. The 2 of them gently push the door open, and the woman calls out happily for Jingming. Xu Jingming, wearing nothing but a towel, walks out of his room and panics. "Auntie cousin, why are you both here?" Xu Qingyan and Tangqi freeze up, instantly blushing and looking away. Tangqi stammers while asking what on earth he is doing. Quickly trying to cover himself, he yells out, "How could this happen?" Xu Qingyan looks around the messy house, wondering how it got this bad in just a few days. Looking at his aunt, a wave of warmth fills his heart, remembering how she took care of him after his parents passed. It was his aunt who stayed by his side day and night, giving him the true warmth of a family. Taking on the role of guardian, she even cooked his favorite meals. Now Xu Qingyan looks at him lovingly and calls his nickname. Sitting down, she gently asks about things, admitting she does not know much about martial exams. But when she first heard he signed up, she worried for a long time. Seeing him safe now, she can finally relax. "Your grades do not really matter, and even if you failed, it is totally fine." Xu Jingming asks in surprise if his cousin did not tell her anything. Tangqi winks playfully and whispers in his ear, saying it is much better if he tells her mother himself. A bit embarrassed, he tells his aunt he scored over 10,000. "Trust me, you and I both know that's insane." Hearing that number, Xu Qingyan spits out her water in absolute shock. Still trembling with disbelief, she asks him to repeat it, pleading with him not to lie to her. Tangqi quickly holds her mother and explains, "It is true. Jingming scored 11,124. Xu Qingyan freezes, her eyes wide with complete disbelief at what she just heard. Moments later, she bursts into tears of pure joy, hugging Xu Jingming tightly. "Our family finally has someone to carry the legacy. Your parents in heaven must be so proud of you right now." Meanwhile, in a meeting room of top ability universities, a woman is presenting a report about a very special candidate. Xu Jingming, 18 years old, awakened with a lightning-type elemental ability. Currently at the awakened rank. An examiner instantly declares that if this score is real, they absolutely must recruit him. But the person next to him is skeptical, saying that based on his talent and rank on paper, it is impossible to achieve this score. In another meeting room, an even more heated debate is taking place over his combat performance. He cannot possibly have an E-rank ability. This power is at least A rank or even S rank, another person argues. Zhangsheng is just a tiny middle-of-nowhere town, so how could they produce the top scorer? It is highly likely he cheated by using a stand-in or special drugs during the exam. Right at the peak of their argument, an incredibly powerful voice cuts through. "Enough, stop fighting already." The leading woman slams her hand on the table to make the final call, temporarily placing Xu Jingming on the special S-rank admission list. As for whether his score is real, she will personally travel to Zhang to find out. A few days later, he gets a message from Jiangnan's Education Bureau. What do you think it says? Let's dive into the story of Xu Jingming, whose results for the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts exam just dropped, revealing he is ranked first with 11,124 points. Looking at his phone screen, Xu Jingming exhales a massive sigh of relief. Sitting in the training room, he clenches his fist and shouts in pure joy, top scorer of Jiangnan Province, I actually did it. Instantly, news about him explodes across social media with sensational headlines, calling him the ultimate dark horse of the year. The provincial top scorer from Zhangcheng is an unprecedented awakened user with only an E-rank talent. Is this pure genius or blood, sweat, and tears? Right behind the news comes a wave of doubt, with users asking why the top scorer isn't a high-tier ability user. An E-rank scoring first? If this is actually real, I'll eat my keyboard right now. Someone wait here. I'm going to find his martial exam video and expose this fraud. Under intense pressure from the public, reporters shoved their microphones right at Principal Liu. Principal, facing the massive online backlash regarding Xu Jingming's score, what do you have to say? So many people are questioning the authenticity of his results. We need an official explanation from you right now. Principal Liu confidently declares right in front of the cameras, our official school website has already uploaded Xu Jingming's actual exam video. You can go verify it yourself immediately. The absolute fairness of the high school martial arts exam is beyond any doubt. Here is where everyone loses their minds. The reporters check their phones, and what they see leaves them completely speechless. A single spear strike piercing right through a Tier 1 iron-horned rhino. This raw strength easily eclipses any standard Tier 1 physical enhancement ability user. Wait, that's wrong. His actual element is lightning. How on earth can anyone call this devastating level of destructive power a mere E-rank? And is he seriously just a newly awakened kid? Standing proudly on the stage, Principal Liu announces, the video proof is right there. Student Xu scores are 100% genuine. He is the very first student from Zhangcheng to secure the provincial top spot. His monumental achievement deserves the highest praise and reward. He holds up a giant reward board worth 1 million yuan. Congratulations to student Xu Jingming for claiming the top spot. Here is a special bonus of 1 million yuan. Along with this cash, the City Education Bureau is gifting student Xu a premium training package for his lightning abilities. On top of that, the municipal government is matching this cash reward and awarding him a luxury villa right in the city center. Meanwhile, reporters go wild shouting, "Quick, take the shots. This is definitely going on the front page tomorrow." Hidden in a dark corner, a female investigator and her associates observe the ceremony as she coldly mutters, "Just because Zhang Cheng released his combat footage, that doesn't prove he didn't cheat using illegal performance-enhancing drugs. The key is finding out his true tier." Now, you and I might expect him to be celebrating this moment, but back on stage, the principal is whisper asking where today's main star has run off to. The assistant answers, "I just called him. And he said he's currently training at the dojo, but he's on his way." The principal gasps in shock, then laughs awkwardly. "Still training even after the exam? Our new top scorer is truly built different." Now let's head over to the principal's office. He is currently serving tea to 3 uninvited distinguished guests, 3 elite university recruiters. "Please enjoy some tea," he says, but one of them, a man wearing traditional robes, simply waves him off. The principal breaks into a cold sweat. These high-tier combat-hardened ability users radiate an overwhelming pressure that makes his heart race and his knees shake. He looks nervously at these 3 powerful, authoritative guests, each with an imposing presence that dominates the room. He has only one terrifying thought. Are they going to start fighting right here? Breaking the silence is Zhang Zhaoyue, the prestigious admission director of Madu Esper University, who speaks up with a calm, knowing smile. "It's been quite a while since the 3 of us gathered like this. Which young talent are you both targeting this time?" The gorgeous woman wearing a traditional cheongsam is Tu Yun, admission director of Capital Esper University. She smiles back. "Director Zhang, let's not beat around the bush. If Xu Jingming's exam results are genuine, Capital University is absolutely taking him." Hearing this, Wulan, admission director of Tancheng Esper University, scoffs and laughs mockingly. Laughing coldly, "Haha, Tu Yun. What makes you think you can just claim him? I say our Tancheng University is taking him." Zhang Zhaoyu sighs deeply, thinking, of course. Of course, recruiting a provincial top scorer always turns into a brutal bidding war among the top elite academies. Just then, the door swings wide open. A tall, well-built Xu Jingming steps confidently into the room with his spear resting on his shoulder, greeting them, "Hello, respected teachers." His entrance immediately grabs the attention of all 3 recruiters, diffusing the tense atmosphere. Zhang Zhaoyu narrows her eyes, examining his every move. She is highly impressed by his spear user vigor. "Trust me, you and I are about to watch him shatter every limit in his upcoming trials." Alright, let's jump in as our main character stands completely unfazed by 3 elite awakened ones, forcing the principal to quickly introduce them. Allow me to introduce Miss Trong, the head of admissions for the prestigious Motto Awakened University. And this is Miss Tu, the head of admissions representing Thon Kin Awakened University. Finally, meet Mr. Ngo, director of admissions for Ton Thon Awakened University. Smiling warmly, Miss Truong gets right to business, addressing him as Student Hua. We have all closely watched your combat video. Your combat skills are incredibly impressive and your real-world battle ability is top tier. Looking him straight in the eyes, she asks, however, I do have one major question. Your ability does not seem to be the E-class Earth element you initially registered. Would you mind explaining the situation in more detail? Hearing that, Hua Kunmin smiles internally. As expected, they came asking about exactly this. He calmly replies that before his high school exams, while training at home, he was suddenly struck by natural lightning. After that freak accident, I realized my ability had grown significantly stronger. Pay close attention here, as both Mr. Ngo and Ms. Tu immediately reach the exact same conclusion. This is a mutant ability. Ms. Truong nods and pulls out a glowing disc-shaped testing device. Student Hua, perhaps you still do not know what your newly mutated power actually is? Luckily, I brought along an ability tester. Why don't you step up and give it a try? She hands the testing device over to Hua Chunmin, telling him to simply unleash his power. As soon as Hua Kunmin places his hand on the machine, a violent surge of purple lightning erupts, channeling straight into the device. Standing nearby, Miss Tu is completely startled by the sight. Such violent, untamed lightning actually makes my own heart race just watching it. Electricity crackles violently across the device as the screen flashes with the words, "Ability Assessment Complete." The screen registers his ability as Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, but before the official rank can display, the machine begins making bizarre glitching sounds and sparking wildly. The small testing device simply cannot handle such massive energy, exploding into a million pieces right in Ms. Truong's hands. The sudden blast sends purple sparks flying everywhere, forcing both Hua Chunmin and Ms. Truong to quickly leap backward. The terrified principal standing nearby cries out in a panic, asking what on earth is happening right now. Mr. Ngo and Ms. Tu immediately leap to their feet, completely shocked but unable to hide their growing excitement. We can easily confirm it now. To completely overload a standard testing device like that means his power level is easily S-class at the very minimum. Ms. Truong stares at Hua Kunmin with glowing eyes, smiling with immense satisfaction. She had hit the jackpot with this kid. Completely losing all his cool, Mr. Ngo shouts out to grab the advantage, offering student Hua a massive $4 million enrollment bonus and premium C-class equipment for all 4 years of university, along with completely free training manuals and combat skills. Hearing this, Mr. shoots him a look of absolute disdain, scoffing at such a measly offer. We both know she's about to top that, turning to Hua Chunmin with a far better offer. Student Hua, join Thon Kin, and you'll get a $6 million scholarship. Plus, all your equipment, training manuals, and elite combat skills are yours to choose, completely free for 4 years. How does that sound? This incredibly generous offer leaves even Hua Kunmin totally stunned by their sheer wealth. Seeing the competition make their moves, Ms. Truong simply smiles with absolute confidence. Motto Awakened University does not usually offer basic scholarships or gear. However, whatever they promised you, we will match, without missing a single thing. On top of that, we will provide you with a rare S-class cultivation resource every single year, causing a massive shockwave in the room. Both Mr. Ngo and Ms. Tu scream out in utter disbelief. An S-class resource? Hua completely clueless about what that actually is. Ms. Truong begins to explain, asking if he knows about the legendary dragon beasts. These creatures are born naturally powerful with draconic features, collectively known as the dragon race. She continues, explaining that these beasts are born at tier 4 or 5, completely outclassing other monster races. Finally, she plays her ultimate trump card, revealing that their S-class resources include the prime core blood, taken directly from an 80% mature dragon beast. Once you consume dragon blood, your physical body is massively enhanced, matching the raw strength of the dragon race. Every single portion of our S-class resources is of this legendary caliber. Hearing this, even Ms. Tu sighs with intense envy, admitting that even she is tempted by such an insane offer. Motto University is seriously loaded with wealth. Meanwhile, Mr. Ngo looks completely and utterly defeated. S-class resources are usually reserved for their absolute elite seniors, yet she is freely handing them to a freshman. There is absolutely no competing with that. All 3 recruiters turn to Hua Kunmin. Trust me, we cannot wait to see his choice. Alright, you and I are jumping in just as she asks him to make his choice between the 3 elite universities. Without a single second of hesitation, Hua Jingming smiles with supreme confidence and proudly declares, I choose Mado Academy. In his head, he knows Mado doesn't just offer the best deal. His research shows their practical combat training is also at the absolute highest level. In the recent University League tournaments, at least half of the champions have come straight out of Mado. Total win. He politely bows to thank the other two examiners, showing deep gratitude for their generous offers, then watches as they walk away in utter disappointment. Zhang Chengyu smiles in satisfaction, and a crimson invitation card engraved with a clock pattern flies right out of her hand. She solemnly hands the invitation over to Hua Jingming, telling him she is highly anticipating his arrival at the academy. The official registration date for new students is September 1st, but since you are a specially admitted elite student, you can register early, and we will provide your housing right away. Hua Jingming accepts the invitation. His eyes light up with pure anticipation as he asks if he can access the academy library early to study their combat skills and training methods. Zhang Chengyu agrees without a second thought, saying that is not a problem. She hands him a business card, explaining that the library can provide a private room where nobody will disturb him. Here is my personal contact information. Just contact me when you arrive in Mado. Holding the invitation tight, Hua Jingming cannot help but feel incredibly excited. Mado Academy? I cannot wait to register. Now pay attention because a few days later he is at the train station. The loudspeaker announcement echoes, stating that the G91 train to Mado is about to depart. The G91 train to Mado is about to depart. Standing on the platform, Hua Jingming's uncle Tang Daolin wraps an arm around his wife and says emotionally, "Wow, our boy has finally grown up." His aunt, eyes welled with tears, adds, "Our little Ming is going to soar to incredible heights this time." Uncle Tang turns to his daughter, asking, "By the way, Chi-Chi, you are starting to choose your university preferences soon, right? Since your cousin Jingming is going to Mado Academy, you should try to select a university nearby so you both can stay close. That way you two can look after each other." Listening to her parents, Tangqi feels a bit overwhelmed and conflicted in her heart. She lowers her head and quietly replies, "Mom, Dad, I know." On the high-speed train, Hua Jingming stares out the window, thinking to himself that with 6 hours left until arrival, he might as well review his ability training methods. Among all the rewards from his high school exams, the most crucial one is this sky-overturning refining method, a powerful ability training technique. Let's pause for a second to explain how this works. Just like abilities, training methods are split into ranks, ranging from low, mid, and high to peak tier. Naturally, the higher the rank, the faster your cultivation speed becomes. Clutching the manual, he begins to focus, knowing that the technique in his hand is a solid mid-tier training method. With his current 180 spiritual power points, it only takes him half a day to completely memorize it. Closing his eyes, he senses the energy in the air, realizing a unique power exists between heaven and earth. Following the manual's exact steps, he immediately senses this special flow of energy on his very first day of training. As the train speeds along, he continues to concentrate, while a level-up prompt suddenly flashes on his system panel. But he does not plan to upgrade right now, because according to what is written in the books, to evolve from an awakened to an ability user, you must use the highest possible training method to break through. Once he finally enters the academy, he will have access to peak-tier training methods, so he definitely won't waste his breakthrough opportunity on a mere mid-tier technique. 6 hours later, arriving in Mado, Hua Jingming is completely overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the school. Good lord, the front gate alone is 100 meters wide. Who knows how epic the inside actually is? A flashy red sports car pulls up right next to him, and Zhang Chengyu leans out saying, "Welcome to Mado Academy, Hua Jingming." "Hello, Professor Zhang. Hop in, let me take you to complete your registration first." Sitting in the car, she introduces the campus as she drives. "So our Mado Academy is pretty epic, right? Spanning 40,000 acres, 26 square kilometers in total, averaging over 2,600 square meters per person. Those visiting students can walk all day and never see it all." Looking at the magnificent scenery outside, Hua Jingming marvels that seeing is truly believing. After they finish all the registration procedures, she hands him a special card. "Take this, it is your multi-purpose student card. Just swipe it to enter your brand new dormitory." Hua Jingming looks at the card, thinking of his past life's dorms. But trust me, you and I are about to see something completely different. Dorm options range from 4-person rooms to single rooms, and even 3-room suites with a living room for PhD candidates. But standing in front of this luxurious mansion, he is completely stunned, because honestly, you and I have never seen anyone get an entire villa as a college dorm before. Zhang explains with a warm smile. At our university, every single student gets their own villa, though the sizes and luxury levels vary. As the province top scorer, yours is the most luxurious, covering over 800 square meters. But you will not be lonely, since it is shared between 2 people on 2 floors. You and your roommate will each have an entire floor. Xu Jingming pulls Valley up the steps, thinking that a 2-person dorm is not bad at all, and definitely better than being completely alone. Both before and after transmigrating, he was always an orphan, so he actually prefers a lively, warm environment with other people around. Stepping inside, he sits on the sofa while Zhang Qiuyue mentions that all enrollment procedures are officially complete. Now she wants to explain a few critical things he must pay close attention to. He tells her to go ahead. She holds up 2 fingers explaining there are 2 key points, the credit system and the personal mentor system. Then she breaks down the first one, academic credits. At Motto Academy, pay attention here, because academic credits are absolutely everything. Whether buying food, shopping for top-tier gear, or bidding on rare treasures, everything requires credits. In fact, just 1 credit holds the purchasing power of a massive fortune. She continues, explaining there are many ways to earn credits, including a fixed distribution based on semester rankings. For example, your entrance rank is S tier, which means you receive 100 credits this year. With that, she calls out, telling Wainu to come receive them. A metallic sphere floats out as a robotic voice responds, stating student Xu Jingming currently has 100 credits. She explains this is the personal artificial intelligence assistant equipped in every villa named Wainu. Her main body is the university's super advanced AI system, and this is merely one of her physical copies. I say copy, but believe me, this thing is a Tier 4 AI. It is more than enough to assist with daily life. Xu Jingming is deeply amazed that a mere copy is already a Tier 4 AI. It seems the technology on this blue planet is light years ahead of his previous world. Xu Ye moves to the second major point. The second thing to note is our personal mentor system. Every student can choose a teacher they respect, Baisa, and request them to become their personal guide. But of course you need their approval first. Naturally, the teacher must agree to take you on. Xu Jingming wonders if a freshman like him can actually receive one-on-one guidance from such high-tier teachers. She nods in agreement, confirming that all the university's teachers are high-tier ability users. Almost everyone has their own exclusive combat techniques and unique training methods that are never shared with outsiders. And you can only learn them after officially by Su. Looking closely at him, she offers a recommendation, noting that Motto has 4 powerful lightning-type mentors. Among them, Dean Yang Chentian of the Weapon Academy is the #1 mentor she highly recommends to him. Right after her words, Xu Jingming immediately commands the AI, ordering Wainu to search for Yang Chentian's profile. Instantly, a glowing blue screen projects from the metallic sphere, showing the legendary master's details. Age 52, Dean of the Weapon Academy at Motto Ability University, possessing an A-tier lightning ability called Windfire Thunder, and highly proficient in spear arts, broadswords, longswords, and other weapons, though the spear is his specialty, earning him the nickname Thunder Spear. He once fought a Tier 8 beast alone in the wilderness for 3 days and nights, ultimately slaying it by himself. At the same time, Ms. Zhang also projects the profiles of the other 3 mentors on a different screen, explaining that their details are listed here, with 2 of those teachers being from the Element Academy. The last one is at the Weapon Academy but mainly uses a sword. The final choice is completely up to you. Xu Jingming smiles with absolute confidence, his eyes completely locked onto Yang Chentian's impressive profile. He thinks to himself, a lightning user who specializes in the spear. This Dean Yang is definitely his best option. The next morning, following the directions, Xu Jingming heads over to the faculty residential area. Now watch this. Just as he is about to knock, a voice behind him asks if he is here to buy sa. But wait, is he really just an awakened rookie? Xu Jingming calmly nods in agreement. The young man's surprise deepens, because usually specially admitted students are already high-tier or mid-tier ability users, not just newly awakened ones. To think a raw awakened rookie got special admission this year. The young man steps down, introducing himself as a member of the Weapon Academy. Let us jump right into it. Meet Dam Min Duong, a 3rd year, as our main character Xu Jingming politely greets him. Xu Jingming is a brand new freshman who literally just registered today. Hearing this, Dam Min Duong is completely surprised. Just registered and already looking for a master? Talk about fast. Usually freshmen wait until after the freshman assembly to find a master. Seeing Xu Jingming look confused, he asks, "Freshman assembly?" Dam Min Duong holds up a single finger, patiently explaining, The freshman assembly is a major school tradition, usually held about 3 to 4 days after official registration. At that time, every single instructor will be there to watch. Top-performing freshmen will be fought over by different academies, or even recruited directly as personal disciples. He looks at Xu Jingming with a slightly sympathetic, doubtful expression. Of course, for a specially recruited genius like you, trying to find a master early is not entirely impossible. But even for a special recruit, aiming for the dean right after enrolling is basically like winning the lottery. I am worried you might be wasting your time. Xu Jingming smiles politely and says, "Thanks for explaining, senior. Are you also here to apprentice under Master Yang as well?" At this question, Dom Min Duang's face instantly falls. He spreads his hands in utter defeat and sighs heavily. Exactly. For the past 6 months, I have come here countless times, but I always get turned away at the door. I am honestly about to give up, but my heart just cannot accept it yet. Right then, pay attention here. The massive mahogany door slowly creaks open, leaving Dom Min Duang staring inside with his jaw dropped. A middle-aged man in a butler uniform steps out, greeting them with a warm smile. "Welcome, gentlemen. Master Yang is already waiting inside for both of you. Please follow me." Dom Min Duang is utterly dazed, pointing at himself in confusion. Strange, the last few times I came, the butler was never this welcoming. And Master Yang is actually waiting? Could I finally have a real chance today? Following the butler inside, Xu Jingming and Dom Min Duang spot a man with graying hair and a full beard sitting with his back to them. A heavy, majestic pressure radiates from him, making the entire room freeze. As the man slowly turns around, his hawk-like eyes sweep over both of them, and Xu Jingming instantly feels an overwhelming wave of pressure. He is shocked by this massive aura. This is the legendary Dean of the Weapons Academy, Level 7 Esper Yang Zhentian, known as the Lightning Spear. Now wait for it. Dean Yang completely ignores Dom Min Duang. His gaze locks onto Xu Jingming as he asks, "You must be Xu Jingming, right? Principal Chang Yuan already spoke to me about you. Follow me, I will take you to the training room. I watched your combat test video. Your real battle skills are incredible, and your spear play is highly advanced. But before that, I want to see your S-Class Purple Divine Lightning with my own eyes." Xu Jingming nods decisively, takes a very deep breath and slowly raises his hands. Sparks of purple electricity begin to flash and dance wildly around his body, emitting a terrifying crackling sound of raw power. Boom! With an earth-shattering explosion, Xu Jingming releases countless blinding purple lightning bolts in every direction, completely transforming the training room into a violent, raging sea of thunder. Standing in the eye of this electric storm, Dean Yang is completely unfazed. Instead, he grins with deep interest, his eyes shining brightly. So this is the S-Class Purple Heaven Divine Lightning, he thinks, sensing the massive, fundamental difference in their power. Even though I also possess a lightning ability, the Wind Fire True Thunder, the gap between A-Class and S-Class is simply insurmountable. If this kid is polished with absolute dedication, his future accomplishments might easily surpass my own level. As the blinding lightning gradually fades, Dean Yang looks straight at Xu Jingming and says with heavy authority, "Xu Jingming, with your incredible potential, becoming my personal disciple is absolutely not a problem." But then his gaze turns deadly serious. Raising a finger in warning, he adds, "However, I have fought for half my life, making many friends but just as many dangerous enemies. If you become my disciple, you will inevitably face constant danger. Are you still willing to take this on?" Thud. Without a single moment of hesitation, Xu Jingming immediately drops to one knee, displaying pure decisive strength. He looks up, eyes burning with determination, cupping his hands in respect as he loudly declares, "This disciple is willing. My deepest desire is to become a high-ranking Esper, forged through brutal combat and dangerous storms. The more enemies Master has, the more it proves how incredibly powerful your combat strength truly is." Hearing this, Dean Yang laughs heartily. "And trust me, you and I just witnessed the start of a legendary duo. Alright, let's jump into the moment our main character officially becomes a legendary master's first S-Class disciple." Yang Zhentian gestures for him to stand, then pulls out a mysterious ancient leather scroll. Handing it over to the shocked Hua Jingming, he explains that this is the ultimate peak-tier ability training method, along with a powerful body-tempering technique he personally created, the Thunder Realm Indestructible Body. Holding the mysterious blue manual, Hua Jingming is absolutely stunned to receive a physical body-refining technique. Compared to basic speed skills like the Swift Gale Strike, this manual is infinitely more valuable. Yang Zhentian proudly explains that the training method goes without saying, being one of only 3 legendary peak ability tempering techniques in the entire academy. But the real prize here is this specific physical body refining technique. It is his life's work, officially certified by both the Thunder Realm and the Violent Tempest Dojo. He looks at the boy and reveals its rank S-class. Xu Jingming instantly gasps in pure shock as the entire combat technique ranking system flashes directly through his mind. From the lowest F rank all the way to SSS rank, this technique sits at the prestigious S rank, showing that skills like abilities have tiers. The higher the tier, the harder to master, but its ultimate power is truly devastating. He stares at his master in disbelief, knowing most level 7 awakened are lucky to create even an A-class skill. Yet Master Yang did not just create an S-tier technique, he designed one targeting the secrets of the physical body, the most complex type, showing his martial talent is absolutely terrifying. Yang Zhen continues, explaining that this legendary lightning body can only be practiced by those with lightning-type abilities. It features 13 layers, and with every single breakthrough, the user's physical body undergoes a complete transformation. However, to even begin training, one must first successfully become an awakened. He crosses his arms, giving his very first order, telling his disciple to go and return only after upgrading using the ultimate method. Only then will he personally help build the perfect foundation for the lightning body. Bowing deeply, the young disciple sincerely expresses his gratitude to his master. He silently reflects that having a powerful master to guide him is truly invaluable. Now pay attention here, because as the student turns to leave, his master's gaze becomes heavy with massive expectations. He admits with hope that he himself has only managed to reach the 10th layer. The final 3 layers remain locked, and since he might never reach the level 9 Martial Saint peak, his disciple is now his greatest hope to test this path, his eyes growing incredibly deep as he makes this silent prediction. Because if one masters the final layer, their physical form will achieve absolute, eternal immortality. Filled with determination, the young man leaves, only to find Senior Tan Mingyang sitting dejectedly on the steps outside. He walks over to ask what happened, as the senior raises a heavily bruised, miserable face with a sigh. He tells him not to ask, pointing out the student in the parlor, who happens to be the dean's disciple. The requirements to match that senior's incredible level are something he could never hope to reach, leaving his lifelong dreams shattered. He looks at his junior, assuming he also failed, and asks if he needs some helpful advice from a veteran. After all, Dean Yang's threshold is notoriously difficult to pass. But you and I both love a good shock, and our main character calmly replies that he actually passed. The senior's eyes go completely wide as he stutters in absolute jaw-dropping shock. No one has ever heard of a high-level dean taking a freshman disciple before the official academy tournament. Standing up in pure disbelief, he watches the boy walk away, his mind filled with endless questions. Could this kid actually be the principal's secret son? But he doesn't look like it, leaving his identity a complete mystery. Meanwhile, inside his second-floor dorm training room, the young man sits cross-legged, preparing to cultivate. Opening his eyes, he immediately senses a massive difference. The elemental connection of this peak-tier method is infinitely stronger than his previous intermediate one, and his eyes instantly flash with absolute determination. Since he possesses this ultimate method, there's no need to train step by step. He will simply use his system points to upgrade. The holographic system screen materializes, and he focuses intently on the upgrade option. With a quick command, he triggers the level up. The surrounding energy suddenly turns incredibly wild and violent as he grits his teeth, silently enduring the agonizing pain of physical restructuring. Clutching his shirt as veins bulge across his hands, an explosive pillar of purple-white lightning suddenly erupts from his body, filling the entire room. The blinding light fades, and trust me, we are just getting started on this journey. Let's dive right into this crazy moment as the notification screen pops up. He finally broke through to Tier 1. Standing up slowly, he looks at his hands as powerful blue and purple lightning surges and crackles across his arms. Xu Jingming clenches his fist, feeling this incredible surge. A top-tier training technique really makes a massive difference. I can feel the raw energy coursing through my body. My power has shot up 4 to 5 times. If I ran into that Tier 2 bloodthirsty bear again, I wouldn't even need my spear. My lightning alone would obliterate it. Checking his status screen, he grins with excitement. No wonder every awakened fighter is desperate for high-tier cultivation scrolls. If he had used the basic training method, his blood and spirit would have only gained 30 to 40 points. Now he got nearly 100 points instantly. The gap is just massive. Standing in the training hall, Xu Jingming calculates his stats. Upgrading only cost him 300 points. He needs to save the remaining points to unlock powerful combat techniques later on. Staring at the green scroll on the table, his eyes glow with excitement. This indestructible lightning body manual is crucial for his future. As an S-rank skill, its destructive power is insane, but the ability point cost is also through the roof. Pay close attention here, because we skip straight to the next day, standing right outside of Dean Yang's massive estate. Dean Yang Zhentian stares at Xu Jingming in absolute, jaw-dropping shock. He is completely stunned. In 20 years of teaching elite academies, he has seen countless legendary geniuses. Even the absolute best among them took days to awaken their powers for the first time, but for you it has not even been 24 hours since I gave you that scroll. Xu Jingming scratches his head, humbly admitting that maybe his breakthrough speed is something he can be proud of. But mastering his master's indestructible lightning body? The introductory foundation training is already giving him a hard time. Yang Zhentian crosses his arms, explaining that building this foundation requires using a lightning beast as a catalyst, using your very own lightning energy to forge your muscles and bones. Crucially, the final durability of your lightning body depends entirely on the high rank of the beast blood used during this initial forging process. Standing up, the master speaks with deep determination. Now, you and I both know a power-up like this never comes easy, but today his master is ready to forge his foundation. High-tier lightning beasts are incredibly rare. Originally, I prepared the blood of a Tier 7 storm leopard bear that I hunted myself years ago. But since you are entitled to one S-class resource allotment every single year, I decided to pool those rewards together to get you something better, exchanging them with the principal for an elite double S-class resource. It is the core blood of a Tier 8 lightning dragon, one of the most savage beasts out there. Xu Jingming takes the glowing vial, deeply moved by the gesture. Master, you and the principal did all this for me? I swear I will repay this immense debt tenfold in the future. Gently patting his shoulder, Yang Zhentian looks at him warmly. Having that kind of gratitude is wonderful, but we have no time to lose. Let's begin. Upstairs, a shirtless Xu Jingming prepares as the master pours the burning red dragon blood onto his body. As it sinks in, the master warns him, brace yourself. To a low-level warrior, this dragon blood is pure poison. The pain you are about to feel will be agonizing. Blazing red lightning gathers in his hands as he warns him. I will use my Stormfire lightning to guide this, but absorbing it is entirely up to you. Boom! He slams a massive surge of lightning directly onto Xu Jingming's head. Glowing red veins spread like spiderwebs across his skin as Xu Jingming throws back his head, screaming in pure agony. Meanwhile, outside the training room, Liao Shushuan casually sips tea with the butler. Uncle Fu, it has already been 5 days, hasn't it? Our new junior brother has got some insane endurance. Taking a sip of tea, he sighs in awe. Seriously, comparing yourself to geniuses like him will only drive you crazy. Back then, I barely lasted 2 days using only a Tier 7 low-rank beast blood before I had to quit. Junior brother Shu's grit is truly worthy of that legendary Tier 8 dragon-type beast blood. He smiles with high expectations. Combined with his S-class lightning talent, his indestructible lightning body is going to be absolutely terrifying. Suddenly, a violent wave of energy shakes the ceiling. Liao Shushuan leaps up and rushes upstairs, realizing his junior brother successfully built his foundation. He carefully cracks the door open to peek inside. And trust me, you and I are not ready for this. He stands wrapped in black and purple lightning, eyes glowing with pure, terrifying power. Alright, let us dive into this wild scene where senior brother Lu breaks into a cold sweat, terrified by this terrifying beast-like pressure. Instantly, Xu Jingming lunges forward, throwing a punch packed with deadly intent, while Yang Zhentian roars. Jingming! Xu Jingming's fist stops right in front of senior brother Lu's face. Clutching his head as sweat pours down, he looks confused. Master, what just happened to me? Why did I want to destroy everything? Yang Zhentian steps forward, explaining that the Thunder-Violent Dragon essence blood must have affected his mind just now. The Thunder-Violent Dragon is famously savage, and your perfect absorption rate is what triggered this sudden side effect. Reassuring him, he says there is no need to worry as long as your emotions do not fluctuate wildly. As your strength increases, these side effects will slowly fade away. Xu Jingming sighs, glad to hear that. He does not want to be controlled by anger, while Yang Zhentian laughs and pats his shoulder. Cheer up, this training session was absolutely perfect. With an absorption rate of 98%, out of all my 20-plus disciples training the Thunder Undying body, the highest was only 92%. You just shattered a long-standing record, kid. He then introduces senior brother Lu standing nearby, who congratulates him. You have successfully built the foundation of the Thunder Undying body. And let's be honest, his future martial path is looking limitless. Meet Liu Ming, a peak level 3 awakened user. If you ever get stuck in your future training, feel free to ask him. Xu Jingming clasps his hands respectfully. Senior brother Liu pulls out his phone saying, I did not prepare a physical gift for you. I will just transfer some academy credits as a welcoming gift from your senior. Xu Jingming looks at his phone in shock. 200 credits? Senior brother, this is way too much. He realizes a simple welcoming gift is worth a staggering 2 million Great Sha coins. Yang Zhentian explains that 200 credits is nothing to your senior. Seniors are supposed to take care of their juniors, so they must always prepare a welcoming gift like this. Xu Jing replies, I understand, master. Yang Zhentian advises him, your foundation is established. You went 5 days without food or water, so go rest well. Come back tomorrow morning to learn boxing and spear techniques from senior brother Liu. Xu Jingming bows deeply. Yes, thank you, master. When Xu Jingming returns to his dorm, he sees a white-haired guy playing games on the sofa. He greets him and pay attention, because this energetic guy turns around with a bright smile, waving to welcome his new roommate. Hey there, I am Liu Wenhan, it is great to meet you. Xu Jingming waves back and introduces himself. Hearing his name, Liu Wenhan instantly points at him in utter shock. You are Xu Jingming? You are the top scorer from Jiangnan province. Xu Jingming is surprised, asking how he knows him. Liu Wenhan puts an arm around his shoulder, calling himself the ultimate know-it-all. I know almost every freshman here. I did not even look for yours, but the massive scene you caused was just too big for anyone to ignore. The Dark Horse champion of Jiangnan province. I cannot believe I met the legend himself, and as my own roommate. Leaning in close, he fires questions. Is it true you came from that extremely poor town in Jiangnan province? Also, did you really awaken during high school? Your power does not look like an E-tier skill. Watching this overly enthusiastic roommate, Xu Jingming silently reflects. Having such a talkative and friendly roommate is actually pretty nice, since I have always hated being completely alone, whether in this life or my previous one. His mind drifts back to his past life, growing up in an orphanage with no family. He never felt like he belonged, though school offered some comfort with plenty of friends. He remembers his most beautiful memories of youth. The absolute best times were back in college, constantly teasing his roommates and playing games together all day long. Later, while finishing his degree, he drank too much at graduation and suddenly woke up in this world. Returning to reality, Xu Jingming watches Liu Wenhan babble on. Even after transmigrating here, he is still completely on his own. Still, with an energetic roommate like this, he probably will not be lonely anymore. Liu Wenhan proudly declares that he ranked 11th in Sichuan province, possessing an A-tier spiritual ability at intermediate tier 1, choosing tactics. In the future, I want to command millions of soldiers to wipe out all beasts. Liu Wenhan stands up, saying he needs to go to the martial arts hall, leaving Xu Jingming curious about it. I am going too, and trust me, you do not want to miss what happens when we visit the martial arts hall next. The scene shifts to a modern building with a massive lightning bolt symbol, the Thunder Scenery Martial Hall, a branch of Madao Ability University. Stepping inside, Liu Wenhan freezes. Let's dive into this massive, lively crowd. Inside, students are training hard and flexing their achievements, boasting that they have finally mastered their G-Class Yang Extreme Fire Combat technique. So what if you mastered it? Can you actually pierce my metal skin? You guys are nothing but absolute trash. My armor transformation is the absolute best. I will end up pinning all of you to the wall. An AI drone floats over to explain that this public training hall can easily accommodate up to 300 students practicing at the same exact time. The entire hall is built with CFC memory alloy, so nobody needs to worry about abilities or combat skills destroying the facility. The AI drone continues, of course, if needed. You can choose a private room, but Xu Jingming says they will just stay here for now. Liu Wenhan clenches his fists, totally hyped up, seeing how everyone is showing off their insane power and making such a massive scene. Your hype is pretty big too, fire user. Look over there, that is a top 10 A-class strength-type powerhouse from Sichuan. Xu Jingming points at the massive pillars in the hall, asking the AI what they are actually used for. The AI explains that this is, pay attention here, their punching challenge leaderboard. There are 5 boards matching ability levels 1 through 5. Do you two want to try? Getting into the top 3,000 on the leaderboard gets a 50 credit reward. Xu Jingming is surprised that merely reaching the top 3,000 gets rewarded. Is it really that simple? Liu Wenhan confidently notes that Madao only has around 4,000 students in total. Alright, let me try. The The AI reminds him that he just needs to swipe his student card to start the challenge. But keep in mind you cannot use abilities or combat skills. Lu Van Han steps up and swipes his card anyway. A robotic voice echoes across the entire martial arts hall. Student number 2370126, Lu Van Han is beginning the challenge. Let us applaud. The crowd immediately looks over, noting that someone is actually starting the punch challenge. Haha, looking at his aura, he is just a mid-tier level 1 freshman. This is going to be a hilarious show. Lu Van Han grits his teeth as sweat pours down, cursing the machine for making such a massive scene. With so many eyes on him, he cannot lose face. He lets out a loud roar and punches the pad with all his might. He eagerly checks the score and grins confidently, 476 kilograms. Not bad at all, but trust me, you and I know a brutal reality check is coming. But the AI's cold voice rings out, announcing that his punch is ranked way behind 100,000. Lu Van Han freezes in shock. What, over 100,000? Does Matto not have just 4,000 students? The AI calmly explains that the board tracks every single student over the university's entire 100-year history, not just the active class. Lu Van Han screams, "This is a scam." No wonder everyone was staring at me. They were just waiting for a good laugh. The crowd immediately bursts into laughter, mocking him because even as freshmen, they never scored anywhere near that low. Ha ha ha, look at that kid. His face is bright red. He is definitely a clueless freshman. Xu Jingming pats his shoulder to comfort him, saying physical strength was never his main focus as a mental ability user. Lu Van Han turns around, challenging him back. Humph, thanks for the comfort, but why do you not try it yourself? You will definitely score higher than me. Facing his roommate's obvious attempt to provoke him, Xu Jingming calmly agrees, saying he wanted to test himself anyway. Seeing this, Lu Van Han raises his fist, putting all his hopes on his roommate, and says solemnly, "Do your best. The absolute pride of our dorm room relies entirely on you now." Once again, the robotic voice echoes across the entire hall. Student number 203701204, Xu Jingming, is starting the challenge. Please show your support and applaud. The crowd looks back at the pillar, with some of them whispering in amusement. Another guy is trying. The whispers start again with pure disdain, saying he looks even weaker, probably just a low-tier level 1. Another person agrees, a low-tier level 1? Getting 400 kilograms is going to be a struggle. But amidst the laughter, one person frowns, whispering, "Wait, that name is so familiar. Let us see how he ignores the noisy crowd." Stick with me, we are about to test his raw power. A system interface pops up in his mind. He is upgraded to a Tier 1 ability user, after 5 long days and nights of body tempering using basic nutrients. Current tier, rank 1 low tier. Ability S rank purple heavenly thunder. Physique 391 vitality. Spirit 289 Hz. Plus skills. Advanced spearmanship and the deadly swift wind strike technique. Advanced level body tempering. Undying thunderbody layer 1. Ability points 2234. He clenches his fist. His eyes turn sharp with burning determination. How strong has his punch actually become? It is time to let this next strike reveal the truth. No loud roars, just pure force. Xu Jingming throws a devastatingly clean, straight punch. The air around his knuckles compresses instantly, whipping up swirling white currents of pure pressure. Boom! An earth-shattering blast echoes through the room as his strike unleashes a massive shockwave. It blows back bystanders while the solid ground beneath his feet violently shakes. Still cold and focused, Xu Jingming slowly pulls his fist back. Everyone in the room holds their breath. Now pay attention here. As all eyes lock onto the pillar screen, an unbelievable 4,589 kilograms pops up, instantly shattering the leaderboard. The AI helper's voice chimes in, sounding genuinely shocked this time, announcing an absolute peak-level strike. "Congratulations, you have broken the record!" On the screen, Xu Jingming's name sits proudly at number 1 with a massive strike. Over 4,500 kilograms, completely crushing the old record of 4,321. A dead silence blankets the entire gym before suddenly erupting into absolute chaotic screams of disbelief. "Damn, the record is broken again." A muscular man points with shaking fingers, stuttering out 4,570 kilograms. Is this seriously the kind of power a low-tier level 1 can unleash? Another student screams in pure panic, saying that one single punch would turn them to mush, and they call this guy a freshman? Nearby, 2 girls stare at their phone, whispering in utter disbelief. One of them mentions that the top 1,000 of this leaderboard are all legendary figures who basically led their entire generation. Her friend gasps in shock, wondering how insane this new number 1's future will be. Since the old record stood untouched for over 10 years, She immediately takes out her phone to record this historic moment. Liu Wenhan rushes over like a total whirlwind, his eyes practically glowing as he stares at Xu Jingming like his ultimate idol. Shouting with absolute excitement, he yells that Xu Jingming is officially his hero. He begs to follow him everywhere from now on, promising to go wherever he leads. Xu Jingming just chuckles, telling him not to exaggerate. Looking down at his fist, he realizes the results are even better than expected. The Thunder Tempest Dragon style fits him perfectly. The massive power boost is honestly felt immediately. The AI helper sphere floats over, announcing congratulations to student Xu Jingming for breaking the record, with a reward of 400 credits sent to his account. Intrigued, Jingming asks the sphere if he will earn even more credits if he breaks the record again next time. The sphere replies that credits are only awarded for the first record broken at each specific rank. She suggests challenging different categories for extra points. Hearing this, Xu Jingming looks over at the other pillars, his eyes flashing with excitement. The remaining 4 pillars represent ranks all the way up to Tier 5. He figures he'll just wait until he gets stronger to smash those too. And yeah, we both saw this coming. A group of gorgeous senior girls suddenly surrounds him. A sweet pink-haired senior steps right up to him cooing, "Hey there, Junior. Is this your very first time? Come here, let Big Sister show you how to use the equipment." Others quickly crowd in, eagerly inviting him to join their clubs, because they are desperate for someone as strong as him. Feeling totally overwhelmed by the chaotic crowd, Liu Wenhan quickly grabs Xu Jingming to make a break for it. Deciding it is much safer in the private training rooms, they quickly bolt and escape the eager crowd. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious office, Lu Xishuan reports to Dean Yang, telling him that Junior Xu has already become the hottest topic on the entire school forum. With a record-breaking punch of over 4,500 kilograms, this junior's raw physical power is honestly hard to believe. Dean Yang takes a slow sip of tea, wondering why the kid did not just rest instead of immediately breaking records. He recalls that back when Lu Xishuan was a high-tier level 1, his undying thunder body only hit 3,500 kilograms. This junior is on a whole different level. Trust me, things are about to get crazy. A young man stares angrily at his phone. Suddenly, he roars in fury as raw flames erupt around him, shattering the glass on his table while cursing that Xu Jingming has actually arrived at the magic capital. He clenches his fist, fury burning intensely in his eyes. "That scheme cost me the top scholar title of Jiangnam province, turning me into Ning'an City's biggest laughingstock. This time, we are going to watch him take back what is his." Back in the training room, Xu Jingming sits alone. He feels his body's massive changes after gaining the unyielding lightning body full of energy even after 5 days and nights without rest or food. He takes a small knife, gently scraping his arm. With a gasp of praise, the knife cannot even pierce his skin. This skin of his has defense equal to E-rank alloy. To normal people, this is basically being completely immune to physical harm, right? Truly worthy of an S-rank body tempering technique. Suddenly, Liu Wenhan bursts through the door shouting, "Brother Ming! Brother Ming! The news of you breaking the record exploded on the school forum. Tons of people are posting, wanting to challenge you." Xu Jingming only responds with a calm, "Oh." He stands up to look outside the window, smirking slightly. Wow, Meido's martial arts hall is indeed thriving. Liu Wenhan runs over, holding up his phone in frustration. "Brother Ming, let me trash these fools who do not know their limits." Xu Jingming stops him. "Forget it, do not waste time. I need to head to the combat technique library. Go back to your room first." The scene shifts to a massive modern building bearing a huge sign, "Combat Technique Library." Now watch closely here. As soon as he steps inside, he senses an invisible barrier, golden magic circles appearing as he reaches out. He thinks this legendary library is controlled jointly by the vice principal and the teachers. It seems the rumors are true. With a defense like this, even a 9th-rank martial saint cannot steal the treasures inside. Impressive. Arriving at the entrance, Xu Jingming pulls out his student ID card and places it on the scanner, causing a soft beep to echo. Right away, the magical defensive barrier ripples with golden rings of light before opening up a pathway. He calmly walks right through. Once inside, he is immediately greeted by 3 female librarians dressed in professional uniforms. The woman standing in the middle with stylish glasses offers a professional smile, saying, "S-rank student Xu Jingming, welcome to the Combat Technique Library. Please, how may we assist you today?" Xu Jingming is slightly surprised and asks, "You know who I am?" The librarian politely explains, gesturing with her hand toward him. Students with S-rank authority have the special privilege of viewing any combat technique inside this entire library. The moment you scanned your student card, we received a direct notification. You and I both know what S rank means, limitless potential. She calculates in her head that he will easily become a Grandmaster level Esper. I must befriend him. Realizing this, Xu Jingming gets straight to the point. I am looking for lightning-type techniques. Which floor do I need to visit? The librarian quickly guides him. Techniques below B rank are on floors 1 and 2 in the general area. More valuable ones require the 4th floor reading room. She gracefully gestures with her hand. Please, right this way. Xu Jingming nods in response. All right, thank you, teacher. Up in the 4th floor reading room, a levitating robotic orb floats over to announce, once you select your technique online, we will bring the physical manual directly to you. Because original manuals above B rank are extremely rare, please handle them with utmost care while reading. Xu Jingming commands the floating orb, display all lightning-type combat techniques starting from B rank and above. The orb immediately responds. Right away. Instantly, a series of glowing blue holographic screens appear before his eyes, displaying all the technique details. 2 of them stand out, the SSS rank Myriad Heavenly Lightning Call, using lightning energy as its core to create a devastating thunderstorm domain stretching 80 kilometers wide. Note, this technique is only for Lightning Espers B rank and above, who have reached level 5 or higher. And Wrath of the Thunder God, another SSS rank, summoning divine lightning with unimaginable destructive power. Note, this technique is only for Lightning Espers B rank and above, level 4 or higher. Staring at these ultimate legendary techniques, Xu Jingming is completely blown away. His RSS rank and even SSS rank combat techniques. A top-tier academy's collection is indeed incredible, and he can view all of this completely for free. He quickly regains his composure, thinking realistically. Sadly, training these skills has strict requirements on Esper rank and power levels. For now, he can only learn A rank techniques. He stares at the endless choices before him, feeling a bit of a headache. Attack types, defense types, movement skills, auxiliary techniques. With so many A rank skills, it's a headache, but stick with me to see what epic technique he chooses next. Alright, let's jump right into this story. Smiling, he pulls a paper from his pocket. Thankfully, his teacher already wrote down a list of recommendations, which is going to save him tons of time. Holding the list, he compares it with the virtual screens and quickly points out the perfect options. After careful consideration, Xu Jingming points to 4 virtual screens and makes his final decision, choosing these 4 skills. The 4 selected Class A combat skills are Lightning Spear, which gathers lightning to throw at enemies, and Continuous Lightning Lance, a Class A skill that repeatedly stabs vital points with electrical energy. With every strike, lightning builds up inside the enemy, exploding violently once the skill ends. Next is Lightning Flash, a Class A movement skill, and Lightning Prison, which condenses lightning to trap enemies, locking them down. Now check out his brilliant tactical analysis. Lightning Spear is ranged. Continuous Lightning Lance is a heavy attack, Lightning Flash handles movement, and Lightning Prison controls the battlefield. By combining these 4 skills with his indestructible lightning body, he will literally have absolutely 0 weaknesses for enemies to exploit. The assistant orb advises him, noting that he has selected 4 Class A combat skills, and the average study time to reach beginner level is at least 6 months each. It suggests he mix them with lower level skills. But Xu Jingming shakes his head and firmly rejects the advice, saying this is more than enough. Right after, the female librarian brings over a thick stack of books, places them on the table, and calls him Junior Brother Xu. Xu Jingming stares at the 4 manuals, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Normally, Class B combat skills cost millions on the market, while Class A skills are completely priceless and impossible to buy. Getting 4 of them at once is an absolute dream. As he gently opens one, a mysterious aura immediately drifts out. He marvels at the profound artistic conception, realizing why Class A skills can only be learned from the original books. This mystical feeling is something a copy can never replicate. Time slowly ticks away, and by 7:20 in the evening, Xu Jingming is still focused, flipping through the pages. By 9:10, sweat starts dripping from his forehead as he struggles to comprehend the complex knowledge. Finally, as the clock nears 11, he reaches the very last page. He leans back in his chair, letting out a sigh of relief. Finally done. Now watch closely as he opens his system to level up. System notifications flash. Consuming 200 energy points, Lightning Spear is upgraded to beginner level. Another 200 points for Continuous Lightning Lance, and another 200 to get Lightning Flash to beginner level. Spending 200 more points, Lightning Prison reaches beginner level. A brand new status panel appears before his eyes, updating his skills under his name Xu Jingming. Level Tier 1 Low Grade. Ability Purple Heaven Divine Thunder S Grade. Physique 391. Spirit 289. Combat Skill Spear Technique Advanced. Lightning Spear Beginner. Continuous Lightning Lance Beginner. Lightning Flash Beginner. Lightning Prism Beginner. Lightning Gale Strike Advanced. Next tier. Indestructible Lightning Body First tier. Energy points 1,434. Clenching his fists, he feels raw, incredible power surging through his veins, wondering which lucky soul will be the very first to taste the destructive force of this new combo. Soon night falls, casting a silvery moonlight over the quiet student dorms. The moment he returns to his room, Liu Wanhao rushes over with news. The assistant just announced that the freshman ceremony starts tomorrow at 9 a.m. in Stadium 1. There is also a massive group chat for everyone, so you should join. Xu Jingming nods in agreement. Watching him scroll through his phone, Liu Wanhao asks curiously, "So tell me, brother, what tier of skills did you pick?" 4 Class A combat skills. Liu Wanhao's eyes widen as his jaw drops in pure shock. Class A skills? And 4 of them? Mastering all that would normally take until junior year. Staring at him with absolute admiration, he mutters that his brother truly never follows the ordinary path. He keeps guessing, reasoning that to access Class A skills, his brother must have Class A authority. Turning around, Xu Jingming calmly corrects him. Not Class A, but S grade. Hearing this, Liu Wanhao leaps off the sofa, screaming in disbelief. Does our school even have authority higher than Class A? How do you even get S grade? He suddenly freezes as a shocking realization flashes across his mind. Could it be? Is your rumored E-grade ability a lie? Let's find out. Let's dive into this wild story. Xu Jingming smiles at his shocked roommate, revealing his S-grade ability. He adds, "Looks like your little information network has one more massive secret to track now." Liu Wanhan lets out an excited scream, yelling, "Wow, wow, wow, wow." He knew his friend had some high clearance, but he never expected S-grade. Even the top scorers from other provinces only reach A-grade. He gives a massive thumbs up. Grinning from ear to ear, he realizes teaming up was the best choice. From today on, he is officially Xu Jingming's first loyal fan. The scene shifts to the training room on the second floor. Xu Jingming sits there, holding a simple training spear in his hand. He thinks to himself, "Now that I have combat techniques, my gear needs to match. My old F-grade dark obsidian spear is broken, and I did not even bring it along. Besides, even if it were not broken, it could never handle my current power level." He calls out to his artificial intelligence assistant, Yinu, "Open the school shop and search for spears." Yinu responds instantly, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, dozens of spear images flash right before his eyes. From F-grade to E-grade and D-grade, there are countless options with customizable length and weight. Watch closely here. He scrolls through and notices that the higher the grade, and the heavier the weight, the pricier it gets. "I will go with this E-grade 210 kilogram spear, plus E-grade armor and boots." Xu Jingming stares directly at his phone screen, waiting for the transaction to complete. Suddenly, a notification pops up. E-grade spear, combat armor, and boots purchased. Total cost 237 credits, leaving him with 382.6 credits. Purchase successful. Your weapons and armor will be delivered tomorrow morning. Please prepare to receive them. He sighs quietly, realizing school credits disappear so fast. Almost half of his savings are gone already. He stands up, grabs his simple training spear and gives it a light swing, unleashing a sharp, whistling sound through the air. Staring at the weapon with pure excitement, he smiles and says, "Until my new gear arrives, I am relying on you, old friend. Tonight, let us practice the 4 new A-grade combat skills I just unlocked." Time passes quickly. The next day, at the freshman assembly, the massive hall is packed as new students slowly gather together. The moment Xu Jingming steps through the door, he instantly becomes the absolute center of attention. Whispers break out all over the room. "Look, that is Xu Jingming. He is the one who broke the school record yesterday. He was also the top scorer of Jiangnan province. His strength is unreal." One girl holds her cheeks, her eyes sparkling, saying she expected a muscle-bound brute, but he is actually incredibly handsome. Suddenly pay attention because a massive figure blocks Xu Jingming's path, demanding in a provocative tone, "Xu Jingming, I Leiju challenge you to a fight." The crowd recognizes him immediately. "Look, that is the martial arts runner-up of Jiangnan province." Leiju scored over 9,300 points. Another student whispers, "I heard he comes from an elite family, and both his parents are level 4 awakened users." Leiju stands there with a glaring look, thinking bitterly that nobody ever remembers second place, and he hates it. Xu Jingming casts a totally indifferent glance at him, replying coldly, "Sorry, but I have zero interest." Leiju smirks, stepping closer. His voice drops, turning dark and threatening. Do not reject me so quickly. I recall your aunt runs a rare herb business, right? Hearing this, Xu Jingming's expression subtly shifts. Leiju leans into his ear, his voice turning malicious as his hand lightly brushes Xu Jingming's chin. What a coincidence. My family happens to be her biggest supplier, and she currently owes us a massive debt. If she does not pay up on time, your aunt might face some serious trouble. Xu Jingming's eyes turn ice cold as an invisible, heavy aura begins radiating from his body. He growls out, word by word, "Are you threatening me?" The overwhelming pressure forces Leiju to take a step back, feeling like he is facing a ferocious beast. Breaking into a cold sweat, he panics, wondering how on earth this guy could release such a monstrous aura. He quickly waves his hands, trying to stay calm. No, it is not a threat, just a friendly reminder. Xu Jingming pulls back his aura, staring straight into his eyes, and speaks coldly. Name the time and place. Seeing him agree, Leiju regains his confidence. Noon 7 days from now at Arena number 3. Xu Jingming turns around and leaves, tossing back a final warning. Fine, I will be there. Do not regret this. The surrounding crowd erupts. First place versus second place. In 7 days, we are getting a legendary showdown. You and I definitely need to show up early to grab the best seats. Up on the stage, an elderly professor speaks into the microphone. Welcome to all students joining Motto Awakened University. Alright, you and I are jumping into a wild new academy story, where this freshman assembly is not just a boring ceremony, but the start of a brutal system. Instead, the speaker highlights the most important thing here: the school's combat ranking board. Students will step into a virtual simulation pod to battle through intense stages, with their final rank decided by how many levels they clear. So give it your all, because the rewards waiting for you are absolutely massive. As a female teacher takes the podium after the speech, the students below erupt into excited chatter. Our main character, Xu Jingming, lets out a tired yawn, relieved that this hour-long assembly is finally over. That virtual simulation pod sounds pretty interesting, and he definitely wants to try it out soon. But for the next few days, his priority is finding Senior Liao and his advisor to start his daily training. Cut to the training grounds, where Senior Liao guides Jingming as he practices with a wooden spear. Vibrant purple lightning crackles around his body as he sits cross-legged, focusing his energy to make the lightning bolts grow even stronger. Watch closely. 7 days later, Senior Liao wipes his sweat, looking at Jingming in total shock. Junior brother, you already broke through to mid-tier level 1? How is that possible? Jingming just shrugs it off as luck. He laughs internally, knowing he actually held back for days. He only spent 386 energy points to make the jump, and if he had not waited, it would have scared Senior Liao half to death. Patting his shoulder, Liao suddenly remembers that Jingming has a scheduled duel with another talented freshman today. With a knowing grin, the senior leans in close and says it is time to go. I am already praying for your poor opponent. Let us go together, because I want to see just how terrifying my junior brother is at full power. Over at Arena number 3, the stands are packed, buzzing with hype. Students whisper that with the freshman tournament a month away, this is the perfect chance to test the top scorer. I looked up his files, and Jingming only got the top spot by gaming the exam system. My money is on the current arena master. Do not count him out yet, he just shattered the school's physical punching record. But please, since when does raw physical strength beat magic? I know what you are thinking, but in an ability user fight, powers rule. Suddenly cheers erupt, because our boy Jingming has finally arrived. Draped in a long, flowing robe, Jingming walks onto the stage alongside Liao, radiating an overwhelming pressure. Watching his junior brother step forward with absolute confidence, Liao stands back with folded arms. Clicking his tongue in pride, he mutters about how many upperclassmen and younger girls this handsome junior brother of his is going to charm once he succeeds. Across the ring, the arena master narrows his eyes, immediately sensing the heavy, suffocating aura radiating from Jingming. He knows the kid is strong, but luckily he came prepared. Standing tall, the arena master points his finger directly at Jingming, shouting out a provocative challenge. Simply fighting is too boring, so let us make a bet. I am putting up all my credits, do you dare? Jingming does not hesitate, replying coolly that he has 370. The arena master smirks, admitting he is short on credits but will cover the rest with cash instead. To make sure nobody backs out, he suggests transferring everything to Teacher Chu, nodding toward the female instructor refereeing by the stage. That is Teacher Chu, an elite level 6 mid-tier healing specialist who commands massive respect in this school. Jingming pulls out his phone, quickly realizing something important. Real combat is highly lethal, so having a healer nearby makes perfect sense. He taps his screen and agrees without hesitation. With the transfer complete, the challenger turns to the crowd, waving his arms and hyping up the audience. A duel worth 3.7 million is absolutely insane, and the crowd is screaming in pure excitement. Teacher Chu steps up and solemnly announces that the stakes are secured, ordering both fighters to get ready. Looking at both of them, her voice rings out clear as she lays down the strict rules of engagement. Once someone surrenders or goes unconscious, the fight is over. No cheap shots allowed. Jingming just smirks, his eyes locking onto his target. They stand face to face. Jingming has his signature purple spear resting on his back, while the arena master grips a massive heavy sword. The challenger grins back, brimming with absolute confidence. He points his sword at Jingming's face, roaring as fire erupts. "Trust me, you and I cannot miss this clash. Xu Jingming, you stole my glory. Today I am taking it back." Let's watch as a burning aura explodes across the arena. The front row spectators can literally feel the scorching heat, gasping in pure shock, as expected of a terrifying level of fire ability. Even from this far away, it feels like they are being roasted alive. Lei Ju channels raw energy into his blade and charges, slashing a massive wave of fire straight at Xu Jingming. Clang! Xu Jingming effortlessly raises his spear to block. The flames die out, leaving only purple lightning dancing on his weapon. Everyone in the crowd, including Coach Chu Yun, is stunned. Mouths hang open. He blocked that massive attack without using a single skill. Someone yells, "Oh my god, a basic block stopped an ultimate." Lei Ju cannot believe his eyes. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he growls, "How is this possible?" Xu Jingming looks down at him with cold contempt, saying calmly, "Nothing is impossible, you are simply way too weak." With that, he strikes. His spear crackles with violent streaks of purple lightning as he thrusts his spear forward at absolutely blinding speed. Lei Ju only manages to catch a glimpse of a purple flash before feeling an unstoppable, overwhelming power. Boom! The spearhead slams violently into Lei's chest, sending purple lightning rippling through his body, shattering his fire shield and launching him backward through the air. Lei Ju crashes onto the stage, bloody and completely knocked out. The stadium goes dead silent, then erupts. Now pay attention here, is this really how it ends? Xu Jingming only used 2 quick strikes. Didn't everyone say Lei Ju was supposed to be the stronger one? So how did he get destroyed in the blink of an eye? Most freshmen here would have been vaporized by that blazing slash. It is clear that Xu Jingming's power has completely left every other rookie in the dust. Standing below, Liu Shushuan shakes her head in sheer disappointment, finding the whole thing incredibly boring. He could not even force out 1/10 of her junior brother's true power. Coach Chu Yun steps onto the ring, looking at the unconscious Lei Zhu, preparing to announce the winner. But then, suddenly Lei Ju struggles to stand, his voice shaking with stubborn rage. "Coach, I have not given up. This match is not over yet." He trembles as he pulls a blood-red pill from his pocket. Chu Yun instantly recognizes it, screaming in absolute horror, "The blood-burst pill! Are you insane? This is just a school match. You do not need to risk your life." The crowd recognizes the forbidden pill, and the arena erupts into chaos. Oh my god, he is actually using the blood-burst pill. While it grants a massive temporary power boost, the backlash from taking it is incredibly severe. It will leave him bedridden for 1 or 2 months. Let's think about this. Is a school match really worth ruining his entire future? It is not worth it at all. Ignoring the coach's warning, Lei Ju grits his teeth, his voice trembling but completely determined. "No, it does not matter. I will take full responsibility for the consequences." He stares wildly at the pill in his palm, his eyes flashing with madness as he gambles everything. "If I lose, I lose." His desperate move immediately sparks anger in the crowd. A spectator stands up and yells, "This is shameless. How can he use pills? This is no different from cheating on an exam." Another spectator loudly agrees. "Exactly, that is a total foul." Coach Chu Yun turns back, explaining calmly as Lei Ju swallows the pill without a single second of hesitation. His eyes instantly burn bright red. This is an unofficial duel with absolutely no strict rules holding them back. Think of it like an open book test. Weapons, armor, and medicine are all completely fair game here. If Xu Jingming has medicine on him, he is allowed to swallow it too. Suddenly, Lei Ju unleashes an earth-shattering roar as intense wild flames erupt all over his body, causing his power level to skyrocket at a dizzying rate. This high-grade pill instantly forces Lei Ju's strength up to level 2 low tier, putting Xu Jingming in serious danger. But contrary to everyone's expectations, our hero does not flinch at all. Instead, the purple lightning around him crackles with even more excitement as his fighting spirit burns brighter. The girl gasps in shock again, seeing how his battle spirit only intensifies. This calm, fearless attitude belongs to a true champion. Xu Jingming tightens his grip on his spear as purple lightning dances wildly across his hands. He smirks, thinking to himself that this finally feels like a real fight instead of just bullying a child. Boom! He stomps his foot hard, cracking the arena floor as purple lightning spreads across the ground like a web. Instantly, he unleashes his lightning flash technique, transforming into a streak of purple light that charges forward at an absolute blinding speed. Leiju gasps in utter terror. Trust me, you do not want to miss what happens next. Get ready, because you and I are about to watch a lightning spear clash with a flaming greatsword, triggering a massive, deafening shockwave. Even with his bloodburst pill upgrade, Leiju is pushed back repeatedly. His hands shake violently against Xu Jingming's terrifying raw strength. He drops to one knee, panting heavily in sheer disbelief. Even at level 2 power, he still cannot match Xu Jingming in a direct test of raw strength. What kind of monster is this guy? Knowing strength is useless, Leiju immediately switches tactics. He leaps backward, shouting, if head-on combat fails, he will just fight from a distance. Flame bullets erupt, flying straight at Xu Jingming, but he just calmly spins his spear, easily shattering the incoming fireballs into nothing. He stares back with a mocking smirk. Is this really all you have? Leiju breaks into a cold sweat, desperately calculating. What kind of lightning ability is this? Is he completely impossible to hit? But he cannot get close to me right now either. If I wait for his energy to drain, I still have a chance. But Xu Jingming is not about to give him that opportunity. Channeling his power, he hurls his weapon. A spear made of pure lightning surges forward. Right after that, Xu Jingming triggers his lightning flash, vanishing instantly only to reappear in a completely different spot. Watch closely now. He dodges the counterattack perfectly, while Leiju screams in pain as the lightning spear grazes his shoulder. In utter panic, he realizes the truth. This guy has long-range attacks too. Before he can recover, he looks up in horror. What combat skill is this? Standing far away, Xu Jingming coldly declares lightning prison. Leiju is tightly bound, struggling desperately but completely in vain. He grits his teeth in anger at the crowd control skill. In a desperate move, he unleashes all his energy, forming a massive fire barrier around his body. He roars in defiance, since I can't break out, you will not get in either. Let's see who can stall longer. Xu Jingming stares at the blazing shield, completely unfazed by it. A decent defense indeed. Let's see how many spear strikes it can actually withstand. Leaping high into the air, he charges his spear with massive lightning energy before unleashing his ultimate move, consecutive lightning strikes. From his weapon, countless lightning spears rain down on the fire shield like a devastating purple meteor shower. You and I can feel the sheer panic here. Watching this destruction, Leiju feels death staring right at him. He panics completely, realizing that a single direct hit will absolutely end his life. Before the lightning storm can strike, he screams with all his might, I surrender. The main spear tip stops just millimeters from his forehead, the sheer pressure making his hair stand on end. Xu Jingming instantly absorbs all the lightning back. Leiju collapses to the floor, trembling violently, completely pale with fear. Xu Jingming calmly retracts his spear, standing tall. The referee raises her hand and proudly declares Xu Jingming the winner. The crowd falls silent before erupting into cheers over this absolute one-sided slaughter. In just 4.5 seconds, he unleashed 4 different combat skills consecutively. This is completely absurd. The transitions between his skills are so flawless, it is definitely not something a freshman should be capable of. Another student chimes in, analyzing that all of Xu Jingming's combat skills are highly lethal, with each one feeling like a powerful C-rank peak technique. The person next to him nods in agreement. 4 C-rank peak skills. Unbelievable, my best skill is only C-rank common. Below them, Liu Shushuan gently shakes his head, muttering under his breath. C-rank peak? You guys are seriously underestimating my junior brother. Those are actually A-rank skills. What is truly insane is that he can already use them all in actual combat. He looks back on his own past with a complicated expression. Back then, I only dared to choose a single A-rank skill. Even so, it took me 4 long months to master it, he sighs softly. Having a junior brother like him is just too much pressure. Once the match finishes, Leiju struggles to his feet and slowly approaches Xu Jingming. Bowing his head, his voice carries genuine respect and deep gratitude. Xu Jingming, thank you for sparing my life. I am completely and utterly defeated this time. The points and the great Xia money are yours. I will make sure my aunt pays her share on time too. The referee steps forward, professionally announcing that 50 academic credits and 3.2 million Great Xia currency have been transferred. Xu Jingming nods, but honestly, you and I know his journey has only just begun. Alright, you and I are about to watch how fast bets pay off. Just as Xu Jingming is leaving the arena, his platinum-haired classmate, Lu Van Han, shouts excitedly from the stands, saying that brother Ming was too awesome and is basically a millionaire now. He asks if they should head downtown to Meido tonight to relax. Xu Jingming hesitates, turning back to reject him, saying he still has to train with his senior brother later. Unexpectedly, senior brother Liao advises him to go, saying that balancing stress and relaxation is key. Patting his shoulder, he adds that after training for so long, he really deserves a little break. With his senior brother's blessing, Xu Jingming happily agrees to go along with the plan. Standing behind them, Liu Van Han suddenly recognizes the senior, stammering in shock about his A-grade lightning ability, Yu Kusu, the vice president of the Battle Society. Liu Van Han leaps down from the stands, chasing after Xu Jingming with pure admiration, saying the man looks way cooler in person than in pictures. Liu Van Han happily throws an arm around his shoulder, locking in the plan, saying tonight is set and brother Ming just needs to show up while he handles the rest. Xu Jingming feels a bit curious, turning to ask what this program is. Liu Van Han turns around, pointing at Xu Jingming with a sly grin and gleaming eyes, revealing a college event you and I know is unmissable, a male and female dorm social. That evening at a luxury restaurant, a table packed with mouth-watering dishes is already set, featuring golden roast chicken, pizza, fresh bread, salads, and drinks. Holding a plate of food, Liu Van Han proudly tells Xu Jingming that his reputation has absolutely exploded around the campus. He posted a social invite on the school forum, asking him to guess how many signed up. Xu Jingming just stares back in silence, highly skeptical, while Liu Van Han keeps bragging, gesturing wildly as he says it is over 100 people, and selecting just one group made his head spin. Xu Jingming takes a sip of his drink, smiling as he notes how enthusiastic his friend is about this. Choosing 1 out of 100, let's see which lucky girls he actually ended up picking. Liu Van Han giggles mischievously, saying it is a secret but they will meet them very soon. Just then, Liu Van Han looks toward the door and waves frantically, shouting that they are finally here, calling them over. A girl wearing glasses with neatly braided brown hair and a pale yellow dress steps inside, happily waving as she greets them, introducing herself as Chi Donga, who was invited tonight. Right beside her is another girl with long black hair, wearing a white crop top and denim shorts. She also introduces herself in a friendly tone as her roommate Song Chuyan. Liu Van Han stands up, eagerly telling Xu Jingming that Qidong has an A-grade beast enhancement ability, and Song Chuyan is a high Tier 1 genius, who also topped the Sichuan province. Xu Jingming politely stands up as well, introducing himself with a warm smile, pleased to meet them. Hearing his name, Song Chuyan looks slightly taken aback, repeating it as she realizes who he is. Her eyes immediately light up with competitive interest, staring straight at Xu Jingming to ask if he wants to spar. She lets him choose the time and place, prompting Chi Donghae to quickly pull her back. Stopping her, Chi Dong sighs that she is such a battle maniac, picking a fight the second they meet instead of socializing. Xu Jingming laughs it off, saying it was just a misunderstanding, as he thought he was here to learn from others. He quickly invites them to sit down to ease the awkward tension, assuring everyone it is totally fine. Exactly. They are here to have fun tonight, so they should eat first before checking out the commercial street. After finishing their meal, the group strolls through the bustling center of Mado. Song Chuyan looks up at the towering skyscrapers glowing with neon lights, gasping at how prosperous it looks. Passing by a boutique clothing store, Chi Donghae squeals about how stylish and beautiful a displayed outfit is. The shop also displays high-level weapons like A-grade battle gear. Xu Jingming spots several luxury stores showing off premium battle armor, weapons, and elixirs, thoroughly impressed. It is truly a top commercial hub with a far better selection of gears and potions than what is available back in his hometown. The four of them enjoy local street food in a completely relaxed and happy atmosphere, before the girls drag them along to shop for clothes. Seeing Chi Dong carrying a heavy shopping bag, Xu Jingming thoughtfully steps forward to offer his help. Taking the bag from her hand, he follows quietly behind, and trust me, watching these two girls browse jewelry is a sweet sight. Alright, you and I are jumping into this story as Xu Jingming and Liu Van Han lug heavy bags, shocked that they just blew millions in a single evening. Liu Van Han whispers right next to him that Song Chuyan looks so simple, but she is actually a majorly wealthy heiress. As Xu Jingming looks on confused, Liu Van Han explains that she is not just loaded, but her family background is insanely powerful too. And the shopping spree is not over yet, as Bidong calls out to them from another store. Asking the two gentlemen to carry one last bag, while Song Chuyun stands nearby looking completely exhausted, muttering that it is finally time to head back. At last our boys walk the girls back to their dorms. Stopping at the path leading to the building, Song Chuyun smiles and says they can stop right here. She thanks them for a really fun day while Xu Jingming smiles, waves, and says it was nothing, goodbye. Luan Han enthusiastically waves goodbye to them as well. But wait, pay close attention here, because as the girls turn to walk away, she suddenly stops, her face shadowed but her voice incredibly serious. Xu Jingming, everything I told you before is absolutely true. And one day I will definitely challenge you to a fight. Hearing her determined declaration catches Xu Jingming a bit off guard. But he quickly regains his composure, a confident and highly anticipating smile spreading across his lips. Saying no problem, he is looking forward to it. Seeing his smirk, she smiles back and walks away. Once they are out of the boys' sight, Bidong nudges her friend playfully with a smirk. She teases that she has never seen Song Chuyun treat any guy this nicely since they started school. Yet she is so different with Xu Jingming. Her friend is proud of making them hang out. Song Chuyun crosses her arms, explaining seriously that her demigod-level ability, Eye of Insight, allows her to perceive things very keenly. She can easily see through any dirty, impure thoughts that guys have when they look at her, showing dark silhouettes surrounding her with... She continues. Her gaze drifts into the distance, softening, but she notes that Xu Jingming is different, looking at her with pure admiration and zero hidden motives. In short, he is very special. Stick with me here, because hearing this, Tat Dongha smiles knowingly, teasing that our Miss Tong has officially caught feelings. Meanwhile, on their way back, Liu Wenhan stretches out comfortably, sighing that heading out for a walk every now and then is not a bad idea at all. Walking beside him, Xu Jingming quietly agrees. He cannot help but smile as the image of Tong Qian flashes in his mind. Tong Chuyun is rank 1 high tier, huh? Seems like I still need to work a lot harder. 15 days later, inside the training room, Xu Jingming sits cross-legged as crackling lightning energy surges all around him. His eyes snap open, sharp and focused. Watch closely as he prepares to level up again, calling out, "Deep Blue, add points." Immediately, a massive wave of energy erupts violently from his body. The system panel flashes, deducting 456 ability points as his rank rises from mid-tier to high tier. At the same time, another power is upgraded, consuming 354 points from his Thunder Ash Undying Body Tier 1, upgrading it to Tier 2. Exhaling deeply, he feels a massive change inside his body, realizing that this level up has greatly boosted his overall strength. This second tier specifically targets his bones and muscles for intense physical reinforcement. Now I know what you're thinking, but he flips open a book titled Extreme Lightning Mode. Reading that, if he breaks through the third tier, he can unlock a special state. This mode pushes his strength and speed to their absolute limits for a short time. Xu Jingming glances at his status panel, showing his name and rank at level 1 high tier. S tier Purple Dawn Divine Thunder and physique at 520. His spirit is 421, with advanced spear and fist skills. With 62 ability points left, he mutters that he cannot wait to unlock Extreme Lightning Mode. The only problem? His ability points are completely dry. But trust me, he is already planning to head into the wilderness and hunt wild beasts for a massive refill. Just then, trust me, you and I will love his master's shocked face as he shouts, "Kang Min, did you break through again?" Hua King Min stands up, calmly replying that he was just about to report his breakthrough from last night. You and I are diving into a wild breakthrough as the master stares in shock, learning his student's immortal thunder body just reached level 2. In his mind, he knows that breaking through ranks and body tempering are both incredibly difficult achievements. Yet Jingming talks about it like it is nothing. With an S-rank ability and this level of hard work, his future is truly limitless. Liao Shushuan standing beside them chimes in, "I told you so. My junior brother is a total monster. Back then, it took me over half a year just to climb from level 1 mid to high rank." The master looks at Xu Jingming with complete satisfaction and suggests leveling up is indeed crucial, but real combat is just as vital. Spar with your senior brother Liao Shushuan, so I can see exactly how strong your new powers are. Xu Jingming immediately agrees, saying, "Yes, master." At the training grounds, Liao Shushuan says, "Junior brother, I will suppress my power to level 2 low rank, so attack me with everything." Watch closely as their master counts down and both take their stances. 3, 2, 1, begin. As the countdown ends, blue and purple energy clash with a deafening blast that shakes the area. Xu Jingming channels his power, his spear erupting with purple lightning, as he thrusts straight at Liao Shushuan, who is busy defending himself with a dense wall of green energy. Feeling the massive impact of the attack, Liao Shushuan is shocked, realizing his junior brother has enough strength to match him blow for blow now. Xu Jingming is equally thrilled, his eyes burning with a fierce fighting spirit he has not felt since gaining the system. This is his very first time facing an equal opponent. Taking a quick step back, he gathers raw lightning in his palm, preparing to unleash his devastating skill, Thunder Prison. A massive sphere of crackling lightning erupts, launching straight toward his senior brother. Without hesitating at all, he immediately unleashes one of his most powerful signature moves, the continuous lightning spears. His senior brother merely smirks, his eyes flashing with absolute confidence. Impressive, that is the combo that defeated the top freshman. Too bad I am not like him, he roars, channeling his full strength to activate his signature technique, Jade Void Suppressing Thunder. A blast of jade green lightning erupts, easily shattering the spear barrage. 20 minutes later, the intense sparring match finally ends. Xu Jingming is panting heavily, drenched in sweat and leaning on his spear just to stay standing. He speaks with a breathless voice. "Senior brother, my lightning energy is completely drained, I lose." His senior brother walks over, pats his shoulder, and says, "Your skills did not lose, you only fell short in raw energy capacity." Their master approaches them with an extremely pleased expression, saying, "Not bad at all, that was truly an outstanding match. Jingming's performance today has honestly completely exceeded all my expectations. I thought Liao Shushuan would win easily, but you two were evenly matched, only deciding the victor through a battle of attrition." Liao Shushuan looks at him with admiration, asking a question you and I are probably wondering. "Do you know your current rank?" Xu Jingming asks in confusion. "What rank is that?" Liao Shushuan proudly declares Invincible Level 2. Those words leave Xu Jingming completely stunned, unable to believe his ears. Their master then speaks up, "All right. The combat training is over, so take a break," as a servant brings out a plate of strange-looking fruit. This is the pure spirit fruit, which can wash away exhaustion and is perfect to eat after training. Taking this chance, Xu Jingming tells his mentor, "Master, there is something I must ask." The master replies, "Go ahead." With a resolute look, Xu Jingming reveals his decision, saying, "I plan to leave school and head into the wilderness." Surprised, his master questions, "Heading into the wilderness? How long do you intend to stay there?" Xu Jingming answers, "About a month. I will return before the freshman tournament." The master frowns. "That long?" With a serious face, he warns him, "The wilderness is not like the exam hall. There are no troops protecting you. Ferocious beasts roam freely there, and they are completely unpredictable, meaning a single mistake could lead you to a high-tier monster. Not to mention, you want to stay for over a month, so the danger in there goes without saying." Yet, after pondering for a moment, he smiles and pats his student's shoulder. "All right, if you want to go, then go. Just remember, if things look bad, flee immediately. The rise of any powerful martial artist requires surviving life-or-death crises. Since you have that drive, I will not stop you." Xu Jingming bows with deep gratitude, saying, "Thank you, master." The master then asks, "By the way, which wilderness are you planning to visit?" He hands him a spirit fruit, "And you and I will gladly follow Jingming," as he answers, "The dangerous outskirts of Yuanshui City." Let's jump in as his master sighs with relief, glad everything is okay. Right next to the Modu Wilderness, the beasts there only reach tier 4 or 5, making it relatively safe. I will have Liao Ming share some of his experience with you soon. Xu Jingming nods in agreement. His master continues, saying that since he cannot help out there, he might as well prepare a real weapon for him instead. With that, his ring glows brightly as he raises his hand. Grabbing Xu Jingming's hand, he places a brand new, powerful spear directly into his palm. "What is this?" Xu Jingming stares at the incredible weapon in shock. Back in his dorm, Xu Jingming places the new spear on his bed next to his fully packed, ready-to-go tactical backpack. Sitting at his desk, he orders his personal AI assistant, Eva, to open the Academy's official quest system. As a holographic screen blazes to life, he recalls the advice his seniors gave about leaving the school's gates. It is always best to secure enough credits before heading out. He scrolls through the list, finding tasks for gathering rare herbs and hunting beast parts. Some involve catching outlaws, while others are combat campaigns. Mission 1 is collecting 30 fanged tiger whiskers. The reward is 60 credits for this C-rank quest. Mission 2 requires gathering 30 mature spiritual herbs. This C-rank task pays out 43 credits. Mission 3 is a Southwest combat campaign requiring intermediate Tier 3 rank, rewarding a massive 600 Academy credits. Then there's Mission 4, helping the Modu Security Bureau track down and arrest a fugitive. Now pay attention, this 200 credit A-rank quest makes him frown. Every single task with high credit rewards demands brutal, life-or-death combat, basically pushing young academy rookies straight into a meat grinder. But that is the ruthless training style of the Modu Academy. Swiping the holographic screen, he realizes why they say the most elite students of Modu Academy are never found on campus. They are always out surviving in the wild. Without hesitation, he accepts this A-rank mission and 3 other B-rank quests. Quests accepted, he slings his heavy backpack over his shoulder. The preparations are complete and there is no time to waste. It is departure time. The AI system wishes him good luck. Soon, the scene shifts to a vast mountain range with a massive futuristic facility sitting at the base. The sign reads Primordial City Supply Base. Inside, the entire place is an incredibly bustling hub. It is filled with loud merchants and mercenary squads recruiting new members. Shouts echo all around, looking for re-ranked teams, selling healing potions, and offering high-risk expedition spots. Clutching his brand-new spear, Xu Jingming steps confidently into the crowded supply base. Look at this bustling base with me. He has finally arrived at the legendary Primordial City base. He makes his way into a luxurious lobby packed with battle-hardened veterans. A gorgeous female receptionist wearing a red dress approaches him with a professional bow, politely asking how she can assist him today. Xu Jingming hands over his student ID card, stating that he wants to register as an adventurer. He knows that to enter the wilderness, registering for a nationally certified adventurer license is an absolute must. Taking the card, she is visibly shocked to see he is from Modu Academy, noting how incredibly rare it is for a Tier 1 rookie to brave the wilderness. Since the registration takes a bit of time, she politely asks him to wait. Finding a nearby chair, he sits down to wait patiently. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupts as everyone in the lobby turns their heads toward the entrance, whispering in excitement. Wow, look, it is the goddess Jiang Chushuan. She is absolutely breathtaking. She definitely lives up to the reputation of a Modu elite with that powerful aura. Wearing stylish sunglasses, the platinum-haired goddess struts in, flanked by bodyguards and her own cameraman. A flashy introduction card pops up. Jiang Chushuan, a second-year student at Modu Supernatural Academy. The crowd keeps gossiping, guessing she is here to film more video content. Even though her team does all the heavy lifting, the quality is so high that everyone watches it. I heard Goddess Jiang has tens of millions of online followers. Is that true? Way more. It is 15 million. If she were my girlfriend, I would trade 10 years of my life. Xu Jingming glances over at Jiang Chushuan, silently noting that her stunning looks can actually rival those of Song Chuyun. Just then, the receptionist returns to hand him his official adventurer card and a sleek satellite smartwatch, explaining that this advanced device comes with the entire map of the wilderness pre-installed. It highlights every dangerous zone and marks down the exact locations where lethal beasts are active. With his registration fully sorted, he packs his new gear and turns to leave. Trust me, you and I are about to watch his epic wilderness journey unfold. Alright, let's dive into this wild scene where a shady guy in a worn-out coat suddenly approaches our hero laughing. He strikes up a conversation, asking if it is his first time in the wilderness, saying pills are a must-have. He offers to sell him some. Xu Jingming stares back with sharp evaluating eyes, calmly asking for the price. The shady merchant thinks he found an easy target, and eagerly pitches his goods, a Tier 1 healing pill for 20,000 and a detox pill for 15,000. Tier 2 is better but costs 40 and 30,000. With an indifferent look, Xu Jingming just replies, "Oh really? That is actually pretty cheap." Hearing this, the merchant grins widely. He beats his chest, bragging that his pills are famous for being cheap and highly effective. But internally, Xu Jingming calmly analyzes the offer. Even Tier 1 pills usually cost 30 to 40,000. This low price is too good to be true, meaning something is definitely wrong. This guy is clearly a scammer who specifically targets clueless newcomers to rip them off. As the scammer asks how many he wants, Xu Jingming looks him dead in the eyes, smirking as he asks how many rookies he has tricked. Watch closely here, face instantly turns dark with pure angry rage. Pointing directly at Xu Jingming, he accuses him of deliberately messing with him. Our main character just calmly responds, "What do you think?" Gritting his teeth, his face twists into a savage sneer. "Fine, very good. You are the first one brave enough to mess with me in this supply base." But right as things boil over, a familiar voice rings out. It is the short-haired girl who had warned Xu Jingming earlier. Wang Shen points directly at the scammer and shouts, "Zhao Chunlin, you are tricking rookies again." Hearing his name called out, the scammer looks highly annoyed. He glares back at Wang Qian before turning his angry gaze towards Xu Jingming. He spits out, "Fine, consider yourself lucky today, kid." But before stomping off, he turns back to deliver a final warning with murderous eyes. telling our hero that he better not leave the supply base or he will regret it. Once Zhao Chunlin is gone, onlookers start whispering about how this unfortunate newcomer is officially doomed now that he is marked. Of all people, why did he have to provoke Zhao Chunlin? Exactly, they say he already reached Tier 2 mid-rank. How can a mere Tier 1 high-rank rookie ever hope to stand against him? Wang Qian walks over, anxiously telling Xu Jingming that Zhao Chunlin is incredibly petty. He holds a grudge, so stay inside. Xu Jingming thanks her but asks the question we are all thinking, does no one control him? Wang Qian shakes her head, explaining that he has underworld backing, so nobody dares to stop him. If you need supplies, just buy them from the official counter, and remember, do not leave this base. Watching Wang Qian and her friends walk away, Xu Jingming smiles to himself, thinking she is genuinely a kind-hearted person. Completely brushing off the villain's threats, he turns around to prepare for his upcoming journey, deciding to first buy all the necessary supplies he will need for this month. Healing pills, detox pills, and blood-bursting pills. There are still quite a few things left to buy. He heads over to the official trading counter of the base, where a spherical robot is waiting to assist customers. After purchasing all the necessary items he needs, Xu Jingming carefully packs everything into his backpack. Despite the stern warnings, he boldly walks out of the supply base's main gate alone. Sure enough, Zhao Chunlin and his group of thugs are already waiting outside. Crossing his arms, he sneers, "So you really did not believe my warning, did you? I told you not to leave the supply base, yet you dared to step out. You clearly do not respect my name at all." Xu Jingming stops, calmly facing the gang with a slight smile on his face as he asks, "So what do you want?" That calm smile makes Zhao Chunlin explode with rage. His face twists in anger as he growls, "You made me look like a fool back there. So I am going to break both of your legs and put you in a wheelchair for life. Only then will my anger be satisfied." From a distance, Wang Qian and her friend witness this tense confrontation unfolding. Wang Qian panics, exclaiming that she explicitly warned him not to leave, wondering why he would not just listen. She tries to rush over to help, but her companion holds her back, advising her to let him learn a hard lesson for being so arrogant and ignoring their warnings. Zhao Chunlin begins to channel his energy, causing the thick muscles on his arms to swell up massively. He laughs smugly on his arms, slowly transforms into a polished metallic sheen. If he cannot even teach a clueless newcomer a lesson, how could he ever show his face around here again? With my C-rank metal skin and advanced battle suit. So, what do you and I think? Is our hero about to shatter his defense? Alright, let us jump right in as Zhao Chunlin lays down his final demand, demanding $1 million compensation. And then crawl and kneel in front of me. But before he can finish, Xu Jingming loses all patience. Crackles of purple lightning erupt around him as he snaps, "Shut up," causing Zhao Chunlin's face to freeze in pure shock. In an instant, Xu Jingming turns into a blur, charging through the air with mind-blowing speed. A devastating kick wrapped in crackling purple lightning slams directly into Zhao Chunlin's face before he can even react. Boom! The terrifying impact sends Zhao Chunlin flying backward like a broken kite, coughing up a fountain of fresh blood mid-air. His body crashes violently into the ground, carving out a deep crater and sending debris and thick dust flying everywhere. Wang Qian and the other onlookers standing further away gasp in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend the insane scene that just unfolded right before them. Xu Jingming calmly brushes off his hands and walks away. He leaves Zhao Chunlin lying motionless in a pool of blood among the ruins, while the stunned crowd finally snaps out of it and begins whispering in disbelief. "One's absolutely insane. How did he even do that? I could not even see his movement. Haha, Zhao Chunlin definitely kicked a steel plate this time. And here I was actually worrying about that guy, who knew his combat power would be so overwhelmingly strong." Now pay attention here. Wang Qian is still completely speechless, turning to her squad captain to ask how he did it. With a dead serious look, the captain replies that his single kick completely shattered Zhao Chunlin's entire pelvis. Even if he somehow survives this, he will be a useless cripple bound to a wheelchair forever. The squad captain continues analyzing with a look of pure admiration, saying he is definitely from Motto Academy. He is unbelievably strong and incredibly ruthless. Wang Qian asks in surprise, "A student from Motto Academy? Captain, how can you tell?" The captain explains that he has only seen that custom combat suit worn by students of Motto Academy, which was exclusively researched and manufactured by their gear division. An exciting idea suddenly hits Wang Qian. Only a prestigious school like theirs could ever train such an absolute monster of a fighter. What if we recruit him into our squad? We are still missing a heavy attacker, are we not? Another girl in the squad immediately objects Qian. Did we not agree when we started that our team would be strictly girls only? A blonde teammate playfully hugs the blushing Wang Chen, teasing her with a little laugh. Qian, do you have a crush on him? Although that guy is extremely handsome, so I actually do not mind having him join our team at all. Wang Chen can only stay silent, blushing with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming arrives at the edge checkpoint of the base, presenting his adventurer badge right in front of the scanner. A cold electronic voice says, "Adventurer identity successfully verified. You are cleared to enter the wild zone." As the massive gates slide open, you and I are about to watch him officially enter the gloomy, monster-infested primeval wilderness, where danger lurks in every single corner. He cautiously scans his surroundings when, suddenly, a piercing screech echoes through the dense canopy. Xu Jingming looks up as a panicked flock of birds scatters from a ruined building in the distance. He thinks to himself that this cry is a territorial warning from at least a Tier 4 beast, but his targets for today are completely different. He pulls up a three-dimensional map on his smartwatch, carefully planning out his strategy. The wilderness is divided into two primary areas, the Qingzhen ruins and the vast mountain forest. The beasts at the ruins are slightly weaker, making it the perfect spot to harvest ability points. Looking closely at the map, Pingan Town up ahead seems like a great start. It is mostly filled with Tier 2 beasts, barely any Tier 1s and no Tier 3s or 4s. Plus, the ruins are huge, packing at least 500 to 600 ferocious beasts. With his target locked, Xu Jingming immediately accelerates, vanishing into a blur as he charges forward, whispering that he is coming for Pingan Town. The moment his foot touches the ruined streets of the town, a dark shadow leaps out from the alley, attacking him with insane speed. Xu Jingming calmly turns around, recognizing the creature immediately, a Tier 2 shadow cat. It looks like easy ability points are delivering themselves. He clenches his fists as purple lightning begins to spark. Lately, the negative influence of the Thunder Tyrant Dragon has left him craving a release, and the urge is only growing stronger by the second. An incredibly sinister and thrilled grin slowly spreads across his lips. His eyes burn with purple electrical energy, and this time he does not have to hold back. Sensing the overwhelming, terrifying, murderous intent, the shadow cat halts in its tracks, its eyes filled with absolute paralyzing fear. And that is where we leave things, as a month later another adventuring squad patrols the eerily quiet streets of Pingan Town. Let's jump into the mystery here. A squad member asks the captain what's wrong with Pingan Town, since they've wandered all day without finding one monster. The tall, bald captain snaps back, asking how on earth he's supposed to know. This place should have at least 500 to 600 beasts. Even if a massive pack migrated, they couldn't have cleared out so completely. Suddenly, a giant razor-toothed tiger leaps out from a ruined building, letting out a terrifying, earth-shaking roar. Startling the entire squad, they quickly draw their weapons, looking both incredibly tense and highly thrilled. It is a razor-toothed tiger. Finally, we found one after all this time. Let's move in and kill it. But before they can even take a step, a purple lightning spear shoots from out of nowhere, tearing through the air with terrifying speed. The lightning spear pierces straight through the giant tiger, unleashing a devastating explosion of raw energy. The monster doesn't even have time to screech before the destructive purple lightning vaporizes it completely. Two squad members stare at the empty space, totally dumbfounded, asking if that was some kind of high-tech laser weapon. Shaking his head in utter shock, the captain explains that even laser weapons do not move that fast. This is definitely some high-tier lightning combat technique. The bald captain's face turns pale with fear as he quickly acts. He orders an immediate retreat, saying a powerhouse has claimed the town. Pay attention here, because that single strike was a clear warning. The squad does not hesitate for a single second, immediately turning around and running away. One member gasps as they run, saying it makes sense why the town was empty, as that lightning master probably wiped them all out. Another shivers, muttering that the power of that thunder spear was so terrifying his legs are still shaking right now. The captain snaps at them to stop talking nonsense and hurry up, warning that angering such a powerhouse is big trouble. High up on a rooftop, Xu Jingming coldly lowers his hand as a virtual system screen pops up before him. It shows he defeated a level 2 low-tier razor-toothed tiger, gaining 19 energy points. He thinks with satisfaction that his lightning spear has finally reached advanced mastery, boosting his absolute range to over 1,000 meters. Not bad at all. Checking his status panel, he reviews his jaw-dropping progress over the past month, pulling in over 8,000 energy points to rise from Tier 1 high grade to Tier 2 high grade, with his Thunder Undying body hitting level 3. The detailed status screen lists his name as Xu Jingming, ranking at Tier 2 high grade with abilities including S-rank Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Physique at 1,310 and Spirit at 972 points. His skills show Master Spear Technique, Mid-Level Boxing, Advanced Lightning Dash and Chain Lightning Spear techniques, plus Mid-Level Chain Spear, Advanced Lightning Flash, Mid-Tier Lightning Prison and Advanced Lightning Storm. Finally, his Level 3 Thunder Undying body, leaving him with 112 energy points. Let's pause for a second. With so many A-rank skills mastered, who else but him could ever achieve this? Xu Jingming stands up and looks over the town he has completely swept clean, satisfied that his work here is done. He decides to pack up, head back to the supply base tomorrow, and then venture even deeper into the wilderness. The next day back at the supply base, he walks in carrying a tactical backpack stuffed to an insane size. The hunters nearby stare in shock before starting to tease him, laughing and asking what is going on. They joke about his backpack growing legs, asking if he actually dragged a massive one-horned rhino back with him. Xu Jingming simply ignores their teasing, glad that he spent extra money on a reinforced heavy-duty tactical backpack. Otherwise, over 400 kilograms of heavy monster materials would have torn it apart. He walks in and drops the heavy bag before the clerk. She flashes a professional smile, asking him what monster materials he wants to sell today. Suggesting he weigh it first, her smile freezes as Xu Jingming unzips his pack and dumps his massive loot onto the floor. A mountain of high-grade beast materials piles up right before her eyes. The clerk drops her jaw in pure shock, stammering that this is way too much loot. He calmly tells her it is over 400 kilograms of Tier 2 monster materials, asking for a price. Her eyes light up at the sight of rare tiger tendons, razor teeth, and rhino horns, all top-tier materials. Realizing she cannot handle this mountain of work alone, she nervously asks him to wait. She politely asks him to wait just a moment, explaining that she must call her team to help catalog everything. She quickly contacts the purchasing department, and soon a very sharply dressed manager in a nice suit arrives with 2 beautiful female assistants, greeting our hero with a highly professional smile. "I am the lead manager. Let's see what happens next." Let's jump in as Zhao Yi politely shakes hands with Xu Jingming. Staring at the massive pile of loot, Zhao Yi cannot hide his admiration, praising how such a young man could hunt down so many fierce beasts on his own. It truly is an eye-opening sight, and I will have my team catalog these materials immediately. Would you care to sit with me for a moment as staff deploy flying robots to scan and appraise the value of each material before Zhao Yi sits opposite Xu Jingming to offer him a sleek gold card? This is our supply-based platinum membership card, giving you a 5% discount on any purchase, so please accept it. The base must build a strong relationship with such a young high-tier level 2 awakened user. Xu Jingming accepts the card, thanking Manager Zhao just as a female staff member approaches to report. "Sir, the inventory is complete, with 89 items from high-tier level 2 beasts. Now pay attention here, because hearing about 107 mid-tier and 221 low-tier items completely shocks Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi makes an offer, pricing these beast materials at nearly 25 million. Let's round it up to a clean 25 million. How does that sound? Xu Jingming nods, pleased with the generous roundup, thanking the manager once again. Instantly, Xu Jingming's phone buzzes with a notification from his bank account ending in 7043, confirming a deposit of 25 million, bringing his balance to 29,134,000, and looking at the screen he laughs joyfully at his massive sudden wealth. With the deal done, Xu Jingming stands to leave, as Zhao Yi hands over his business card, saying they should meet again soon. "Here is my card, let me treat you to tea when you have time." As Xu Jingming walks away, Zhao Yi watches him with a deep sense of admiration, believing this young man's future is limitless, right before the phone in his pocket suddenly rings. Answering with a touch of impatience, he asks Zhao Shunlin what could possibly be so urgent. On the other end, Zhao Shunlin's hateful voice growls, reporting that the punk who ruined him is back at the supply base. "You absolutely have to get revenge for me." You and I can sense Zhao Yi's complete indifference as he asks how to handle this weak level 1 kid, while Zhao Shunlin sits covered in bandages. Screaming from his wheelchair, he demands they deploy the Huki squad to make his target wish he were dead. Zhao Yi hesitates for a moment before agreeing to lend him the deadly Huki squad, warning him that after this their debts are completely cleared, to which Zhao Shunlin gladly agrees, promising to leave Primitive City right after the job is done. Hanging up, Zhao Yi feels a sudden wave of unease, wondering if something is wrong. Could he just be overthinking this? After all, the Huki squad is an elite level 2 team, so dealing with one level 1 kid should be easy. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming is walking down the street when he suddenly lets out a loud sneeze, rubbing his nose in confusion at the strange feeling. Could someone be bad-mouthing him? Meanwhile, in a luxurious office, Zhao Yi is calling the chief manager Wang Yan to make a report, reporting that he just discovered an impressive awakened user named Xu Jingming, who single-handedly brought back more valuable loot than a dozen ordinary squads combined. On the other end of the line, base chief Wang Yan sits at his computer, preparing to search for his files. As the database loads, Wang Yan's eyes suddenly flash with sheer disbelief at what he sees. He instantly barks orders back, explaining that this Xu Jingming is of vital importance and demanding that he be notified the very second the young man returns. Zhao Yi quickly agrees and hangs up, breaking into a cold sweat as he wonders how this mysterious kid could get the chief so worked up. He must have a massive background, and luckily I didn't offend him. Wang Yan stares at his screen, muttering that he never expected another disciple of Yang Zhentian to arrive here. A high-tier level 2 monster with talent surpassing Lu Ming, he is someone they absolutely cannot afford to offend. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming wanders through the base market, stopping to look at a high-tech shop selling spatial storage gear. But a tiny spatial ring costs over 10 million with storage only the size of a suitcase, making it insanely expensive. Watching the crowd, you can see how badly he wants to buy one. Spatial storage is incredibly convenient, but he wonders how massive of a ring he would need to fit his signature spear. You and I are jumping right back into the action as his phone rings. It is Lu Vanhan calling to ask, "Brother Min, when are you coming back to school?" Xu Jingming replies, "Maybe in half a month." Is there something wrong? But as he chats, he has no idea that down a narrow alleyway, a shady group of people is secretly watching his every move. Leading them is Zhao Chunlin, who is currently confined to a wheelchair, surrounded by the notorious Huki squad. Covered in bandages, Zhao Chunlin barks orders to the squad, his voice absolutely dripping with pure hatred. "Your target is that guy. Break his arms and legs, then drag him right back to me." The blonde squad captain coldly responds, "Got it." Meanwhile, Xu Jingming is still completely distracted, chatting away with Lu Vanhan, totally unaware that a member of the Huki squad has already snuck up right behind him. On the other end, Lu Vanhan explains that during his month away, a cocky new student enrolled. Xu Jingming mutters a reply but suddenly senses danger. He stops dead in his tracks, startling the stalker behind him. He asks into the phone, "What is it?" then quickly reassures him, "It is nothing." "Keep talking," he says, his eyes instantly turning sharp as he scans his surroundings. Around the corner, the Huki captain signals his team, "Get ready, the target just walked into the alley." He turns to the platinum-haired girl Ha Xian, ordering her to scan the target. Ha Xian simply nods, understood. Another male teammate scoffs, "Captain, I do not mean to complain, but you are being way too cautious here. He is just a rank 1 high-tier kid. What kind of trouble could he possibly cause?" Meanwhile, Ha Xian activates her mental perception, but suddenly gasps in sheer terror. How is this possible? The captain instantly notices the panic in her voice. He spins around to ask, "What is it? Is something wrong?" Ha Xian says with a grim expression, "Let me share the feed, see for yourselves." Immediately, a spiritual eye manifests on the foreheads of all 3 members. With mental perception, the stronger a person is, the more intense their aura glows. Through their spiritual vision, they see their own auras are just tiny flickering blue sparks, while Xu Jingming's aura? Pay attention, because it is a massive, terrifying pillar of purple energy. One teammate panics, "How is this possible? This aura is several times stronger than even my own rank 2 high-tier power. An expert of this caliber could wipe out our entire squad with a single hand." The captain angrily realizes they have been set up. Gritting his teeth, he roars, "That bastard Zhao Chunlin set us up to die. The intel is completely wrong. Call off the mission. Let us go settle the score with Zhao Chunlin." Meanwhile, Xu Jingming senses the lurking presence suddenly vanish. He feels a bit confused. Why did they suddenly run away? Connecting the dots, his gaze instantly turns ice cold. At this base, the only enemy he has is that bastard Zhao Chunlin. The sore loser must have hired them for revenge. A leopard never changes its spots. What a scoundrel. Next time we meet, I will definitely teach him a much harsher lesson. Now check this out. The Huki squad captain storms back like a hurricane and lands a devastating punch right onto Zhao Chunlin's waiting face. Zhao Chunlin gets blasted right out of his wheelchair, crashing onto the ground. Dazed and confused, he stammers, "What is happening? Why are you hitting me?" The captain grabs him by the collar, roaring in pure rage, "Your garbage intel almost got my entire team killed." High tier weakling, he is rank 2. High tier. Clutching his swollen cheek, a stunned Zhao Chunlin stammers. Rank 2 high tier? No way! It has barely been a month. Shoving him away, the captain coldly says, I do not care what your excuse is. This mission is over as of right now. We will explain the situation to Supervisor Zhao ourselves. Later, inside Supervisor Zhao's office, the Huki squad leader enters. Zhao Yi asks, back so soon? Did you take care of him already? The captain replies, no, the mission is cancelled. A surprised Zhao Yi listens as the captain explains that Zhao Chunlin's intel was completely wrong. Our target is actually rank 2 high tier. But what is even worse is that, according to Ha Xian, his actual combat strength is at least rank 3, so we decided to abort. Hearing this, Zhao Yi slams the desk in anger. A rank 2 high tier with combat power rivaling a rank 3? What was Zhao Chunlin thinking? Is that kind of monster someone he can mess with? Suddenly pausing, he realizes something and frantically asks, rank 2 high tier? Wait, what is his name? Trust me, you do not want to miss what comes next. Trust me, you are going to want to see this. The captain says the attacker is about 1.9 meters tall, with a muscular build and a long spear on his back. Hearing this, Chief Yi turns pale as a ghost, breaking out in cold sweat. He stammers out, it is over, I am finished. Could that person be? Meanwhile, in the office of Chief Director Wang Yan, he is reviewing documents when he gets an urgent call. After hearing the report, he flies into a furious rage, smashing his desk phone, shouting, how dare you order an assassination on Xu Jingming? On the other end, Chief Yi quickly stammers out an explanation. Director Wang, he is just a peak 2 kid, why are you so incredibly angry? Wang Yan roars back, you absolute blind fool. This is Xu Jingming's profile, see for yourself. Now watch closely as a virtual screen appears in front of Chief Yi. Chief Yi reads the details, trembling with fear. He is the top scorer of Jiangnan Province, a Motto Academy freshman 18 years old, peak tier 2. He has never heard of such a genius. At most, he should only be at beginner tier 2. The Weaponry Academy Dean Yang Zhenchen is his personal mentor. Wang Yan warns in a highly threatening voice, we are in massive trouble now. Now, do you understand? For a Grandmaster level figure like him, even if he flattens our entire base, the state would not say a single word. Chief Yi is terrified to his very core. He bows deeply, shaking as he speaks. I understand, I absolutely will not let this cause any trouble for our base. Wang Yan commands his men to bring them in, and 2 guards drag Zhao Chunlin, who is beaten black and blue, inside. Zhao Chunlin kneels flat on the floor, his face covered in blood, begging, please, I know I was wrong, spare me. Chief Yi looks at him with eyes as cold as ice, grabbing him tightly by the hair. It seems a simple beating is not enough to resolve this. The guilty must face execution. If you want to blame anyone, blame yourself for hitting a steel wall this time. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoes through the room as Chief Yi strikes ruthlessly, spraying fresh blood everywhere. He turns around, looking at Chief Director Wang Yan with an inquiring expression. Director, what do you think? Wang Yan replies coldly, you do not actually believe this is enough, do you? Chief Yi is deeply troubled, stammering, Director, but Wang Yan stares back at him with eyes sharp as knives. Speak. I could overlook all the shady deals you have done at this base over the years, but this time you messed up way too hard. Wang Yan turns around, his authoritative voice echoing across the entire room. Everyone involved in this must be severely punished, not just you, but the entire strike squad as well. This absolutely cannot leak. You and I know he cannot risk offending such a powerful person ever again. Chief Yi can only cry out in sheer despair, Director Wang. Later at the main gate of the base, Wang Yan leads a group of high-ranking directors, waiting solemnly as if expecting a very important figure. The surrounding crowd of adventurers begins whispering, is that guy standing at the very front the chief director of the base, Wang Yan? Except for Chief Yi of the purchasing department, all the other directors from various departments are fully present here. Wow, with a lineup like this, some legendary figure must be arriving soon. Standing right in the middle of the crowd, Wang Chen and her squad mates are watching too. One teammate spots someone and says, Qian, is not that the young man from Motto Academy we met earlier? Wang Chen gasps in surprise, what, where is he? Xu Jingming is just walking back from the wilderness, feeling a bit confused as the crowd and all the top leaders stare directly at him. Wang Yan steps forward quickly, bowing deeply with ultimate respect as he speaks in a humble tone. Student Xu, you have finally returned. I am the chief director of this entire base, Wang Yan. This shocking sight leaves Wang Chen and her teammates completely speechless. Wow, the directors came out just for him. His identity is definitely much more than just a simple Motto student. Wang Yan goes on to clearly explain the situation regarding Zhao Chunlin's offense against him. Our base takes full responsibility for this incident, and we have already brought him to justice. His accomplices have also been arrested, and they will spend the rest of their lives behind bars. To show our sincerity, we have specially prepared an apology gift for you." Xu Jingming observes Wang Yan's highly decisive attitude, thinking to himself, he is truly worthy of being the chief director, a truly ruthless man dealing with his own subordinates so cleanly and quickly. A beautiful female assistant steps forward carrying a red velvet box in her hands. Wang Yan introduces, "This is our base's highest premium platinum membership card, and your future stays with us will be entirely free of charge. Any purchases you make will also receive our maximum discount of 20% off." Another assistant opens an exquisite jewelry box, revealing a sparkling ring. "Trust me, you and I must see what happens next." Alright, let's jump right into the moment. Our main character, Jingming, is left completely stunned when Wang Yan hands him a highly valuable 1 cubic meter spatial ring as a formal apology. 1 cubic meter. He takes the ring, unable to hide his excitement. A ring this size costs at least 50 million Daxia coins on the market. Wang Yan is clearly showing some serious sincerity here. "Since Director Wang is being so generous, I will gladly accept." Wang Yan smiles, noting that as Master Yang's student, Jingming is incredibly straightforward and decisive. "By the way, your senior brother Liu Ming also trained at this primal base years ago," Wang Yan adds, and Jingming nods in acknowledgement. "Oh, is that so?" The two continue chatting as Jingming is escorted into a highly luxurious room. Standing by the window and looking out at the sprawling scenery, Jingming feels deeply satisfied. This top-tier room unlocked with his black gold card is amazing, easily surpassing his luxurious academy dorm. After a solid month of grueling training, he can finally relax for a day. Wang Yan escorts him out, telling him to reach out directly if any other issues arise. "In this primal city, my word still carries a decent amount of weight," the director claims. Staring at the ring on his finger, Jingming marvels at the sheer power of having strong backing. Any ordinary high-tier level 2 genius would absolutely never receive this kind of elite royal treatment. Sitting down, he begins binding the ring. Since spatial rings require a mental imprint to activate, his spiritual force, which is currently at an incredible 972 Hz, will be key. This is far higher than the usual 600 or 700 of typical high-tier level 2 espers, so this should be easy. Now watch closely as he focuses his mind and finishes instantly. The ring is successfully bound, and he eagerly tests it out. It works. Now he can retrieve items with just a single thought and store things simply by touching them. Aside from being unable to hold living things, this tool is incredibly convenient. Suddenly, his phone vibrates with an incoming call from his master. "Hello, master." "Yes, I just left the wilderness." "That is correct. Actually, there is something important I need to report to you." Upon hearing the details, his master is absolutely furious, snorting in anger. "To think they actually dared send assassins after you. Giving you a spatial ring is getting off easy. If anything had happened, I would have completely flattened their entire supply base." He then asks, "By the way, you said that high-tier level 2 elite squad tracked you all the way into the alley? Why did they ultimately back off?" Jingming says they likely realized he is already high-tier level 2, ruining their plans. Trust me, his master is so utterly shocked he nearly drops his phone right then. "What, you? You have already reached high-tier level 2? But you have only been training out in the wilderness for a single month." Jingming calmly replies, "Yes, I just broke through a few days ago." His master bursts into a hearty, roaring laugh. "Haha, truly worthy of being the student of my great self, Yang Zhentian. Your cultivation speed is even faster than mine back then. When are you returning? I will personally host a grand celebration for you." Jingming answers that he will return before school starts, as he plans to spend his remaining time exploring the high-level zones. "With my high-level mastery of Lightning Flash, Tier 4 beasts definitely won't be able to catch me. Even if I encounter a Tier 5 beast, I can use a bloodburst pill to escape. Exploring a bit to test my luck and expand my horizons is a good idea." His master feels extremely pleased upon hearing this. "Good boy, I can hear a massive amount of confidence in your voice. But remember to remain cautious." Jingming respectfully agrees. Elsewhere, an assistant notices Yang Zhentian laughing heartily and comments that it has been a very long time since they saw the master this happy. In response, he just bursts into another roaring laugh. "Ha ha ha." The assistant continues, speaking with a tone full of pride about Jingming. This student not only has outstanding training results, but his combat skills are thoroughly tested, and his breakthrough speed is completely unheard of. They say life and death crises catalyze the strong, but when applied to Jingming, it really feels like he is using a cheat code. Meanwhile, in a distant location, Jingming has entered the wilderness, specifically a dense mountain forest. The wind rustles softly through the heavy canopy. He listens closely as the distant roars of ferocious beasts echo through the air. He silently reflects that with monster roars echoing everywhere, the beast resources in this forest region are far richer than those in the city ruins. Suddenly, he senses the menacing presence of a nearby enemy. His body instantly shoots forward like a flying arrow. Flash! The long spear in his hand crackles with purple lightning as the raw power of lightning flash unleashes. Dashing forward at breakneck speed, he leaves a trail of afterimages among the trees, causing the wind to howl fiercely. With a deafening roar, a massive wolf with silver-gray fur and glowing eyes bursts forth from the thick bushes. Get ready, because this is the Gale Terror Wolf. Alright, let's dive into this wild journey as Xu Jingming steps back to analyze, knowing that level 3 beasts usually possess special awakened abilities similar to high-level espers. The Gale Direwolf is a wind attribute beast, judging by the raw power of that wind blade. It must be mid-tier level 3. Just as he prepares his final strike, wondering how many ability points he will get, a voice shouts from afar, "Look, there is a Gale Direwolf." A group suddenly appears, led by a stunning woman with long platinum blonde hair. One team member notes that the Gale energy radiating around this wolf is incredibly strong. It is definitely mid-tier level 3, perfect video footage for her. The captain barks an order, telling them to follow standard protocol and block the beast's retreat path first. Seeing this, Xu Jingming frowns. Everyone here except Jiang Chushuan is level 3. They want to steal his kill. He quickly recalls the unwritten rule of this wild wilderness. Out here, monsters belong strictly to the first person who finds them. Violating this is an open provocation. But suddenly, the woman named Jiang Chushuan voices her strong objection. "Captain Wang, I told you before, I do not like stealing others' prey just to shoot my video content. Understand?" The captain chuckles, trying to persuade her. "Miss Jiang, do not put it so harshly. This is not stealing, we are just being helpful." Watch closely as a rookie faces a level 3 beast, saved by a goddess at the last second. That will bring crazy online traffic. But Jiang Chushuan frowns, firmly stating she does not want any fake stage setups. Besides, this young guy looks completely calm. He clearly does not need help. Hearing her words, Xu Jingming thinks to himself, this woman is decent. Realizing he cannot persuade her, the captain sighs. Miss Jiang pays the bills, so we do what she says. Then he mutters in irritation, "What a total buzzkill." Finally, he waves to signal his team. "Since you are not happy, let us move on and find another mutated beast." "Let us go." Watching them leave, Xu Jingming quietly notes that this Jiang Chushuan actually has a decent personality. A top influencer with tens of millions of followers indeed has some class. However, he recalls the captain's expression just now, realizing that man had a deeply sinister look in his eyes. It seems she does not have solid control over her mercenary squad. Oh well, that is none of his business. The second they disappear, the Gale Direwolf instantly lunges straight at Xu Jingming. He merely sneers at its attempt. "I know what you are thinking. This wolf was cowardly when those level 3 experts were near, but now it attacks." He effortlessly dodges the blow, feeling slightly annoyed. Truly a beast that looks down on humans, completely underestimating him. Allowing no second chance, Xu Jingming channels raw energy into his spear, roaring Gale Lightning Burst, as a massive lightning strike crashes down on the beast's head. The wolf collapses instantly as a system notification flashes inside his mind. Defeated a mid-tier level 3 Gale Direwolf. Ability points plus 34. Xu Jingming smiles with satisfaction. Earning over 30 points for a level 3 beast is pretty good. After completely clearing out the minions, Xu Jingming locks his sharp gaze onto the wounded leader, speaking in a freezing tone. "Let me finally grant you a swift, painless death." Time flies, and 7 days later, deep inside another dense, overgrown forest, a pack of vicious, violent apes roars in sheer anger, when suddenly a blinding flash of purple light streaks toward them. The destructive purple energy rips violently through the air, heading straight for the pack before detonating with a massive boom. An earth-shattering explosion erupts as the alpha ape takes a direct hit, its giant body completely enveloped in crackling purple light. It throws its head back, howling in pure agony. The heavily wounded alpha staggers and collapses, barely clinging to life. Xu Jingming steps down from above, commenting with utter calm. "To think a single lightning spear did not instantly kill you. You truly deserve to be the leader of these violent apes." He smirks, purple sparks crackling. With murderous eyes, he declares the rest of the pack can stop screaming, as he will reunite them all in death. With that, he charges into the pack, his body moving like a destructive storm of lightning. His spear swings rapidly as fresh blood and crackling purple lightning blend together, creating a breathtaking dance of death. In an instant the battle is over. Xu Jingming stands tall, leaning on his spear, surrounded by a mountain of dead apes. Smiling in satisfaction, a glowing status panel suddenly pops up right in front of it. He thinks over 3,000 ability points should be enough to unlock that S-rank combat skill he has been eagerly waiting for. Suddenly, a device on his spear beeps and flashes, and trust me, you and I know a distress signal means big trouble is ahead. At that exact moment, elsewhere in the forest, Jiang Chuswan is desperately running for her life, wind howling in her ears. Let's dive right in as a massive dragon-like beast roars and chases her down. Meet the terrifying Thunderland Dragon. Kwang So-tuin runs in absolute despair, her team wiped out by a Tier 4 beast and now this low Tier 3 monster. This is bad. The dragon closing in, its sheer ferocity dragging her deeper into pure helpless despair. Any beast with dragon in its name is always extremely brutal and ruthless. They are insanely hard to defeat, and as a mid-Tier 2, even a bloodburst pill won't help her now. Clinging to one final thread of hope, she prays another squad of ability users spotted her SOS signal and comes to help. But suddenly the dense forest clears, opening up into a completely flat, empty meadow. Her face goes completely pale with terror. She is done for. With absolutely no trees to hide behind, she is a sitting duck. Right on cue, the giant beast closes the gap, its massive shadow swallowing her whole. She despairs, realizing there is absolutely no getting away this time. Watch closely. The beast opens its massive jaw, unleashing a devastating wave of destruction. But at the absolute last second, a purple bolt of lightning crashes down, completely blocking the deadly blast. As the dust clears, a familiar figure appears, standing defiantly in front of her with a crackling lightning spear. Kwang So-tuin looks up, completely shocked to see him. Seeing Hua Chunmin standing his ground, Kwang So-tuin panics and screams for him to run. This is a low Tier 3 Thunderland Dragon. You cannot win this. Yet Hua Chunmin does not budge, his unwavering eyes leaving her completely speechless. Wait, what is he doing? Frustrated and deeply worried, she screams internally, why on earth won't he just listen to her advice? If she has to die, fine, but she won't let an innocent bystander get dragged down. Decisively, she turns back to charge the monster, yelling to him. Get out of here now, I will hold it back. The massive Thunderland Dragon lets out a deafening roar, its colossal shadow enveloping their small figures. Kwang So clenches her fists, bracing for a desperate fight. Right at that moment, Hua Chunmin steps out in front of her, his entire body exploding with violent purple lightning. The surging energy gathers at his spear tip, forming a colossal pillar of pure lightning. The raw power is so insane it literally warps the air around them. You and I can see her purple eyes go wide, completely stunned by this majestic, terrifying display. Boom! The lightning spear is unleashed with absolutely blinding speed, piercing straight into the dragon's skull as the destructive electric force detonates, blowing its head to absolute pieces, shattering bone and sending fresh blood spraying everywhere. Its colossal body crashes to the ground, triggering a small earthquake while sparks of purple lightning slowly fade in the dust, blown back by the massive shockwave. Kwang So-tuin falls to the ground, completely shell-shocked as she stammers. The Thunderland Dragon was just one shot? Staring at Hua Chunmin's calm back, her heart is still pounding in sheer shock. This kind of power is just terrifying. That sonic boom she heard earlier was definitely no illusion. But wait, isn't he supposed to be just a high Tier 2? A system notification pops up in Hua Chunmin's mind. Defeated a low Tier 3 Thunderland Dragon, 36 ability points gained. He thinks to himself, as expected of a dragon-type beast, the points are even higher than a normal high Tier 3. He turns to see her still sitting on the ground and asks if she's okay. Blushing slightly, she stammers out a reply. Yes, I am fine, just a little weak in the knees. Thank you so much for saving my life. Hua Chunmin smiles, reaching out his hand. He says it was no big deal. Anyone else would have done the same. Kwang So-tuin hesitantly places her hand in his. As he pulls her up, she looks at him with pure admiration, saying she highly doubts that. I am Kwang So-tuin. I cannot thank you enough. If you ever need anything, just order me to do it. He replies, I am Hua Chunmin. No need for orders, but if you could give me a signed photo, that would be great. He is thinking of his buddy Lu Vanthao, a massive fanboy who has been desperately wishing for her autograph for ages. Kwang So-tuin gasps in surprise at the request before speaking up. She doesn't have any photos on her but promises to give him one once they are back at base. Of course he nods. Her gaze lands on his weapon. Is that the Dark Cloud Gale Spear? Are you also from the Manhwa Ability University? Hua Chunmin is surprised, explaining it was a gift from his teacher. You actually know this weapon? She happily explains yes, for a Tier 1 user this spear we will find out. Let's jump in as she explains that for Tier 2 it is too heavy, but it is famous among Tier 3 fighters. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a sophomore Class 3, Ice Department of the Elemental Academy. Hello, Senior. She thought to herself that she had never heard his name at school, because this senior is so extremely low-key. Hearing her call him Senior, Xu Jingming thought, Senior? Makes sense since normal students from Modu University usually need to be third-year juniors to reach high Tier 2. Oh well, seeing how much she admires him, he decides not to rain on her parade. He just smiles back warmly. Hello, Junior. Seeing this, Jiang Chushuan admires him even more. This senior is incredibly strong. This Earth Dragon is only a low Tier 3 beast, but it can match ordinary high Tier 3 monsters. Yet you just killed it instantly, Senior. As Xu Jingming prepares to leave, Jiang Chushuan quickly calls out, Senior, are you leaving already? He nods and says yes. Jiang Chushuan looks a bit embarrassed as she nervously asks, Senior, well... Senior, is it okay if I tag along with you for a bit? I got separated from my guards, and I cannot survive alone. Xu Jingming thinks for a moment before agreeing. Sure, I can take you to the city ruins, and you can head back from there. Jiang Chushuan beams with absolute joy. Thank you so much, Senior. Along the way, she suddenly points back. Don't blink here, because she asks him if they should explore that Earth Dragon's cave. There might be some amazing treasures inside. Otherwise, that Earth Dragon would not have chased me all the way out here. Xu Jingming nods and agrees to check it out. As they walk, Jiang Chushuan curiously asks him, Senior, which academy are you in? Xu Jingming answers simply the Weapons Academy. She excitedly continues, I know your academy has a famous guy named Yang Zhentian nicknamed Yama Yang. Apparently he is incredibly fierce. Xu Jingming calmly replies, that is my mentor. Hearing this, Jiang Chuan instantly freezes in shock, her face turning bright red as she quickly apologizes. Oh, I'm so sorry I misspoke. After dealing with the Earth Dragon, Xu Jingming looks at Jiang Chushuan, unable to help but wonder in his heart. With sweat dripping from his forehead, doesn't Jiang Chushuan's popular livestream always portray her as a cold, aloof goddess? But in reality, she is just a massive chatterbox. Soon after, Jiang Chushuan leads him to a dark, gloomy cave. Pointing forward, she says, Senior, this is the place. Xu Jingming immediately steps in front to shield her, gripping his spear tightly. He says seriously, we do not know what dangers lie inside. Stay close behind me. Jiang Chushuan nods obediently. Let's follow them as they cautiously step into the dark cave. Xu Jingming leads, purple lightning crackling around his spear tip ready to fight, while Jiang Chushuan follows closely right behind him. As they venture deeper, the stunning view leaves them speechless. It is a massive cavern with a crystal-clear pool and countless glowing exotic plants. Jiang Chushuan cannot help but gasp, it smells so sweet. They look around in awe at the pure energy and sweet fragrance filling the air. Using his vast knowledge, Xu Jingming quickly realizes this place's value. Class A Flame Lotus and Class C Hypnosis Herb. Why are so many rare exotic herbs growing here? Then his gaze lands on the pool of water, his voice trembling slightly. He recognizes the ultimate treasure, his voice filled with pure shock. The S-Class Earth Spiritual Spring, a legendary healing potion below Tier 4. Jiang Chushuan is also left completely speechless, turning to ask him in complete disbelief, Wow, are you sure? She gently kneels, sniffs a plucked flower with closed eyes, and explains, The Earth Spiritual Spring nourishes the surrounding plants, transforming them into rare and exotic magical herbs. Steeped in the fresh, clean fragrance of the spring, she happily turns to Xu Jingming, deeply impressed by his incredible knowledge of these rare natural treasures. She proudly adds, You know, I have already passed the Rank 2 Pharmacist certification exam at school. Xu Jingming cannot help but admire her inwardly. Who knew she was such a genius, a Rank 2 Pharmacist certificate? I heard that is insanely hard to get. Jiang Chushuan laughs happily, saying, Haha, you praise me too much, Senior. This Earth Spiritual Spring can produce at least 5 portions of legendary S-Class healing potion. Senior. So you should take all of this Earth Spiritual Spring. Xu Jingming shakes his head, offering a fair deal, 4-to-1. In addition, we will split all the exotic herbs 50-50. Hearing this, Jiang Chushuan beams with joy and happily thanks him again. Right at that moment, several of Jiang Chushuan's hired mercenaries appear at the cave entrance. One of them grumbles, Captain, there are no monsters here. What could be good? Both heroes freeze as Captain Wang steps inside. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Let's dive right in as our main character scans the area, realizing this cave is actually a Tier C lightning dragon's nest. A dragon-type beast nest? In that case, we might actually find some incredibly rare treasures hidden inside. Spotting the newcomers, Jiang Chushuan sighs in relief, gasping, Oh, it's Captain Wang's squad, you totally startled me. But Xu Jingming secretly worries, knowing an elite Tier 3 squad finding this S-rank spirit spring spells massive trouble. Captain Wang approaches with a fake slimy smile saying, "Miss Jiang, we have been searching everywhere for you. What an absolute surprise meeting here." "Miss Jiang? The guy next to you isn't the one from before, is he?" Jiang Chushuan quickly plays it cool, explaining that he's just a senior classmate she ran into and asked for directions. "Since these rare herbs are incredibly high quality, why don't we share them equally since we all found them?" Captain Wang sneers, thanking her, but right then one of his henchmen leans in closer and whispers something in his ear. "Boss, that pool in the middle looks exactly like that S-rank legendary healing holy medicine, the Earth Spirit Spring." Hearing that, the entire mercenary squad instantly locks their eyes on it, their faces burning with absolute bloodthirsty greed. Only one thought fills their minds: an S-rank heavenly treasure. You and I can feel the tension building immediately. The second those S-rank resources are mentioned, the entire atmosphere flips on its head. The smile vanishes from Captain Wang's face, replaced by a ruthless, cold-blooded glare as he growls. "Miss Jiang, it seems you haven't been entirely honest with us." She calmly takes a step forward, saying, "Since you guys already figured it out, you can have the entire spirit spring and all these rare herbs. Come on, senior, let us get out of here." Jiang Chushuan quickly grabs his hand, whispering anxiously, "Senior, Captain Wang's crew are all peak Tier 3 awakeners. We can't possibly fight them." Xu Jingming replies with absolute confidence, saying, "Junior sister, they are just peak Tier 3 awakeners, and I don't think I'm weaker than them." He then turns his razor-sharp gaze directly at the mercenaries. "Besides, even if we hand over all these rare treasures, they will never let us walk out of here alive." He looks at her to confirm, right? Captain Wang bursts into arrogant laughter, saying, "Haha, kid, you have a massive mouth, but your guess is absolutely spot on." No longer hiding his deadly intent, he growls, "Miss Jiang is a famous online streamer. If she goes back and exposes us online, none of us could ever survive in this country again. So we're better off silencing both of you right here." Now watch closely. Facing this extreme life-or-death crisis, Jiang Chushuan tightly clenches her fists. Her eyes turn fiercely determined, thinking, "I cannot hold my senior back anymore." She quickly swallows a blood-red pill, a highly forbidden blood-burning pill, groaning softly as the massive wave of energy instantly starts surging through her veins. Dropping into a combat stance, her entire body begins radiating a freezing blue aura. Tiny ice crystals form all around her, while the ground right beneath the mercenaries starts freezing solid, spreading a bone-chilling frost that heavily restricts their movements. Captain Wang sneers, confidently giving his orders, "Leave Jiang Chushuan to me. Zhu, you go take out her companion first. The rest of you just block the cave entrance." Zhu Zhong, camera in hand, nods alongside another thug and yells back, "Got it." The captain roars as his body starts mutating, his face morphing into a terrifying tiger head as he growls, "Miss Jiang, I'm so sorry, but your life ends right here today." In a flash, he transforms into a giant tiger man, wielding a C-rank beast-type enhancement ability, the saber-toothed tiger. Zhu Zhong licks his lips in a sickening way, muttering to his boss, "Go easy on her, Captain. Don't kill her just yet. A gorgeous girl like her shouldn't go to waste. We will show her some real love first and film the entire process." Hearing those disgusting words, Jiang Chushuan feels a mix of intense rage and absolute despair. "These well-dressed beasts," she thinks, "is this where I die today? It's so unfair, and I even dragged my senior into this mess." Suddenly, she notices something weird and frantically looks around, thinking, "Wait, where on earth did my senior go?" In a split second, Captain Wang's pupils contract in shock, reflecting a dark shadow charging at terrifying speed. Squelch! Before Zhu Zhong can even react, a spear pierces completely through his body. Xu Jingming coldly grips the spear, completely ignoring the dying thug's raspy whimpers of, Captain, please, save me." Glancing down at the corpse with cold, lifeless eyes, he thinks, well, it seems Tier 3 strength is nothing special after all. Captain Wang freezes, stammering so fast as Xu Jingming pulls his spear from the falling corpse. "Trust me, you and I cannot miss what happens next." You and I are about to watch Captain Vuong realize his fatal mistake. That weakling is only a mid-tier rank 3, but he's not easily killed. Turns out this kid is the ultimate trouble here. Captain Vuong completely misjudged him. He roared in absolute fury, swinging his battle axe and charging straight at Xu Jingming. Clang! Xu Jingming easily blocks the massive strike, and wild purple lightning begins exploding all around his body. Feeling the raw strength of his opponent, his eyes grow serious. A dark purple aura begins wrapping around his entire body. Just looking at raw offensive power, this peak rank 3 captain is indeed significantly stronger than him. That means it is time to stop holding back. The two remaining mercenaries also feel the terrifying surge of power rising from Xu Jingming, and they're instantly struck with pure horror. Boom! An absolute flood of energy erupts from Xu Jingming's body, his muscles swelling up and tearing his clothes completely to shreds. He roars. Jiang Chushuan covers her mouth in shock, watching this familiar figure transform into a terrifying monster. Senior? Captain Vuong also takes a panicked step back, shouting in utter disbelief. What kind of monster is this? Before their eyes, Xu Jingming has completely transformed. A pair of demonic horns sprouts from his head, his body growing massive and muscular, wrapped in devastating black lightning. Feeling the overwhelming raw power surging within his body, a satisfied smile spreads across his eerie demonic face. This feeling of pure overflowing power. Trying to steady himself, Captain Vuong roars to hide his fear, shouting that it is just some cheap transformation trick. Now watch this. Xu Jingming slams down and charges forward with a bloodthirsty smile. The saber-toothed captain quickly raises both hands to block, forming a solid energy shield. He confidently shouts, "It is useless. Below rank 4, absolutely no attack can shatter this shield of mine." Clang! Xu Jingming's spear slams into his defense, triggering a catastrophic explosion of raw energy. The defensive shield shatters completely as Captain Vuong screams out in agonizing pain. Standing in his demonic form, Xu Jingming looks down at his opponent. His voice is heavy with pressure. "Humph, my physical strength just multiplied 3 to 4 times. Even if you were made of iron, you wouldn't survive this." At that exact moment, another mercenary seizes the opportunity to strike from behind, swinging a massive fiery claw at Xu Jingming. Without even turning his head, Xu Jingming uses a single thought to trigger the black lightning around him, forming a shield that blocks the attack. He thinks to himself, his ability control has truly reached its absolute peak state. I know what you're thinking, and the fire mercenary is just as shocked, screaming, "My flame claw was blocked? This is a B-grade combat technique at advanced mastery. What kind of absolute monster is this guy?" In an instant, Xu Jingming appears right in front of him, slamming him to the ground with a lightning strike. He coldly mutters, as expected of a peak rank 3. It still took one extra spear strike. Lying defeated on the ground, the terrified mercenary begs for his life. "Please don't kill me. I will give you all the spiritual spring water, plus my hundreds of millions in savings." But he is met only with Xu Jingming's ice-cold gaze. Begging for mercy now? It is far too late. A wet/echoes. Watching from afar, Jiang Xuan is completely stunned, left absolutely speechless by what she sees. Is she dreaming? Hiring this elite mercenary squad costs 6 to 7 million, and their captain was deemed invincible below rank 3, yet he is easily slaughtered. She stares intensely at Xu Jingming's demonic form as an unbelievable and ridiculously wild guess begins to rise in her mind. I have never even heard of any student in school achieving such a legendary combat record. Even stronger than an A-grade ability. Could it be S-grade? Xu Jingming slowly turns around. Facing the last two mercenaries, his devilish grin widens. The brutal urge to kill, which had calmed down after leveling up, is starting to rise again. Now it's starting to spark back up. "Next up, it's your turn." Shaking in terror, the last two stutter, "Monster!" Xu Jingming smirks. "Monster? Compared to you murdering and plundering scum, I actually look a whole lot more human, don't I?" Knowing there is no escape, one of them screams, "Everyone attack together!" They swallow their bloodburst pills to make a desperate final stand, both biting their hands to activate the forbidden drug. But it is far too late. The battle ends in a flash, leaving Xu Jingming standing amidst the corpses. Returning to his normal state, Xu Jingming pants heavily, leaning against the cliff wall as sweat pours down his face. He thinks to himself, that Thunder Limit form is amazing, but the energy drain is huge. Using it for just 10 minutes is more exhausting than fighting wild beasts for 3 hours. Seeing this, Jiang Chushuan runs over in deep concern, asking, "Senior, are you all right?" Xu Jingming turns back, acting calm as he says he's fine. "That's where we leave him for now." "All right. You and I are jumping right back into the action," as they secure the spirit spring first. Heading toward the lake, Kwang So Tuyen sighs in deep relief, seeing that the crystal-clear water was completely untouched by their brutal battle. The sacred spring was not stained by blood. Wakan Min kneels down, carefully using the glass bottles he prepared to gather the water. Once the jars are full, he smiles in satisfaction, noting they got half a bottle more than expected. He hands a bottle to Kwang So Tuyen, saying this belongs to her since she fought hard in the battle. Overjoyed and grateful, she thanks her senior, but suddenly she gasps out loud and begins to lose her balance. Hua Chan Min turns in shock. Kwang So Tuyen is blushing furiously, her entire body collapsing right toward him. Oh no, she realizes. The backlash of the blood-burst pill is kicking in. She falls straight into his arms. Letting out a soft whimper, her limbs turn completely weak, leaving her without a single shred of energy. Heavily panting with her face bright red, she panics in absolute desperation. Now pay attention here, this is where it gets incredibly awkward. She has no energy, cannot even access her spatial ring for clothes, and can only stare at him in pure panic. What if her senior misunderstands her in this vulnerable state? Terrified of leaving a bad impression on him, she is literally on the verge of crying. Realizing things are not right, Hua Chanmin notes the pill's side effects are too strong, gently sweeping her up in his arms to find a place to rest. Held tight against his firm, strong chest, Kwang So-tuyen's heart begins to beat uncontrollably. Pressing her face against his chest, she wonders why her heart is racing so fast. Could it be because this is her very first time being this close to a man? Hua Chanmin gently leans her against a large boulder and speaks softly. He tells her to rest while he gathers the remaining herbs, then takes off his t-shirt to offer it to her. Taking the shirt to cover herself, a wave of deep warmth rushes through her heart. Her senior is just so gentle, she thinks, keeping her eyes fixed on his broad, shirtless back. Meanwhile, Hua Chanmin starts sorting through the spoils of war left by the mercenaries, checking a spatial ring for cash, rare herbs, beast materials, and a C-grade combat technique. This level 3 elite squad really did not carry anything of value. Holding the 2 spatial rings, he quickly calculates his next move. He hopes these 2 1 cubic meter rings can be traded for a 2 cubic meter one. Otherwise, carrying this long spear everywhere is a massive pain. But watch closely, Kwang So-tuyen weakly calls out, saying the spirit spring can soothe her pill's severe backlash. Surprised, he listens as she asks if she can drink a little bit, saying just a tiny sip would be enough. Hua Chanmin immediately grabs a bottle of the spring water. He carefully holds it to her lips, and after drinking, she lets out a sigh of pure relief. With color returning to her cheeks, she happily says she feels much better, though she notes a full recovery will take 3 to 4 hours. Sitting beside her, Hua Chanmin takes a sip of the spring water himself. He did not know the spring could neutralize the pill's side effects. This S-class Earth Spirit Spring is truly miraculous. Looking up at the sky, he estimates night will arrive soon, deciding they should camp here overnight since it is safe. Hearing this, Kwang So-tuyen's face blushes red once again, her heart pounding. She panics, imagining spending the night alone with him in a dark, quiet cave. Seeing her silence, Hua Chanmin asks what she thinks. Kwang So-tuyen quickly nods, whispering in a tiny voice that she will do whatever her senior decides. The night passes peacefully, leaving the forest quiet. The next morning, Kwang So-tuyen wakes up and stretches refreshingly. The air here is so fresh, she thinks. If there were no wild beasts, she could stay for months, stealing a glance at him meditating nearby. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she realizes she was totally overthinking things last night. Her senior would never act like that. Yet why does she feel slightly disappointed? Opening his eyes, Hua Chanmin stands up and tells her it is time to head to the forest boundary. Startled, Kwang So-tuyen quickly stammers out her agreement. With that settled, both of them begin running through the forest at an incredibly fast pace. While running, Hua Chanmin suddenly senses a dangerous presence, immediately pushing Kwang So-tuyen behind his back to protect her. Right after, a massive flaming tiger leaps directly over their heads, releasing an incredible heat wave that distorts the surrounding air. Hua Chanmin realizes with absolute horror what it is. It is a level 5 blazing tiger. The massive beast slams into the ground, then instantly charges away, leaving you and me wondering what is next. Let's jump into this scene where they hide behind a tree, whispering if they've been spotted. Chu Xuan is just as shocked, whispering, "Senior, look at that beast. Why does it look like it's running away?" Suddenly, Jiang Chushuan feels an even more terrifying bloodlust creeping up from behind, sending shivers down her spine. A pack of ash-gray wolves with glowing red eyes rushes past, their wild growls echoing through the dark forest. As she explains with absolute terror, these iron-eating rats are only level 1, but once they form a massive swarm, even a level 6 master trapped inside would be torn to shreds. No wonder even a level 5 beast had to run. Sensing the danger, Xu Jingming grabs her hand immediately and shouts that they need to escape right now. They bolt at full speed with the iron-eating rats hot on their heels, while Xu Jingming quickly analyzes their grim situation. These rats have incredible stamina, capable of maintaining a relentless sprint for 5 to 6 hours non-stop. Can they really escape? Only returning to the supply base is safe, but it is 90 kilometers away, so they must find a way to speed up. He glances down at his heavy spear, deciding that it is too heavy and must be thrown away. but Jiang Chushuan quickly offers to store it inside her spacious spatial ring. She reaches out, and with a bright flash from her spatial ring, the heavy spear instantly vanishes from sight. Xu Jingming notes that he feels much lighter now, but running while holding hands is still far too slow. It would be much faster if he carries her, and before she can react, he squats down, making her gasp in surprise. With a smile, he hoists her onto his back and tells her to hold on as they blast forward. Moving at an incredible speed, he easily leaves the pack behind, crossing the lush green fields, but once they reach the ruined city, things take a turn for the worse. He realizes with dread that even the city ruins are completely swarming with these iron-eating rats. Now pay close attention, they are cornered, and his body explodes with dark lightning. He has to risk everything. Activating his lightning form, looking like a demon, he roars to Jiang Chushuan, who is holding on tight. "Junior, hold on because I am about to accelerate." She barely manages to let out a scream as he shoots forward like a bolt of lightning, purple electricity blasting outward, vaporizing every rat in their path. System notifications continuously pop up. Defeated a low-tier level 1 iron-eating rat, talent points +2. Defeated a mid-tier level 1 iron-eating rat, talent points +3. Meanwhile, at the primal base, the commander is getting a report, and trust me, the news is not good. Commander, according to our statistics, the scale of this rat tide is absolutely massive. With at least 300,000 iron-eating rats, this sudden invasion is severely disrupting the balance of the primal wilderness. This area will suffer a massive downturn for months, Wang Yan mutters, staring at the map covered in danger signals. He says with deep worry, those who ventured too far into the wilderness will likely be swallowed whole. He silently prays that Xu Jingming has not traveled too deep into the danger zone. Otherwise, unless his powerful master Yang Zhenshan personally steps in to help, absolutely no one can save him now. Suddenly, a guard on duty points outside and screams, "Look over there, what is that?" Everyone stares into the distance as a massive sphere of lightning charges forward, while another guard gasps at its terrifying power. Could it be a monstrous beast that controls lightning? Wang Yan instantly orders everyone stay calm, immediately analyze its threat level, and authorize Squad 1 to fire and intercept. But it is already too late, as a voice crackles over the radio. The target is rapidly breaching our base at a speed of 80 meters per second. Interception failed. The lightning sphere crashes straight through our defense barrier, sending purple sparks everywhere and clearing out all obstacles. The massive lightning sphere finally halts right in front of the base gate, with Jiang Chushuan still screaming at the top of her lungs. As the lightning fades away, Xu Jingming lands smoothly on the ground, gently setting Jiang Chushuan back on her feet. The surrounding soldiers look at each other in utter shock, with one muttering, "Damn, is that really a human being? I totally thought it was a lightning-type beast. Seriously, this guy's overwhelming aura is absolutely terrifying. Hey, why does his back look so familiar anyway?" Meanwhile, Xu Jingming pants heavily, sweat completely drenching his bare back. Jiang Chushuan holds onto his arm, her face filled with absolute relief and immense gratitude. "Yeah, that was terrifying. Honestly, you and I both know she couldn't survive without him." Just then, Wang Yan rushes over, his face pale with utter shock as he asks, "Are you classmate Xu? Let's dive in. You actually survived that rat tide? Do you need any help?" Xu Jingming replies with absolute exhaustion, "I've been running from the mountains for over 40 minutes to get here. I'm incredibly tired, so just help me open a quiet room to rest." Hearing his response, Wang Yan froze in sheer shock, his heart racing with terror. The mountain range? That place was over 90 kilometers away. Even a level 4 ability user couldn't guarantee making it out of there alive. Yet Xu Jingming actually pulled it off. He quickly gestured to his men, "I'll arrange a room right now. Hurry, help student Xu." But Jiang Chuxian gently took Xu Jingming's arm and said, "No need, I've got him." As the two of them walked past supporting each other, the surrounding soldiers couldn't help but whisper in utter shock, "Is that beautiful girl next to him really Goddess Jiang? Yeah, it's her. That lucky bastard is living the dream." Another soldier sighed in despair. "What is their relationship? Don't tell me my ultimate goddess was just stolen away by some random guy." Shortly after, Xu Jingming collapsed into a deep, heavy sleep. Now pay attention to who he sees first as he slowly opens his eyes in bed. It's Jiang Chuxian, happily crying out that her senior is finally awake. "You've been asleep for 2 whole days and nights. I almost had to feed you the Earth Spirit Spring." Xu Jingming sat up, feeling completely recovered and full of energy. "Did I really sleep that long? What is the situation in the wilderness right now?" Jiang Chuxian replied. "The rat tide hasn't cleared out yet, so the entire wilderness is still under lockdown. Even if they retreat, There won't be any dangerous beasts roaming around for a while. Xu Jingming nodded. There are only a few days left before classes start, so I guess it's time to head back to school. Hearing this, Jiang Chuxian said excitedly, "You're heading back to school? What a coincidence, I was just about to leave as well." Xu Jingming smiled. "Sounds good." Jiang Chuxian suddenly remembered something. "Oh, by the way, Senior," she suddenly pulled out a photo showing herself in highly alluring pajamas, lying on a bed in an incredibly sexy and provocative pose. "This is the autographed photo you asked for earlier." Xu Jingming froze in disbelief. He awkwardly scratched his head, his face turning bright red. "I actually wanted this for a friend. Isn't this one a bit much? Do you have a more normal picture?" Hearing this, Zhang Xian gasped. "Wait, it was for a friend. So I completely misunderstood everything." You and I can both feel her embarrassment here. She covers her face, screaming internally at how humiliating it is to assume he liked her. She snatched the photo back and quickly handed him another one. "Take this new one instead. Give that other one back to me." But Xu Jingming held onto the first photo tightly, hesitating. "This one, can I actually keep it for myself?" Hearing this, Jiang Chuxian froze before a highly suggestive teasing smile spread across her face. "Of course you can." Xu Jingming stood up quickly, his heart racing. "All right, sleeping for 2 days left me with so much work to catch up on. I should probably go book a high-speed train ticket back too." Jiang Chuxian crossed her arms, saying confidently, "Forget the high-speed train. I drove here, so you can just ride back to school with me." Before long, the two of them were speeding away in a stunning yellow convertible supercar. Xu Jingming couldn't help but marvel. A famous influencer is truly on another level, even driving a limited edition sports car worth tens of millions. "It's actually my first time riding in a self-driving car." Jiang Chuxian smiled, explaining, "Although it only has a level 5 AI, handling autonomous driving is still incredibly simple." The car soon stopped right outside Motto Ability University's gates. The two stepped out. Xu Jingming carried his long spear over his shoulder, while Jiang Chuxian had changed into a sporty, casual outfit. Their sudden appearance instantly grabbed the attention of the surrounding students. "Wow, look at that incredibly handsome guy. He's tall, sharp, and carries this dangerously cool vibe. It's such a pity he already seems to have a gorgeous girlfriend beside him." Xu Jingming stretched out, feeling refreshed. "Finally back. This month in the wilderness really boosted my strength." He turned to ask, "So which sector is your dorm in?" He pointed toward one direction, Area 3. "Jiangshim in Area 2, so let's split up here." Xu Jingming nodded. "If you ever need my help with anything, just let me know." She smiled back. "Will do, I'll definitely trouble you." Just as he turned around to walk away, Jiang Chuxian suddenly stood on her tiptoes and planted a soft, gentle kiss on his cheek. Xu Jingming instantly froze, his face turning bright red. She smiles, calling it a small reward for saving her life. She walks away gracefully, waving, "And trust me, you and I are definitely waiting for next time." Alright, let's dive into Xu Jingming standing dazed, touching his cheek. His mind is spinning because he was just forcefully kissed out of nowhere. Meanwhile, Jiang Chuxian sits in her room, typing away on her computer, thinking that someone as strong as her senior couldn't possibly be a nobody, so she decides to look him up. As she searches, she mutters to herself about a record-breaking rookie and the strongest first rank. Why are these all about freshmen? Suddenly, her eyes light up as she finally uncovers her senior's detailed profile. Reading through it, her face flushes bright red with pure embarrassment and rising anger at Xu Jingming. He is actually just a freshman, a high second-rank freshman, and she had been calling him senior this entire time, that absolute liar. "Just wait until I see you again. You tricky junior, I will definitely handle you." Back at his dorm, Xu Jingming is busy sorting his loot, counting up the flame blossoms and dinosaur hides. He has everything needed for his quests, and his 2 spatial rings plus his bank account hold over 25 million. Opening up his status window, he reviews his details. Name, Xu Jingming. Ability, Purple S-Tier Lightning. Total ability points, 3,712. He smiles, though he wishes he could have farmed more points before that crazy rat tide hit. But with over 3,700 ability points, that should easily be enough to learn 2 S-Tier combat skills. Watch closely as his door suddenly flies open and his roommate bursts inside. Liu Wentao steps in, shouting, "Jingming, you are finally back. You left without even saying a single word. We heard a massive rat tide hit the wilderness and we were so worried." Jingming calmly replies that a rat tide did break out, but the military already handled it. Suddenly, his friend senses an incredibly powerful aura radiating from him. Feeling this pressure, he gasps out in absolute shock. "Brother Ming, you broke through to Tier 2. Jingming sits down calmly and says to be precise, it is high tier 2. Hearing this, Lu Wentao literally jumps. Well, I survived a few life and death situations, had decent luck, and managed to break through while escaping. Lu Wentao looks at him with pure admiration, saying Brother Ming is truly built different. He wonders if life and death battles really boost strength that fast, making him want to go try it himself. Jingming quickly stops him, warning that he is just a very special case. The wilderness is incredibly dangerous, so if you want to go, you should wait until you reach tier 2 first. Lu Wentao laughs it off, saying he was only joking and has no plans to head out there right now. I know what you're thinking, but while you were away, Song Chuyun came looking for you several times, so go contact her. Jingming nods, replying that he will reach out to her once he finishes dealing with his current business. He pulls out a glossy photo and hands it over, mentioning he brought back a special gift from the wild. Curious, Lu Wentao looks down, and his eyes instantly turn into giant hearts as he drools all over, screaming in pure joy, "Oh my god, an autographed photo of goddess Jiang Chushuan. This is amazing." Afterward, Hua Jingming heads to the Academy's combat skill library, an ancient and solemn place. Sitting down, he thinks with satisfaction that 4 quests brought in 871 credits, making farming incredibly fast. He commands the system AI to filter out all S-tier lightning element combat skills for him. Virtual screens instantly pop up before his eyes, displaying different skills, starting with the S-tier lightning seal. It condenses S-tier lightning energy into a powerful mark, triggering absolutely devastating electric damage. Note: this skill is strictly restricted to lightning users at C-tier and tier 2 or above. Next is Thunder Fist, an S-tier skill that maximizes the caster's lightning energy, concentrating it onto their fists to strike out. The requirement for this skill: B-tier lightning element or above and S-tier 3 or above. Then there's Lightning Domain, an S-tier skill that forms an unbreakable electrical barrier around enemies, constantly blasting them with thunder. Note, this skill is restricted to B-tier lightning users and tier 3 espers. He rests his chin in deep thought as he looks over everything. Even a top-tier academy like the famous Motto Esper University only has around 20s-tier lightning combat skills available. Still, an S-tier skill directly impacts his future combat power, so he must choose extremely carefully. Countless virtual screens scroll past his eyes, displaying a wide variety of powerful options. Finally, his fingers point to the last 2 options. Starting with Lightning Call, an S-tier skill using his own power to trigger natural lightning, summoning devastating thunderstrikes in a targeted direction. Note, designed for tier 2 or above, with a tier users gaining massive power boosts. And trust me, we leave it here as he inspects Lightning Prison, an S-tier defense that weaves his energy into an ultimate protective shield. Let's dive into this keynote. Only tier 2 users with A-rank abilities can cultivate this. He settles on these 2. One for long-range attacks and one for ultimate defense, the perfect balance build. Smirking confidently, he thinks about spellcasting in close combat. Normally people can only focus on one single path. But with my literal cheat codes, why choose when I can just take absolutely everything? His face turns serious as he starts studying the Heavenly Lightning technique in deep detail. This is the sole prerequisite for the legendary triple S-rank lightning skill, the Myriad Prison Heavenly Thunder Guide. It is incredibly profound, way deeper than the S-rank Lightning Marrow skill. The more he reads, the more his head aches. This combat skill is insanely complicated. It feels more painful than reading foreign academic research papers back during his PhD days in his past life. An hour later, Xu Jingming finally puts the heavy book down with a sigh. Exhaling a tired breath, he finally has a basic understanding of it. Now time to let the system do the heavy lifting. A blue glow wraps around him as he commands his system to upgrade his stats right now. Now watch this closely. Purple lightning instantly explodes around him as energy violently surges. Once the process finishes, he gasps in absolute shock. Upgrading an S-rank combat skill costs a massive 1,600 points. All those ability points he painstakingly gathered in the wasteland are only enough to learn 2 techniques. A mechanical voice suddenly chimes in, warning him that it is already 1 a.m. and he needs to manage his time. Additionally, a quick reminder that using supernatural abilities inside the library is strictly forbidden. Xu Jingming sighs, admitting it is too late, and learning the Lightning Prison lock will have to wait for next time. Out on the campus sports field, Tong Chuyun is jogging under the bright moonlight. She thinks about how she has trained late every single day for a month, surprising even herself with this dedication. Once Xu Jingming gets back, she plans to challenge him and prove who the real #1 freshman is. Suddenly, a massive shadow glides across the night sky. She looks up, shocked to spot a deadly white-ringed black-feathered eagle hovering above. Instantly on high alert, she analyzes its hunting patterns and camouflage. Judging by its sheer speed, it is a Tier 3 beast. Definitely not an easy opponent. Suddenly, a loud clap of thunder echoes across the completely clear, cloudless night sky. Rumble. She looks around in confusion. Why is there thunder when there are no clouds? A massive sphere of crackling purple lightning materializes in mid-air and strikes the beast. Boom! A horrific explosion erupts, splattering blood and feathers everywhere, completely vaporizing the giant eagle in a single devastating instant. You and I can only imagine her shock as she stares up at the remaining sparks of electricity. She wonders what kind of insanely powerful high-tier lightning master could wipe out a beast like that so effortlessly. Judging by the distance, the attack came from inside the campus, and deep within a small campus grove, Xu Jingming stands surrounded by crackling currents. Tong Shuyun continues to speculate, trying to guess which elite senior or academy instructor did it. He crosses his arms, feeling the raw power he just unleashed. Smirking with absolute satisfaction, he is amazed that a simple test drive of his S-rank heavenly lightning skill could be this devastating. A system notification pops up in his mind. Slaying a mid-tier Tier 3 beast has just earned him 34 ability points. He realizes the heavenly lightning technique is even deadlier than expected, completely vaporizing a dangerous beast instantly. Even better, its casting range is nearly 1,000 meters. Suddenly a figure approaches, and he turns to look. The stranger smiles, asking if he is the famous freshman, Xu Jingming, before calling him quite interesting. The next morning in the cafeteria, Lu Vanthao sees him heading out and asks if he is really leaving this early. Xu Jingming replies that the freshman tournament starts in just a few days, so he is heading back to the library. Back in the cafeteria, Lu Vanthao watches his friend walk away, muttering with a determined expression while grabbing food. Fresh from the wasteland and already training like a maniac? He is not human. No way, he needs to train right after breakfast. Later, as Xu Jingming walks through the campus, a familiar voice calls out to him from behind, calling him classmate. He turns around to see Tong Shouyun happily waving her hand to greet him. She mentions how glad she is that he returned safely from the dangerous wasteland, while he looks at her sporty outfit in surprise, wondering what she is dressed up for. And that is where we leave things today. She steps closer, challenging him to the duel he promised. Trust me, you and I do not want to miss their upcoming battle. She demands a duel, making Hua Kangmin calmly ask if she is absolutely sure about challenging him. Tung Thuvant puts her hands on her hips, confidently asking, what of it? I am the top scorer of Tushuan province, so do not underestimate me. Hua Kangmin nods, agreeing to find time for a duel later. But Tung Thuvant quickly grabs his hand and drags him away, eagerly saying, why wait for later? Let us do it right now. Straight to the training room on your dormitory's second floor. Pulled away so suddenly, Hua Kangmin thinks to himself that she is truly decisive, a typical girl from Tuxian. But is a duel with me really worth getting this excited about? Meanwhile, Tung Thuvant glances back at him, her eyes shining with pure confidence and anticipation. She proudly wonders what kind of shocked face Hua Kangmin will make when he realizes she has already broken through to Tier 2. Soon enough, both of them arrive at the training room. Tung Thuvant flashes a provocative smile, cracking her knuckles with loud pops. Now pay attention, as she smugly warns him not to lose too horribly. Hua Kangmin looks at her and calmly states that without a weapon she stands zero chance of beating him. Gathering bright light energy in her hands, she retorts, a weapon? Of course I have one. She raises her hand and a blinding white glow begins to condense, forming a swirling ring of energy. From within that intense light, a massive crescent halberd gradually emerges. Grabbing it firmly in her hands, Tung Thuvant spins around with practiced skill. The halberd carves a powerful arc through the air, leaving her in an incredibly majestic stance. Hua Kangmin is slightly surprised to see a girl wielding such an incredibly rare and heavy weapon like a halberd. Pointing her halberd straight at him, she boldly declares, classmate Hua, prepare yourself, it is time to start. This time I will defeat you completely. Hua Kangmin only replies with a calm and simple all right. Up in the spectator stands, Lu Vantao and Tung Thuvant's close friend watch the scene unfold. Lu Vantao excitedly declares that Kangmin is guaranteed to win, while the other girl anxiously covers her mouth, calling out the Vunson's name. Sensing her aura, Hua Kangmin merely smirks. As purple lightning begins to crackle around his body, he mutters Tier 2, so she really did break through. I know what you are thinking. Is he just going to take that? No way, because he has leveled up too. Tung Thuvant's friend is completely stunned as she feels the overwhelming pressure radiating from Hua Kangmin. stuttering high tier 2. How is this even possible? Beside her, Lu Vanthao chuckles, saying, "Told you so. Your Thuvun stands no chance against our Kang Min." Shocked, Tung Thuvun starts sweating, realizing he is high tier 2. She wanted to suppress him with her level, only to be completely suppressed by him instead. Gritting her teeth, she wonders how his cultivation speed is so much faster when they both top their provinces. Hua Kang Min calmly asks her, "So, do you still want to keep going?" Though thoroughly shocked, Tung Thuvun refuses to back down, biting her lip and saying, "Of course, but do not go too hard on me." Hua Kang Min smiles with appreciation, noting that she is highly adaptable, a true top scorer from Tu Xuan. "Do not worry, I will not attack first, so just give it your all." Tung Thuvun takes a deep breath, her eyes turning sharp. She raises her crescent halberd high, and blinding light energy erupts violently around her. Shouting, "Classmate Hua, do not regret this." Light of dawn. Hua Kang Min calmly observes that dazzling radiant burst of energy. He thinks to himself, so this is her light type ability, the light of dawn? It belongs to the same natural element class as my lightning. I wonder how powerful it is. With a loud battle cry, Tung Thuvun charges forward, swinging her glowing blazing halberd straight down at Hua Kang Min, who notes that it is a weapon reinforcement skill, a first for him. The halberd radiates intense light and scorching heat, resembling a miniature sun rushing straight towards Hua Kang Min, executing her combat skill, the Radiant Flame Slash. Hua Kang Min stands his ground, the purple lightning around him growing wilder to form an electric armor shield. Raising his spear, he blocks her strike head-on without dodging as a deafening metallic crash echoes through the room. And her blazing halberd is easily stopped cold by Hua Kang Min's powerful spear. He calls her technique decent but weak, while Lu Vanthao cheers excitedly. "That is where we leave it, trust me. You do not want to miss what comes next." Let us dive into this battle, where he comments on how Song Shuyun from Sichuan province has crushed countless opponents, only for Jingming to effortlessly block her signature strike. Refusing to accept defeat, "Alright, let's jump in," as Tung Shuyun grits her teeth, recovers her stance, and yells, "Bring it on." Channeling all her strength, she unleashes her ultimate light wind slash technique, sending a storm of weapon strikes raining down on her opponent. But Xu Jingming easily blocks every single blow, shaking his head in disappointment. "Your martial skills are way too slow and your power is lacking. You still need a lot more practice." Sweating profusely, Tong Shuyun grows increasingly terrified as panic sets in, realizing that absolutely every single one of her fierce attacks is being effortlessly shut down. Completely exhausted, she pants heavily, admitting she is totally spent and refusing to fight any longer since he countered her A-rank skills without even using his own. Suspicious, she asks him if his mastery of the spear is actually far beyond just the advanced level. With a grin, Xu Jingming reveals she is right, his spear mastery is master rank. Tong Shuyun stares in absolute shock, asking how old he even is, considering it took her 10 long years just to reach advanced. Calling him a literal monster, she bows her head in total defeat, admitting she stands absolutely no chance against him. How could anyone beat an S-tier ability combined with such insane talent? Pulling back his spear, Xu Jingming raises an eyebrow and asks if she wants to try other skills. Tung Shuyun shakes her head, knowing his mental power is far superior anyway. "My magic would be totally useless against you. Thanks for the sparring match, so how about I buy you lunch today?" Xu Jingming happily agrees, and Tong Shuyun turns to call out to her friend, arranging to meet up at noon. As they walk off, her friend realizes, let's be real here, classmate Xu is just on a whole different level. The moment they leave, Liu Wentao rushes over to praise him, hyping him up as the absolute strongest among all the provincial top scorers. Xu Jingming modestly replies that it was all right. He notes Tong Shuyun is not that strong, though her level rose fast, leaving Liu Wentao silently thinking that only he would say that. Whispering into his ear, his friend asks if he knows that she is actually the niece of the legendary SCC Great Grand Master. That is the Tier 8 powerhouse Tong Dao Yuan, a legendary figure featured right in their history textbooks. Stunned, Xu Jingming recalls that history class actually devoted an entire chapter to this legendary expert from 80 years ago. Liu Wentao explains further that back in Sichuan province, Grandmaster Tong Dao Yuan is a massive household name. Since Tong Shuyun is his favorite grandchild, her rapid leveling definitely makes total sense. Xu Jingming finally understands why she was shopping non-stop and carrying a storage ring that holds a 2-meter-long fire halberd. Now that her incredibly deep background is clear, Xu Jingming waves goodbye, heading back to study more of his martial arts. Let's pause here as time quietly slips away beneath the beautiful blue sky outside the academy. Inside the training room, Xu Jingming sparks lightning around his body, pleased with his new underworld thunder armor. It consumes a fraction of his energy but lasts half an hour, reducing any incoming impact by up to 90%. Plus, it automatically counterattacks like a thornmail defense. Not bad at all. Checking his system stats 4 hours later, he stares at his hand, wanting to see his remaining points after upgrading the armor. Just how many points are left? Pondering his next moves with over 700 points left, he plans to head back to the wild zones near Yangcheng to farm even more energy points. Walking out of the gym under the glowing sunset with determination in his eyes, he vows to focus entirely on preparing for the upcoming Freshman Grand Tournament. Time flies by, and on September 1st, the day of the Freshman Grand Tournament, they head to the arena. On their way, Xu Jingming points out that their weapons look nothing like what normal girls would carry. Holding up her sharp claw weapons, the bespectacled girl grins and says the flashier the style, the faster you win. Her goal is to reach the top 50 while Tong Chuyun walks alongside them, excitedly sharing her own plans. My target is actually a little bit higher than Xiao Shan's goal. I want second place in the tournament, prompting Xu Jingming to ask if she does not want to fight him again. Shrugging realistically, she asks why she should look for trouble when she already knows she cannot beat him anyway. But then she seriously warns him about Li Chengji from Qinghai, a Tier 2 fighter who is incredibly arrogant. Her eyes gleam with competitive spirit as she admits she really wants to see just how strong he is. Just then, her friend points straight ahead, excitedly shouting that they have finally arrived at the massive tournament hall. Over at the arena grandstands, a short-haired girl looks at her friend Xuan in complete surprise. And trust me, you and I are about to find out exactly why she showed up for this epic tournament. Alright, you and I are about to dive into the craziest academy clash. Xuan smiles mysteriously, saying someone special is joining. Her curious friend asks, who is this guy? Is it a guy or a girl? Xuan's eyes light up as she looks down, whispering a guy, and he is already here. Walking inside, Xu Jingming is completely blown away by the massive scale of the arena. This battle stage is absolutely huge. Not bad though, the school has plenty of land. This is almost a waste of valuable space. Hearing the roaring crowd in the stands, he suddenly remembers what his teacher told him before. The Freshman Grand Tournament features a 100-person battle royale, so a massive arena actually makes perfect sense. Xu Jingming cracks his knuckles as purple electricity crackles around him, filled with pure excitement for the battle. This freshman tournament sounds like it is going to be incredibly fun. Lu Wenthao suddenly points up to the stands and shouts in shock. Look everyone, why are there so many club leaders in the stands? Even the presidents of the school's top 2 clubs, Huitan and Wenxing, have arrived in person. Pay attention here, because they might be planning a trap for our boy Hua. Xu Jingming asks in absolute confusion, clubs? Does our Awakening University actually have clubs? Lu Wenthao immediately begins to explain. Of course we do. But the clubs at Mado University are nothing like the gaming or chess clubs of normal schools. You can think of them as elite combat squads formed by powerful awakened masters. He excitedly lists the perks. They hunt magical beasts in the wilderness together, and members get valuable training resources delivered every single month. Even better, after graduation, you can jump straight into a top-tier guild and officially become a professional member. Suddenly remembering something, Lu Wenthao slaps his forehead and looks around. Oh right, your senior brother Lu Ming is actually the vice president of the Huitan Club. Strange, today is the perfect chance for you to shine, so why is he not here? Xu Jingming falls silent, his eyes showing a trace of worry. Senior brother Lu Ming has been quiet since I returned. Not only my senior but even my master cannot be contacted right now. I heard they went southwest and I just hope they are safe. Meanwhile, in a dark corridor corner, a club member respectfully greets an arriving man. President, I heard the battle in the southwest is getting intense. Thank you for returning to the school despite your incredibly busy schedule. The subordinate continues, saying, you could have easily left this freshman recruitment process to us. There is no need for you to oversee this personally. But Huitan President Wei, he coldly cuts him off. No, nobody else matters. I only have one objective for coming back this time. I must recruit Lu Ming's junior brother Xu Jingming, no matter what the cost. I know what you are thinking, but look across. Even the president of the rival Wenxing Club, Yuan, is standing right there. On the opposite side, a dark-haired young man with sharp eyes holds his chin in deep thought. Could his target also be Xu Jingming? This man is the president of Wenxing Yuan. Suddenly, the crowd erupts in a loud commotion as a student points to the sky and screams, "Look up!" The Grand Deans are entering. The ceremony is about to start. Instantly, the space above the arena begins to distort. A blinding beam of light shines down with a roaring sound as a magnificent structure descends slowly like a cosmic elevator. The freshmen stare wide-eyed at this magical sight, whispering in absolute awe. Is this space-type awakening power? It must be so powerful. I wonder which Grand Master of the Academy is inside. The glowing door of light opens, and a pair of elegant high heels steps forward with a heavy sound that shakes the space, capturing everyone's attention. Emerging from the radiant light is a stunningly beautiful woman with long, flowing black hair. Dressed in a powerful peach-colored robe, her overwhelming aura dominates the entire arena, making everyone hold their breath. Song Shuyun leans over and whispers to Xu Jingming, explaining that she is the vice principal in charge of the battle techniques library. Xu Jingming gasps in shock. A vice principal, and she is actually that young? Song Shuyun explains, powerful awakened physical types age much slower, though she is likely under 40 years old. The woman smiles, her voice echoing clearly. Let me introduce myself. I am Ling Shuang, one of the 3 vice principals, and I usually guard the battle techniques library. Since the principal is away, and the other 2 vice principals are busy with important matters, I will be presiding over this freshman opening ceremony myself. She spreads her arms to welcome everyone. First, welcome to Motto Awakening University. This freshman class has 1,024 students, including 6 provincial top scorers, 56 A class, 832 B class, and 135 lower class. And trust me, things are about to get crazy. Look at that sharp glare. Alright, you and I are about to see a school where only the strongest survive, starting with a rare S tier. Hearing the vice principal mention this S tier power, Xu Jingming and his friends listened intently, their eyes filled with intense excitement. Ling Sung continued, explaining the system designed to push their limits and make them even stronger. Every year, the school distributes cultivation resources based on student performance across 5 tiers from D to S. Staring at the hologram, a worried freshman couldn't help but stress over the credits, evaluations, and intense ranking system. With the brutal leaderboards and mission systems, the pressure is insane. Sensing their growing anxiety, Ling Sung glared at them with ice-cold eyes. Did I ever tell you that this academy is fair? Her voice was pure steel, delivering a harsh truth. This academy only exists to cultivate the absolute strongest. To rise as a true peak expert, they must fight, struggle, and steal. Her words left the entire crowd utterly speechless. Her overwhelming, suffocating presence sent a collective shiver down the spines of every single freshman, geniuses included. But unlike the trembling crowd, Xu Jingming just smiled with supreme confidence. Now pay attention to his eyes. You can tell he is thrilled because he finally found his perfect battleground. Ling Sung activated a hovering drone, delivering a final warning to never even think about hiding their true power. Stronger fighters get more resources. Now let us introduce the freshman tournament. She pointed toward a massive glowing battle simulation arena. This massive tournament is divided into 2 phases. The first is a chaotic 100-man battle royale, with Eva tracking every single kill to find the top 5. Finally, the prize list flashed on screen, making every single student drool with greed. First place gets a 10 cubic meter spatial ring, an A-tier cultivation resource pack, and 1,000 credits. Second place wins A-tier armor, B-tier resources, and 900 credits. And third place receives B-tier battle armor, B-tier cultivation resources, and 800 credits. I will not waste time listing the rewards for lower ranks. I know what you are thinking, a 10 cubic meter spatial ring? That is worth a fortune. Another student chimed in, saying money cannot even buy something this rare. A privilege chart popped up, and Ling Sung explained that this battle decides their clearance, with the top 50 gaining A-tier status. Ranks 50 to 200 get B-tier clearance. Get C-tier clearance, while S-tier is determined solely by the school. Her speech finished, Ling Sung soared up to the man beside her. Alright, that is all from me. Dean Sun, the stage is yours now. The man nodded in agreement. A woman with neatly braided hair stepped forward to speak. She announced loudly that the freshman tournament had officially begun, adding that top performers would be chosen as personal disciples by the teachers. All of you must give it your all. The freshmen marched out with intense determination, silently resolving to push past their absolute limits. I hope a teacher notices me. Exactly, if a dean recruits you, your life changes instantly. The system hummed to life as the speaker announced 10 rounds of intense battles starting right now. All students selected by Eva, please step onto the grand arena. Among the crowd stepping up, Liu Wentao spotted a familiar face and gasped, noting Li Chengji was in round 1. Li Chengji turned his head, flashing a sinister smirk while making a slow, highly provocative throat-slit gesture directly at Xu Jingming. Seeing that, Tong Chuyun frowned and immediately warned Xu Jingming. He is totally provoking you. Her spectacled friend beside her was also furious, calling him an incredibly arrogant jerk who deserves a serious beating. Lu Wentao smirked from behind, feeling absolute pity for the guy. Of all the people to provoke, he chose the worst one. He just had to provoke the absolute last person you should ever mess with. Now he has managed to anger both of the most dangerous monsters here. I just hope he does not get beaten up too badly in the arena. Right after the signal, pillars of blue light shot down from above, instantly teleporting the massive wave of students onto the main battle arena. Vice Principal Ling Sung calmly reassured the crowd, telling them not to worry about dying, as Eva will automatically deploy shields to prevent any fatal blow. You also do not need to worry about injuries. As long as your head is not completely severed, you can easily be saved. Brace yourselves, because we are about to witness absolute chaos as the countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. Let us dive into this massive brawl. The fight officially begins, and the arena instantly turns into a chaotic clashing war zone. Weapons clash fiercely as awakened warriors charge headfirst, unleashing a wild storm of abilities. Up in the stands, spectators stare in absolute shock, wondering who that saber wielder is to have already reached here too. Apparently, it is the top provincial graduate Li Chengji, with rank F or a level strength. Surrounded, he delivers a brutal lightning-fast slash, scoffing at how pathetic his opponents are. The official results are quickly announced for the first round. Winner Li Chengji, defeating 36 opponents in an overwhelming victory. He stands tall, glaring down at his rivals with silent provocation, wondering if Xu Jingming, as an S-class awakened, can even hope to match his score in the first round. Watching this display, Xu Jingming and his friends can only shake their heads. This guy is completely beyond help. They have seen people courting death before, but never someone so utterly eager to get destroyed. Over in the VIP section, an assistant asks the Wensing Association president if they should prioritize Li Chengji after his Tier 2 breakthrough. But the president coldly dismisses the idea entirely, stating there is absolutely no need, as their #1 target remains Xu Jingming. Now pay attention here, because the president, standing with his hands in his pockets, knows a secret. With a deep gaze, he replies that it is not really insider info, but rather something he saw with his own eyes. Their chat is cut short as a surveillance drone flies over. A loud announcement echoes throughout the entire arena, calling the second-round contestants to step up onto the battle stage. Hearing his own name, Xu Jingming confidently steps forward from the crowd, a smirk playing on his lips as he welcomes his turn. Behind him, Lu Wentao pumps his fist, shouting with maximum hype to cheer his friend on, telling Brother Ming to show that arrogant Li Chengji what real power looks like. Xu Jingming does not even look back, simply raising his hand in agreement. But in stark contrast to his excitement, the unlucky contestants grouped with him turn utterly pale, as one of them cries out in sheer horror at his luck. Realizing it is the monstrous Xu Jingming, others tremble, cursing their terrible luck for being sorted into the exact same bracket. Another competitor completely gives up, realizing they can only fight for the remaining 4 spots as they step onto the stage. Xu Jingming grips his long spear tightly in his hand, his sharp gaze scanning the opponents backing away to the edges to keep their distance. He silently scoffs, thinking they are naive to believe they are safe. Let us pause here, because up on the VIP viewing deck, the judges are also locking their eyes onto this outstanding young man. One professor turns to ask a colleague if that is indeed the new disciple Dean Yang took in recently. The female professor next to him confirms, noting he is an S-class lightning type awakened who possesses the devastating purple heaven divine thunder. His aura seems incredibly sharp, but they wonder how he will perform. Suddenly, they notice something shocking. Xu Jingming has already reached Tier 2. Did he not just awaken when he first entered the academy? The female professor with black hair cannot hide her complete shock, slowly commenting that advancing this much in just over a month is a truly terrifying speed. Thinking that old Yang managed to keep such massive news completely hidden. He did not say a single word beforehand, keeping his progress totally hidden. Before the shocked teachers can even recover, the system countdown finally ends. 3, 2, 1, start. Instantly, a massive explosion rings out as Jingming unleashes a surge of lightning energy that shakes the entire arena. In the storm's center, Xu Jingming spins his spear, creating a brilliant vortex of purple lightning. As the wind screeches around him, a thrilled smile spreads across his face. Feeling his warrior blood boiling, he realizes that compared to slaughtering monsters, he vastly prefers fighting humans. The overwhelming pressure radiating from him forces his terrified opponents to gasp at his immense aura. One of them stammers, realizing this is the aura of a Tier 2 high-rank awakened. Standing tall amidst the cracking lightning, Xu Jingming forces everyone to face the truth. He is actually a Tier 2 high-rank powerhouse. Their morale completely shatters as they scream in despair, wondering how they are supposed to fight against a Tier 2 high rank. Are they seriously competing in a freshman tournament right now? As fellow freshmen, how is he an entire realm above them? Up in the VIP stands, the subordinate turns to his boss again. Asking if he already knew, the president calmly replies, suggesting this clearly shows how massive Xu Jingming's raw potential truly is. Meanwhile, a platinum-haired girl smiles with intrigue at the screen, recognizing her senior. No, he is her junior, and that is where we leave them. As Li Cheng's turns pale, she mutters about seeking revenge on Han for keeping her trapped, while Li Chengji stands there, his face turning completely pale with fear. Trust me, you'll love watching this smug rank 2 upper A-class sweat bullets after trying to crush Han. He wanted to steal Han's spotlight as the top S-class user and shock the school. Now he's just gritting his teeth in failure. A black-haired guy hiding nearby sneers maliciously, thinking with Han here, haha, Xu Jingming is done for. Against anyone else, Xu Jingming would have secured an easy victory. But of all luck, that monster ended up in this exact second round. Let's see how you survive this now. Up on the stage, a guy rallies the crowd, shouting, "Everyone! Xu Jingming is a rank 2 upper S-class. We cannot beat him alone. We need to team up right now and eliminate Xu Jingming before he destroys us all." The desperate crowd instantly agrees, shouting that it makes total sense, calling it the best plan to survive. Xu Jingming narrows his eyes at the leader, sensing something off. That voice carries an unnaturally strong hypnotic pull, a mental-type user. The leader smirks, sending out a mental shockwave as he loudly boasts, "We have 103 people here in total. Pay close attention here, it's 102 against 1. They're ready to drag him down at any cost." He confidently introduces himself, "I am Shiliao, an A-class mental ability user. Follow my lead and we will win. We won't get another chance to take down an S-class titan." Fired up by his words, the crowd's eyes burn red as they charge forward, realizing they're out anyway if they don't fight. "If we fight, we have a chance. Screw it, count me in. Let's crush an S-class. This might be the only chance we ever get in our entire lives. Count me in, Shiliao. Tell us what to do next." Watching the chaos unfold below, the teachers up on the high platform discuss the situation intently. Wow, this Shiliao actually has some real skill to unite all these rowdy freshmen together. But they're also worried about the outcome. Xu Jingming is in real trouble. He might actually lose here. Another teacher points out that Shiliao is Dean Long's personal disciple, which totally explains his brilliance, making the smug Dean smile proudly. Because Xu Jingming is simply too strong, he forced everyone to unite against him. The female professor sitting nearby can't help but mock his smug attitude. "Honestly, I know what you're thinking, but Xu Jingming is in serious trouble this time." She adds mockingly that if an S-class awakened genius cannot even survive the very first round, the entire academy will become a laughingstock. Surrounded by over 100 bloodthirsty opponents, Xu Jingming stands completely still, with eyes that are as cold as ice. Violent crackles of purple lightning begin to surge around his body. Seeing him silent, Shiliao points mockingly and shouts, "Xu Jingming, if you had taken me down before I could finish speaking, you might have actually survived. But now that everyone is following my commands, you stand zero chance. How will you ever turn the tables alone against us all?" Suddenly, Xu Jingming smiles as violent purple energy erupts from his hand, replying with pure and utter arrogance, "Turn the tables? What on earth makes you think I am the underdog here?" Sensing the immense danger, Shi Liao wastes no time, screaming orders to the crowd. "Melee-type fighters, charge ahead and pin him down. Ranged fighters, unleash your attacks now. Supports, cast your buffs. Let's go." The entire arena begins to shake violently. A barrage of colorful, deadly skills rains down on Xu Jingming. The crowd roars like madmen, charging forward like moths to a flame, shouting that their chance to defeat an S-class is finally here. Hiding safely behind a solid reinforced wall, Shi Liao continues to shout his desperate provocations at Xu Jingming. "I advise you to stop worrying about me and focus on the enemies surrounding you first." Xu Jingming just chuckles, his sharp gaze cutting right through the crowd as he replies, "You have numbers, but they mean absolutely nothing to me." With a swift swing of his spear, he summons a colossal bolt of purple lightning crashing down, obliterating their entire formation. The ground instantly shatters under the destructive power of his lightning. A terrifying shockwave blasts the students and their weapons high into the air, completely scattering their 100-man alliance in a split second. Across the scorched ground, remnants of purple lightning continue to crackle threateningly across the bodies of the fallen students. Witnessing this sheer, terrifyingly overwhelming power, the few survivors go pale with terror, crawling on the ground as they scream in total despair. It is going to blow up. We are all dead. But Xu Jingming is not done yet, and trust me, you and I are about to watch his blinding purple lightning swallow the entire arena. A colossal explosion sweeps the entire stage clean. The crowd watches in absolute shock, unable to believe their eyes as the smoke clears, wondering what kind of monster they just witnessed. Stick with me, because we are starting with a literal mushroom cloud on the arena. Another classmate is sweating bullets, terrified that Shi Liao and his team were instantly wiped out. Before the dust even settles, the EVA system screams emergency warnings to the unlucky students near ground zero. Detecting a massive, unstoppable energy shockwave that threatens their lives, the automated system immediately deploys its defensive energy barriers. Right after comes a brutal announcement. We regret to inform you that Xu Jingming has officially eliminated you. Shi Liao stands dazed in the smoking ruins, his face painted with pure regret over his fatal mistake. I completely messed up. If I had not provoked Xu Jingming, I would have easily advanced. Now he looks around bitterly, eliminated in round 2 without taking down a single opponent. Refusing to accept defeat, he uses his last ounce of breath to scream orders to his remaining allies, telling them to ignore him and keep attacking. In pure madness, Shi Liao charges forward like a wounded beast, his eyes wild and bloodshot with absolute desperation. Xu Jingming, even if I get dragged down, I am taking you down with me. Heeding his desperate command, the remaining fighters charge from every direction with weapons raised, completely locking Xu Jingming in a massive, inescapable chokehold. A relentless rain of deadly strikes and weapons pours down on him, sending massive shockwaves through the entire arena floor. But then, and pay close attention here, right as they surround him, Xu Jingming slowly looks up with glowing eyes and a deadly smile while crackling lightning dances wildly around his body. Shi Liao witnesses this terrifying sight but desperately tries to reassure himself. Calculating in his head, he thinks trading 1 for 1 to drag down Xu Jingming is still worth it. But the very next second, that smug grin completely vanishes from his face, replaced by absolute horror as he feels a monstrous amount of raw energy condensing right in front of him, preparing to erupt. Before anyone can even react, an earth-shattering explosion of pure energy erupts directly from Xu Jingming, sending every single student in the vicinity flying backward through the air like helpless ragdolls. As the massive dust cloud finally clears, Xu Jingming remains standing completely unharmed, covered in crackling purple lightning, as he sighs in sheer boredom at these weaklings. Seeing their target completely untouched after that ultimate assault, a purple-haired boy stands frozen in absolute terror. Drenched in sweat, he mutters in utter helplessness. He didn't even use a combat technique, just raw ability to completely block all our elemental attacks. How is this possible? Is this really an S-class ability? He drops to his knees on the cold floor, his spirit completely shattered by this overwhelming power as he bitterly accepts the brutal truth. I know what you're thinking. Even with their massive numbers, they are still just helpless ants in his eyes. Other students nearby clutch their heads in panic, unable to believe their eyes as they realize all their hard work was completely useless. What terrifying lightning! Our elemental attacks are totally useless against him. Dozens of us teamed up against one guy, and we couldn't even put a single shred of pressure on him. Another student bitterly compares them. I learned the lightning spear too, so how is he this ridiculously overpowered? It makes no sense. But while the arena is dead silent, up in the stands, the silver-haired girl pumps her fist, cheering with absolute pride. I knew Senior would have absolutely no trouble here. Her black-haired friend smiles and nods in agreement. Crossing her arms, she notes that trying to defeat Xu Jingming with a weak trick is just too naive. The teachers closely analyze his movements, with one expert noting that his lightning spear mastery is easily at an advanced level. The moment he throws that spear, it breaks the sound barrier at twice the speed of sound. His physical strength is insane. Another teacher nods in agreement, adding that his seamless lightning footwork shows he has been training diligently. Very impressive. A black-haired professor glances at an empty seat, sighing with regret that old Yang is not here to witness this. Otherwise, they could have asked him about Xu Jingming. Back on the battle arena, the Alliance is completely demoralized. Trembling, they realize they cannot even break through his defense, whispering in panic. What do we do? I have no idea. One terrified student whispers, should we just run away? Seeing the terrified crowd slowly backing away, Xu Jingming casually rests his spear on his shoulder, flashing an incredibly cocky smile. Not coming forward? Fine, then I will come to you. Xu Jingming crashes down like a bolt of purple lightning, striking the ground and triggering a massive earthquake. He tears through the crowd, sweeping his spear to instantly shatter their entire formation into absolute chaos. A student screams that he is too fast as their leader desperately barks orders to regroup and hold the formation. And trust me, you and I are about to see if their desperate unity can actually survive his next strike. Alright, let's jump in. Facing absolute terror, these defensive and melee students desperately band together, raising shields and magic barriers to withstand his explosive attack. Seeing this, he moves like a phantom, attacking, dodging, and parrying all at once, shouting, "Your slashing angle is completely wrong." Then he blasts another back, shouting, "Your speed is too slow." A simple spear sweep sends his opponent flying as he shakes his head. "Your power is pathetic." Standing tall among the defeated opponents sprawled across the floor, Xu Jingming delivers a cold, brutal judgment, "Way too weak." Hearing that, the battered and bruised students can only groan in despair. "Oh my god. He trashes us this badly and still calls us weak." Another groans in pain. "This guy is a cold-blooded killer. Why was I unlucky enough to group with him?" Finally, the announcement echoing through the arena confirms that the second round of Stage 1 has officially come to an end. With an absolutely dominant result, the sole advancer is Xu Jingming, knocking out 102 opponents. Floating in midair, the monitoring robot circles around and emits a loud static buzz, shattering the crowd's silence with the news that only 4 promotion spots are left. The stern female professor looks down at the utter chaos, issuing a final ruling to salvage the tournament. Aside from the already qualified Xu Jingming, everyone else will compete in round 11 to fight for those final 4 spots. As the decision sinks in, the stands erupt as one hype student shouts, "Total domination. This is absolute domination." A freshman match where only one person actually qualifies. "I've never seen anything like this." His friend beside him agrees excitedly. "Trust me on this. Those top clubs are going to tear each other apart just trying to recruit Xu Jingming. It's going to be a total bloodbath." High up in the VIP section, the academy professors begin discussing the history of this legendary tournament. One asks, "This freshman competition has been running for over 40 years now, right?" The other nods. "Exactly. The previous record of 87 knockouts was set by an S-rank genius." A third professor strokes his chin, "And if I remember correctly, that record took 7 whole minutes to achieve." They all reach one conclusion. With that in mind, Xu Jingming's historic new record will probably never be broken by anyone ever again. Another professor cannot hide his deep admiration, wondering what kind of training Yang Zhentian used to elevate Xu Jingming's arts to such a legendary master level. The female professor nods in agreement. Master level. His talent with weapons is indeed on a completely different tier. Deep down, she feels a pang of regret since she originally planned to recruit him to the Elemental Academy, but that seems impossible now. She smiles warmly at the talented youth already planning out the future of her academy. Let's be real, with Xu Jingming on their side, this semester's joint training trip for the 3 freshman schools is going to be an absolute breeze. The moment Xu Jingming steps off the stage, his close friends crowd around him shouting, "Congratulations, you absolute beast!" Lu Wentao excitedly waves his hands, shouting out, "Big brother Ming, you should have seen Li Chengji's face. When you crushed Shi Liao, his expression instantly turned the color of a bruised plum." He laughs mockingly, adding, "Honestly, that guy could easily get a job performing Sichuan face-changing opera with that drama." Xu Jingming glances over at his rival standing in the distance, casually muttering a calm response. So it turns out he is just a paper tiger who bullies the weak and cowers before the strong. But his gaze suddenly sharpens as he remembers the guy's incredibly arrogant behavior from earlier. Smirking, he makes a mental calculation. His attitude was just way too overbearing, and I can't let that slide. Fine, once Stage 2 kicks off, I will personally challenge him to a fight, especially since I have 3 chances. Shaking off the thought, Xu Jingming pats his 2 friends on the shoulder. "Now go out there and show them what you've got." Lu Wentao grins confidently. "Don't worry, making it into the top 50 will be a piece of cake." The girl beside him nods determinedly, her eyes burning with fiery battle intent. "Absolutely no problem, I can't wait to fight." Song Xuan smiles brightly, high-fiving Xu Jingming with absolute determination. "Just wait a second and watch me shine. Even if I can't defeat you, I'll still prove that I'm the strongest freshman here. Minus you, of course." The monitoring drone displays the next match on the massive screen, capturing the pure, unadulterated chaos unfolding on the arena floor. Round 3 4th place goes to Lu Wentao, defeating multiple opponents with ease. A girl wearing glasses and wielding razor-sharp claws tears through the enemy lines. Round 6. 3rd place goes to Bi Donghe with 1 confirmed knockout. By round 8, Song Xuan steps up with immense presence, raising her spear as her eyes burn. Finally, it's my turn. And that's where we leave it. Her stunning looks and absolute confidence instantly steal the show, making her the center of attention as the crowd goes wild for the next battle. Let's jump straight into the action as the crowd goes absolutely wild. Look over there! It is the stunning Song Chuyun. Honestly, her looks are absolute top tier. Another student points out her incredibly rare choice of weapon, a massive crescent halberd. Another guy boldly declares, I am calling it right now. She is officially our school's next generation goddess. The signal sounds and the battle begins. Song Chuyun immediately spins her halberd, creating dazzling rings of light that shine like the morning sun. Her power is terrifying. She storms into the crowd like a whirlwind, her halberd sweeping in every direction. Opponents cannot even react before being launched into the air. Witnessing this overwhelming power, a spectator gasps in shock. No way, is she another rank 2? The fighters on the field panic as they realize the terrifying gap. Thank goodness. She is only a low-tier rank 2, not a complete monster like Xu Jingming. But his teammate replies in despair, what difference does that make? We still stand 0 chance. Over at the star-seeking pavilion observation deck, the black-haired leader watches this impressive performance and delivers an order to his subordinate. Add Song Chuyun as our second recruitment target. As for Li Chengji, temporarily keep him as number 3. The subordinate nods, yes sir. Now pay attention to this next move. Surrounded by enemies, Song Chuyun spins her weapon into brilliant golden trails, unleashing her devastating Dawn's wild dance technique. Using her forward momentum, she slams a thunderous blow of heavy gravity straight into the ground, completely shattering the enemy formation with her adjudicator's gravity slash. Crushed under an invisible crushing weight, a massive opponent lies pinned to the dirt. Gritting his teeth, he groans, it is too heavy. The battle is quickly brought to an end. Her victorious figure shines on the giant screen as the final results are announced for all to see. First place this round goes to Song Chuyun with 4 eliminations. She retracts her weapon, closing her eyes to catch her breath. As her glowing aura fades, she regains her calm, elegant grace after a spectacular victory. Stepping down from the stage, she happily waves to her waiting friends. Xu Jingming and the group smile warmly, welcoming back their very own goddess of war. Leaning in close to Xu Jingming, she winks playfully and asks, so how did I do? Pretty good, right? Xu Jingming nods in genuine admiration. Honestly, that was impressive. Your combination of magic and close combat techniques is incredible. Once the intermission ends, the giant screen flashes with a brand new update. 2 hours later, the main event begins. Phase 2 of the Freshman Grand Competition, the free challenge stage. The rules for this stage are brutal. Everyone gets 3 chances to challenge anyone above them, but those ranked outside the top 50 cannot challenge the top 50. Suddenly, the entire arena floor shakes violently as massive stone blocks split apart and float into the air. They rearrange themselves into separate battle platforms floating in mid-air. In the crowd, a mysterious dark-haired student calculates his next move. Xu Jingming. Maybe I should challenge the second-ranked Song Chuyun instead. But trust me, nobody saw this next part coming. A voice cuts through the crowd challenging rank 3, Li Chengji. Hearing his name, the guy completely freezes in sheer shock. Furious, he points a finger and demands, Xu Jingming, you are ranked first. Why are you challenging me at rank 3? Xu Jingming calmly fires back. The rules never stated that only a lower-ranked fighter is allowed to challenge someone higher up. His eyes turn ice cold. Besides, surely you did not think you could provoke me without any consequences. Down below, the spectators whisper in excitement, wondering if there is bad blood between them. An insider chuckles and explains, wait, you seriously do not know? Earlier, Li Chengji made a throat-slitting gesture to provoke him. The other student slaps his thigh, laughing, no wonder, that guy is way too arrogant. No wonder Xu Jingming decided to initiate this challenge himself. The system immediately schedules the match. Eva has assigned ring 74 for this battle. Both combatants, please step up to the stage. Li Chengji grits his teeth, his eyes flashing with rage. Fine, let me see what you S-class talent users are made of. Show me your true power. Up on the arena, floating high in the sky, the 2 rivals face off. The air grows incredibly tense as the speaker blares. Both fighters get ready. 3, 2, 1, fight! Instantly, Li Chengji's muscles swell and his hair stands on end. He transforms into a powerful glowing red beast, activating his A rank beast type enhancement, the Bloodlion King. He lets out an earth-shattering roar, unleashing a savage aura across the arena. Charging forward like an unstoppable tank, Li Chengji swings his massive broadsword downward, roaring in anger. Xu Jingming, you brought this on yourself. Xu Jingming stands ground, he calmly retorts. And trust me, you do not want to miss what happens next. You and I are jumping right into a brutal clash where pride meets pure power. Our protagonist warns his opponent that his own arrogance caused this doom, just as a massive burst of purple lightning erupts from the ground, blocking the strike and shaking the entire arena. Xu Jingming leaps high into the air, swinging a spear crackling with purple lightning to bring down a devastating strike on his opponent below. Li Chengji doesn't back down for a second, putting all his power into a massive blade to slash upward. He roars arrogantly, questioning if a lightning ability user really dares to go head-to-head with him. Calling it a death wish, their weapons collide in midair, creating a violent shockwave as electric sparks fly in every direction. Instantly, the massive recoil blows Li Chengji backward with insane force. His bulky body staggers out of control against this terrifying power. His eyes widen in shock, breaking into a cold sweat as he realizes the massive gap between them. But there is absolutely no time for him to catch his breath. Xu Jingming channels even more energy into his spear tip, his cold gaze locking in for the next punishment. A thick bolt of purple lightning strikes straight down on his head, sending him into absolute agony as he screams that it hurts so bad. Amidst the blinding flashes, Li Chengji's miserable screams echo across the entire arena as the relentless currents rip through his body. Now watch closely here as the sweating audience analyzes the fight, noting that Li Chengji is a strong rank 2 enhancement user, but another experienced onlooker chimes in. The truly terrifying one is Xu Jingming. He is deliberately controlling the lightning to torture his opponent, keeping him conscious so the referee AI cannot call the match. Everyone silently agrees that they should never, ever mess with this guy. Finally, a massive energy explosion puts an end to the torture, blasting Li Chengji away as the system loudly announces Xu Jingming as the winner. Retracting his power, the victor looks at the defeated trash and sighs. A pity he could not torture him longer, though 15 seconds of pure agony should be more than enough to teach him a lifelong lesson. He hopes his opponent takes this to heart and learns to humble himself, before that arrogant attitude leads to an even worse disaster. As Xu Jingming turns his back and walks away, Li Chengji lies flat on the floor, pale as a ghost, whispering to himself that he actually survived. Still trembling from the near-death experience, he truly believed his life was over just a second ago. Watching his tormentor walk away, he lets out a massive sigh of relief, completely drenched in cold sweat. You and I both know the nightmare is not over yet, because Tong Chuyun suddenly steps up to the plate. She loudly declares her challenge to the system, asking to fight the third rank, Li Chengji, shocking everyone. Hearing his name called again before his soul has even returned to his body, Li Chengji's eyes widen as his face twists in absolute terror, and honestly it goes exactly as expected. His replacement opponent is sent flying into the air with a single strike, spinning completely out of control before crashing down hard. The defeated challenger falls flat on the arena floor, completely knocked out cold. She confidently sheathes her weapon in one smooth motion, while the system officially declares Tong Chuyun as the winner. At the same time, a heavily bruised and completely traumatized Li Chengji is carried away by paramedics on a stretcher. Returning to Xu Jingming's side, Tong Chuyun happily asks if he enjoyed her performance. Did you see how I handled him? Xu Jingming smiles and admits she is indeed impressive. She giggles happily and high-fives him, showing off their perfect, effortless chemistry. From afar, a group of boys whispers that there is definitely something romantic going on between them. Another one gasps in shock, asking if he means their class goddess. Exactly. The other boy grumbles, complaining that Xu Jingming made his move way too fast since school has not even officially started yet. Another boy quickly shushes them, whispering that he has no desire to end up like that miserable Li Chengji and get completely beaten to pulp by this powerhouse couple. 4 hours later, an instructor announces that time is up. The freshman grand meet has officially ended, and the final rankings are about to be revealed. A massive screen displays the leaderboard, showing Xu Jingming in first place, and Tong Chuyun right behind him in second. Li Chengji takes third, but Dong He is 26th, and Liao Wentao ranks 39th. The instructor continues, telling the students to log on to the official website to register for their respective academies. Tong Chuyun curiously asks Jingming which class he got, and he looks down at his phone, replying that he is in the Weapon Academy, Class 1-2, and she reveals she is in the Elemental Academy, Class 1-3. A girl in glasses playfully nudges her white-haired friend, looking at the pair and teasing them with a smug grin. Look at her calling him Jingming already. If she is calling him that today, tomorrow it will probably be sweetheart. And that is where we leave it for now, as the announcer declares the freshman grand meet officially over. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are diving right back into this awesome academy story. For the top freshmen, specialized mentors will be sending out recruitment invitations tonight, so stay alert. Up in the stands, two instructors are discussing how this year's freshman batch is way stronger than the previous one. The other nods, pointing out their top student, Xu Jingming. In just 1 or 2 years, he might dominate the entire academy. The top clubs will definitely fight tooth and nail over him. Meanwhile, as Xu Jingming walks with his friends, his white-haired buddy suggests, "It is finally over. How about we go grab some food together?" Their bespectacled friend chimes in, "Great idea. Shouldn't our new freshman king treat us to a meal?" The white-haired boy adds, "You are about to be a rich man with a 10 cubic meter spatial ring anyway." Xu Jingming happily agrees, "No problem at all. Order whatever you want." His white-haired friend jumps with joy, shouting that brother Jingming is so generous. Suddenly, someone calls out, "Student Hua, please wait a moment." Xu Jingming turns around and asks who he is. The man politely introduces himself as Wu Yuan, the president of the prestigious Wenxing Club, inviting Xu Jingming to join them. Wu Yuan continues with an incredibly tempting offer, stating that since he is currently the only S-class student, their Wenxing Club will show true sincerity if he joins, offering him the vice president role, 100 credits per semester, and B-class resources. Hearing this, Xu Jingming's friends gasp in shock, whispering to each other, "This is so enviable. We have to pay fees just to get in and do all the grunt work." His backing is insane. Besides, Wenxing is a top-tier academy club, and holding a vice president position guarantees he can join an elite guild right after graduation. Now pay attention here, another voice suddenly cuts in, calling Wu Yuan and his Wenxing Club way too cheap. A silver-haired man steps up with a far more appealing invite, telling Xu Jingming to join their Ashes Club, where he can directly become the reserve president. "Once I graduate, you will take over the club, with all other benefits included." The onlookers are stunned once again. A reserve president role with such benefits is a massive deal. The Ashes Club is really willing to spend big. Wu Yuan explains with an awkward expression that their Wenxing Club is directly under the Wenxing Guild. By guild rules, the president position must be appointed by them, so he genuinely cannot match that offer. Xu Jingming crosses his arms, weighing the vice president and reserve president roles, before replying that he needs a few days to think it over. He secretly thinks about his past life. Back in college, he joined the student council and even became president, but it took up too much of his time, so he must be careful in this life. Wu Yuan hands over a business card, sharing his personal number, and asks Xu Jingming to contact him directly once he decides. The other guy offers his card too, saying, "This one is mine." Wu Yuan then turns to Xu Jingming's friends, welcoming them warmly if they ever wish to join Wenxing too. The Ashes president agrees, offering them the same. Grabbing the cards, Xu Jingming tells his friends to head out, but Tong Shuyun warns him that leaving won't be easy. And yep, you and I knew it. This peace wouldn't last. A crowd of presidents from other clubs suddenly swarms over, surrounding Xu Jingming with endless offers, asking him to join their club, promising him that most of their members are female students. Or join ours, we have the absolute best growth prospects and are backed by wealthy financial sponsors. After a chaotic struggle, the group finally manages to break free from the crowd. Xu Jingming sighs, finally free. Let's head to Qingya Court, but as they walk, a soft sound of footsteps makes him turn his head in curiosity. A beautiful girl with platinum hair steps forward, waving with a gentle smile. "Long time no see, Junior." Xu Jingming hesitantly replies, greeting his senior, while Tong Shuyun stands next to him, asking curiously who she is. Xu Jingming introduces her as Zhang Chushuan, a senior he met in the Wild Primal Zone not too long ago. The platinum-haired girl friendly adds that she is a second-year student in Class 3 at the Elemental Academy. Greeting them all as the white-haired boy stutters out, blushing deeply, calling her the legendary ice goddess who is rumored to be extremely cold. Tong Chuyun then steps forward to politely introduce herself as his classmate. She introduces herself as Tong Chuyun, while Jiang Chushuan looks at her, secretly amazed in her heart. What an incredibly stunning girl with such an exquisite face. Her stunning figure makes everyone want to get close to her. So what do you and I make of this new girl? Absolutely gorgeous, but incredibly dangerous. Unexpectedly surrounded by two beauties, you and I watch as Xu Jingming finally breaks the silence. We are going to get food, senior. Care to join? Jiang Chushuan happily agreed with a smile. Entering a luxury restaurant named Snacky Rooms, the group toasted together to celebrate the end of the freshman tournament. Cheers! Blushing deeply, the beautiful Jiang Chushuan gracefully raised her glass towards Xu Jingming with a sweet smile. Drink up, Junior! As he raised his glass in return, Song Chuyun refused to be outdone. Turning to Xu Jingming, she suggested they share a toast, and he calmly nodded his agreement. Sensing the heavy tension, his white-haired friend whispered to the girl in glasses about their obvious crush. We need to escape this Shura battlefield. Pay attention here as his white-haired friend suddenly stands up. He shouted, Brother Ming, we will leave the ladies to you. Bidong and I have business. We're leaving first. The bespectacled girl chased after Bai, leaving Xu Jingming absolutely stunned by their departure. Thinking to himself why they fled so fast, he sighed, realizing that alcohol always ruins everything. Suddenly, Jiang Chushuan leaned her body against him, whispering that she felt too dizzy to walk on her own. Song Chuyun immediately leaned onto his other side, complaining that she could not take another step either. Help me back, please. Looking at both of them, Xu Jingming asked if they were absolutely sure. Both girls answered in unison, positive. Shaking his head, Xu Jingming let out a nervous sigh of defeat. All right then, I will take you both home. Watching him walk out with two absolute goddesses, the onlookers gasped in sheer jealousy, calling him the luckiest guy alive for stealing the hearts of the school's most beautiful women. After safely escorting both girls back to their dorms, Xu Jingming finally returned to his own apartment. Opening his door, he was shocked to find a beautiful woman casually sitting on his living room sofa. When he asked who she was, the woman smiled warmly and introduced herself as Su Yu, his new class counselor. She handed over his grand tournament reward, prompting Xu Jingming to politely thank her for making the long trip. Giving him the high-tech chest, she explained that it would open only with his unique fingerprint. I will send you our class chat link later, so make sure to join. If you ever run into any issues on campus, feel free to contact me directly. Jingming nodded as she stood up to leave. I must deliver rewards to other students, so I will head out now. The moment she left, his white-haired friend immediately burst into the room, asking if any brutal conflict had erupted between Song Chuyun and Jiang Chushuan. Xu Jingming calmly replied, wondering what kind of conflict they could possibly have. His white-haired friend was shocked. Did you actually expect them to get along so peacefully? Bowing in complete respect, he praised Brother Ming for handling both gorgeous women so masterfully. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming placed his hand on the locked chest, and a quick beep confirmed his authorization. He grinned with excitement, slowly popping the lid open to see what treasure lay inside. It was a storage ring. With a soft command, a brilliant blue light shot out and enveloped his weapon. The massive spear instantly vanished into the ring. Sensing the internal space, he smiled to find a massive 10 cubic meters of storage. This huge space finally saves him from carrying that heavy spear around every single day. His buddy teased him for wearing 3 storage rings, joking that Jingming looked like a legendary king of single men. His friend sighed, complaining that ranking in the top 50 only earned him 400 credits. It was nothing compared to Brother Ming, leaving him green with envy as Jingming stared at his rings. Recognizing that 3 rings were indeed too flashy, he decided to visit the equipment department tomorrow. They would likely exchange these duplicate items, so he pulled out a mysterious pill next. With no instructions, he wondered what it did, but his buddy laughed and said identifying pills was easy. Summoning Eva, a cute floating robot flew out and scanned the pill with a bright blue light. Eva reported that this was a rare 5th-grade mind-condensing pill from the prestigious university pharmacy. It is designed specifically for Tier 5 cultivators and below. Ingesting it greatly boosts mental power, making it a grade A cultivation resource, shocking Jingming. Eva can analyze anything from beast parts to legendary herbs, so stick around for our next epic recap. So you and I are back with our main character who's using Eva for appraisals, wishing this handy AI could join him in the wasteland. His white-haired buddy suggests that there must be similar products available on the market. Xu Jingming agrees he might look for one later, then heads straight up to the second-floor training room. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, he decides to check his current mental power levels first. Holding an elixir, he reminds himself that physique and spirit are his 2 most basic attributes. The more energy an awakened user possesses, the stronger and longer-lasting their abilities become. But upgrading is incredibly tough. Trading ability points for mental power is getting harder. At first, the ratio was 1 to 0.2. Now it is just 1 to 0.1, not worth it. Staring at the pill, He hopes this elixir will bring some surprising results before decisively popping it straight into his mouth. Suddenly, a wave of powerful and pure energy erupts from his body, completely wrapping around the surrounding space. A moment later, Xu Jingming opens his eyes to see his stats. Physique at 1,321, spirit over 1,000. With his spirit up by 50 points, he has successfully passed the 1,000 mark. Not bad. Now watch closely because he just saved 500 ability points. Feeling fully refreshed, he summons his spear. Smiling. He plans to practice for 2 hours before sleeping. The next morning, he heads over to the academy's administrative area. Standing before a trading terminal, he checks his account and freezes. After selling that ring, his balanced soared past 100 million. His first small goal is officially achieved. Being an awakened user sure makes earning money look easy. Next, he heads to the pharmaceutical department, where a voice over the loudspeaker calls number 14 to alchemist counter number 3. Looking down at his ticket number 43, he notes they are only on number 14. With 43, he will be waiting at least an hour, so he decides to cultivate for a bit. Walking over to the waiting lobby, he finds an empty seat when suddenly a familiar voice calls out to him. It is his senior Jiang Chushuan. Xu Jingming looks up, completely surprised to see her here of all places. Asking if she has recovered from last night, Jiang Chushuan shyly responds that she sobered up early. Quickly changing the subject, she asks if he is here to sell those rare herbs from the cave. You and I both know refining is way better. He explains he is actually looking for an alchemist to help. Refining gives much better results than selling raw. Hearing this, Jiang Chushuan gives him a highly suggestive smile. She teases, asking if he noticed that a beautiful top-tier alchemist is actually standing right in front of him. Xu Jingming looks skeptical, asking if she is just an amateur, but she confidently shoots back that she is not. She actually holds a second-grade alchemist license, making basic pill refining a total breeze. Then her expression turns quite serious. She reveals she is done risking her life filming in the wasteland, choosing to focus solely on alchemy instead. This sudden career change catches Xu Jingming completely off guard. Sitting down together on the waiting bench, she explains that after almost dying last time, the dangerous wasteland just is not for her. She will still upload, but shift her content to alchemy vlogs. Xu Jingming warns that switching styles might cost her a massive chunk of fans. She sighs, knowing she has no choice. A quick flashback reveals her old days working at a cafe, where a friend suddenly shouted out her name in excitement. Her video fighting beasts had gone viral. As an orphan whose parents died during a beast tide, life was incredibly difficult back then. Even after awakening her class ice abilities and getting into college, she was still constantly struggling just to make ends meet. But once those videos blew up, sponsorships for combat armor and weapons finally brought in real money, though her true passion had always been researching ancient alchemy. We see her in a lab coat, completely lost in her elements, happily working on various pharmaceutical formulas. The flashback ends, and she looks at him with deep sincerity, admitting that she would be dead if he had not saved her. She knew luck would eventually run out, which is why she decided to pivot. Hearing this, Xu Jingming warmly shakes her hand, wishing her the absolute best of luck. But Xu Jingming raises a curious question about her elemental powers. How can an ice user brew medicine? Well, you and I are about to get a lesson on how this world works. She explains that specialized cauldrons equipped with magic runes can convert raw energy into flames. This means even his lightning energy can refine medicine just fine, leaving us excited to see what happens next. Let's dive right in as Jingming hands over his legendary rare herbs without a single doubt, trusting her completely. Jiang Chushuan is totally caught off guard. Smiling brightly, she takes the container, saying that since he trusts her so much, she won't be polite anymore. In just 1 week, I'll deliver the finished pills to you. Suddenly, his phone buzzes and he stares at the screen in surprise. Right after the call, he heads over to an ancient, solemn-looking estate. Inside, a senior brother speaks up first, saying that before returning, he browsed the school forum and saw wild rumors about their junior brother. The kid is an absolute monster. Another disciple turns and asks if their junior brother is truly as crazy powerful as the forums say. Liao Ming smiles with absolute confidence, saying he'll show up soon and completely blow their minds. A ponytail-wearing female disciple looks highly skeptical, muttering that she'll have to test him herself very soon. She thinks senior brother is just exaggerating his power. Right at that moment, Jingming steps through the door alongside an elderly, wise-looking master. The master welcomes him warmly, and Jingming bows politely, greeting his teacher with deep respect. He explains he rushed over immediately, But seeing his senior brother Liao Ming in a wheelchair with heavily bandaged legs, he gasps, asking what happened. The master explains with a solemn expression. Now pay attention, because the culprit is a rank 8 Grandmaster Wang Lin who used an entire guild as monster bait. The guild suffered devastating casualties, and your senior brother was left critically injured in the aftermath. Liao Ming grits his teeth, adding that he fought that bastard Wang Lin, and though he lost, he left a mark. His master explains this was why he missed the freshman tournament. Hearing this, Jingming clenches his fists in rage. Furious, he spits out that a rank 8 Grandmaster should protect people, not act like heartless scum. He silently ponders the terrifying, world-shaking power of a rank 8 martial arts powerhouse. Jingming's eyes turn ice-cold. He realizes he is only at rank 2, far too weak to seek revenge. If he fought now, he would be nothing but cannon fodder to a Grandmaster. Let that sink in for a second. In this world, the weak get crushed. Luckily, his master comforts him, saying it is okay. Do not dwell on it, Jingming. Let me introduce your third-year senior sister Xu Wei and second-year senior sister Dong Ye. Together, they greet him, welcoming their junior brother. Xu Wei hands him a gift box, explaining it is a 4th-grade energy pill designed to massively boost his cultivation speed. She also transfers 200 credits directly to him. Jingming bows, deeply thanking both of his senior sisters. From his wheelchair, senior brother Liao speaks up. Your senior sister Dong doubted my words earlier. Have you actually mastered 4 distinct A-grade lightning combat techniques? Jingming holds his gift. He calmly confirms his senior is correct. Both Xu Wei and Dong Yue gasp in utter disbelief, yelling, "What, 4 whole skills? How is that even possible? How did you study all those complex skills and still level up to high-tier rank 2? Dong Ye mutters in shock, knowing that A-grade skills are notoriously difficult. She struggled endlessly just to master 2 of them before barely reaching high-tier rank 2 herself. Yet this guy is already at her level and has mastered twice as many skills. Where on earth is the logic in that? Jingming casually shrugs, saying there is no secret. He was just born with exceptionally high talent. Secretly, he laughs, knowing he can never reveal his cheat system to them. Stunned, both senior sisters sigh that their junior brother is way too brutal. Their master beams with pride, praising Jingming's sheer dedication and announcing a grand celebration party for him tonight. Celebrating his massive tournament victory, Jingming humbly downplays it, saying his opponents were simply too weak. Then he suddenly asks his master to help him test out a brand new skill. Xu Wei chimes in, offering to help instead, since their master shouldn't be bothered with simple skill tests. Jingming smiles mysteriously, naming the S-grade skill Underworld Prison Lightning Armor. Hearing the words S-grade, everyone in the room, even their seasoned master, freezes in absolute shock. Xu Wei immediately backs away with an embarrassed laugh, admitting that a low-tier rank 3 like her could never crack an S-grade defense. The master stands up. Let's follow them to find out. Entering the massive training chamber, Jingming and his master stand face to face, ready to unleash his true power. Let us jump in as the seniors watch from the sidelines, completely doubting if their junior brother really mastered an S-class skill. Dong Ye thoughtfully replies that knowing Hua Jingming, he would never brag. Liu Ming, nodding from his wheelchair, says he finally understands what senior brother meant. In the center, Hua Jingming closes his eyes as purple and white lightning crackles wildly around him. Instantly, a majestic armor of pure thunder condenses, completely wrapping his body. The S-class skill, Thunder Prison Lightning Armor. Opening his blazing eyes, Hua Jingming flashes a confident, challenging smile. "Master, bring it on," and his master does not hold back. A blazing red energy sphere combined with lightning sparks in his hand as he warns Jingming, "Let us start with peak tier 3 power." A massive blast of energy erupts, shattering the ground in a terrifying explosion. But as the smoke clears, he stands completely unharmed inside his lightning armor, steam rising from the scorched earth. He looks at his master, speaking with a cheeky, provocative grin. "Master, crank it up. This is way too weak." His master smirks, raising his power as purple lightning surges. "Then let us see if you can handle this. Speak up if you cannot take it." Pay attention here. The energy multiplies by 2, 4, 6 times, pounding directly against his armor. He grits his teeth to endure, and his lightning armor shakes violently under the terrifying pressure of 10 times. The impact pushes him back a step, forcing him to brace himself. Finally, as the massive onslaught ends, Hua Jingming drops to one knee, panting heavily. His master laughs with pride. "Not bad at all. That attack easily matches a low tier 4 awakened, 10 times stronger than peak tier 3. Only an A-class tier 4 could crack your armor." Hearing this, the watching seniors are left utterly speechless. Two-way stammers and S-class technique paired with an S-class ability can actually be this terrifying. Dong Yue is stunned too. Our junior brother just blocked a tier 4 attack. This kid is not just a prodigy anymore, he is a monster. The master walks over to end the test, saying it is late and time to grab some food. But Xu Jingming suddenly stops him. Wait, master. His eyes flare with power as his hair turns platinum white. He roars that this is not his limit as a massive wave of purple energy blasts him into the air. His white hair stands on end, completely wrapped in raging lightning. You and I are witnessing absolute madness as Liu Ming almost jumps from his wheelchair yelling, "The Thunder Sovereign State?" Did Jingming break through to the third tier of his indestructible body? Two-way screams. Oh my god, junior brother is insanely strong. Dong Yue is completely crushed. Muttering that his own indestructible body is only at the second tier, mastering 4 A-class skills, 1 S-class, and now breaking through to the Thunder Sovereign State. Is this kid even human? His master laughs with pure excitement, quickly summoning an even larger energy orb. No wonder your body easily withstood 10 times the force, since your indestructible body reached the third tier. Bring it on, he shouts, flying into the air to unleash a devastating strike right down on Jingming. 3 minutes later, Jingming kneels on the floor, his lightning armor completely gone. 20 times the force, which means it would require a mid-tier 4 awaken to shatter your defense completely. He looks at his disciple with absolute pride and astonishment, admitting Jingming reaching this level is honestly far beyond my expectations. Jingming looks up smiling, "Thank you for your help, master." He thinks to himself that now he finally knows how strong his defense truly is. His master helps him up and pats his shoulder, praising that out of all his disciples, Jingming is the only one who learns everything without being taught. Afterwards, the entire group heads out together. The master happily says, "Let us go eat. Choose whatever expensive dishes you want today." They step out onto the busy street and get into their car. On the way back, Xu Jingming asks senior brother Liu for advice. "Senior brother, between the Ash Club and the Star-Seeking Club, which should I choose?" Liu Ming immediately answers, "Star-Seeking." Two-Way turns around in shock, and trust me, we must see his choice next. Let's dive into this epic story. Liu Ming explains that if the Ash Guild had not faced trouble, he would have invited his junior disciple to join. He obviously wanted him in their club, but under the current circumstances, Wenxing is definitely the better option for him. The master in the passenger seat speaks up, telling Jingming that staying in the club for 1 or 2 years is actually better. Then in your 3rd to 5th year, you can establish your own club. Upon graduation, these comrades will become the very first foundation of the faction you build. Xu Jingming falls silent, wondering if building his own faction is truly necessary. His master turns around, a knowing look in his eyes. "Do you know why your master could never step into the Grandmaster realm? It is because I lacked a faction, having to do every single thing all by myself. It wasted too much time." Jingming, remember, with a faction handling the chores, you can focus entirely on your cultivation. Xu Jingming nods, his gaze growing determined as he says he understands. Thanking his master for the guidance, he decides to start planning this once his strength increases just a bit more. Now pay attention here. The next day, as Xu Jingming walks down the hallway, he realizes official classes are finally starting. Everything on campus is falling into place. Inside the lecture hall, the professor begins the lesson on the origins of fierce beasts. Hundreds of years ago, origin energy appeared on Blue Star, turning wild beasts into fierce monsters and triggering humanity's awakening. After the lecture, Xu Jingming stands in front of a digital information board. It turns out that after origin energy appeared, humanity discovered a vast number of ancient civilization ruins hidden deep beneath the earth. Most of Blue Star's highly advanced technological products, including the specialized ability testing equipment, were actually developed and reverse-engineered from the relics of these ancient civilizations. His next class is anatomy, followed by a session at the Weapon Academy, where the instructor is currently introducing a powerful weapon. Meanwhile, over at the Elemental Academy, a female teacher demonstrates different types of elemental abilities. Inside one classroom, the Elemental Academy teacher looks on in absolute shock as Xu Jingming easily controls a swirling current of energy in his hand. She praises him, calling him exceptionally talented, since shaping an S-tier ability into any form is by no means an easy task. Even in the Elemental Academy, no one can do this, yet you are not even a student here. During the weekend in the Yangcheng Wilderness, Xu Jingming, wearing his battlesuit, uses a lightning-wrapped spear to fight against a fierce beast. His new weapon, the Azure Black Flood Dragon Spear, worth 1,000 credits, glows with a powerful purple light. You and I can see his confidence soaring as he reflects on his new knowledge, skills, and equipment. These upgrades have indeed boosted his actual combat capability by a massive margin. Suddenly, a status interface pops up showing his name, rank, second tier high, and ability points 13,134. He thinks to himself that over the past 2 months, his power has doubled, and his points have crossed 13,000. Yet the plus sign on his ability column hasn't appeared. Logically, if everything else can upgrade, his abilities should be able to as well. Staring at the status panel, he decides to stop hoarding and quickly use his points to boost his strength right away. Only then will his efficiency maximize. Xu Jingming tightly clenches his fist. His eyes shine with complete confidence, believing that one day his Purple Dawn Divine Thunder will reach double S tier. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a building on campus. Song Chuyun gazes at Xu Jingming with immense admiration, mixed with a slight hint of self-pity. You only started learning ability control a few days ago, yet you are already better than my entire month of practice. Comparing myself to you is honestly just depressing. Xu Jingming smiles and replies that he simply had a sudden breakthrough, secretly thinking that with his system, she obviously cannot compete. Songjun then asks him about next week. The upcoming freshman joint research and study trip, co-hosted by 3 major academies, Tsingjing University, Jincheng University, and our own school, starts in a week. Are you participating? Xu Jingming replies that since he heard the location is the wilderness, he will absolutely be joining them. A smirk plays on his lips. This is the perfect chance to farm ability points. He also wants to see what kind of geniuses those other 2 top colleges recruited. 1 week later, our main characters group gathers, and trust me, they are fully prepared. His classmate excitedly remarks that since Brother Ming is joining this year's freshman research trip, they can just sit back and enjoy the ride. Another teammate agrees, saying that without an S-tier talent like him, their school has already won 4 consecutive championships, meaning a 5th victory is practically in the bag. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming looks straight ahead. He suddenly says they have arrived as a brilliant spatial portal materializes right before their eyes. A beautiful female instructor wearing a vibrant red outfit steps out and welcomes everyone, announcing she will host this joint meeting. Alright, let's look at their next crazy mission. Eva, open up the map. A holographic 3D map floats before the group, and the teacher points to a specific spot to make an announcement. Their destination this time is the Wild Demon Cave number 7, hidden deep within the mountain ranges of Shunan City. As the scan loads, terrifying dark energy swirling around the cave makes the students whisper in absolute dread. Truly terrifying. I heard only places where countless awakened warriors lose their lives are called demon caves. This trip feels incredibly dangerous. The female instructor continues, explaining that she will personally be leading the group on this research expedition, and other mentors will tag along. Plus, the higher-ups will allocate resources to the 3 academies based on the rankings of all participating students. Rankings are decided by the total number and grade of beasts killed. Only the top 50 count. First place gets 34%, second gets 23%, third gets 9%, and the other 47 split 24%. She floats up into the air, looking directly at Xu Jingming to hand him his mission, making first place absolutely crucial. This affects our academy's shot at a 5-time consecutive championship and the resource budget we get. Xu Jingming, is there any issue with me leaving this task to you? He confidently replies, no problem. He silently thinks that with his current combat power, there's no way any freshman can actually surpass him. Now pay attention, because the teacher smiles knowingly and says that's great, but according to the latest intel, there is a catch. The Capital City Academy has recruited a foreign helper who possesses an S-grade ability. The surrounding students instantly break out in murmurs. Capital City Academy has an S-grade user too? Where did another S-grade come from? Aside from Xu Jingming, there hasn't been a single new S-grade in Great Sha. How strange. The last time Great Sha saw an S-grade was 3 years ago. Suddenly, a holographic profile of a stranger appears. The female teacher explains that this S-grade is not from Great Sha. He is an international student invited by Capital City Academy from India. She continues, his name is Kiran Zhao, possessing an S-grade enhancement ability at the lower tier of rank 3. Hearing this, Xu Jingming is stunned. Rank 3. Everyone is shocked. An S-grade at lower rank 3? Has a freshman seriously managed to reach that level already? The teacher confirms that the data gathered by Eva is absolutely accurate. But unlike you guys, he is already 20 years old. The students start complaining. 20 years old? No wonder he has had 2 extra years to train. Calling a 20-year-old a freshman? Capital City has absolutely no shame. Another student explains that in India, college starts at age 20, making Kiran an actual freshman. Tong Shu looks at Xu Jingming with concern, thinking an S grade at rank 3. I am definitely no match for him right now. But if you look at Jingming, we can tell he isn't worried at all. Xu Jingming thinks calmly, so what if he's also an S grade, fighting enemies above my level? I'm already used to it. Crossing his arms, he boasts 30,000 grade combat skills, 40,000 A grade skills, and master-level spear technique. Why should he fear? Besides, this competition is all about the count and grade of slain beasts. In this arena, I won't lose to anyone. Even a rank 3 S grade is no exception. The teacher looks at him with immense satisfaction, thinking not bad. Xu Jingming truly is the most outstanding S grade student our academy has seen in recent years. Remaining so incredibly confident even under this massive pressure, it was totally worth pulling strings to personally approve that double S grade Tyrant Dragon Essence blood for him. Standing there, the female instructor thinks confidently, Capital City Academy inviting foreign aid like this is only because the victor wins priority resource distribution. Too bad for them, they are in for a massive disappointment this time. She then floats higher, surrounded by a brilliant golden aura, and formally announces, "All right, everyone," that covers the basics of this research trip. With only 7 days left, make sure you use your time wisely to prepare well. 7 days later, inside Xu Jingming's apartment, Jiang Chusuan proudly presents a colorful array of medicinal pills. Detox pills, healing pills, energy recovery pills, and mind-clearing pills. All are Tier 2 quality. With 20 pills per jar, this is plenty to last you all month. Xu Jingming gently reaches out to stroke her hair, his eyes filled with concern. You worked too hard. Look at those dark circles forming. Don't stay up all night refining pills anymore. I can easily buy them outside next time. She smiles warmly and replies with pure confidence. Store-bought pills can't compare to what I personally refined for you. Trust me, every single pill in here has maximum potency. She continued, speaking, pointing at another set of potion bottles, and besides, I prepared 2 portions of each elixir. Give this half to Sister Chuyun, okay? Pay attention here. Surprised, Xu Jingming asked about Chuyun, while Jiang Chusuan leaned in extremely close to whisper in his ear. She playfully whispered, I am not telling you. With that, she turned around and waved. Both you and Sister Chuyun must do your best on this research trip. Most importantly, stay safe. You leave tomorrow. Get some rest tonight, so I will not bother you anymore. After she left, Xu Jingming picked up a bottle, deeply touched. 162nd tier pills. Refining all this in 1 week is impossible, without staying awake for 3 or 4 nights. How could I ever ignore her feelings? Squeezing the bottle tight, he muttered to himself, but now is not the time. I must get stronger quickly before I can even think about these things. And here's where it gets interesting. A massive, mysterious shadow looms over the crowd of freshmen on the field. Looking around, Xu Jingming counted 856 students. Virtually the entire freshman class has signed up for this trip. But why did the academy tell everyone to gather on the sports field instead of the high-speed train station? A white-haired girl nearby leaned in and whispered to Song Chuyun, Sister Chuyun, you do not know, but we are traveling by plane, Chuyun asked in surprise. A plane? But there is no runway on this sports field. Right then, a loud voice shouted, Hey, look up there! You see that too, right? Everyone looks up in unison, watching a colossal starship slowly descend onto the sports field, leaving all the students absolutely speechless. One student wondered out loud, is this kind of technology even possible for us to control at our current stage? A nearby student explained, this starship was excavated from the ruins of an ancient advanced civilization. Rumor has it that the anti-gravity tech on board is still completely undeciphered. Just then, a female instructor in a striking red outfit appeared, radiating a bright aura. She barked an order, all freshmen, board the vessel. The students began boarding in a single file line. Once everyone was on board, the instructor stood outside, weaving complex hand signs as a glowing magic circle materialized. She channeled raw energy, unleashing a powerful spatial technique, dual space. Instantly, a bright blue light enveloped the entire starship, causing it to fade into complete transparency. From inside, the students cried out in sheer amazement, Heavens! How did the ship become transparent? Someone explained. Vice Principal Ling Shuang is an 8th rank Grandmaster. Simply incredible. This dual space barrier isolates our vessel from the outside world. During flight, we will not need to dodge any flying beasts. Xu Jingming gazed at the magical view outside, thinking indeed, only high ranks possess such incredible breakthrough abilities. Once my indestructible Thunder God body finally advances to the 6th tier, I can randomly acquire a power from refined beast blood essence. I wonder if it will grant me the skill of flight. The principal's voice echoed through the deck. Eva, depart. The onboard system chimed back. Captain Eva, orders received. The military-class invisible vessel slowly lifted off, rapidly flying to its destination and landing safely at the Tuanan supply outpost in Kiam province. A guide greeted them upon arrival, announcing each academy has 2 dedicated dormitory buildings. Motto Esper University gets buildings 1 and 2. Once you grab your room keys, you can settle in. There is a cafeteria inside and a large training field nearby. As Xu Jingming's group checked in, the bespectacled girl asked, I'm on the 4th floor, room 402. You guys? The white-haired friend replied. 2nd floor, room 203. Xu Jingming said 5th floor, room 504. Leaning in with a smile, Song Chuyan said, I am in room 505, right next door. Xu Jingming grinned. Well, isn't that a perfect coincidence? He added, since my spatial ring stores my gear, I do not need to unpack. I am going to check out the training hall. Song Chuyan immediately chimed in, I knew it. I am coming with you. Together, they entered a massive training facility equipped with all kinds of advanced high-tech machines. Inside the training room, Song Chuyan pointed toward a bulky man and whispered quietly to Xu Jingming, look over there. Is that the S-rank Esper from Beijing University? Their eyes locked onto a heavily built, muscular fighter wearing red wraps, effortlessly lifting 2 massive dumbbells. The crowd whispered, how heavy are those things he is casually curling? Trust me, you and I wouldn't be able to budge that massive weight either. Let's watch this tense moment as he sweats nervously, thinking of Mato's powerhouse Hua Chonmin. With a loud slam, that man throws 2 heavy dumbbells onto the floor, making a deafening noise. The impact instantly cracks the ground, showcasing his terrifying physical strength. He turns around, confidently stepping toward Hua Chonmin to make his grand introduction. Hello there. I am Kieran from Tonkin Ability University, and it is a real pleasure to meet you. The nearby students of Tonkin immediately begin whispering, wondering if that is truly Hua Chonmin, the #1 freshman from Mado. Word is he already reached the high 2nd tier. That is incredibly impressive. What is more, unlike Kieran, Hua Chonmin is only 18 years old, just like us. Thank goodness our school has Kieran, otherwise Mado would completely crush us today. Hua Chonmin just smiles. He reaches out to return the handshake politely, but Kieran completely ignores him, walking straight up to Tong Thu Van. This gorgeous lady warrior must be Tong Thu Van. It is an absolute pleasure to meet you. The overwhelming stench of sweat radiating from Kieran makes Tong Thu Van instinctively cover her nose. But watch closely. In a flash, Hua Chonmin lightning fast grabs Kieran's wrist, stopping him completely as their eyes lock. In a freezing voice, he says, classmate Kieran seems to understand Western etiquette, yet clearly not enough. Do you not realize that trying to touch a lady while drenched in sweat is an extremely disrespectful act? Kieran grits his teeth in absolute fury. Instantly, a raging red aura from Kieran clashes violently against Hua Chonmin's cold blue energy, filling the entire room with intense pressure. The surrounding students panic, terrified they are actually about to fight right here. The atmosphere is bad. Someone go get a teacher, because if these two clash, we cannot stop them. Hua Chonmin only tightens his grip. He continues coldly, besides, I suggest you respect our local customs and learn our proper etiquette. Kieran thinks in sheer shock, Mado's S-tier strength is absolutely terrifying. I cannot break free at all. How on earth does a lightning-type user possess this kind of insane physical raw power? Watching Hua Chonmin and Tong Thu Van walk away, Kieran stares after Tong Thu Van. His eyes gleam with calculative greed, noting the genius prodigy of the Sichuan Tong family. She truly lives up to her massive reputation. No matter what her relationship with Hua Chonmin is, I absolutely must claim her for myself. That way I will never have to worry about finding cultivation resources ever again. Tong Thu Van turns to Hua Chonmin, thanking him for the rescue because she could not stand the foul training room smell. Let us go practice somewhere else instead. He happily agrees, sure, why not? 1 hour later, stepping out of a Guizhou restaurant, Tong Thu Van happily remarks that a massive hearty feast after training always tastes absolutely spectacular. But wait, look up ahead. A messy, disheveled stranger is muttering to himself about some kind of apocalyptic beasts. The final destruction is coming, and only the Supreme Angel can save this pathetic human world. As Hua Chonmin walks down the busy street, the stranger desperately tries to drag random passers-by in, begging them to join his group. A pedestrian coldly snaps back, completely uninterested. He recalls hearing that ever since those terrifying beasts first appeared, fanatical religious cults have been aggressively preaching about the end of the world. Since this cave region is packed with all kinds of ability users, Seeing religious activity like this is not surprising. The man suddenly becomes extremely agitated, grabbing a nearby woman who is carrying her small child. He screams, "Why do you people refuse to believe me?" He pulls out a glowing dagger, his face twisting with pure madness, screaming, "I understand now. It is because the price you paid is not high enough. You have not felt real pain yet. That is definitely it." His bloodshot eyes glare wildly as he yells that only through experiencing agonizing pain can they understand the true greatness of the angel. Saying that, he lunges toward the mother and child with his weapon, making the woman scream in horror. Right at this exact moment, Wachon Min's eyes flash with a deadly, crackling purple lightning. In a literal blink, he rushes forward, unleashing a powerful thunderstrike to instantly knock the madman out before he can strike. With the danger finally gone, the terrified mother tightly holds her sobbing little girl close to her chest, whispering that everything is okay now. She looks up at Wachon Min, thanking him over and over for stepping in to save them. "Without you, we would have lost everything." He humbly replies that he was simply passing by. "So what do we make of this?" Tong Thu Van steps up, staring at the body, utterly shocked by these insane street cultists. "Alright, let's dive in." Even Xu Jingming finds this highly unusual, since they usually just preach without attacking. Looking around with deep suspicion, he wonders if this encounter was just a coincidence, or if accomplices are nearby. Far away, a mysterious figure in black and white secretly watches them before turning and walking away. The figure enters a luxurious villa. Inside, another black-clad subordinate bows low, delivering a report to the archbishop. "I have investigated everything. The one who killed our cult members is Xu Jingming from Mado Academy." Holding an energy sphere filled with skeletal remains, the archbishop asks if this is the rank 2 S-class elite from Mado. The subordinate confirms yes, he awakened his powers during the martial exams. Reaching high-rank Tier 2 in under 6 months, the archbishop's eyes flash with murderous intent. If we let a monstrous genius like him grow, he will become a major pain in the future. He orders his servant to leave, predicting that the divine blood will soon awaken in the demon den. Handing over the detector, he commands his team to organize their elite forces and retrieve the blood. Now don't blink because things are about to get wild. He warns not to use the Destiny cult's name as the archbishop hovers, making the energy sphere glow with bright red light. He declares that in 1 month our Destiny cult will finally reveal itself to the world. So we will just let Xu Jingming and the elites from all 3 academies, including those S-classes, all become blood sacrifices for my ritual. The scene shifts to a massive base, where freshmen from all 3 universities have gathered together. A man wearing a white lab coat stands in front of the entire student crowd. He introduces himself, welcoming the students as Xu Ping, the vice principal of Qingjing University. This research expedition will officially start at exactly 9 a.m. today, lasting for 11 full days. At this moment, we will begin distributing your smart wristbands. The staff quickly move around, handing out a high-tech smart wristband to every single student. Vice Principal Xu Ping continues explaining the rules, stating that all battle records and footage of them slaying monsters inside the demon den will be saved on their newly issued wristbands. The top 1,000 students with the highest overall scores will receive rewards, and the top 3 can even choose any martial technique from the archives of all 3 major universities. Not only that, the absolute first-place winner gets an extra bonus reward from their own school. The nearby students whisper, saying we shouldn't even dream about taking first place. Another student looks on with massive anticipation, showing pure excitement. Let's see what happens next. No one knows if Kiran or Xu Jingming will take the top spot. The vice principal notes there are no team size limits. I hope you all cooperate together to hunt down these beasts. Alright, the remaining time is now completely yours. Immediately, the students begin looking for teammates, with some calling out that their 5-man Qingjing squad still lacks a support-type ability user. Another shout demands an absolute offensive-type teammate of rank A or higher for a 2-man elite squad. The Class 2 monitor, Dingyu, approaches Xu Jingming and invites him, asking if he wants to join their class adventure teams operating in the outer zones. Crossing his arms, Xu Jingming politely declines, telling the monitor to go ahead and make teams. Just then Song Chuyun steps forward. She asks if he still plans to go solo inside the demon den, and he calmly replies, "My target is the very center of the demon den. Traveling with a group will only slow me down." A holographic map of the 7th demon den appears as he analyzes that the outer zone has rank 1 to 3 beasts, while the center holds rank 3 to 5 monsters. Right now I can handle low-rank beasts easily, and I should be able to escape even from a rank 5 threat. Naturally, reaching the core area is my best option. Hearing this, Song Chuyun expresses deep worry about the dangerous center. It is basically a death trap, but traveling from the outer zone to the center will take at least 1 or 2 days. She asks if she can tag along during this initial journey, and Xu Jingming nods in agreement, saying sure. Hearing this, Song Chuyun smiles brightly and says happily that they should head out together very soon. Suddenly, a cold voice calls out to him from behind, shouting Xu Jingming. Kiran approaches with a highly provocative look, saying he is looking forward to his performance and hopes he does not fall too far behind. Xu Jingming calmly replies 100%. Surprised, Kiran asks what that means, but the hero walks right past him with absolute confidence, saying he will win. Gritting his teeth in pure anger, Kiran glares at Xu Jingming's departing back. You stubborn fool, I will completely crush you this time to show everyone from Earth our overwhelming strength. Meanwhile, Vice Principal Xu Ping smiles. He proudly announces that this practical training expedition has officially begun as the massive crowd of students roars, "Let's go." And that is where we leave it. The students charge out of the base, aiming to hunt down some rank 2 beasts. Alright, you and I are diving back into the dungeon. 7 hours later, deep inside catacomb number 7, Hua Jingming and Tong Chuyun are moving with absolute caution. Suddenly, they run straight into a pack of fierce beasts that look exactly like giant pangolins. Tong Chuyun immediately warns him about these creatures. These iron-clad pangolins are tier 2 beasts with scales harder than E-grade alloy. They are not easy to deal with. Hua Jingming just calmly replies, "Let me handle this." With that, he charges into the pack, his spear spinning into a deadly vortex of energy as the beasts roar in absolute fury. They quickly curl their bodies up. They launch toward him like giant spiked balls, but Hua Jingming easily dodges, delivering a pinpoint strike straight into one of them. He spins on his heel, instantly piercing through the hard armor of another beast. His spear play is incredibly fluid and powerful, taking them down one by one. Watching from a safe distance, Tong Chuyun is completely stunned. Every single one of his strikes hits their weak points with absolute precision. This isn't just about having a high level, pay attention to his battle sense here. It requires terrifying instinct and battle experience. She watches in absolute awe, realizing the way he controls his lightning power is incredibly refined. He has completely mastered every single drop of energy in his body, without letting a single bit go to waste. With the entire pack wiped out, Hua Jingming stands calmly among the fallen beasts. Checking his spoils, he killed 12 tier 2 ironclad pangolins, earning 276 ability points and 1200 general points. Not bad at all. The beasts in here are much stronger. He needs 30,000 points this month. He wonders if he can upgrade his ability to double S rank. Tong Chuyun walks over and offers to help. Then she asks curiously, "Jingming, you are really different from other lightning system users." He turns to look at her, asking how so while continuing to harvest the monster carcasses. Tong Chuyun points out that other lightning users are usually very flashy and reckless with their powers. But you, Jingming, are incredibly restrained and cautious. He explains to her that it is all about preserving his stamina. He adds that if he used his purple heaven divine lightning, he could easily wipe them out in an instant, but that would be a complete waste of power. Only by conserving his energy can he eliminate far more beasts. Tong Chuyun nods, finally understanding his brilliant strategy. But she secretly feels a bit disappointed, wishing she could witness him going completely all out just once. Looks like we will have to wait for that. As dusk falls, a beautiful orange sunset wraps around the mountains. Standing in the deep woods, Jingming looks out toward the horizon. He says it is getting late, so they should find camp and continue tomorrow, which she quickly agrees to. Suddenly, Jingming checks his wrist device, displaying a holographic 3-dimensional map. He smiles, noticing a nearby water source, which is always a prime hotspot for beasts in the wild. Pointing forward, he tells her they should go check it out. It is not far, and they can easily clear out another wave of monsters before night falls. They head out, quickly arriving at a serene, crystal-clear lake deep in the woods, where Jingming stands alert. He scans the area, wondering why a water source is so eerily quiet. It is impossible for there to be absolutely no beasts around. Right then, a massive tiger with glowing blue eyes and razor-sharp claws slowly emerges from the dense tree line. The massive predator walks down to the water's edge. It lowers its head to drink, completely unaware of the two humans watching closely from the distance. But as the tiger drinks, a colossal crocodile erupts from the water, opening its massive jaws to ambush its prey. The tiger roars in agony as high-pressure water blasts hit it. Completely defenseless, it is relentlessly battered by the crocodile's powerful and violent water strikes. Within moments, the tiger is launched into the air, utterly and completely defeated. Watching from a distance, Jingming realizes a terrifying monster like a spring crocodile has claimed this lake, keeping all other beasts away. No wonder other creatures are too terrified to drink here. Tong Chuyan panics, pulling his arm and warning him that it is a Tier 4 beast, which shouldn't be here. She urges him to retreat immediately because Tier 4 monsters have incredibly sharp senses. They might already be compromised, but Jingming only flashes a highly confident smile. He calmly tells her not to worry, because even a Tier 4 beast can be beaten. He starts channeling his power, wrapping himself in lightning. Trust me, you and I are about to see an epic battle. Let's dive right into this crazy journey as Song Chuyan asks him in shock. Is that some exclusive skill Principal Yang taught you to slay those beasts back in Yangcheng? He smirks, his eyes flashing with pure confidence. The indestructible Thunder God body is strong, but against a Tier 4 beast, I have an even more lethal combat skill. Suddenly, the sky turns pitch black as violent bolts of lightning begin to crackle. Song Chuyan looks up in awe. Is it going to rain? No, wait. Xu Jingming raises his hand to the heavens and roars, Heavenly Thunder technique. Instantly, massive bolts of purple lightning crash, straight down onto the crocodile's head. The beast shrieks in agony as a terrifying electric storm ravages its massive body. Right after his attack, a system notification pops up. Defeated 1 Tier 4 lower rank source water crocodile. Awakening points plus 213, score plus 10,000. Xu Jingming grins, not bad at all. A Tier 4 beast gives 5 times more points than Tier 3. The Deep Blue system's design makes perfect sense. It wants me to constantly push past my own limits. He turns to the dazed Song Chuyan and says the crocodile is dead. Let's go over and take a look. Song Chuyan follows right behind. You and I can probably feel her absolute shock here. She has met geniuses, but a monster like Jingming is on a whole different level. To actually cross 2 entire major realms like that. A Tier 2 upper rank killing a Tier 4 lower rank in the blink of an eye. Together they approach the colossal beast's corpse. She silently realizes that this right here is his actual terrifying power. Xu Jingming looks at the shredded hide of the beast and sighs. A crocodile skin like this is worth 20 to 30 million. What a waste to ruin it completely. Song Chuyan stands beside him and adds, it's not just the skin. A Tier 4 beast's entire body is a literal treasure mine. Looking at the carcass, she suggests, my spatial storage is actually big enough. Let's store it with me for now. I'll return it once we reach the supply base. Xu Jingming nods in agreement. With everything packed, Xu Jingming looks around the quiet, deserted riverbank. The wild beasts around here surely know how dangerous this water source is. None of them will come here to drink water anymore. There is no point in staying here. Let's go find a cave to rest up. As they walk, Song Chuyan suddenly blushes, her cheeks turning bright red. She hesitantly stammers. Can we wait a second? There's a lake nearby and I really want to wash up a bit. Xu Jingming instantly tenses up, putting a hand out to stop her. Wait, let me make sure no other beasts are hiding in there. Immediately, crackling currents of purple lightning begin gathering in his palm. Boom! A powerful bolt blasts straight into the lake, sending water splashing everywhere. Looking at the aftermath, Xu Jingming gasps in pure shock. Bright red blood begins to float up from the bottom, quickly dyeing the entire lake a dark crimson. Now watch closely. Suddenly his brow furrows as a bizarre sensation hits him. It smells so good. Why does this bloody lake possess such a deadly, irresistible allure? Deep inside, a powerful urge takes hold of him, like a raw primal instinct demanding to be satisfied. Meanwhile, deep inside a dense forest not too far away, a group of mysterious figures in dark robes moves silently. One subordinate whispers, Bishop, which lord's divine blood are we here to retrieve this time? The hooded leader, his face completely hidden, replies coldly, the blood of the ancient dragon god. The subordinate gasps in excitement. The dragon god's blood again? Once we secure this divine blood, our destiny cult will have another mighty divine envoy. The leader suddenly turns and roars, shut your mouth, we are the Blood Moon cult! The terrified subordinate quickly bows his head. Understood. The leader gazes down at a swirling crimson energy orb in his hand. He mutters, to think the divine blood would manifest earlier than expected. He commands the group, it's not far from here. No resting tonight, move out at full speed. Meanwhile, cutting back to Xu Jingming's location. Both stare in utter disbelief as the lake turns a sickening deep blood red. He asks, what is happening here? Why is the water turning red, Chuyan? Do you feel some sort of strange pull from this bloody water? Song Chuyan shakes her head. No, nothing at all. But according to the feedback from my Crown of Dawn, this water holds a dense beast aura that feels incredibly similar to yours. Xu Jingming falls deep into thought. A similar aura? He had previously absorbed the essence of a Tier 3 SS rank Thunder Tyrant dragon. Could this also be the essence of a dragon-type beast, triggering a reaction inside of me? Deciding to take the risk, he tells her, "Chuyun, I am going in to check it out. If anything goes wrong, drag me out immediately." With that, Xu Jingming steps into the crimson blood pool, and that is where we leave things as red energy wraps his body. Alright, let's dive into this scene. He closes his eyes, enjoying a refreshingly comfortable feeling, like a traveler thirsty for 10 days and 10 nights in the desert finding water. Right after, the entire pool of blood transforms into a giant red energy cocoon, completely wrapping around Xu Jingming and lifting him into the air. Song Chuyun stands on the shore, calling out in shock, "Jingming." She quickly realizes the situation, and her gaze turns fiercely determined. Taking a combat stance, it looks like Jingming has stumbled upon a massive power-up, but now he is completely frozen in place. So now it is her turn to protect him. By day 2, Song Chuyun is still standing in a battlefield littered with beast corpses. Exhausted and panting, she wipes the sweat from her brow. Thank goodness, she thinks. The strongest beast to show up since last night was only a low-tier 3rd rank. Looking at the blood cocoon, she sees the color has faded. She whispers to herself, it looks like Jingming is almost done. Suddenly, she senses someone approaching and spins around on high alert. Pay attention here, because a group of mysterious black-clothed men just arrived. The leader wonders, I have harvested divine blood multiple times. Why on earth does this batch look like a massive cocoon? Is she the 2nd-ranked student of Motto Academy? What is a freshman from there doing out here? Song Chuyun grips her weapon tightly, sizing them up. Who are they judging by their outfits? They definitely do not belong to the 3 academies. There are no beasts here, and the water is contaminated. If you are looking for water, I suggest you go somewhere else. A furious subordinate yells that it is sacred divine blood. How dare she call it polluted? But the leader quickly cuts him off, ordering him to ignore her. Grab the blood cocoon behind her first. Instantly, Song Chuyun realizes exactly what they are planning to do. Anxiety floods her mind. This is bad. These guys are actually targeting the mysterious blood pool behind her. Their leader is a 4th rank and the weakest is a 3rd rank. She has only one choice left. She quickly pulls out an amulet hanging around her neck, and it immediately starts to glow with blinding light. A brilliant spherical golden barrier expands, fully enclosing both her and the blood cocoon to block their incoming attacks. One of the thugs' direct strikes hits the shield but is effortlessly repelled. The enemy instantly recognizes the treasure, wondering if it is a protective amulet from some ancient civilization ruins. These talismans are incredibly rare, only found deep within the ruins of long-lost ancient civilizations. They can be used multiple times as the ultimate life-saving tool. Safe inside, Song Chuyun stares out. She taunts them, asking why they do not just retreat now that they know what they are up against. The leader just sneers, laughing that protective amulets always have a strict time limit. Since they are not in a rush, they can easily wait it out. Song Chuyun snaps back defiantly, telling them they are welcome to stand there and wait all day. Secretly, she is panicking. This amulet only lasts for a little over an hour, and then needs a 12-hour cooldown period. She prays that Jingming wakes up during this final hour, but soon the protective golden barrier completely shatters. The villainous leader chuckles smugly, bragging that he knew all along the shield had a set time limit. Stepping forward, he coldly threatens her, advising her to be smart and hand over that rare amulet right now. Otherwise, he promises she will suffer a gruesome death. Song Chuyun looks down at the pill in her hand. With determination, she prepares to fight to the death. But right as she moves, you're going to love this next part. A freezing voice echoes from the cocoon, asking why it seems they are the ones about to die. With a massive boom, the blood cocoon explodes. His entire body radiating a blazing crimson energy, his eyes razor-sharp, dripping with raw bloodlust. He walks on thin air, hovering above a massive, majestic dragon forged purely from blood energy. The leader stumbles back in absolute horror, gritting his teeth because one of their cult's prime targets is standing right there. How can his mere presence make a 4th-rank Esper tremble in fear, when this kid is supposed to be a mere 2nd rank? Losing his mind, the leader screams, "Kill them right now!" Jingming just gives them a chilling glance as lightning crackles around him, instantly casting a massive thunder prison that traps the thugs. They barely manage to let out a terrified shriek before the violent lightning incinerates them into nothingness. The leader grits his teeth, completely paralyzed by utter shock. He knew 5 3rd ranks might struggle against Jingming, but never expected them to get vaporized in a single second. Still, a 4th rank versus a 2nd rank? He believes the advantage is still his. But before he can even blink, Jingming charges forward, swinging his massive spear to strike. Panic-stricken, the leader screams in terror. He barely manages to raise his arms to block before taking a devastating hit. The impact sends him flying backward, crashing violently into a massive tree as he struggles to sit up, gasping for breath. And that's where we leave it. This terrified villain couldn't even track Jingming's movement, and now the powerhouse is already standing right over him. Let's dive into a tense interrogation where our hero demands to know what's in that lake. With a sharp spear pressed against his neck, the terrified leader stammers that it's sacred blood, the essence of a high-tier Emperor Beast. Xu Jingming demands to know why the Emperor Beast's blood is here, and the villain starts explaining ancient history. An ancient war raged between humanity's martial saint and the Emperor Beast, scattering various essence blood all across the world. Skeptical of this ancient tale, he asks one final question: who are they and why collect this beast blood? The leader smirks wickedly, revealing they belong to the Blood Moon sect. But as for their true motive, he refuses to speak, biting his tongue to commit suicide as black blood pours from his mouth and eyes. Staring at the corpse, Jingming frowns, another fanatical cultist taking his own life. Well, that's that. He decides to ask Principal Kang when they return to base. Turning around, he sees Song Shuyun running over in pure panic. She asks if he is all right, but he gently raises a hand to ease her worries, softly patting her head. With a warm smile, he tells her he is fine, thanking her for all her hard work. With the crisis finally over, Shuyun points toward the lake, which has now returned to its clear state, asking if those mysterious men were targeting that pool of blood. Jingming nods, confirming they called themselves the Blood Moon sect, seeking to harvest Emperor Beast essence. Now pay attention, because she gasps in shock, revealing that this triple S-tier cultivation resource requires highly complex refining processes before anyone can safely use it. How on earth was he able to absorb it directly? Jingming is equally baffled, staring blankly at his system status screen as a wave of confusion hits him. Yet his body shows absolutely no side effects. In fact, his Thunder God indestructible body just leveled up straight to the 4th tier, and the benefits probably do not even stop there. He definitely needs to consult his master. Seeing her look exhausted, Jingming gently suggests she rest, knowing she must be completely drained after guarding him for 2 whole days. Noticing she can barely even walk straight, Shuyun softly nods and sits under a nearby tree to rest, while Jingming stays vigilant, keeping watch right beside her. Meanwhile, under the cover of night, 2 cloaked figures stand on the balcony of a dark villa. A subordinate reports that the sacred blood locator on Bishop Zhu's wrist has suddenly lost its signal. Archbishop. The Archbishop gazes quietly at the orb in his hand, and calmly notes an accident may have happened. The subordinate asks if they should deploy someone to recover the sacred blood. The Archbishop declines, stating a powerful awakened being has likely intervened already. We need to watch closely here, because as he looks up at the Blood Moon with a sinister grin, he whispers that their grand operation next month is what truly matters. Back in the forest, Shuyun wakes up to a mouth-watering aroma, finding Jingming roasting meat over a campfire. He turns with a smile, welcoming her to eat. Taking a skewer, she happily exclaims that it smells absolutely incredible. "Who knew you were such a great chef?" Jingming replies it is just from years of practice. Perhaps she will learn to grill just as well after this trip. Taking a big bite, her eyes light up. "This is delicious, Jingming. You should open a barbecue joint, and I will happily invest in you." He chuckles, teasing that with the backing of the wealthy Song family heiress, he could easily launch a global chain. Half an hour later, Shuyun stretches lazily, sighing that she is totally stuffed. She asks to take a quick bath before they head out, and Jingming nods, agreeing they have plenty of time. He mentions he will clean up right after her. She cheerfully agrees and heads off toward the water. Stepping into the lake, Shuyun uses her elemental powers to conjure a massive water sphere around herself. The cool, refreshing water washes away all her built-up exhaustion. Smiling, she slips off her heavy outer coat, using her powers to create a playful little water serpent that swirls joyfully around her. Moments later, she turns back to Jingming sitting on the shore and smiles, calling out that she is finished. "It's your turn now," she says, leaving a flustered Jingming looking away in sheer embarrassment. Coughing awkwardly to hide his red face, he stammers that he'll go wash up, quickly turning to walk away. Watching him leave, Shuyun wonders why his expression seemed so strange just now. Then she suddenly looks down at her wet clothes and shrieks aloud in sheer panic. Her face flushes bright red as she realizes her mistakes. She forgot that these dormitory clothes are incredibly thin when wet. An hour later, both of them are dressed properly once again. Xu Yun hands Jingming some talismans. Stick with me, because these defensive and teleportation seals are about to change their entire fate. Keep it, she says, but Hua Jingming refuses, telling her to use it. Trust me, you and I are about to see he has more than enough wild experience to survive. He extends his fist and she happily bumps it back, wishing him safety on his journey. See you in 1 month, they promise each other. With that, both turn around and sprint in opposite directions. Tong Chuyun dashes forward with burning determination, telling herself she needs to push even harder now. Even if she cannot secure first or second place, third is a must. 1 month later, deep inside a pitch-black cave, a crimson-eyed Black Panther roars in the shadows. Standing right opposite the beast is Hua Jingming, his hair messy and wild. Crackling lightning completely envelops his body. The ferocious beast unleashes an earth-shattering roar, raging at him, but our hero stands completely unfazed, wrapped in deadly electricity. He closes his eyes, focusing a massive surge of lightning energy right onto his fingertips. Suddenly, a lethal spear strike pierces clean through the beast's throat from below, sending fresh blood spraying everywhere. After defeating this peak Tier 3 Shadow Panther, a system notification pops up, confirming the kill and awarding him 43,000 ability points. Now pay attention, because his next goal is to test his ability training and officially break through to Tier 3. He stands up, channeling his power and shouting, "Break through!" A massive explosion of crackling lightning erupts, completely swallowing the entire cave. As the energy fades, Hua Jing exhales a sigh of relief. Finally, he has reached Tier 3. He smiles, knowing even the best geniuses of Mado Academy usually take half a year, or even a whole year to rank up. It looks like his talent is pretty incredible. Opening his status screen, he reviews his newly boosted stats under the name Hua Jingming. His rank is now Tier 3 lower grade with 48,000 ability points. Going from Tier 2 peak to Tier 3 lower grade, his physical and mental stats surged by nearly 400, while blood vitality broke past 2,000. Not bad at all. Looking at his points, he feels a bit disappointed that 48,000 is still not enough to upgrade his talent to double S rank. He decides to wait until 50,000, and if that still fails, he will put it aside. With that, he shoulders his spear and walks out of the dark cave, flashing a confident grin outside. And you and I both know with a score like his, taking first place should be an absolute breeze. On results day, the students gather in the main hall. One of them cheers excitedly, saying he got 1,201 points. He is ranked 998th, barely making the top 1,000, but his friend instantly pours cold water on his excitement. You turned in your bracelet yesterday, but today the real heavy hitters return, and your rank will drop even more. There are still 2 hours left, and the top-seeded players have not even arrived. Just then, a familiar figure steps in, turning everyone's heads. Someone recognizes her as Tong Chuyun, Mado's number 2 freshman. The cheering student groans, realizing he is about to drop yet another rank. Her final score is bound to be absolutely massive. Tong Chuyun approaches the scanner and places her bracelet down. The screen displays that she is from Mado Academy. Tong Chuyun. Her score is 12,131, placing her first. The crowd gasps, shocked by such an incredible total. As expected of Mado's runner-up, compared to her, even their star student Li Chung falls a bit short. Principal Lan Xiang smiles warmly, praising her performance, while Tong Chuyun humbly thanks him for the compliment. Vice Principal Tu Ping whispers to the principal, asking if she is indeed the niece of Senior Tong from Sichuan. He nods, expressing surprise that the Tong family sent her to their academy instead of training her privately. She clearly has some incredible ambition. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out from behind, calling her name. Tong Chuyun turns around in surprise, seeing a stylish woman walking over. It is Zhou Ying, her aunt and the general manager of the Shunan supply base, who happily praises her excellent score. Leaning in, she teases her niece, asking why her cute little boyfriend did not return with her. Blushing furiously, Tong Chuyun quickly defends herself, stammering that they are not even dating yet. Confused, she demands to know how her aunt found out, as the older woman grins confidently, reminding her that, as the general manager, she has eyes and ears everywhere. Suddenly, a loud shout cuts through the room, drawing everyone's attention as someone yells that the S-Class elite from Beijing, Kieran, has finally returned. Kieran walks in looking extremely confident, and trust me, things are about to get wild. Alright, let's dive into this epic showdown. This guy's projected at 50,000 points, and everyone thinks he's the guaranteed winner. He calmly walks up to the scanner. The massive screen instantly updates for Capital Ability University. Kieran Zhao, total score of 113,264. First place, pushing Tong Shuyun down to second. Everyone is completely stunned. Oh my god, a score over 110,000 is simply unbelievable. The second place score doesn't even come close to his level. This is absolute crushing dominance. A man shakes hands with Vice Principal Tu Bin and says, 110,000 points. Looks like congratulations are in order for taking first place. He humbly replies, not at all, we just got lucky. Meanwhile, Principal Langswang stands with folded arms, watching quietly. Thinking to herself, though hope is incredibly slim, seeing the sheer confidence Xu Jingming displayed earlier, maybe he will pull off a miracle and surprise me. Suddenly, the screen changes as another score is submitted. Dong Tin of Tancheng Ability University gets 13,526 points, placing second. The ace of Tancheng University has returned, and Tong Chuyun watches her rank slide to third. She thinks in disappointment, damn it, looks like the top 3 is out. Checking her watch, she anxiously wonders, only 8 minutes left. Why isn't Jingming back yet? Students from other schools start whispering. Motto's Xu Jingming still hasn't returned. Could something terrible have happened to him out there? It's highly possible, since the catacombs are an extremely dangerous place. Xu Jingming's friends immediately reject this, saying, I don't think so. He's super experienced, so don't blink, because what happens next is absolutely insane. Suddenly someone yells, Xu Jingming is back. Motto's students instantly erupt into cheers, Brother Ming. No matter your score, you're always the pride of Motto. Keep going, you're the absolute best, Brother Ming. We've got your back forever. Standing in a corner, Kieran sneers in utter contempt. A bunch of weaklings huddling together for warmth. No matter how much you cheer, I am the ultimate winner. Jingming glances at the big screen. He smiles to himself. So Kieran got 110,000 points. No wonder everyone is cheering. Do they think I'm going to lose? Principal Lang Swang walks up and says, go on, you're the only one we are waiting for. Upload your score quickly. She is secretly shocked, realizing he's already reached stage 3. Xu Jingming nods and says yes. He walks over to the scanner and places his smart band onto it. As he steps forward, now pay close attention here. The crowd starts whispering, trying to guess what kind of score he is about to reveal. One person speaks up and another replies, I'd bet 50 or 60,000 points. After all, he's a peak stage 2. Too bad Kieran is here. There's just no way for him to take first place. The second he scans his band, a massive notification flashes across the screen. Xu Jingming of Motto University, total score of 400,500 and then the final result appears. Rank first place. This mind-blowing result leaves everyone frozen, from Vice Principal Tu Bin and Principal Long Swang to Kieran and Tong Shuyun. The entire hall completely explodes in utter disbelief. Over 400,000 points. Are you kidding me? Am I seeing things? This is absolutely ridiculous. Is Motto's S-Class that overpowered? His score is 4 times higher than Capital Academy's top talent. This is crazy. Even if I hunted level 1 beasts for a whole month straight without sleeping, I wouldn't get this much. Vice Principal Tu Bin mutters, trying to calculate 400,000 points. To get this, he'd have to kill 20,000 level 1 beasts, meaning 666 kills daily. That's impossible. Tong Shuyun's aunt is equally shocked. She turns to her niece and asks, 400,000 points, this is unbelievable, Yun. Did you know about this beforehand? Tong Shuyun simply smiles with absolute trust. No, I didn't. But I know that when it comes to him, no miracle is ever truly a surprise. Kieran grits his teeth, unable to accept this reality. His score is over 3 times higher than mine. How is this possible? Won't all those premium cultivation resources promised by Capital University just vanish into thin air? No, absolutely not. He completely loses his cool. Pointing directly at Xu Jingming, Xu Jingming, there is no way your score can be this high. Principal 2, I demand a thorough investigation of Xu Jing's smart band. I strongly suspect him of blatant cheating. Kieran's accusation instantly draws anger from the Motto students. Damn it, you can't beat him, so you claim he cheated? Talk about playing dirty. This is ridiculous. Exactly, his smart band was already scanned and verified by the system. Are you suggesting the machine is rigged? Vice Principal Tu Bin turns to Principal Lang Swang. And trust me, you and I need to see how she responds. Let's see what happens as Tu Bin boldly replies that checking the logs is absolutely no problem. She continues, eyes sharp and cold as a powerful aura flares around her, however. If after checking the logs we find out that Hua Jingming did not cheat, how will you handle this? Another Motto leader demands. Exactly, the smart wristband and the point calculator were both strictly audited by our 3 universities. Now, are you doubting your own system? Deputy Principal Tu Bin can only stand there in silent embarrassment. He thinks to himself, Long Swang is over 10 years younger than me, yet she is so tough to handle. So he makes a decision stating that student Hua obviously should not suffer any unfair accusations. If after checking the video we confirm there is no issue, Fan King is willing to compensate him with one S-rank cultivation resource. Principal Lang Swang nods, since that is the case. Then let us check the record on the smart wristband before turning to call out, Jingming, come over here. Hua Jingming smirks, thinking to himself that this is incredible. He did not do anything. Yet he just scored a free S-rank cultivation resource. Where else could you find such a sweet deal? Seeing his smug expression, Deputy Principal Tu Bin feels a flash of panic, wondering if his guess was wrong. The technical staff begins to replay the entire footage of Hua Jingming hunting down the beasts. Now pay attention here. Karan stands with crossed arms, watching to see how he got 400,000 points. Even if he is tier 3, this is just too absurd. When the footage of his battles is displayed, everyone is shocked once again, muttering curses in sheer disbelief. This spear technique is incredibly powerful. I could never master something like this in my entire life. Not just his spear play, but his control over his special ability is also downright terrifying. Principal Long Swang turns to ask him if his spear skills have reached Grandmaster level, and he humbly replies that it was just a lucky breakthrough. She smiles, thinking that reaching Grandmaster level is definitely not something achieved by luck alone. It seems like this young man is hiding quite a few secrets that keep everyone curious. Then suddenly, the screen displays the moment Hua Jingming faces off against a source crocodile, making the students gasp. Look, that is a tier 4 source crocodile. Why isn't Hua Jingming running away? What is he doing standing there? Does he want to fight it? A peak tier 2 defeating tier 4 is impossible. Don't blink, because next we see him summon a massive terrifying lightning storm straight from above. Everyone is completely shocked once more, wondering if this insane lightning was actually summoned by him. What kind of high-level combat skill is this? To instantly wipe out a tier 4 crocodile is terrifying. Even Kiran cannot believe his eyes, seeing it is an S-rank magic spell. Isn't he a spear user? How on earth has he also mastered high-level magic skills? Principal Lang Swang is equally stunned by this. It is the Heavenly Thunder skill of the Elemental Academy, where very few high-tier students can actually master such a rare S-rank technique. Yet, a first-year Weapon Academy student has already learned it. She turns to Deputy Principal Tu Bin with a deeply meaningful look. Do you need to see more, Principal Tu? Wiping his sweat, he replies that there is no need, before turning to Hua Jingming. He announces that mastering an S-rank skill as a freshman is outstanding, telling him he did a great job. The S-rank resources will be sent soon, and Hua politely bows, thanking the principal for his high praise. Deputy Principal Tu Bin grinds his teeth in deep regret, unable to believe all his preparation was wasted. Tonkin still lost to Madhu. If only he knew Hua Jingming was such a monster. He should have recruited him at all costs from the start. Once everyone settles down, Tu Bin steps up to make an official announcement. The competition of this study trip has officially concluded, and the top 3 ranks are as follows. In third place is Tanthon Ability University, securing 27.5% of the resource quota. In second place is Thon King Ability University, capturing 31.5% of the resource quota. Finally, he proudly declares the champion, with first place going to Madhu Ability University, claiming 41% of the total resources and priority allocation. The Madhu students completely explode with joy as Hua Jingming's white-haired friend leaps into the air, screaming that they won. Our Madhu is number 1. We turn the tables. Brother Ming is awesome. 5 consecutive championships. We actually did it. Deputy Principal Tabin then adds that the precious resources allocated this time consist of rare herbs and exotic flowers grown in the outer ring of the Demon Cave. And that is where we leave it. Tomorrow the freshmen and mentors will enter the gardens to harvest. With the harvest finished, schools will run their own training for the remaining half-month. Dismissed. But stick with me. Kiran immediately steps up to Vice Principal Tu, eyes blazing, refusing to accept this defeat. Can you let Xu Jingming and me settle this in a direct duel? If we lose, we surrender the resources. But if we win, we keep everything promised to us. Vice Principal Tu Ping stares at Kiran. With a serious face, he asks how confident he is. Kiran confidently boasts about his rival's S-rank combat technique. Xu Jingming needs 1 or 2 seconds to cast his S-rank skill. In a direct duel, I will absolutely win. Vice Principal Tu Ping hesitates before agreeing, admitting he cannot accept this outcome either, so they will do it his way. Meanwhile, Principal Lang Shuang asks Xu Jingming how he plans to spend his remaining half-month of mentor training. He instantly replies he will head back to the Demon Cave to hunt beasts, leaving her worried about his non-stop fighting. "Aren't you exhausted?" He smiles, admitting he is, but it is necessary. Only this way can his strength keep growing rapidly. She advises that while life and death trials build strength, balance is key to survival. "You must understand this important lesson." He nods, promising to rest after they return to school. But then he mentions discovering a mysterious lake deep inside the demon cave. Now pay attention, because he begins to reveal the chilling truth about the Blood Lake and the cult. Principal Lang Shuang analyzes his story, confirming it must be Beast Emperor Essence Blood, a rare triple S rank cultivation resource. Of course, the portion he absorbed was likely highly diluted. Otherwise, there is no way his body could ever withstand pure Beast Emperor Essence Blood. She explains that his ability to absorb it likely stems from his body tempering technique, suggesting he ask his teacher about it. She does not recognize the Blood Moon sect, assuming they are just a minor cult. No need to worry, and she smiles, telling him to rest. As he turns around, he finds Song Chuyun waiting with her aunt, who immediately introduces him to her. She introduces her aunt, Zhou Ming, who happens to be the general manager of the Shunan supply base. He politely greets manager Zhou, but she waves it off, telling him not to be so formal. She tells him to call her Aunt Zhou instead, handing him a sleek black gold card from her family. With this card, he will get a 20% discount on any product owned by the Song family. I know what you are thinking, a simple discount card? Well, their business empire covers literally everything from armor to gear. From gear and rare herbs to pills and potions, everything is now 20% cheaper for him. Just how much money is this card worth? Song Chuyun and her aunt insist he keep it, since his gear needs constant upgrades. Blushing, he takes the card. Awkwardly, he wonders if he has just become a kept man. Suddenly, a massive crowd of reporters and fans swarm him, begging the star student for a quick interview. They eagerly pitch offers, asking him to test new gear from their high-tech defensive gear company. As the nation's biggest weapons firm, they want him as their spokesperson, while others beg to be his training partner. The Top Hunter Forum wants to interview him and shoot exclusive training videos with the rising star. Later, in a private room, Principal Lang Shuang delivers the news that Kiran wants to challenge him. Qingjing is wagering 20% of their resources, while we must risk half our ruin passes. Do you want to accept? Surprised, Xu Jingming asks what these ruin passes actually are. Vice Principal Tu Ping explains that these passes are tickets to explore ancient civilization ruins. In fact, they hired top-tier external help specifically to win these 40 valuable passes. Since he won first place, the passes naturally belong to them, leaving the rival school desperate. He recalls a school history lesson. Long before our current era, an incredibly powerful ancient civilization once thrived on this world. This ancient civilization also had to deal with beasts and awakened ability users. Their glorious society excelled in both technology and a deep understanding of supernatural abilities. But then, for unknown reasons, at its absolute peak, that advanced civilization suddenly collapsed, buried deep beneath the earth. Trust me, you and I will soon see these ruins buried for thousands of years finally uncovered. Stick with me, we are uncovering ultimate ability training, where legendary triple S class battle skills are found. Vice Principal Tu Bin explains just how incredibly precious this ticket is. Some ruins of this ancient civilization can be entered directly, while others strictly require a special pass to access. The open ruins were completely picked clean long ago. That is exactly why everyone is fighting so hard for these passes. Principal Lang Sung adds that these 40 passes correspond directly to Civilization Ruin number 9. It only opens once a year and only fighters from stages 4 to 6 can enter. If you beat Kiran, I will give you one of your choice, Vice Principal Tu Bing says calmly. But if you do not want to, that is fine too. After all, this narrow arena gives Kiran a massive advantage. Places his hand on his chest and decisively accepts. I agree, respected principals. Vice Principal Tu Bin nods. He turns to leave. Good, I will notify Kiran. The match will take place at the supply base arena. Principal Long Sung looks at Xu Jingming, surprised by his quick decision. Are you that confident? He calmly replies, it is okay. She is shocked. A 90% chance of winning is just okay, Xu Jingming smirks. Now watch this supreme confidence. He says, actually, I was being modest. I am 100% sure of victory. Principal Long Suong shakes her head with a smile. If Tu Bin and Kiran knew you were this certain, I wonder how they would react. Meanwhile, upon receiving the news, Kiran clenches his fists tightly. He roars he actually dared to agree? Then do not blame me for holding nothing back. He turns to a Tonkin leader. Principal Tu, if I injure Xu Jingming, is that okay? She reassures him, rest assured. The vice principals of 3 schools, mentors, and many students will all be present. Just use your full strength. If things get dangerous, someone will step in. Kieran grits his teeth, eyes glinting with malice. Xu Jingming, do not blame me for being brutal. The scene shifts to the arena, where a life-and-death fighting stage has been set up. A massive crowd gathers around. Everyone is buzzing with excitement, eager to witness this legendary clash between 2 top talents. Both of them are at stage 3. Who wins and who loses, nobody knows yet. Some begin to analyze. In the wild, Xu Jingming's lightning magic would easily win, but on this narrow stage it is hard to say. Exactly, Kieran is a close combat specialist. Let us see how many hidden trump cards Xu Jingming has left up his sleeve. Standing by the stage, Kieran hears the crowd and sneers. I know what you are thinking, but does Xu Jingming really have another card left? An S-class battle skill. Learning just one in his freshman year is already a miracle. How could he have a second? Do they think S-class skills are that easy to master? Meanwhile, a figure calmly walks toward the arena. The Motto students recognize him and immediately start cheering loudly. Xu Jingming is here. Xu Jingming, we support you. Motto is going to win this. Kieran looks at his approaching opponent and says with pure excitement, come on, Xu Jingming, I cannot wait any longer. His eyes sharp as daggers, he smirks. So eager to die? Fine, let me grant your wish then. Xu Jingming with his spear and Kieran with his sword step onto the arena at the exact same time. Xu Jingming grips his spear, his gaze razor sharp. A white-haired elder steps forward and announces, I will be hosting this arena match. Once a side loses consciousness or surrenders, the match is over. Absolutely no further attacks will be tolerated. But of course, do not hold back. With us present, your lives are perfectly safe. He is Zhang Qian, vice principal of Tauntaun University, an 8th stage water-type grandmaster. With a gentle wave of his hand, a massive stream of water begins to condense, creating a transparent barrier around the entire stage while he stands right in the middle, separating the 2 fighters. The referee raises his hand and loudly declares, both sides ready, 3, 2, 1, fight! Kieran instantly lets out a powerful roar as his body begins to swell, making the red tattoos on his skin glow brightly. 2 black horns sprout from his temples, unleashing a savage aura. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming just calmly watches him. Thinking to himself, so this is an S-class enhancement ability? Kieran glares at him with arrogant provocation, calling out, Xu Jingming, I will give you time to cast that S-class lightning spell. I want you to lose without any excuses. The crowd starts growing anxious. Facing an S-class enhancement ability, Xu Jingming is officially in deep trouble. Indeed, a 30-meter stage severely limits his lightning attacks, and you and I are about to see if he survives. Let's see if Xu Jingming actually has a master plan for stepping onto this stage. Xu Jingming smirks as crackling purple lightning wraps around his body. Honestly, ever since reaching Tier 3, he hasn't actually unleashed his full power yet. Perfect, I will use you as a test subject. A massive explosion of terrifying thunder erupts from his body, completely swallowing the entire arena. The referee simply stands there in absolute shock. He thinks to himself, this water barrier can only handle peak Class A Tier 3 attacks at best. Just one initial burst of energy is already pushing the water barrier to its absolute limit. He quickly reinforces the shield, his expression turning incredibly serious. The crowd below is totally speechless. Is this really the S-class ability, Purple Heavenly Thunder? It is terrifying. It feels like it could instantly vaporize anyone. They are both freshmen, but this power gap is just insane. Kieran feels the raw electricity eating away at his body. Frowning, he realizes normal lightning cannot hurt him, but this is different. But Xu Jingming's lightning is actually burning through his defenses. He needs to end this fight fast. He clenches his fists, bracing himself and charging forward. Kieran's speed is absolutely blistering. Don't blink now, because he closes the gap instantly, and Xu Jingming doesn't even flinch. Roaring, he shouts, so you are not running? You actually think you can block me? Then witness the unmatched strength of an enhancer. Kieran swings his massive blade with all his might, screaming, take this! With a sharp, deafening clash, Xu Jingming thrusts his spear straight at him. Realizing the danger, Kieran quickly raises his blade to parry the strike. The sheer impact forces both of them back. Kieran cannot hide his utter shock at this speed. How is this possible? How can he match my raw physical strength even after my transformation? I am an S-class enhancer! In response to his shock, Xu Jingming stands tall, crackling purple lightning swirling around his body. He calmly remarks, you seem quite surprised. But there is no rule stating a lightning user has to be weaker than an enhancer, is there? Kieran rubs his forehead, his face turning dead serious as a dark, menacing aura begins to radiate from him. You are right, there is no such rule. I wanted to play around a bit longer, but I guess that ends now. Kieran's body mutates once again. His skin turns jet black, becoming spiked, jagged, and far more monstrous. He growls, "Xu Jingming, you should feel honored that I am using my full strength to crush you." Letting out a deafening roar, he completes his transformation into a raging, bloodthirsty, demonic beast. "Come embrace your fear, beast god descent." The crowd explodes at this shocking transformation. Combining an S-class beast form with an S-class skill is just terrifying. So this is Kieran's ultimate power? He looks incredibly strong. This must be his exclusive S-class combat technique. Combining it with his ability makes him unstoppable. You and I both know that guy is way too confident, but the principal clearly suspects otherwise. I recall the Weapon Academy director Yang Zhentian also possesses a similar S-class combat technique. Surely Xu Jingming knows it too. On the stage, the beast-like Kieran glares at Xu Jingming, who remains enveloped in a vast sea of purple lightning. Kieran grins savagely, growling out his name, "Xu Jingming. In this state, do you still dare to clash with me again?" Suddenly, Xu Jingming's hair turns a striking silver white. His eyes glow brilliantly, and the purple lightning around him rages even harder. Smiling, he replies, "Clash with you again? Sure, let's do it." An earth-shattering wave of energy suddenly explodes from deep within Xu Jingming. He has finally activated his absolute peak combat state. Kieran, who was brimming with confidence just seconds ago, stares back with a face full of sheer shock and disbelief. Xu Jingming's eyes have now completely changed into something terrifying. Two spectators gasp, "What on earth? I only looked down at my phone for a second. Why are there two giant raid bosses on stage now?" His friend quickly explains, "Hey man, those aren't actual raid monsters. Xu Jingming and Kieran just entered their phase 2. Still completely shocked, he stammers, "Not bosses, damn it, you even used the term phase 2. Facing Xu Jingming in his new form, Kieran suddenly realizes in absolute horror, This is an S-class combat technique." Xu Jingming merely replies calmly, "You guessed right, but unfortunately there is no prize." Xu Jingming raises both hands, condensing a devastating orb of lightning, and declares, "Thunder Prison." Kieran instantly senses a fatal threat. A crowd control skill? This is bad. He is preparing to unleash that destructive S-class Heavenly Thunder attack. With nowhere to run, "Stick with me." Kieran unleashes everything he has left to form his ultimate armor. "All right, you and I are jumping right into a high-stakes battle," as Kieran frantically charges forward, defying the lightning prison with his crimson blood armor. With a deafening roar, he finally breaks free of the lightning prison's grasp, escaping its deadly zone at last. But the very moment he looks up, sheer terror paints his face. Directly above him, a colossal lightning spear forged from countless pure electric bolts is hurtling down from the heavens. He barely dodges it by a hair. That devastating lightning spear tears through the air. Kieran can only look up in absolute despair, realizing just how terrifying this attack truly is. If that thing hits him, he's dead or severely crippled. Staring down the incoming lightning spear, Kieran gasps in absolute horror at its terrifying speed. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming closes the distance with the velocity of gale and lightning, refusing to give him a single second to recover. Xu Jingming spins his spear, sending torrents of purple lightning swirling around its tip. In an instant, he unleashes a lightning-fast strike, forcing Kieran to desperately raise his sword with whatever strength he has left. Even though he blocks the first strike, the immense impact blows Kieran backward, completely throwing him off balance in midair. Seizing his chance, Xu Jingming charges forward. Watch closely as his spear blurs into countless deadly afterimages, unleashing his ultimate move, the chain lightning spears, piercing Kieran's body with a rapid succession of booming explosions. Despite the agonizing, flesh-tearing pain of the attack, Kieran's fierce fighting spirit refuses to waver for even a second. He grits his teeth and tells himself, "If I can just survive this, I still have a chance." Clinging to that hope, he roars in defiance, "Now it is finally my turn." But Xu Jingming only replies with a single icy word, unleashing the destructive trigger, "Explode." Instantly, the lightning spears embedded deep in Kieran's body detonate from the inside out, triggering a catastrophic electrical explosion that completely engulfs his entire form and violently blows him backward. His body is ruthlessly flung away, crashing heavily into the defensive water barrier. As the smoke clears, Kieran reverts to his human form, lying motionless on the arena floor with severe scorch marks covering his chest. With Xu Jingming's sharp spear point resting right against his throat, Kieran desperately squeezes out a bitter confession. "I surrender." The referee instantly raises his hand, solemnly declaring the winner of this match. Xu Jingming. The crowd erupts in sheer shock and excitement, screaming, "This is unbelievable. I thought this fight would last 10 minutes." You and I both saw that coming, right? Well, who knew it'd end in just 2 minutes, completely dominating a lightning user in raw power. Plus, Jingming's execution and combination of combat techniques were flawless, leaving Kieran absolutely no room to breathe. Principal Lang smiles, analyzing the fight perfectly. He used the lightning prison for control, then the lightning spear to force Kieran into using movement techniques. Next, he chained that lightning assault together with gale and lightning to force his opponent to expose a fatal opening, finishing him off with the chain lightning spears. Every move was calculated and decisive. Xu Jingming is truly brilliant. At this moment, Principal Lang turns to the rival school's headmaster, Principal Tu, asking if he has anything left to say, leaving the old man with no choice but to concede. We admit complete defeat. That 20% share of resources belongs entirely to your school. Additionally, the promised S-grade resources for Xu Jingming will likely be delivered by tomorrow afternoon. Principal Tu turns and walks away with a bitter face, regretting that they couldn't secure those 20 ancient ruin passes. And losing 20% of our resources on top of that. What a total disaster. Meanwhile, Principal Lang walks back over to Xu Jingming. Handing him a card, he says, "Excellent job, this is your entry pass to the number 9 ancient civilization ruins. I am giving this to you early. Plus, the school is awarding you 10,000 extra credits." Xu Jingming happily accepts the 10,000 credits, thanking Principal Lang while smiling down at the card in his hand. He thinks to himself, so this is the highly coveted pass to the ruins that everyone is dying to get. After the match, Principal Lang advises Xu Jingming to go back and get some rest. The S-class resources promised by Ting Thon University, along with the right to choose a combat technique from the joint library after harvesting rare spiritual herbs in the Demon Cave tomorrow, are yours to claim. You can come collect everything then. Xu Jingming cheerfully nods, "Yes sir, I will do that." He smiles contentedly to himself. This training trip did not just yield the ruin entry pass, extra credits and S-class resources, but also a massive bounty of rare spiritual herbs and elite beast materials, making this an incredibly rich and successful haul. Right then, an unfamiliar man walks up praising him, saying that was truly a spectacular match. Witnessing a genius like you in action is once-in-a-lifetime luck. Xu Jingming humbly replies, "Thank you for the high praise." He wonders who this man is, but trust me, you and I are about to find out as Song Chu-yun reveals he is Jincheng University's top genius. Let's dive into third place Dong Sheng, standing right behind you and Kieran. Tong Shu-yun mutters in admiration, noting how his cultivation has reached peak tier 2. The guy is an absolute monster. Xu Jingming playfully teases her, asking if she is just praising herself since she is already tier 3. Then he winks slyly. He boasts about having a cheat system where a single click levels him up. Tong Shu-yun rolls her eyes, shouting that she does not believe him. Meanwhile, inside a secluded ancient villa, a group of dark-cloaked figures kneels before their levitating leader. Together, they chant their fanatical vow, claiming they are obeying heaven's holy command. The immortal angel, their levitating leader known as the Archbishop, demands to know if the plantation plan is fully ready. His subordinate bows deeply, assuring the Archbishop that everything has already been completely prepared. The Archbishop cold-bloodedly orders them to eliminate the teachers from the 3 top academies, killing as many as possible, and they all shout their agreement. He turns to another shadow, stating that the 2 S-class targets will be left to the Holy Sun. This will serve as a perfect test for his growth, asking if there are any issues. The Holy Sun replies that there are none. By tomorrow, the distance between us will finally close. The Holy Sun continues with chilling cruelty, saying if they accept the protection of our Grand Destiny sect, it is for the best. If they refuse, kill them all. Now pay attention to this moment. The Archbishop throws his head back, proclaiming tomorrow will be their grandest stage. We must announce our existence to the Great Xia Empire in the most brutal and bloody way possible. I eagerly look forward to your glorious performance today under Heaven's holy mandate. The next day at the Demon Cave Plantation, inside a heavily guarded military zone, students gather, feeling completely amazed by the breathtaking scenery. Is that beautiful flower a D-class sunflower? I cannot believe the base has so many, and I cannot wait to harvest them all. A man who appears to be the manager, named Ma Yang, steps forward to welcome them warmly, asking why the 3 vice principals did not accompany the top academies. Instructor Hu Ping of Mado University explains that they had urgent business, and gathering simple herbs carries 0 danger. So they stayed behind. Besides, even if an emergency occurs, Principal Lang can use his spatial abilities to arrive here in minutes. Ma Yang nods in agreement. Then please follow me, he says, assigning the tasks. Tsinghua University will gather sunflowers in Sector C12. Jincheng University will collect firegrass in Sector B16, while Mado University takes mind-calming grass in Sector C11. Watch closely here, the top 3 freshmen must be split up. Instructor Hu Ping immediately grows highly suspicious, questioning why other plantations do not have rules like this. Ma Yang smiles and explains that they have just cultivated a new batch of S-class herbs. It is a rare chance for these elite students to broaden their horizons. After a brief pause, she reluctantly agrees. Xu Jingming, Kiran, Dongsheng, the 3 of you follow them. Xu Jingming follows behind with growing doubts, questioning this sudden S-class harvest. He definitely senses something is wrong with Manager Ma, but assumes having teachers nearby ensures their safety. Suddenly, Dongsheng turns around to greet them, saying hello. I am Dongsheng from Jincheng University, and your battle yesterday was truly spectacular. I was amazed watching it. Xu Jingming humbly thanks him, but Dongsheng presses on with curiosity. He mentions hearing about secret religious techniques that can easily boost a Tier 2 user all the way up to Tier 4. If that is true, then maybe I could even trade a few blows with the 2 of you. Xu Jingming murmurs that it is best to stay away from religions, but Kiran instantly folds his hands. He says devoutly that religion is not bad, whether it is his homeland's sect or others, as they all carry positive meaning. It is only through Lord Brahma's divine blessings that I have become truly invincible, asking why his precious Lord Brahma did not let him win their match. Kiran fumes with rage. Speechless, Kiran glares as Dongsheng cuts in with a mysterious smile, saying he actually agrees. Certain religious sects genuinely offer incredible benefits to human beings. Jingming, once you personally feel the divine energy for yourself in a moment, you will definitely change your mind. These words put Jingming on guard, and trust me, we are about to find out his real plan. You and I are jumping right into a deadly trap as Ma Duong stops and announces they have arrived, but Miss Ho sees nothing unusual yet. Lian asks where the Tier S rare herb is, but Ma Duong simply points toward a completely empty garden plot. With a creepy smile, he says, Miss Ho, please look, the Tier S herb is right here. Miss Ho looks over, completely confused, but the second she lets her guard down, Ma Duong lunges from behind with bloodshot, glowing eyes. Slash! He strikes with lightning speed, driving a glowing red hand with razor-sharp claws straight through one of the accompanying teachers. The brutal strike pierces right through the poor man's chest, leaving him with only enough strength for one final agonizing scream. Horrified by the brutal murder, the other teacher immediately charges forward, his entire body erupting in fierce, blazing flames. Unleashing the power of a Tier 7 Grandmaster, the teacher transforms instantly, growing sharp cat ears and wild stripes, roaring in absolute fury. You are definitely not Manager Ma. Who on earth are you? With his Tier A cat spirit shadow power active, he warns him about the terrifying consequences of this attack. The vicious attacker, now showing his true colors, simply sneers, as expected of a peak Tier 6 Grandmaster from Mado University. Now pay attention to this reveal because he commends his target's insane, stubborn vitality compared to normal Tier 6s. He slowly peels off his disguise mask to reveal his real face, muttering, Since you are already a dead man, there is no harm in telling you. We are the Heaven's Fate sect, and the consequences? The more chaotic they are, the more we love it. The cat spirit shadow teacher roars. You bastards from the Heaven's Fate sect are trying to wipe out our great Xia's youngest generation. I hope you all regret this. But the brutal leader just yells back, Kill them all, leave absolutely no survivors. Dozens of black-robed cultists charge forward at once, plunging the entire area into absolute desperate chaos. Desperate, the cat spirit shadow teacher crushes a signal crystal in his fist, desperately praying for backup, but the leader just sneers, holding up a blood-red orb. Hoping to summon your spatial-type Grandmaster to save you? Too bad, because you are far too late. He activates the orb, sending a massive crimson barrier sweeping across the entire area, locking down space itself. Meanwhile, far away, Principal Lang suddenly senses that something is horribly wrong. Furious, she yells that the three-school alliance is under attack, calling the other principals to fly straight to the plantation. With that, she rockets into the sky, unleashing her spatial powers to rip open a path directly to the plantation. Down below, onlookers gasp in absolute shock at the sheer pressure radiating from the 3 legendary principals. Are all 3 of them really Tier 8 Grandmasters? Their pressure is absolutely terrifying. Yes, they are the elite vice principals of our top 3 universities. Damn it all. Could something have gone wrong with the students on their field trip? Over at a command center, a powerful woman barks orders into her radio transceiver. Teams 9 and 10 move to the demonic plantation immediately. Protect our young lady at all costs. Staring anxiously at her monitor, she remembers the girl has a protective amulet, and Tier 8 Grandmasters are already en route to guard them. She should be safe, right? Well, let's head back to the plantation. Trapped inside the barrier, the cat spirit shadow teacher can feel the massive spatial disruptions from outside. He gasps in shock. Those are spatial power fluctuations, but the cult leader only laughs mockingly. Exactly, and your spatial grandmaster cannot save you now, so die first. Facing a devastating, unavoidable blast of energy, the teacher can only look on in absolute despair. I cannot dodge this fatal strike. Boom. A massive crimson blast slams directly into the teacher, sending him flying. Watching this unfold, Kieran grits his teeth, muttering, "Damn it all." Meanwhile, Xu Jingming is utterly shocked, realizing he cannot fight a Tier 7 Grandmaster even with his trump cards. He stands absolutely no chance. Up above, the leader looks at the sky, watching the spatial barrier shake from Principal Lang's power. He murmurs, "To actually shake this custom spatial barrier, spatial grandmasters truly are on a completely different level." He turns and flies away, leaving behind one final command, "Holy Son, I leave this battlefield to you." Instantly, everyone turns to look at Dong Thong. He steps forward calmly. Flanked by black-robed cultists, he declares with fanatical madness, "Finally, the time has come for our Heaven's Fate sect to step onto the grand stage. Xu Jingming, Kieran, step forward and let me show you my true horrifying form." His entire body begins to warp as his raw power skyrockets in seconds, shooting from high Tier 2, past peak Tier 2, straight through low and mid Tier 3. Finally, he mutates into a massive towering demon, sprouting multiple arms with a peak Tier 4 aura, leaving Xu Jingming and Kieran utterly terrified. Stick around because we are definitely in for a wild ride next time. You and I are jumping right into this fight, where Kieran stutters, wondering what crazy skill just boosted his power by 2 full tiers with God Blood aura. Xu Jingming quickly analyzes the situation. This Dongsheng seems to carry the aura of multiple God Bloods. Just one of them is already a triple S-class resource. No wonder he can instantly reach the peak of Tier 4 in one go. Dongsheng, now in his demonic form, glares down at the two of them, offering a chilling ultimatum. From mid-Tier 2 to the peak of Tier 4, this is the power of our Destiny sect. You have 2 choices. Join the Destiny sect and hunt down other students with me, or get crushed and slaughtered right here. Make your choice. In this desperate moment, the other students scream, trying to rush towards Xu Jingming and Kieran. Quick! The 2 S-class fighters are in danger. Go help them. Xu Jingming is our only hope. We cannot afford to lose him. Charge. But then, the black-robed cultists of the Destiny sect block their path, laughing mockingly as they shout to stop them. No one is saving them today. Worry about yourselves first because all of you are also our targets. Surrounded by enemies, Tong Shuyun fights while staring anxiously toward Xu Jingming, silently praying for him to stay safe. Outside, the principals are trying to break in. Principal Xu anxiously asks Principal Lang why they cannot just teleport straight into the plantation. Principal Lang replies with a dead serious expression. "I tried, but the space inside the plantation is completely impenetrable." Looking at the leader inside the barrier, she analyzes the situation. He must be holding a Tier 9 Beast King bone with spatial abilities. The entire space around the plantation is locked down. A Tier 9 Beast King bone with spatial abilities is indeed a massive investment. Now pay attention. If anything happens to those 2 S-class geniuses, we are in deep trouble. Inside, the Destiny sect leader throws his head back and laughs, mocking the people outside. Ha ha ha. So what if there are 3 Grandmasters out there? You will still watch helplessly as our Destiny sect slaughters these freshmen. Today is the day of our grand awakening. Principal Zhang says with anger. The Destiny sect was wiped out from the Great Sha territory 60 years ago. I did not expect them to resurface. Let us attack together. 3 minutes is enough to break his spatial seal. Saying this, she gathers all her power and unleashes an absolutely devastating attack. The powerful blow strikes the barrier, creating massive cracks as an entire section of land is lifted into the air. Trees collapse and the earth splits open, leaving a bottomless abyss. After her attack, Principal Lang successfully locates the weakness, finding the underground space completely locked down and impenetrable. The weakest point is in the southeast. Hearing her, the other 2 principals immediately burst with power, preparing for an all-out strike. Principal Xu transforms into a raging werewolf with a furious roar, while Principal Zhang turns into a powerful water elemental entity. Both of them charge toward the weak point that Principal Lang pointed out. Inside the plantation, the students feel the violent shaking and look up in utter shock. Realizing it is an attack from outside, They cry out with hope, shouting that the vice principals are here to rescue them. There is hope. Meanwhile, I know what you are thinking, but Xu Jingming remains calm, calculating his 49,000 energy points remaining on his system panel. If I use it all to level up, I can reach Tier 4 and completely turn the tide. Meanwhile, demon form Dongsheng tries to tempt the geniuses from the 3 universities. Have you all seen it yet? Rising from mid-Tier 2 to the peak of Tier 4, this is our Destiny Sect power. I will give you all one chance. Kill the other freshmen around you, and join us to become a member of the Destiny Sect, granting you the chance to receive power just like mine. This offer leaves the students wavering and terrified as they look at one another. Suddenly, Principal Lang's commanding voice echoes from the outside. Any freshman who dares to attack others will be expelled and executed on the spot. The warning snaps the students back to reality. They quickly stand firm, knowing that turning traitor never ends well. Exactly, if we are hunted down, we will definitely die. Standing with the principal still gives us a fighting chance. Seeing his division plan fail, Dongsheng roars in anger, calling them fools who do not even have a shred of courage. Turning to Xu, he issues a final ultimatum. I give you 3 seconds. Submit or die. 3-2. The overwhelming pressure makes Kiran break down. And trust me, that's where we leave it as Kiran begs for mercy. Do not kill me, I will join the Sect of Destiny. Dongthong smiles with satisfaction, a wise choice. But let's see how our hero responds. In stark contrast to Kiran, Xu Jingming stands tall as purple lightning begins crackling across his body. Defiance fills his eyes. Dongtong growls, you stubborn fool, it seems you have chosen death over becoming our holy son. Kiran, kill him. Show me this proof of your loyalty right now. Panic-stricken, Kiran stares at Xu Jingming and stutters, I cannot possibly take him down. Suddenly, 2 black-robed werewolf subordinates step forward, promising to help. Xu Jingming merely casts a cold glance at his foes. Calmly analyzing the battlefield, he counts 1 early Tier 3 fighter and 4 early Tier 4 enemies. It seems I do not need to spend my energy points just yet. Charge! A robed grunt rushes forward, swinging a giant axe and screaming, do you think you are special just because you are Tier? Arrogant brat. Die. But Xu Jingming easily blocks the heavy blade with his spear shaft, spins around, and unleashes a massive bolt of lightning, piercing right through his attacker. The lackey crashes backward, coughing up blood, utterly shocked that a Tier 4 user like him was defeated so fast. Xu Jingming coldly asks, did you really think you could take me on alone? You were just begging for death. Watching his minion fall so easily, Dongtong roars, fine, I will join the fight and crush you myself. Facing Dongtong's oppressive aura, Xu Jingming senses a fatal threat. Now pay attention, because this monster is a danger to his very life. He really is incredibly powerful. Looks like I have to spend my energy points after all. It is a pity, I really wanted to see if 50,000 points could upgrade my innate power instead. Right as Xu Jingming finishes the first lackey, a system notification alerts him that he has slain an early Tier 4 Divine Blood Messenger. Energy points plus 1,000. He quickly calculates his total, eyes flashing with absolute determination as he hits 50,000. Without a moment of hesitation, he commands his system, if this is how it is, let's upgrade my ability. The system interface flashes before his eyes, and his finger presses down on the S-Tier Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. A new notification pops up, beginning evolution. The S-Tier skill Purple Heaven Divine Thunder is evolving 10%, 20%. Meanwhile, shattering bolts of golden lightning crash down from above, tearing right through the crimson barrier blocking the space around them. As evolution hits 30%, Xu Jingming floats high up, dodging every strike. Honestly, you and I can see they can't even touch him. He moves gracefully through the descending golden lightning, making sure absolutely no attack can reach him. Enraged by this sight, Dongtong roars fiercely, completely losing his patience. No more games, he unleashes an all-out attack, launching a massive orb of dark energy directly at Xu Jingming, causing a terrifying explosion. But then, as the thick smoke clears, Xu Jingming is revealed to be completely unharmed. He floats peacefully in mid-air while the evolution bar reaches its final stretch, evolution reaching 98%, 99%, and 100%. The upgrade is complete. His S-Tier skill has evolved into the SS-Tier Capital Heaven Divine Thunder. An immense wave of sheer destructive force erupts right from his body. Slowly opening his eyes, his pupils have now transformed into a brilliant gold, crackling with immense power. Without making a single physical move, just his gaze is enough to summon a massive pillar of golden lightning directly onto Dongthong, who is immediately blasted before he can even make a sound. His entire body is instantly vaporized as a final agonizing scream echoes. A system notification rings in his head, confirming he has defeated a peak Tier 4 Divine Blood Messenger, granting him 2,000 energy points. The remaining werewolf subordinates point at him with shaking fingers, absolutely terrified. Stuttering in shock, you. Hua Jingming coldly answers them with two simple words, just die. Another torrential rain of golden lightning crashes down, completely vaporizing every last enemy in an instant. Hua Jingming slowly descends toward the one shivering in absolute terror, who stutters out, no, please, stop. Kieran frantically slams his head onto the ground, begging, please Hua Jingming, they forced me. I did not even try to attack you. Witnessing the total destruction of his holy son, the grand leader of the Sect of Destiny is utterly dumbfounded. Is the holy son really dead? His shock instantly morphs into blinding fury as he roars, Hua Jingming, I will bury you with him. He launches a devastating full-power attack, sending countless blood-red energy tentacles whipping directly at Hua Jingming. Under the crushing might of a Tier 7 Grandmaster, Hua Jingming feels his entire body pinned down by an invisible suffocating pressure. He cannot budge a single inch. In absolute panic, he realizes this is the terrifying gap between himself and a Tier 7 Grandmaster. But then the pressure vanishes. He is shocked. Trust me, you do not want to miss what is next. Let's dive into this insane space-type power. A stunning and powerful figure appears from thin air. It is Principal Lang, leaving the leader of the Destiny sect completely frozen in shock. He screams in sheer disbelief, how could you break in here when I literally locked down the entire spatial dimension? Coldly raising her hand, Principal Lang conjures a glowing golden sword of light, mockingly saying you rely on a foreign tool for spatial abilities. Yet you dare to lose focus, you must be begging for death. And with that she unleashes a devastating spatial slash. The attack strikes right at the enemy's arm holding the spatial orb, triggering a massive explosion as he screams out in pure agony. Refusing to give him a single second to breathe, Principal Lang channels her powers again, preparing to strike him down next. Heavily injured, the enemy desperately uses his remaining strength to trap her inside his spatial prison technique. But Principal Lang is way too fast, activating her teleportation skill as a glowing magic circle forms beneath him. In the blink of an eye, she teleports herself right next to Hua Jingming. Landing gracefully, she asks if he is okay and Hua Jingming looks at her, letting out a relieved sigh saying he is fine. Pay attention here, because the three principals are finally gathering together. Asked how to handle the surviving cultists, she replies with an icy sharp tone, they dared to lay a hand on the young geniuses of the great Xia nation. Capture the Tier 6 ability user alive, but for everyone else slaughter them all. Instantly, the other two principals rush in, using their overwhelming Great Grandmaster power to utterly crush the last remaining scraps of the Destiny sect. Meanwhile, Kieran stutters in absolute terror, Principal Lang, please. But she just cuts him off with an icy glare, warning that someone will deal with him later, before turning to Hua Jingming with deep curiosity. What was that power you just used? Is it a special S-tier skill that completely bypasses any casting time? And it is even golden lightning standing amidst the ruins while Hua Jingming honestly replies that he is not quite sure. He just wanted to survive and somehow his ability seemingly broke past its limits and mutated on its own. Narrowing her eyes in thought, she asks if it is a combat technique, urging him to show her his Purple Dawn Divine Lightning again. Nodding obediently, Hua Jingming extends his hand, and vibrant currents of golden lightning immediately dance across his palm once again. Principal Lang is astonished, noting how strange it is, before deciding she will examine his power once they return to the base. I will properly examine your power then, to which Hua Jingming simply nods in agreement. Just then, Song Chuyun runs up and suddenly hugs him from behind, crying that she was worried to death about him. Watching this scene from a distance, Principal Lang smiles softly, thinking how wonderful youth really is. Gently pulling her hands away, Hua Jingming turns around to tenderly wipe the tears falling down her face. Reassuring her that everything is over, he holds her hand looking into her eyes with a smile, proving he is perfectly fine. A bit later, we see the entire Moke plantation get encased in a giant water sphere and moved away. Inside, Principal Lang stands tall right in front of the surviving students, announcing with a heavy, solemn tone the devastating outcome of this freshman field trip. A total of 342 young students were brutally killed by the Destiny sect, and our three universities will assume absolute responsibility. We will offer full compensation according to the strict protocols set for those who fall on the battlefield. Her voice rings out with steel as she declares the Destiny sect to be the enemy of humanity and our three universities. Starting today, the three universities are officially issuing a joint hunt order against the Destiny sect. allowing both students and teachers to accept these missions. We must wipe them out completely. Standing in the crowd, Xu Jingming notes that hunting these divine blood messengers yields massive energy points, deciding to try some quests back at school. Principal Lang concludes her speech, explaining that due to the cult crisis, this freshman research trip will be cut short. All freshmen must gather at 9 a.m. tomorrow to return to campus. For now, please follow your designated instructors back to the base to rest. Back at base, inside a lab, she hands him a testing device, telling him to release his power so the machine can analyze the final results. Placing his hand on the machine, surging currents of golden lightning immediately burst out, completely wrapping around the device. Principal Lang watches in absolute awe, wondering if his S-tier ability could have somehow mutated into a legendary double S-tier power. But that should be impossible, considering he started at E-tier, and mutating to S-tier was already a massive miracle. With a ping, the screen displays the shocking final result. And trust me, his new power is the legendary Duthian Divine Lightning. You and I are starting today with a massive double S rank shocker. Principal Lang gasps, realizing that the Dothian Divine Lightning is actually a double S tier ability. The principal is still reeling, because the gap between tiers is massive. If trained properly, this kid is guaranteed to be an absolute game changer on the terrifying monster battlefield. In fact, the last time a double S tier awakened in Great Xiao was over 10 years ago. Principal Lang turns to Xu Jingming, his face beaming with immense pride and joy as he praises him. A double S-tier talent. Jingming mutters the name to himself, Duthian Divine Lightning. His ability mutated again. But how did this machine even recognize it? Has this legendary lightning power actually appeared somewhere in the world before? Principal Lang explains that if the system detected it, it must have existed before. Not in modern history, but deep within the legendary era of ancient civilizations. Our analyzers were built using ancient relics as templates. Hearing this, Jingming simply nods, finally understanding the truth. The principal looks at him with high expectations, meaning his hidden potential might easily match the ancient legends themselves. The principal pulls out a special talisman, handing it over while calling out his name. You do not need to hide this mutation, but do not show it off either. I personally crafted this amulet. Crush it within 400 kilometers, and I will rush to you. Remember this carefully. Only use it in a true life or death situation. Jingming accepts it, bowing respectfully. Next, pay attention to this red potion he offers, a grade 7 realm-breaking pill, an S-rank resource from Tsinghua. Use this when you are breaking through to a major tier. I recommend taking it when advancing from peak level 5 to level 6, otherwise you will waste its incredible medicinal power. Holding the vial, Jingming smiles inwardly. With his cheat system, he does not need pills to break through at all. He asks if he can trade it for another S-rank training resource. The principal chuckles, saying Tsinghua definitely would not exchange it, but I will grant you special permission to visit the Magic City University Vault and swap it for another S-rank item once we return. Furthermore, regarding your skill reward for taking first place in this trial, take a look and choose one for yourself. Entering another room, let's watch as Jingming commands the artificial intelligence Eva to list all lightning skills above a rank from both universities. Under his command, Eva instantly projects a massive lineup of high-level lightning skills across multiple virtual screens, surrounding him completely. Among them, two triple S-rank techniques stand out. First is Destructive Thundercloud, which uses lightning energy to trigger massive storm clouds that strike down endlessly. Note that it requires being at level 5 or higher and possessing at least an A-rank lightning talent to master. Next is Advent of the Thunder God. Judgment, which manifests a massive divine figure to strike down all enemies on the battlefield. The catch? You must be at least level 6 and have an S-rank lightning ability to learn it. Looking at these god-tier skills, he cannot help but feel a bit disappointed. The requirements are just way too high for him right now. He is simply not strong enough yet. It is better to be realistic and choose something he can use immediately. With that in mind, he swipes through the remaining screens, searching for a technique that fits his current combat power. After browsing for a while, he turns around to face Principal Lang with a confident smile. I will take this S-rank skill, Thunder God's Single Finger. The details pop up immediately. S-rank Thunder God's Single Finger. This technique condenses raging lightning into a massive divine finger. It unleashes a devastating pinpoint strike that deals catastrophic elemental damage. To learn this, you must be level 3 with an A-rank talent. Principal Lang warns him that since this is a Tsinghua technique, they will not offer much instruction or guidance. The learning process could take forever. But Jingming remains firm, telling him it is absolutely fine. He still has 6,000 energy points, which is more than enough. The principal smiles, letting him do as he pleases. You have already mastered several S-rank techniques, so I do not need to worry about your progress anymore. Inwardly, the principal is absolutely shocked by the kid's terrifying growth rate. His comprehension talent literally defies the heavens, and now even his ability mutated. To have all these gifts in a single person is unreal. If he manages to fully grow, humanity will undoubtedly gain a peerless powerhouse on their side. And that is where we leave it. Let's see what happens next when he opens his status window. Alright, let's look at this insane stat screen showing our main character, Xu Jingming, reaching Tier 3. His Doutian Divine Lightning is double S rank with massive vitality and a high spirit stat. His skill list includes Master Spear Technique, Novice Lightning Magic, and Novice Hell Armor. We also see Intermediate Boxing, Advanced Lightning Spear, and Intermediate Continuous Spear Strikes, plus Advanced Lightning Flash, Intermediate Lightning Prison, Master Wind and Thunder, and Tier 4 Undying Lightning Body with 6,000 energy points. He smiles in pure satisfaction as crackling golden lightning dances across his hands. 50,000 energy points successfully upgraded his S-rank Purple Dawn Lightning to double S-rank Doutian Divine Lightning. He immediately feels the massive difference, realizing that this new godlike lightning is much harder to control. Now his main focus must be training to master and control this chaotic power. His eyes burn with a deep desire for triple S-rank lightning, eager for that fateful day. Now pay attention, because at 6 p.m. on the base streets, a bizarre spaceship suddenly appears and draws everyone's eyes. What kind of crazy ship is that? No visible propellers and absolutely no jet exhausts. Could it be an anti-gravity vessel recovered from some ancient civilization? Some truly legendary powerhouse must have just arrived at our base. The sleek, saucer-shaped vessel descends slowly toward the hard concrete ground. Steam hisses out as the landing gear touches the street, the cabin doors opening as a figure steps down. A man in a black suit and fedora leaps down with a sinister smirk, calling out for Xu Jingming. His arrival sends ripples through the crowd as onlookers begin whispering to each other in sheer confusion. Wait, who is this guy? Should we report this strange event to base security? The mysterious stranger smirks and gently touches his hat brim, muttering that the fewer people who know, the better. He snaps his fingers with a sharp click, and instantly, the crowd's memories are wiped clean as they turn away to talk about their daily lives in some movie. Which movie? That memory wipe was smooth, right? The mysterious man is totally satisfied with his work. Meanwhile, over at the base's temporary detention center, loud, fanatical screams echo from the depths of the secure prison cells. Our angels will never spare you. You are dreaming if you think you will get any useful information from me. A heavily chained prisoner in orange screams insanely. He continues to shriek that their great angel will surely save his loyal followers. The chief of intelligence, a Tier 5 mental esper, reports the grim situation to Principal Lang. These fanatics from the Destiny sect are far too stubborn, making it impossible to extract any useful information. She calmly replies that she understands, telling the exhausted team to go get some rest. The arrogant prisoner sneers through the iron bars, mocking them and telling them not to waste any more of their energy. Another man speaks up, noting that since even the Intelligence Bureau could not do anything, they must wait for the higher-ups to send someone. Principal Lang reassures them not to worry, noting that their reinforcement should be arriving any minute now. Just as she speaks, the mysterious man in black calmly steps into the facility hallway. Invisible energy ripples outward as Principal Lang instantly senses this familiar, shockingly powerful, and overwhelming aura from her past. She narrows her eyes at the presence while the man tips his hat. Speaking in a calm voice, he apologizes for keeping them waiting, leaving Principal Lang absolutely shocked to see Lord Liu arrive here in person. Liu Jisun replies that since the Destiny sect has returned after 60 years, he had to intervene personally. She quietly wonders in disbelief, noting that Liu Jisun is an A-rank mental esper. He is one of Great Sha's rare Tier 9 martial saints. But is this situation really worth his personal presence? Ignoring her shock, Liu Jisun walks straight toward the prison cell. His eyes flash with a bizarre purple glow as he demands the prisoner to answer honestly if he is indeed the leader of the Destiny sect. Crushed under his overwhelming mental pressure, the prisoner can no longer resist as his eyes go blank, muttering that he is only an archbishop. Liu Jisun continues his relentless interrogation, demanding to know their true objective and if they have secret undercover agents planted across major universities. The Archbishop answers mechanically that their goal was to murder the first-year students of 3 schools to announce their presence, but is actually only targeting Jincheng University. 10 minutes later, and as the Archbishop collapses, you and I are left wondering what Liu Jisen will explain next. You and I are jumping right into a mess. An Esper tampered with the Archbishop's memories, locking away the crucial truth. Based on what we know, the Destiny sect has a massive scheme cooking up, and the higher-ups will definitely act soon. He explains that the real purpose of this journey is finally coming to light, putting the cult issue on hold. But there is another matter regarding the evolution of Xu Jingming. Where is that boy? I want to see him. Principal Lang instantly realizes that Lord Liu has a completely different agenda. Inside a reception room, the principal calls Xu Jingming over. You wanted to see me, Principal? She simply points and says, sit. Principal Lang says, let me introduce you. This is a member of our National Council, Commissioner Liu Jishan. Jingming is completely shocked. He wonders how someone could be in the room without him sensing them at all, while Liu Jishan turns around with a warm smile to greet him. Hello. Now pay attention here, because Jingming suddenly senses something is terribly wrong. Suddenly, a crushing mental pressure slams down, making him feel like he is drowning in a deep, endless void of darkness. His entire body tenses up as golden lightning sparks out instinctively, fighting back against the overwhelming force. He gasps for air, drenched in sweat from the sudden attack. Sitting back in his chair, his mind is still reeling in shock. Before this, I had only seen level 9 martial saints online. But in person, I cannot even handle a single direct glance from this man. Liu Jishan praises him, saying very few level 3 espers can withstand a glance from him. Your willpower is incredibly solid, Jingming. Jingming humbly replies that the commissioner was simply holding back during their encounter. Liu Jishan explains that while 3 or 4 S-class espers are born each year, less than 50 double S-class geniuses have appeared in 200 years. Those who survived have all grown into the ultimate guardians of humanity. I hope that you can become one of them too. We will offer you absolute support. This is a spiritual seal, designed to create a powerful mental shield for your mind. As he speaks, a mysterious glowing purple seal manifests directly on his hand. With a flick, the purple sigil shoots from his hand, embedding itself directly into Jingming's forehead. Let's pause here. This soul seal is actually a double S-class spiritual skill he developed himself. Even a level 9 spiritual esper attempting to shatter this protection in the future will have a nearly impossible time doing so. Once finished, the process clearly takes a heavy toll on Liu Jishan's energy. Principal Lang quickly chimed in, reminding him of how much effort was spent. Why are you not thanking him yet? Jingming quickly bows his head and says thank you. Liu Jishan waves it off. No need. This was a direct decision by the National Council. Just focus on getting stronger so you can eliminate more enemies for our great Xia. Principal Lang smiles, noting that a massive protective barrier now completely guards his mind, making it virtually unbreakable. This seal is something even level 8 grandmasters beg for, yet they can never obtain it. Yet you got it effortlessly. Jingming proudly boasts that he is the top student here. The principal laughs, teasing him about his absolute lack of humility. The national tournament is next March, and I am putting you in charge. Jingming immediately protests. Principal, did you forget I am only a freshman? She warns him not to slack off. I am holding a spot for you, so spend the next few months training hard. Jingming clenches his fists in determination, excited to test his skills against top geniuses from across the country. 3 days later, back at Mado University, a silver-haired girl stands in the crowd, eagerly watching a massive airship descend onto the campus courtyard, signaling Jingming's grand return to a cheering crowd of students. Stepping off the ship, Jingming and his companions reunite with the girl. Jingming waves hello to Chu Xuan and she waves back. Tong Chuyan greets her warmly, saying it has been far too long, and Chu Xuan sighs in relief. I am just glad you are all safe. Chuyan holds her hand gratefully, saying they survived only because of the medicine she provided. Otherwise, that demon cave would have spelled disaster. But trust me, we are just getting started. Let us jump back in as Chu Xuan proudly links arms with Tong Chuyan, happily announcing she booked a table at Qingya restaurant. Let's go together, Tong Chuyan asks in complete shock. Wait, senior, is this really your treat? Chu Xuan replies firmly, if I say it is, it's my treat. By the way, did you bring those rare herbs I asked for? Xu Jingming replies, of course I did. And in massive quantities too. I just hope you can handle all of them. Watching from afar, Principal Lang Min smiles to herself, thinking Xu Jingming really has a charm with women. But hey, Stronger espers tend to have stronger children, so having multiple spouses might actually be a very good thing after all. She sighs softly, looking into the distance with a hint of sadness. Back then, absolutely no one of my generation was ever my match, which is why I am still single at 30 years old. At Qingya restaurant, Chushuan stares in absolute shock at the mountain of rare herbs he brings out. Watch closely here as she asks if they stripped the entire demon cave clean, while Xu Jingming shrugs it off. Hardly any espers are actually strong enough to ever reach the center of the demon cave anyway. If I stayed there a little longer, I could have collected even more. Chushuan sighs, looks like I'll be busy. Xu Jingming stands. All right. I'll head out first to the resource room to claim those S-rank cultivation rewards from Capital University. The scene shifts to the resource room of Mado University, a majestic and ancient-looking building. Inside, Xu Jingming commands Eva list all S-grade resources I can trade for using this rank 7 breakthrough pill. Eva responds instantly on it as a cascade of holographic screens instantly surround him. Xu Jingming gasps, that is way too many. Eva, of all of these, which one can maximize the control of my lightning ability? A glowing blue screen is pushed directly in front of him. It displays information for an S-rank Lightning Secret Realm Pass, granting entry into the hidden Lightning Realm in Hedong City for intensive training. Xu Jingming frowns in confusion. Hedong City is less than 100 kilometers away from my house. But I have never heard of any Lightning Secret Realm there. Eva explains this secret realm appeared in Chang'er town of Hedong City 87 years ago. After being taken over by the Lightning Martial Arts Hall, it was kept under total lockdown, requiring a special pass to enter. So ordinary people know nothing about it. He asks, are there wild beasts in there? Eva answers yes, and most of them possess powerful lightning control. You and I both know he loves a challenge, so Xu Jingming smiles. I will choose this pass as my S-rank resource. Right after that, his phone suddenly rings. Hello, is this Vice President Xu Jingming? He asks, what is it? And the caller explains. Well, this afternoon our association is actually hosting a special social gathering. He listens, remembering how he followed Senior Lu Min's advice to join the Meteor Association, and ended up becoming the new vice president. Who knew duty would call this fast? He answers, all right, I will be there, then hangs up. Staring at his screen, he thinks, well, this gathering actually sounds pretty interesting. Cultivators from different departments sharing their insights makes it much easier to learn by analogy. It is definitely worth going. But as he arrives, his master gasps. Xu Jingming, have you already reached Tier 3? He just smiles and nods. Yes, master. I broke through during my training trip. His master pats his shoulder, saying in disbelief, why do you make breaking a Tier 3 bottleneck sound as easy as eating and drinking? At this rate, won't you become a rank 7 Grand Master before graduation in just a semester? He throws an arm over his favorite student, eagerly saying, let's head to the training hall to see how your body changed after absorbing God's blood. Once inside the training hall, Xu Jingming completely unleashes his power. Wild streaks of golden lightning crackle frantically around his body while his master watches from afar. He is completely frozen in shock, wondering what is happening. Isn't purple heaven divine lightning supposed to be blue-purple? Why did the color and original aura change entirely? Xu Jingming calmly asks, didn't Vice Principal Lang tell you about this, master? My ability evolved into double-S rank Dushan Divine Lightning. His master stands completely frozen. He stammers, an S rank to double S rank evolution? No wonder the vice principal called yesterday saying you would give me a massive surprise. And that is where we leave things as he tries to process this madness. Alright, you and I are about to watch a student master a power so volatile. His mentor warns him that controlling this upgraded rank double S ability will require extreme training. Xu Jingming politely nods, confirming he understands before revealing he has already obtained a pass to the Thunder Secret Realm. When asked what to prepare, his mentor nods in approval, agreeing that the Thunder Secret Realm is indeed the perfect training ground for those who wield lightning abilities like them. As for safety precautions, the mentor promises to explain after testing his student's physique first, telling him to activate his ultimate lightning state. Smiling confidently, Xu Jingming asks him to inspect it right away. Suddenly, a surge of golden energy wraps around him, triggering a complete transformation. His hair turns spiky and bright gold, his eyes glow, and powerful golden lightning crackles all over his body. His mentor watches in absolute awe, praising him repeatedly. He notes that Jingming's indestructible body foundation has strengthened to high rank 8, now infused with the formidable aura of a beast emperor's bloodline. Still transformed, Xu Ming smiles to himself. No wonder his raw physical strength alone could easily rival a legendary S-rank Killen. This explains everything. The teacher tells him to rest briefly while he summons an opponent, believing only real combat can truly test his current physical limits. Reviewing his choices, Dongye is a high rank 2, while Ziwei is early rank 3. Liao Ming is recovering, so none of them work. Now pay attention here, because this junior brother might actually be stronger than all his seniors. 10 minutes later, a muscular man wearing a brown shirt steps into the room, and the mentor announces his arrival. A towering, heavily built senior student named Zhongshan walks in. Hailing from the Weapon Academy, he scratches his head in confusion, asking the dean if he did something wrong. Zhongshan wonders why this eccentric master summoned him again, but the mentor smiles warmly, telling him to relax. He merely wants Zhongshan to have a pure physical-only spar with his newest disciple, Xu Jingming. Looking at the much smaller Jingming, Zhongshan asks doubtfully if they are really just using raw physical force. He worries it might be too much of a bully move, but the dean calmly tells him not to worry. The master orders him to go all out, promising to watch closely. Zhongshan cracks his knuckles with a confident smirk. He tells his junior that since the dean requested full power, he will not be holding back. The mentor turns to a man standing right beside him, Old Fu. When asked who will win, Old Fu analyzes that while Jingming is stronger overall, Zhongshan should easily dominate in a battle of pure physical power. Now let's watch his mentor's reaction. He narrows his eyes, completely disagreeing with that claim. He points out that although Zhongshan is a peak rank 3, A-rank enhancement user, 2 realms above Jingming, the kid's secret opportunities are far beyond imagination. Suddenly Zhongshan roars, transforming into a massive werewolf with gray fur and piercing blue eyes. This is his A-rank beast form enhancement, the Gray Wolf. Seeing Jingming ready, Zhongshan recalls that this S-rank genius is highly favored by both the dean and the vice principal, a space system grandmaster. Deciding it is best to hold back slightly, he worries that accidentally injuring the kid would look really bad. Warning his junior to be careful, the werewolf lunges forward and unleashes a devastating punch. But instantly, the giant wolf's expression completely shatters into absolute and utter shock. Stumbling back several paces, he panics, wondering how this is possible when he is a peak rank 3. Even while holding back, his active A-rank beast enhancement should have guaranteed him an absolutely easy and totally overwhelming victory. Jingming innocently asks if he is holding back, making Zhongshan break into a cold sweat. Realizing he severely underestimated his junior, the werewolf lets out a deafening howl and charges his maximum power. Facing a now fully serious opponent, Jingming simply smirks. This time, Zhongshan charges forward with terrifying, blinding speed. Yet, Jingming effortlessly deflects the incoming strike, instantly launching a counterattack. He unleashes a relentless barrage of punches, each one landing with earth-shattering impact. Watching from the sidelines, the mentor analyzes that Jingming's blood flow is 1.3 times faster than Zhongshan's, undoubtedly caused by that mysterious Beast Emperor blood essence. With their raw strength nearly equal, the master commands him to go ahead and activate his Thunder Limit state. Hearing this, Zhongshan instantly panics and begs the dean to reconsider activating that terrifying state. Fierce golden sparks begin to crackle rapidly around Jingming's body. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, if that crazy power activates, things are about to get absolutely brutal for poor Zhongshan. Alright, you and I are about to watch a giant wolf beg Xu Jingming, whimpering, "Junior brother Jingming, please go easy on me next time, okay?" No can do. Xu Jingming enters his Thunder Pulse state, his golden hair blazing as he replies with a cold smile. Just minutes later, Zhongshan, still in his werewolf form, is splayed out on the floor, panting heavily with his tongue out from sheer exhaustion. "I can't do this anymore, I'm completely done." Meanwhile, Xu Jingming shifts back to normal, kneels down to hand Zhongshan a potion, saying, "Here, I actually got some inspiration and went to improve a combat skill. Let's call it a day. Senior Zhong, thanks for the hard work today." Zhongshan takes the potion, filled with gratitude, and says, "Thanks. Damn it, if anyone on the forums ever says you don't deserve your reputation again, I'll be the first to call them out." Later, Xu Jingming asks Uncle Fu, "When is the earliest master can come out?" Uncle Fu replies, "That is hard to say. It could be a few hours, or it might take several days." Right then, Xu Jingming's phone rings with a sharp beep, and he picks it up to check. It is Principal Ling calling. "Jingming, the representatives from Capital University have arrived. The original manuscript of the Peak S-Class skill, Thunder God's Finger, has been delivered. Head to the Martial Library to retrieve it." Now pay attention here because things happen fast. Jingming is stunned and asks Principal Ling right now. On the other end, she answers, "Are you busy?" Never mind, I will pick you up myself. In an instant, a golden spatial vortex warps into existence, and Principal Ling steps out right in front of Xu Jingming. She places a hand on his shoulder. Xu Jingming is instantly pulled into the swirling golden void, vanishing from the training room and leaving everyone else completely speechless. In the blink of an eye, they materialize in a luxurious room, where a man is waiting on the sofa. Principal Ling immediately introduces them. This is Teacher Chen Lin from Capital University, and then turning to the man, she says, Teacher Chen, this is Xu Jingming, our S-class genius from Magic City University. Jingming bows respectfully, greeting him. Hello, Teacher Chen. Teacher Chen calmly nods back in greeting. Hello, student. Principal Ling then advises Jingming. Teacher Chen is an elite rank 7 emissary level great grandmaster, who has fully mastered the Thunder God's finger. He will be staying here with us for half a month. During these 2 weeks, make sure to seek guidance from him as much as possible. He replies, yes, I understand. Jingming politely says to Teacher Chen, while thinking to himself, Capital University is being incredibly generous this time. They sent the manual and even arranged a personal mentor, though it is almost a waste since I can just allocate system points directly. He says, Teacher Chen, I will likely be troubling you a lot over the next 2 weeks. Teacher Chen smiles warmly. No worries, I am actually an old acquaintance of your master, Yang Chentian. Visiting an old friend is my main goal here, so if you ever need to clarify anything at all, just look for me at Yang Chentian's place. After meeting Teacher Chen, you and I know our main character never rests, as Jingming quickly rushes to the Liaoting Association meeting, stepping into the classroom, saying apologetically, sorry for being late, I had way too much on my plate today. His arrival immediately draws everyone's eyes, and they loudly greet him as Vice President Xu. Welcome, Vice President. Hello, Vice President. Xu Jingming thinks to himself, a top-tier guild really has an incredible number of members. A purple-haired youth waves his hand shouting, Jingming, come sit over here. He then whispers to him, you already reached rank 3? At this rate, the Liaoting Association might just make you the next leader. Xu Jingming sits down next to the young man, Vice President Du Liangping, and replies, I have no interest in that. I'm just wondering what today's meeting is about. Du Liangping explains that it is regarding the Destiny Sect missions. Those bastards actually dared to attack the freshman alliance team of our 3 schools. They must have a death wish. Are you taking the mission? Xu Jingming narrows his eyes, his gaze turning razor-sharp. Of course I am accepting it. Another member stands up to speak. The Destiny Sect has risen from the ashes, and the Great Xia government has now officially issued an absolute eradication order. Currently, our university has posted numerous missions targeting them, and I truly hope everyone here will actively participate in these critical operations. The speaker then turns directly to him, saying, Xu Jingming, I assume you will definitely take on a mission. If you plan to form a squad, feel free to join me. Xu Jingming smiles and politely declines, saying, thanks, but I still prefer working completely solo. After the meeting, he contemplates deeply before accepting the task. I should master the Thunder God's finger first. Having an extra S-class combat skill will keep me much safer. Soon after, he makes his way to Teacher Chen's residence. As the two sit opposite each other, Xu Jingming humbly asks, Teacher Chen, I went through the Thunder God's finger last night, but there are a few parts I do not quite understand. Teacher Chen gasped, you read it already? Trust me, our main character is on another level. Alright, you and I are about to see a genius grow. Ask away, my disciple. As your master, I will tell you everything I know. He begins by asking about the manual, specifically how to connect with the lightning of the world and blend it with his own power. What is the trick to understanding this? Master Tran explains that since he already knows heavenly lightning, the basics are actually quite similar. However, the lightning god finger requires much more concentration and far more complex shape transformations. Xu Jingming nods, understanding the explanation. Master Tran, I have another question. 3 hours later, Master Tran pats Jingming on the shoulder. He says with satisfaction, your comprehension is incredible. You have understood almost everything. The next step is practice to perfectly align your mind and your ability. Back in my day, it took me over 10 days to reach this level. Xu Jingming feels deeply grateful and thanks Master Tran. Closing his eyes, he commands the system to add points. A panel pops up, showing his lightning god finger reaching beginner level. Master Tran turns back and tells him to try the lightning god finger, so he can spot any potential issues. Now pay attention, because our main character is thinking, what problem? I have already mastered it. Confident, Jingming suggests that he should return and practice on his own first. That way he won't waste his master's precious time. But Master Tran waves his hand, reassuring him it won't take long. Reluctantly, the student agrees to try. At the training ground, Xu Jingming gets into position, raising his right hand and pointing straight to the sky. Heavy lightning energy begins swirling around him. Brilliant golden sparks dance wildly, creating an incredibly powerful and intimidating display. Master Tran watches with satisfaction, quietly evaluating his student. Not bad, the starting stance is perfect. Many elite students struggle with this basic form even after 2 months of hard training. He watches as Xu Jingming takes the next step. Incredibly, the second phase of connecting with the world's lightning is also a success. Even the absolute best student at Capital University took a full 4 months to do that. But watch closely, because what happens next completely blows his mind. A massive column of lightning strikes down from the sky right onto Xu Jingming's finger, merging perfectly with his inner energy. The radiant golden lightning illuminates the entire sky, unleashing a terrifying force that literally shakes the surrounding space. Master Tran stands frozen in shock, sweat dripping down his face. He cannot believe his eyes. How could he unleash the lightning god finger so easily? Suddenly, Xu Jingming panics, shouting that he cannot control the technique. Wild sparks of lightning break free and shoot out in every direction. A massive beam of lightning shaped like a colossal finger surges directly toward a nearby building. Master Tran reacts instantly, forming a hand seal to release a surge of blue energy to stop the disaster. With a roar, he unleashes a powerful blue lightning bolt from his own finger to intercept Xu Jingming's runaway attack. The two massive forces collide mid-air, triggering a violent explosion that sends bright electrical sparks flying everywhere. Even after neutralizing the blast, Master Tran is left completely stunned by the sheer magnitude of the energy. The lightning god finger was fully unleashed. He turns to Xu Jingming and warns him that he absolutely must improve his control. If that blast had landed, this entire area would have been completely wiped out. Xu Jingming lets out a sigh of relief, holding the scroll tightly. Thank goodness Master Tran was here. Since I have mastered the technique, I will return this secret scroll to you now. Taking the scroll back in utter shock, Master Tran can only stare. Xu Jingming cheerfully says he is going home to practice and quickly heads out. Master Tran stands frozen, staring blankly at his student's departing figure. Still holding the scroll, the teacup in his other hand trembles. Old Yang's new disciple is nothing short of a literal monster. No wonder he lost the freshman competition. If this kid wasn't an S-class student at Motto, I would recruit him to Capital University. Meanwhile, on the streets, walking down the street, Xu Jingming realizes the power of the lightning god finger is absolutely terrifying. Weaker level 5 awakened users would not stand a chance against it. But the drawback is also very clear. A single strike consumes nearly half of his Dutian godly lightning. Pulling out his phone, he commands Eva to open the shop. He needs to buy some energy recovery pills right away. Eva responds instantly, and as he walks, a sudden shout echoes from behind calling out his name. Startled, Xu Jingming turns around to see Teng Qiu catching up to him. Panting, she asks what he is doing here. She saw a massive lightning strike and ran to find him. Trust me, we are in for a wild ride next. Alright, you and I are diving right back into the action. As they stroll, Teng Qiuan curiously asks about his new skill. Xu Jingming smiles, revealing his S-Class Thunder God's finger skill, preparing for the Heavenly Destiny Sect mission. Qiuan is stunned. Her cheeks flush with pure excitement. You actually chose the Heavenly Destiny Sect mission? Xu Jingming calmly replies it is an S-Class task targeting one of their local branches. Qiuan looks slightly downcast. An S-Class mission means I can't tag along. I can only stay behind at school and wish you the absolute best of luck. Seeing her disappointment, Xu Jingming asks, aren't you taking on any missions? Teng Qiuan sighs. I really want to, but I just cannot find the right teammates to group up with. Xu Jingming suggests why not look for Dan Jijiang. And Chu Xuan, I think they're pretty strong. Teng Qiuan's eyes instantly light up. You're right, I will go find her right now. Come with me, she says, dragging Xu Jingming's hand. Sure, why not? I also happen to have some medical matters to discuss with her. Jining City, at the Mushi Cafe. Inside the cafe, a group of people sits waiting. A purple-haired girl asks with clear impatience. Captain, hasn't the student from Modu University arrived yet? The blonde guy calmly replies, no rush. We scheduled it for 8:30. Now pay attention because this explains a lot. Jining City Public Security is incredibly short-staffed, leaving them desperate for help. So who is joining us? Xu Jingming, 19 years old, a freshman. The group is stunned. A freshman? Is Modu University crazy? Sending him here is basically a death sentence. Yeah, this has to be a joke. The blonde guy interrupts them. Let me finish. Xu Jingming actually possesses an S-class ability and is already a primary Tier 3. In fact, his real combat strength is already at peak Tier 3. Everyone gasps in absolute shock. What the hell? A freshman is already that monstrous? An absolute genius. So when you meet him, please take this seriously for once. Just then, the door chime rings as Xu Jingming steps inside. He's sorry to keep you waiting. The blonde guy stands to shake his hand. No, not at all. We just got here ourselves. Let me introduce the team first. I am Kaiju, a B-class enhancement type, peak Tier 3. Shangshan, a B-class support specialist, mid Tier 3. This fiery purple-haired girl is Zhonggong, B-class fire type, advanced Tier 3. And this smart-looking guy with glasses is Sun Yan, B-class psychic type, advanced Tier 3. Alright, here is where things get serious. Now that everyone is gathered, Kaiju gets straight to the point. I will present the clues we found regarding the Heavenly Destiny sect. Awesome. Thank you for your hard work. Xu Jingming sits down to listen as Kaiju projects a 3D hologram containing two main leads on the cult. Specifically, two key targets, Zhao Wahao, president of Huxi, and Leng Shuang, chief executive officer of Blue Ocean Technology. He continues explaining the plan. According to our intelligence, both of these individuals are tied to the local Heavenly Destiny sect. We will capture them and let a psychic user handle the interrogation. Then we can easily locate the cult's secret branch. Taiju explains that targeting Leng Shuang is going to be extremely difficult. So we plan to target Zhao Wahao first. Student Xu, just follow our lead tomorrow. But Xu Jingming questions why they do not just split up. Why not split up and strike? Isn't executing this together way safer? He stands up, pointing at Kaiju with total confidence. Sounds like I am being underestimated here. Leave Leng Shuang to me. You guys just go after Huxia. Kaiju asks doubtfully, is the S-class from Modu University being too arrogant? Even with your S-class talent, taking on a mid-tier 4 is virtually impossible. Zhang Dong also warns him, Leng Shuang has a personal bodyguard at mid-tier 4. He is not someone you can handle alone. Let's secure Zhao Wahao first, then team up. No worries, it won't be a problem. She snaps when she sees his stubbornness. Do you literally not understand the situation? Taiju hands him a USB. Since that is the case, I will have to let student Xu go solo. This is the 3D layout and all corporate data. Xu Jingming takes the USB. And you and I both know what that grin means. S-class is hard to believe, so he has to show off some real skills. That night, Xu Jingming sits alone in a dark room, staring intently at the 3D holographic map projected from his mobile EVA terminal, murmuring, there are 5,362 sensors and 51 active ability patrols. Let's dive into this wild story where our main character realizes his icy target has turned this massive technology park into a fortress guarded tighter than any military base. Suddenly, the phone resting on the floor buzzes loudly to signal an incoming message. He unlocks it to find an urgent text from Tai Su. A 20-man special ops unit has been fully prepared to take orders directly from him. Kan Min sighs, not expecting much from them at all. Even with backup arranged, he has a strong feeling they will not be of any real use when chaos breaks out. The following day, we find ourselves at the massive, sprawling Lam High-Tech Park complex. Kan Min is sipping hot tea at an outdoor cafe, whispering quietly into his hidden earpiece, Captain Vuong, what is the scouting situation looking like over there? Wang Chuang, the special ops leader holding peak Tier 2 abilities, replies while disguised as a regular office worker, reporting to command. Our elite agents have swept the perimeter multiple times, but we cannot locate a single vulnerability in their defense network. Hearing that report, Kamin looks down, lost in thought. He really wanted to avoid violence, but now he has to break in anyway. But watch closely here. A familiar voice suddenly cuts off his train of thought, calling his name. It is Lam Thon Lone, his old high school class president. She approaches in utter shock. Hey, it really is you. Kan Min is just as surprised. Hey, class president. What a coincidence, I almost did not recognize you. She seems to be attending college here in Tannin City. She looks at him with curiosity and asks, Kan Min, should you not be over in Mado? What brings you to Tannin? Are you on vacation? Kan Min simply smiles. Something like that. I actually wanted to check out the inside of this tech park, but unfortunately they rejected my entry. She cheerfully offers to assist him. My uncle was actually invited to an exclusive tech exhibition happening right inside. I will ask him to bring you along with us. Kan Min plays along, acting hesitant. Is that really all right? She waves her hand reassuringly. Do not worry about it, my uncle can easily clear you with one word. Kan Min smiles warmly and thanks her. She giggles in response. Are you seriously still calling me class president after all this time? Seizing this perfect golden opportunity, Kan Min whispers into his communicator. Let us make our move. I did not expect things to play out like this. Tell the Special Forces team to stand by. With his classmates' help, he successfully gains entry and steps onto the main outdoor courtyard of the facility. Uncle Lam turns to the two of them with instructions, saying that Boss Lan Swang will not be arriving for a while. I am going to catch up with some friends, so feel free to look around. Lam Thon Lone nods politely. Thank you, Uncle. Meanwhile, Kan Min smirks. You and I know he is glad his target is walking straight to him. Saves me the trouble of searching for him anyway. Once the uncle departs, Lam Thon Lone asks curiously, Ken Min, you have become an awakened ability user now, right? He nods to confirm that is correct. Her eyes show a mix of sadness and admiration, confessing that she is jealous. He became a user in just 6 months while she is still stuck at the lowest rank, unable to break through. Suddenly, mid-conversation, Kan Min's phone begins to ring loudly. Excusing himself, he apologizes and steps into a quiet, secluded corner of the courtyard to answer the call. On the other end, Tai Su's voice is highly urgent. Student Hua, have you located Lan Swang yet? The Tiger Sect members have already fled. Lan Swang is the absolute last remaining lead we have. Do not let him escape. Kan Min frowns, wondering if Lan Swang is also planning to run away. Met with silence, Tai anxiously yells, Student Hua, what is wrong? Why are you not saying anything? Kan Min snaps out of his thoughts, realizing the gravity of the situation. Staring down at his screen, he answers in a calm, steady voice, it is nothing. I have already found Lan Swang. Cutting to Tai Su's unit, Chuang Dong eagerly asks, Captain, how is Hua Kan Min doing over there? Tai Su stares at his screen and replies, he claims to have found the target, but I have no idea what the actual situation is. We must head over there right away to back him up. Kan Min returns to Lam Thon Lone, warning her with a serious expression, Class President, take your people and go hide in a safe corner. I have some business to take care of here. She is utterly confused. Hide? What are we hiding from? Ignoring his confused friend, Kan Min walks forward with pure murderous intent. Trust me, things are about to explode. Actually, I came here for a completely different purpose. Nearby, Uncle Lam is warmly greeting the president of Lam High Tech, Lan Swang. Boss Lan, long time no see. When will you make some time for your old friends? Lan Swang replies arrogantly, I have been quite busy with some private affairs inside this building lately. Suddenly, all right, you and I are diving right into the moment. Xu Jingming's roar startles Leng Shuang and his guards. Who would Leng Shuang of the Destiny cult ever surrender to? Xu Jingming raises his hand, declaring to the crowd that according to the Jining Public Security Bureau investigations, Leng Shuang of Lan High Tech is directly linked to the evil Destiny cult. All uninvolved bystanders, please leave immediately. If you choose to keep shielding Leng Shuang from us, you will be treated as members of the Destiny cult itself. The crowd begins whispering, faces filled with utter panic. Did Leng Shuang really join that kind of evil cult? Damn, no way. The Security Bureau agents are already here, so this cannot be fake at all. Right then, the muscular bodyguard Wu Hang steps forward, blocking Leng Shuang. Sneering arrogantly, he says that he only knows that he is Boss Leng's personal bodyguard. He knows nothing about this Destiny cult, and asks if the Security Bureau is so desperate that they sent some kid who is only at Tier 3 elementary level. The surrounding crowd goes wild with whispers once again. Is Xu Jingming really only a Tier 3 elementary level awakener? Are elite universities truly so monstrous that in less than a single semester, they can train a basic awakener into a Tier 3 powerhouse? Jingming just calmly reaches out his hand. As a floating device appears, he coldly mutters that it looks like he is also a part of this Destiny cult. Then he decides to deal with both of them, ordering Eva to start recording the mission now. The mechanical orb chimes back, Eva has received the command. Hearing those arrogant words, Wu Hang roars in rage, veins popping on his arms as he swings his heavy greatsword, asking who gave him the guts to talk like that. He charges forward with explosive murderous intent, screaming for him to die. Wu Hang leaps high, slashing his sword down as a crimson blood energy erupts toward Jingming with a blood decay slash. The ground cracks open, forcing the onlookers to retreat in horror. It is over. Master Wu is a Tier 4 intermediate expert. Master Wu is simply too powerful. This bluestone floor is as hard as D-grade alloy, yet it got split in half so easily. However, Jingming effortlessly takes a step back to dodge the devastating attack. Wu Hang slams his sword down, sneering that his reflexes are fast, but he won't be able to dodge the second blow. Jingming smirks as lightning begins crackling around his body, saying there is absolutely no need to dodge anymore. I have already measured your limits. Now watch closely as Jingming explodes with blinding purple lightning, transforming into a golden flash that blurs forward. Witnessing this insane display, Wu Hang breaks into a cold sweat, absolutely horrified, wondering if this is deification. Is this not the divine power that only the divine blood messengers of their cult can master? That is not right. This is not deification. There is no physical mutation like the ones seen in those deified immortals. Jingming closes the distance instantly, his killing intent soaring, stubborn and foolish to the end. Since that is the case, he tells him to just go straight to hell. With a deafening crackle, Jingming raises his hand and unleashes a razor-sharp bolt of lightning. Squish! The lightning pierces right through Wu Hang's chest. The bodyguard's body, with a gaping hole in his chest, collapses to the ground in a pool of blood, terrifying everyone watching. The onlookers gasp and whisper in sheer terror. He is too strong. He actually killed Master Wu in the blink of an eye. Qingluan, is Xu Jingming really your former high school classmate, or is that a lie? Qingluan breaks into a cold sweat too. Honestly, I would be terrified as well. His growth is simply too fast to comprehend. Witnessing the whole thing, Leng Shuang breaks out in cold sweat, backing away in panic. Since when did the security bureau have such a monster? Determined not to let him escape, Jingming immediately waves his hand to cast a spell, a lightning prison. He smirks and tells him that trying to escape is far too late. Blazing columns of lightning erupt violently from the ground, locking Leng Shuang inside a shocking cage of thunder as Jingming slowly steps closer to his prey. Staring down at Leng Shuang with cold, ruthless eyes, he warns him not to make any foolish moves now that Wu Hong is dead. Otherwise, he cannot guarantee that he will hand him over for interrogation in one piece. Gritting his teeth, Leng Shuang chuckles desperately, surprised the Public Security Bureau has such a bloodthirsty beast. Suddenly, Leng Shuang's face turns pale as he asks what the boy is trying to do. Without saying another word, Jingming shoves a massive spiraling lightning sphere violently into his chest. Foaming at the mouth, Leng Shuang collapses onto the ground, completely knocked out. Witnessing this terrifying sight, the surrounding guests panic and scream, demanding to leave. Why are they locked in if the cultist is caught? Trust me, we need to see what happens next. Exactly, we are not cult members, you have to let us go. Trust me, you and I are about to see absolute chaos as security officers in black suits rush to restore order. They quickly block the crowd, loudly declaring that until the investigation is complete, nobody is allowed to leave. Anyone who tries to escape by force will be branded as a member of the Destiny sect. Trapped in a corner, the crowd falls silent with anxiety as the security officers continue to firmly state their terms. The Public Security Bureau will never falsely accuse an innocent, law-abiding citizen, but we will never let a single criminal escape. Meanwhile, over at the Lanhai Technology Park, rapid footsteps echo as the Special Force team rushes in. Staring at the silent, orderly scene, a patrol officer stands bewildered, since there are absolutely no signs of combat or casualties. It looks like the mission was a failure. Captain Taiju runs over, cursing under his breath that their efforts were wasted. I really thought we could capture one of them and locate the main branch of the Destiny sect. Could it be that we arrived way too late? Sun Yan anxiously asks if Leng Shuang has already escaped, but an officer shakes his head, saying they secured the entire park. The scene is completely controlled and Leng Shuang is finally captured. But pay attention here, because Taiju notices something strange and exclaims in shock that none of the officers have any signs of combat on them. The officer scratches his head in confusion, saying, "Well, we do not know the exact details. When we arrived, Officer Hua had already settled everything, leaving us with only cleanup duty." Taiju's team freezes in shock. Taiju stammers, pointing out that the target had a mid-grade level 4 bodyguard. But the officer calmly replies that everyone has already been neutralized. Right then, Taiju spots the charred corpse of the bodyguard, Wu Hong, lying in a pool of blood with a giant hole in his chest. Taiju kneels down to inspect the gruesome wound, cold sweat dripping down his face. Hua Jingming actually killed a mid-grade level 4 combatant. I thought he only chased him off. But defeating someone versus outright killing them are two completely different levels of difficulty. What is more, it was finished in one single decisive blow. I completely underestimated the S-class from Mado University. Thank goodness I did not offend him or get on his bad side earlier. Taiju stands up and walks toward Hua Jingming, who greets him, asking if Captain Tai has finally arrived. Taiju smiles warmly, saying, "Student Hua, thank you so much for your hard work today. Thanks to you, our team would have been completely helpless otherwise. Once this mission is over, I absolutely must invite you out for a celebratory drink." Jingming coldly puts his hands in his pockets, glancing at the tightly bound Leng Shuang, and says that drinks can wait. We need to interrogate them first to find the location of the Destiny sect branch. Sun Yan uses his mental ability on Lung Shuang and reports that the Destiny sect branch is hidden in the Tanning suburbs. There are about 200 believers, including 3 low-tier level 4s and 1 mid-tier level 4, all divine blood messengers. With 8 level 3s and the rest at level 1 or 2, Jingming's eyes flare with excitement. He flashes a crafty smile. Divine blood messengers, we finally tracked you down. You see, each of those messengers represents a massive heap of ability points. Taiju hesitantly suggests that with so many enemy ability users, they should probably call for backup. Jingming waves his hand confidently, saying there is no need, because he can handle this alone. We must set off immediately. Soon the entire team is trekking deep into a dense mountain forest. Stopping at an open clearing, Sun Yan points out that the Destiny sect branch is right here. You won't see anything unusual with the naked eye, so relax your minds and let me share my vision. As the team agrees, Jingming senses the mental energy, thinking how useful a spiritual ability user truly is. Later on, I definitely need to research this in the library. Hopefully my own lightning system can also achieve a similar sensory effect. As soon as the spiritual vision opens, a massive alloy gate hidden inside the mountain appears right before their eyes. Taiju hides behind a tree trunk and asks Xiaodong, use your fire-type ability to blow up this giant alloy gate, or maybe find a way to shatter this solid stone wall instead. The young girl carefully evaluates the barrier. Saying it is extremely difficult, Jingming pops a level 3 energy recovery pill into his mouth, offering to try. Taiju awkwardly replies, then I will have to trouble you, Brother Hua. We could not help at all with Lung Shuang, and now we are relying on him to solve this roadblock. Our 2 elite level 3 ability teams look completely useless compared to Mado University's S-class power. Let's watch as Jingming steps forward to handle it himself. Let's dive in as he unleashes the Thunder God's finger, lightning exploding violently. A giant golden lightning bolt crashes down like a meteor. Boom! The terrifying power completely shatters the heavy alloy gate, blowing it into 100 pieces that scatter everywhere. The explosive shockwave blasts away dirt and debris. It violently knocks back Taisu and Truongdong as they dive behind a tree. Clutching the trunk in sheer horror, Taisu wonders if he is dreaming. Is this really the combat power of a Tier 3 fighter? Kanmin gently blows the lingering lightning smoke from his fingertip with a smug grin. Wow, that felt amazing. It is my first time using the Thunder God's finger. Master Chan Lam neutralized it before, so I could never fully appreciate its true power. But now that lingering regret is finally fully made up for. Raising his spear, he strides forward. Captain Tai, the alloy gate is breached. I am heading in first. Eva, go ahead and activate the combat tracking mode. With those words, Kan Min and his mechanical drone vanish into the dark underground bunker. Outside, Taisu transforms into his half-leopard beast form, roaring at his squad to hold the line and stop the cult members from escaping. The rest of you charge in with me. Inside the base, panicking cultists scramble. A leader yells out, do not panic, grab your weapons and face the enemy head-on. The fanatical crowd cheers. Yes, follow Priest Wong. Our God is eternal and he will grant us his divine strength. Exactly, Priest Wong calms the crowd. Do not worry, the hunting dogs from public security are only Tier 3 fighters at best. We have our noble Tier 4 divine blood messengers on our side. So if one comes, we kill a pair. Receive the mandate of our eternal God. The brainwashed cultists raise their hands, chanting together towards the ceiling for the eternal mandate of their God. Suddenly, pay attention here. A blinding lightning bolt tears through the ceiling and crashes right into the middle of the terrified crowd. Amidst the rising smoke and shattered debris, Kan Min slams his spear down, unleashing a sweeping wave of electricity. With a cold smile, he says, sorry for interrupting your little pre-battle pep rally. Does anyone know where your divine blood messenger is? A brainwashed cultist points and screams, you are just a low-tier level 3 public security dog. Why are you being so damn arrogant? The angry mob of cultists charges forward to attack him. Don't be afraid, attack him together. We can definitely beat him to death. Kang Min smirks and growls, you are seriously overestimating yourselves. He swings his spear, unleashing a devastating wave of fiery lightning. Die! The cultists are electrocuted black, collapsing onto the floor and screaming in pure agony. One terrified survivor drops to his knees, crawling backward on the floor. I surrender! Please don't kill me! Kan Min leans in close, his blue eyes flashing with immense killing intent as he coldly interrogates. Very well, now tell me, where is your divine blood messenger? Trembling on the floor, the terrified cultist quickly stammers out the location. The messenger is at the deepest blood pool inside the cave. Kan Min calmly replies, the blood pool? I see. The moment he finishes speaking, his lightning-clad hand slams directly down on the man's head. Boom! Horrified, the other cultists scramble back and scream in panic. Why did you kill him when he already surrendered? Kan Min just smiles coldly. We both saw this coming. With lightning crackling, he asks, did I ever say I wouldn't kill you if you surrendered? The terrified cultists freeze. The crowd immediately drops to their knees, begging and crying, please spare us. Our sins do not deserve death. Yes, we were only brainwashed into joining by the Heavenly Destiny sect. We are completely innocent. Kan Min raises his tracking device and orders Eva scan their identities. The floating drone flashes, replying, task accepted. Hearing their pathetic excuses, his face darkens with deep disgust. Innocent? I really want to see just how innocent you actually are. The criminal profiles of each cultist immediately flash on screen. Chu Bin, a wanted low-tier level 2 criminal who murdered an innocent mother and child in Manhwa City. Liang Duong, a wanted mid-tier level 2 criminal who once illegally distributed highly addictive exotic fruits across Zhejiang province. Vuong Hai, another wanted criminal. Kan Min's eyes flash with freezing anger. So this is your so-called innocence? He swings his hand, unleashing a massive wave of lightning that incinerates them all. Go straight to hell then. Meanwhile, Tai Xiu and Truongdong's team arrive, only to freeze in shock at the overwhelming power radiating through the air. Sweating from sheer shock, Tai stares at the smoking craters. Is this really an S-class ability? It literally turns living people to ashes instantly. Trust me, even Truongdong's own flames cannot compare to this terrifying raw power. To burn someone to ashes instantly, I need to reach Baron rank. Stick with me. Coming to his senses, Tai Xiu catches up to Kan Min, asking if he knows what the bishop and the blood envoys are doing in a place called the Blood Pool. When asked about its purpose, Kan Min calmly replies that Lan Suang mentioned it before, and it seems to be a breeding ground to create those artificial divine blood envoys. Moving deeper into the facility, a freezing laboratory appears, packed with countless incubation pods holding human bodies floating in strange liquid. Staring at the horrific machines, Kan Min angrily grits his teeth. Realizing the Destiny sect is performing human experiments, he vows that this absolute scum must not be allowed to live. The team pushes forward until Tai Xiu suddenly points ahead, calling out to student Hua. They think they found Hua Qi, but it is actually Triuvu Hao of the Tiger sect blocking their path with an arrogant, mocking sneer. He mocks Captain Tai, saying he did not plan to deal with them, but they just had to walk straight into trouble. In that case, pay attention, because they are not leaving here alive. Kan Min scans the lackeys and asks flatly if their strongest is only at peak level 3, wondering where their actual divine blood envoy is. Furious, Trio Vuhao snaps back, telling him that dealing with a weakling does not require the great envoy to lift a single finger. He immediately channels his energy, charging straight at Kan Min with a heavy fist, screaming that they are more than enough. Boom! Kan Min swings his spear, blasting him back with raw lightning as he mockingly notes how overly confident the guy was. Mocking him, Kan Min asks if this is his actual limit. As Trio Vuhao drops dead on the spot, the terrified cultists scramble back, screaming in horror, asking who Kan Min really is. One panicked cultist tries to negotiate, offering a deal if Kan Min agrees to join them. They promise to ask the Lord Envoy to grant him the prestigious rank of Cardinal Bishop. Lightning crackles around Kan Min as he lets out a dangerous smirk, stating he has absolutely zero interest in joining the Destiny sect. He mockingly adds that their intelligence network is terrible, since they apparently do not even know their own saint was already killed by him. Hearing this, the terrified cultists lose their minds, turning around to flee in absolute panic. They realize he is the legendary S-class student from Mado University, screaming at everyone to run. But Kan Min is too fast, unleashing a massive web of lightning that instantly wipes out every single fleeing survivor. Watching this, Tai Xiu sighs, half laughing, asking Brother Hua to at least leave a few survivors behind next time for interrogation. Adjusting his glasses, Tongan quietly thinks that if he did not know any better, he would think Kan Min is a professional assassin. I know what you are thinking, but he just shrugs it off, ready to head straight for the blood pool. Kan Min kneels down, grabbing the access card from Trio Vuhao's corpse before stepping up to the massive metal rolling door. He swipes the card, and the computer system welcomes Bishop Trio to the blood pool as the massive barrier slowly slides open. Stepping inside, Hua Min calmly leads the way into the dark, eerie, and mysterious room hidden behind the door. Immediately, Truongdong covers his nose at the overwhelming stench of blood while Tongan looks around, utterly confused. They wonder why the room is completely empty and if the envoys fled, but then approach a bubbling bright red pool emitting a strange ominous aura. Kanmin pulls crackling lightning in his hand with extremely sharp eyes. Sensing something wrong, he tells the group he will strike first to test the waters, leaping up and slashing his spear into the pool. Boom! A massive geyser of blood shoots up into the air as the pool violently begins to churn. Lightning roars as he splits the crimson liquid, immediately unleashing a relentless volley of electric attacks and explosive firepower deep into the pool. Tongan adjusts his glasses once more, eyes wide with pure shock at the destructive force. Amazed by how he unleashes his combat skills, they realize Brother Hua is insanely cautious, just as an angry roar echoes from below demanding him to stop. 4 beast-like monstrous mutants emerge from the depths of the pool. Kana Min smirks, confirming 3 level 4 initiates and 1 level 4 mid-tier are indeed the ones hiding in there. He tells Captain Tai to wait behind while he handles this. The leading mutant bellows in fury, calling them pathetic humans who dare to mock their superior power. Kana Min coldly responds, noting from their arrogant tone that they clearly no longer consider themselves to be human. The leader points arrogantly, claiming they are holy envoys chosen by God, which naturally makes them far superior to any low-life humans they might face. Without saying another word, Kanmin charges forward with his dazzling lightning spear, eager to see what makes these self-proclaimed envoys so special. He swings his spear with immense force, sending sparks flying as he clashes with the beastified leader's massive greatsword. The leader sneers, blocking his attack and reminding him they have 4 fighters. Trust me, this fight is about to get wild. Right off the bat, you and I are jumping into the action as mutants lunge from behind to sneak attack Xu Jingming. They scream about taking credit for killing a level S enemy, but Jingming is lightning fast, effortlessly dodging their desperate strikes. His body is instantly covered in crackling lightning armor, leaving the attackers sweating in absolute terror, wondering how this is even possible. Seizing the moment, Jingming swings his spear in a massive arc of lightning, blasting all 4 attackers completely out of bounds. Hovering in mid-air, he looks down with pure disdain, mocking their weak attacks as nothing more than a light massage. Spinning his spear, he unleashes a raging thunderstorm that completely surrounds and obliterates the entire crowd of mutants. The system notifications keep flashing, confirming the elimination of a level 4 mutant messenger, adding 1,000 ability points. Another level 4 intermediate mutant messenger eliminated, granting another 1,500 ability points. With another mutant down, Jingming calculates his total harvest, 4 eliminated messengers, bringing in a grand total of 4,500 ability points. Not bad. He picks up a ring from the ashes, smiling with satisfaction. It is a 2 cubic meter spatial ring filled with rare herbs, elixir pills, and loads of cash. What a massive haul. The Taiji group approaches him, completely starstruck, exclaiming that Brother Hua is absolutely incredible, and asking if everyone at Motto Academy is as monstrously talented as him. Jingming calmly replies that he is just average, and only slightly unique. Taiji laughs, saying that while Brother Hua is incredibly modest, only a complete fool would actually believe him. The mission to clear the Destiny Sect branch was a total success, and tonight they must throw an epic victory party. He insists that Jingming must attend, and with a cheerful nod, our main character happily agrees. The scene shifts to the next day under the clear, bright skies of the university campus. Inside the bustling mission hall, students are gossiping loudly, with one complaining about a level D quest that almost cost him his life. He had to retreat and cancel it, only to be mocked by others who blame his own pathetic lack of strength. Another student boasts about completing their level D quest and scoring 74 credits. Just then, Jingming strolls into the hall with hands in his pockets, instantly drawing everyone's eyes as they recognize him. Whispers break out as the crowd starts speculating whether the famous Xu Jingming managed to finish a level C quest. But others scoff, pointing out that a level C quest is worth too little for someone like him to waste time on. Besides, the top-tier student Chuang Wet just submitted one too. Since Chuang Wet is a top-tier fighter who already reached level 4, they doubt that Jingming, despite his massive hype, could match that level of power. Now watch this. Jingming steps up and swipes his student card across the scanner. A massive glowing notification pops up, shocking everyone nearby. Congratulations! You are the first to complete the Level S Destiny Sect quest, instantly claiming the #1 spot on the Hall of Fame, leaving the crowd of students completely wide-eyed with shock. They stammer in disbelief at the Level S rank. On the holographic screen, his absolute dominance is displayed clearly. Rank 1, Xu Jingming Level S quest completed in 67 hours and 23 minutes. Rank 2, Li Thuong level a quest completed in 65 hours and 32 minutes, and rank 3 Chuang Wet level a quest in 67 hours and 12 minutes. The entire hall instantly explodes. You and I would react the exact same way seeing a literal level S completion. The ranking board has only been live for 2 days, yet this freshman already conquered an S-class mission. He is an absolute beast. Right then, a young man radiating a calm and composed aura steps forward, smiling at Jingming as he admits he did not expect anyone to clear an S-class mission faster than him, praising his legendary reputation. With a gaze of respect, he extends his hand, saying he always enjoys making friends with truly powerful individuals. Introducing himself as Zhao Puang, bystanders gasp and step back in awe, whispering that he is one of the top 5 elites, known as Ice Mountain Zhao Puang. It is terrifying to think that Jingming managed to complete an S-class mission even faster than the Ice Mountain himself. The Ice Mountain actually approached him first, proving Jingming is already at the very top. Looking at his profile, Jingming notes Senior Zhao Puang is from the Elemental Academy, level 4 beginner. He possesses an A-rank ice ability and ranks in the top 5 at Motto Academy, having earned his legendary nickname by freezing an entire mountain peak. Jingming politely shakes his hand, greeting him and saying he has heard of his name long ago. Zhao Puang laughs heartily, surprised that Jingming knows him, adding that he bet some friends on who would finish first. Let's see if we find out next time. Turns out, we get to watch a rookie humble everyone. Liao Feng points toward the submission desk, saying, "Brother Xu, I will hand in my quest first. Next time we get a chance, I will introduce you to some of the guys in our guild." Jingming nods with a smile. Sounds good. Watching him walk away, Jingming smiles to himself. Does this mean he has finally been accepted into the school's elite circle of top fighters? On his way back, Jingming remembers a text from yesterday morning. His master had finished secluded training. Before starting his next quest, he needs to pay him a visit first. The scene shifts to an ancient traditional manor house, sitting quietly at the foot of a magnificent mountain. Stepping onto the sunlit porch, Jingming bows. "Greetings, master. Greetings, senior brother." "Master, tell me, has the combat skill Immortal Lightning Body been improved yet?" Master Chen sips his tea, replying slowly, "How could it be that simple? Even after 4 years of seclusion, I have only found a few clues." Senior brother Lu steps forward with a bright smile. "Junior brother, you have done amazing lately. Not only did you complete an S-rank mission, but you even befriended Liao Feng." Jingming is surprised. "Senior brother, how did you get that news so fast?" Lu laughs, replying that he saw it on the school's official page. Now here is where things get interesting. Since you can already complete S-rank missions all on your own, perhaps the National University Tournament this coming March will offer you a slot to participate. Master Chen suddenly interrupts. "It is definitely not a maybe. Principal Liang already told me that Jingming has been selected as a reserve player for the tournament." Lu gasps in shock. "Oh my god, a slot was reserved in advance? Jingming must be the first student in our school's history to enter the national tournament during his freshman year." Master Chen stands up, waving his hand excitedly. "All right, let's head to the training hall. Your senior brother has not sparred with you since he recovered. This is the perfect time for some real combat practice." Jingming happily nods. "Yes, master." Senior brother Lu is equally eager. "I also want to see how strong you have become now." Inside the massive training hall, both take their stances. Senior brother Lu grips his spear tightly, his eyes sharp. "Jingming, I will not be holding back this time." Jingming calmly raises his spear. "Bring it on." Sitting outside, Master Chen shouts loudly, "Both sides ready? Begin." Instantly, a massive surge of green lightning explodes, hair fluttering wildly as senior brother Lu unleashes his sky-high battle aura. Jingming matches him blow for blow, golden lightning erupting around his body as his eyes flash with unmatched majestic power. He quickly realizes that SS rank talents are truly terrifying. To win, he must end this quickly. You know he is not playing around. Senior brother Lu slashes his spear down with a wind-splitting green lightning strike. Jingming spins his spear to parry, shouting confidently, "Perfect timing." Clang. The two spears collide violently, sending bursts of green and golden lightning exploding outward in every direction. The battle rages at dizzying speed, lightning-wrapped weapons continuously colliding to produce a deafening non-stop barrage of metallic clangs. Clang! After 3 minutes of intense ear-splitting combat, senior brother Lu grips his spear, gritting his teeth while gasping heavily for air. Drenched in sweat, he drops to one knee on the floor with a defeated smile. "I admit defeat. I really can't beat you." Jingming retracts his spear, waving his hand humbly. "Senior brother Lu, you went easy on me." Senior brother Lu shakes his head ruefully. I did not hold back even a little bit. You are simply a monster. There is no way I am missing this national tournament. I must go to the arena to watch you fight in person. Master Chen steps over with open arms, laughing heartily. Splendid, absolutely splendid. Jingming, what do you plan to do next? I will personally approve any leave of absence you need from your academy classes. Jingming nods. That would be wonderful. I plan to focus solely on completing missions for a while. Walking back, Jingming silently calculates. Looking back compared to fighting fierce beasts, hunting down those god-blood messengers is a much faster way to farm ability points. Time flies, and 1 month later, crowds of students gather under the massive holographic screen displaying the honor rankings. The newly updated data leaves absolutely everyone in complete shock. First place, 3S rank, 6A rank missions, 4B rank quest total time, 225 hours 12 minutes. Second place Kong Shi. Third place Liao Feng. A stunned student gasps. Who could have guessed a freshman would take the top spot? We are all witnessing history here. Another agrees, yet Kong Shi is about to break through to mid-tier 4, yet he is still falling short compared to him. I seriously have no idea how Xu Jingming trains. Alright, you and I are about to meet a guy who is simply unbelievably strong. It is finally award day, and Jingming calmly strolls into the main hall with his hands in his pockets. What kind of reward is he going to get? The crowd whispers in absolute awe. Going from a newly awakened rookie to Tier 3 intermediate in just 6 months? It is honestly ridiculous. Look at that. Has Xu Jingming really reached Tier 3 intermediate already? Even for someone with an S-tier ability, that is just way too fast. No wonder they call him the Thunder Emperor. Zhao Fuang walks over to tease him, noting how much has changed in just 1 short month. You already have a title of your own. Thunder Emperor, now that sounds incredibly powerful. Jingming scratches his head and laughs. Senior Zhao, you are joking. That is just a random name everyone made up. Zhao Fuang gestures toward an approaching woman, offering to introduce her. This is the person he mentioned before, the infamous Blood Hand, Shen Dongling. Wearing an elegant form-fitting orange dress, Shen Dongling smiles and offers her praise. Having such incredible physical strength at Tier 3 intermediate truly makes you worthy of the Thunder Emperor title. But why did not those 2 girls usually with you join today? Jingming shrugs and explains that they are both busy studying for their final exams. Once I grab my reward here, I will have to head back and hit the books too. Zhao Fuang slaps his forehead in realization. Right, finals. I keep forgetting you are just a freshman because I always overlook your actual age and grade. The school representative smiles warmly and announces the rewards, declaring Xu Jingming as first place on the rankings. For hunting 978 members of the Destiny sect, he receives 1 S-class resource and 3,000 credits. Now watch how the entire hall gasps in absolute shock. Oh my god, in just 1 short month, he actually took down nearly 1,000 enemies. That means he ended over 30 lives every single day. Good grief, he is even more ruthless than the Blood Hand herself. Zhao Fuang gasps in utter disbelief. Did you really hunt down that many Destiny sect members? I did not even hit 500. Jingming calmly shrugs, saying it is nothing special. It just so happened that 2 of my missions were right at their branch, so I casually cleared out a few more while I was there. The school representative hands over the prize, presenting him with this top-tier S-class cultivation resource. This is a bottle of Tier 6 Guiyuan elixir containing 10 pills. I hope you keep up the hard work and secure that #1 spot on the rankings next time. Jingming bows respectfully, promising that he will definitely keep working hard. Looking at the bottle, Zhao Fuang sighs in admiration at the rare S-class resource that boosts cultivation speed. Your first place reward is honestly incredible. Jingming gives a soft smile and says it is decent enough. Zhao Fuang rubs his chin, leaning in closer with a playful smirk to tease him. It would be way better to make a move on Song Chuyun. Her family is an ancient powerhouse with a Tier 8 Grandmaster. Jingming waves his hand, refusing to ride on any woman's coattails. He thinks to himself, riding coattails? That could never level him up as fast as his Deep Blue system. Now pay attention here. Leaving the hall, Jingming realizes he still needs to master a fist technique like his teacher advised. Under his Thunder Limit state, his body is already a lethal weapon. Engaging in close combat will also help him control the bloodthirsty side effects of his undying Thunder body. He opens up his skill library and scrolls through before settling on the practical and highly effective Thunder Dragon Fist. This A-tier technique channels raw thunder energy into his fists, using a unique structure, unleashing devastating strikes at absolute lightning speed. Closing the screen, he begins mapping out his next moves. He will master the basics first, then have his teacher test him later. Suddenly, his phone starts ringing out of nowhere. Jingming answers to hear Vice Principal Lang on the other end, telling him to drop by her office for a moment. He immediately agrees and heads over. Pushing the office door open, Jingming instantly notices a massive change in her powerful aura. He asks in pure surprise if she has managed to break through. She smirks charmingly, noting that his perception is incredibly sharp, far surpassing what is expected of a mere Tier 3 user. Jingming clasps his hands, sincerely offering his congratulations to Vice Principal Lang. He silently recalls that out of the 3 Tier 8 Vice Principals, the other 2 are over 50 and still stuck. Yet Vice Principal Lang managed to take that giant step forward. He cannot help but wonder just how old she really is. Judging by her smooth skin and fit figure, she looks incredibly young, but her cold voice instantly cuts off his thoughts, reminding him that guessing a woman's age is impolite. Jingming breaks into a cold sweat, completely startled. "Can you actually read minds?" He panics, clutching his chest in terror. He just completely doomed himself. "Trust me, you and I do not want to see what happens when a strict teacher gets angry. Alright, you and I are about to watch our hero face the wrath of an 8th rank Grandmaster." Vice Principal Lang smiles gently, explaining that she does not actually possess any mind-reading abilities. Rather, the spiritual power of an 8th rank Grandmaster is incredibly intense. Not even the slightest emotional shift can escape her sharp eyes. She adopts a serious expression, warning him to never reveal too much emotion when facing powerful high-level ability users. Jingming bows his head, acknowledging the lesson immediately. He breathes a sigh of relief, realizing she is not angry. Her gaze softens as she adds that he does not need to keep guessing. She clarifies that she is 34 years old, not some ancient grandmother he was probably imagining. Deep down, however, she suddenly feels flustered. Why on earth did she feel the need to explain herself to a student? Jingming instantly seizes the golden opportunity to flatter her. Only 34? Given Great Xia's average age for rank 8 Grandmasters is 46. Teacher Yang is over 50 and still stuck at rank 7 peak. "I genuinely admire you so much, Principal." She scolds him gently, but we can tell she is secretly pleased. "Stop flattering me, let us get to business. Winter break starts in 2 days. Do you have any plans lined up for this upcoming vacation?" Jingming responds seriously, planning to return to Jiangnam and train inside the Thunder Secret Realm for an entire month. He commands his smart device, EVA, to calculate the direct flight distance from Mado University to the Jiangnam Thunder Secret Realm. The EVA sphere glows blue, reporting to the Vice Principal that the total distance is 563 kilometers. Vice Principal Lang nods calmly. That distance is absolutely no problem for her. After breaking through to mid-rank 8, she can easily teleport up to 600 kilometers. She warns him that the Cult of Destiny is launching heavy counterattacks. If his life is ever in danger, he must crush this special talisman. Jingming accepts it with deep gratitude, thanking the principal for her care. Seeing her warm smile, he thinks to himself, with Vice Principal Lang here, even if she does not train him daily like Teacher Yang, she acts as an unbreakable shield protecting his very life. He vows to train hard and not let her down. Let's jump straight to the training ground now, where the wind is fiercely ripping the air apart. Jingming unleashes a barrage of powerful, devastating punches as thunder crackles all around him. A blazing thunder dragon erupts from his fist with earth-shattering force. The lightning explodes violently, showcasing the absolute overwhelming power of his thunder dragon fist. Witnessing this rapid progress, Teacher Yang strokes his beard in approval, noting that he has fully grasped the basics. The key to the Thunder Dragon Fist lies in managing energy flow and maximizing strike speed. The more condensed your energy is, the faster your strikes become, yielding far greater damage. Teacher Yang pulls out a glowing object and hands it over, offering him this rank 6 protection talisman. It can easily block attacks below the Grandmaster level. Jingming happily accepts it, thanking his mentor. He silently marvels that an ancient protective relic like this rank 6 talisman is something money simply cannot buy, no matter how rich you are. Teacher Yang smiles warmly at Xu Jingming. "Since you are indeed heading to the Thunder Secret Realm, I will send you the phone number of your senior classmate, who is currently stationed there as a supervisor. He will definitely make your stay much smoother." Jingming nods in agreement, thanking him. Teacher Yang strokes his beard again, noting that the secret realm is over 500 kilometers away. Principal Lang cannot teleport that far, so watch your back. Jingming calmly asks if his teacher has not heard the news yet. Principal Lang actually broke through to mid-rank 8, allowing her to teleport up to 600 kilometers now. Stunned, Teacher Yang gasps at her reaching mid-rank 8, cementing her status as the absolute #1 S-class powerhouse at Mado University. Her rate of growth is genuinely terrifying to think about. Regaining his composure, he chuckles, noting that Jingming must share a rather close relationship with Principal Lang. He learned this critical update even before his master. However, knowing she is guarding him brings immense peace of mind. 2 days later at the lakeside residential area in Jiang City, his aunt happily welcomes him home. She asks if he is finally back for his vacation. Entering, Jingming greets his aunt, uncle, and cousin warmly. His aunt affectionately pats his shoulder, asking him to step closer. She marvels at how much taller he has grown, while his uncle grins from the kitchen. "Trust me, things are about to get wild. You and I are about to watch our main character surprise his family." Just as food is ready, Kan Min stands up and reveals he brought some incredible gifts. They are all stunned. Soon everyone gathers on the sofa in the sunlit living room, completely eager to see his gifts. His aunt opens the box and instantly gasps in pure shock. Inside is a spatial ring, something she has only seen once with her own mentor. Kan Min gently explains, "These rings have 1 cubic meter of storage, one for each of you, making it much easier to carry things around." His uncle picks up a ring with shaking hands. 1 cubic meter? My God, this is even larger than what our advisor has. Flustered, his uncle waves his hand, stopping his daughter. "Kiki, put that down right now. This is way too expensive. We cannot accept it." His young cousin Kiki innocently asks, "Is it really that costly?" Sweating bullets, the uncle looks at his daughter and speaks in a very serious tone. "A ring like this costs at least 50 million. That is decades of our savings. Of course it is expensive." His aunt agrees, saying it is just far too valuable. "We really cannot accept this." Kan Min simply waves his hands and smiles, telling them there is no need to be polite. He shows them his own ring, explaining that it holds 10 cubic meters. Plus, he has already reached intermediate rank 3. So rings of this relatively small size are completely useless to him now. Kiki is completely speechless. "What? You are already intermediate rank 3? Uncle, even our school advisors are only at rank 4. We can clearly see that our boy Kan Min is making it big." Proudly patting his shoulder, his uncle agrees that Kiki can keep one for her trips to the wild zones, but the adults will refuse. "I will finish cooking now, but we are definitely celebrating with a drink tonight." Kan Min happily nods in agreement. Later that night in his room, Kan Min pulls out his S-class cultivation pills to check them. A rank 6 green pill, he decides to test its effects right away. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he closes his eyes to begin meditating. Intense torrents of raw energy suddenly erupt, swirling around his body with a loud roar. 30 minutes later, he opens his eyes and pulls up his status screen. This S-class resource is absolutely insane. Both his physical strength and mental power have just jumped up by over 10 points. Normally, a regular training session would only yield 0.5 points at best. The only drawback is the side effects, meaning he can only take one a day. But hey, his deep blue system is still the ultimate cheat. With enough ability points, he will easily reach rank 9. Now stick with me as we jump to the next day at the Lightning Realm. Riding in a sleek sports supercar with his senior Zhang Lak, Kan Min asks out of curiosity, "Is the Lightning Secret Realm right behind that massive wall, senior? I thought the sky over there was supposed to be covered in thick storm clouds and constant lightning strikes." Zhang Lak smiles mysteriously, telling him he will see soon. Their car glides smoothly toward a giant metal gate in the basement. The automated scanner beeps loudly, announcing that their identities have been successfully verified. Identity confirmed. Zhang Lak, the official supervisor of the Lightning Dojo headquarters. S-Pass of Mado Ability University, owned by Huan Min. Remaining duration 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. With a soft hum, the gate slides open, and the car speeds straight into the darkness. An overhead view reveals that the massive city wall and outer zone look exactly like a peaceful, ordinary neighborhood. Zhang Lak asks if he is surprised, and Kan Min nods in awe. Definitely. Looking at it from the outside, nobody would ever expect what is waiting in here. Because once you pass that massive barrier, a completely different world appears, with massive lightning bolts ripping through the gloomy skies. Fierce lightning strikes rain down constantly on the streets below. Looking around in absolute disbelief, Kan Min says, "This is not at all what I expected. I thought it would be wilder, not an actual modern city. But how did you manage to hide such a massive phenomenon using nothing but a simple city wall?" Zhang Lak smiles, explaining that this is the masterpiece of high-level space ability users. The city wall we just drove through actually functions as a massive spatial portal. Pointing ahead, he explains that this city is built for awakened users to rest, protected by total soundproofing. The stormy area far in the distance is where you and I will find the real lightning realm. You and I are about to enter an insane lightning realm as Zhang presents a glowing crystal. This is a Thunder Soul Core, a rare treasure harvested directly from the beasts roaming this chaotic dimension. Tier 1 beasts do not have them. For Tier 2 and Tier 3 beasts, it is all about luck. But a Tier 4, it is a guaranteed drop. Handing it to Kan Min, he explains its power. The easiest way is to crush it and use the raw lightning to temper your physical body. This is a top Tier 4 Thunder Core. Take it as a welcoming gift from your senior. Kan Min accepts it, thanking him, but wonders why they cannot just bathe in the raw lightning instead. Zhang explains that the Storm Zone's lightning is way too wild and constantly fluctuates in power. That is incredibly dangerous. Meanwhile, these core crystals are perfectly stable. Plus, the lightning beasts inside this domain are much stronger than ordinary monsters. The closer you get to the storm center, the deadlier they become. As the car pulls into a luxury estate, Zhang speaks up. "We are almost at your villa. Rest up tonight and tomorrow we can—" Kan Min eagerly cuts him off, saying there is no need to rest. He is too excited and wants to head in immediately. Zhang smiles and agrees to drop him off. Seeing the kid's determination, Zhang is amazed. An S rank who works this hard? No wonder their master holds him in such high regard. The car smoothly glides past the luxurious villas bathed in the bright afternoon sun. Now pay attention here because things are about to get dark. In the shadows, a cloaked figure reports to the cardinal. He reports that the Mado University student Kan Min has killed over 1,000 of their cultists, destroyed 2 branches in just 1 month, and is currently in the lightning realm. He asks how they should handle this threat. The cardinal's face twists with pure malice. Since Kan possesses an S-rank ability and carries massive influence, any move they make must be a decisive fatal blow. I will report this to the Grand Pontiff and the Prophet at the first opportunity. As for this rebel, kill him at all costs. Cut to the chaotic entrance of the storm zone. The area is packed with heavily armored military vehicles and busy crowds. As the duo steps out, they run into a familiar face. Zhang waves, calling out to Coach Ngo, asking if he is also visiting the storm zone. Coach Ngo shrugs, explaining that he has no choice since he is running the rookie assessment. He glances over at the new face, prompting Zhang to introduce Kan Min as his junior from Mado University. He is here to train during winter break. Kan Min, this is Coach Ngo Sang from our very own Thunder Dojo. Kan Min nods respectfully, greeting Coach Ngo. Coach Ngo smiles in approval, noting that a genius from Mado University indeed carries an incredibly sharp and intense aura. Behind them, a group of elite students whisper about this prestigious university recruit. You and I know our boy is a beast, but these guys think he is just a mid-tier 3 like them. An arrogant hothead snorts, claiming that since they graduated from the elite training camp, they are obviously much superior. Kan Min waves goodbye, telling Senior Zhang he is heading inside now. Zhang warns him to be extremely careful, while Coach Ngo commands his own students to move out. Remember, this assessment lasts for 6 days. If you cannot hunt down a peak Tier 3 Thunder Beast, do not even think about returning to me. Hunting a peak Tier 3 beast sounds like an incredibly massive task, since most of them are barely at that level. But as elite trainees, this high standard is expected of them. To them, this challenge is actually nothing. Someone points ahead, asking if they see their leader, a guy named Loikan Duong. He possesses an A-rank lightning ability and is the absolute top genius of this entire elite batch. Honestly, taking down a Tier 4 beast would be a piece of cake for him. Outside, Coach Ngo turns to Zhang and asks, "Your mid-Tier 3 junior has a truly incredible presence. His actual combat power must be around peak Tier 3, right?" Zhang simply smiles in response. "Our reckless senior told me this kid actually possesses the power of a peak Tier 4. Ngo Sang nods, assuming peak Tier 3 is highly likely. He grins with hope, praising the sheer talent of Mado University. If he has some free time, he should spar a bit with my elite trainees. Kan Min enters the shaking forest, and trust me, you cannot miss what happens next. Let's dive into this crazy lightning realm where the thunder literally never stops. First, I will hunt down some beasts, then search for an intense storm area so we can study the natural lightning properly." Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Hey there! Hey, student from Mado University, wait up!" Kan Min turns around to see 3 elite students approaching him. "Is there something you need?" The purple-haired guy steps forward with a proposal, saying we are always curious about the true strength of geniuses from top-tier universities. If possible, can we have a contest to see who hunts more thunder beasts over the next few days? There is no bad blood here, just some friendly competition. Kang Min calmly declines, saying, "A competition? Sorry, I am not really interested. Then he thinks to himself, none of them are even tier 4. How could they possibly compete with me? Seeing Kang Min turn and walk away, the gray-haired guy frowns, so quick to decline. The green-haired guy stops him. If he is not interested, forget it. Do not force him. The gray-haired guy sneers, are geniuses from top universities really this cowardly? They do not even have the guts to accept a simple contest. Kang Min simply continues walking in silence. Leaving the group behind, Kang Min heads deeper into the gloomy forest. Now watch closely, because a massive beast suddenly roars and lunges straight at him from the thick bushes. Kang Min dodges the strike and analyzes his target, a dark-armored thunderbolt. Judging by its massive size, it must be around high tier 1. My senior mentioned that beasts in this lightning storm area are much stronger than regular wild beasts. Let's see just how powerful they really are. The monster roars and charges, its horns unleashing violent blue lightning that tears through the air. Kang Min calmly raises his hand to block. An electric current blasts straight at him, but after the impact, he simply brushes dust off his clothes. Not bad power at all. A single bolt like this would be more than enough to easily wipe out most tier 1 beasts in normal wild zones. His eyes suddenly flash with a cold light. Next up, let us test its physical defense. Kang Min charges his energy, flying like a bullet toward the savage dark-armored thunderbolt that is staring him down. He unleashes a devastating punch straight down onto the beast's skull, sending blood splattering everywhere as the creature collapses heavily to the ground. Kang Min pulls back his fist and notes, its physical defense is definitely much stronger than a typical high tier 1 beast. You have defeated one high tier 1 dark-armored thunderbolt, gaining 15 ability points. As expected, getting blasted by lightning daily makes their physical bodies incredibly tough. He rubs his hands together with a thrilled, ruthless smile, thinking to himself, it has been nearly a month since my last life or death battle. Well then, let the slaughter begin. I hope to reach high tier 3 soon. Now 4 hours later, we find him still hunting monsters. A system notification pops up, showing he defeated a Swift Thunder Ironwolf, a mid-tier 2 beast, earning 25 ability points. Holding his spear near the massive bleeding carcass, Kang Min frowns, muttering that 9 kills in 4 hours is too slow. In any other wild region, I would have slain at least 40 beasts by now. The density of monsters in this lightning storm area seems way too low. He opens his 3-dimensional map and sighs, realizing he cannot have it both ways. Does this mean I can only focus on leveling up my ability mastery while in this storm zone? Staring at the layout, he plans his route, the outer ring, the middle, the core, and the innermost core. Right now I am standing in the middle section. Let us head over to the core area first. The beasts must be gathered there. 5 hours later, deep inside the core zone, violent blue lightning repeatedly strikes the ground with absolutely terrifying destructive force. Standing amidst the flashing lightning, his body radiates defensive sparks as he marvels. This place truly lives up to its core status. The overwhelming power of this thunder actually threatens my immortal lightning physique. It looks like I will have to keep my ability constantly activated here. He looks around the empty, gloomy forest. Puzzled, he recalls people saying very few beasts survive in the core area. But the real problem is, I do not see a single creature around. Suddenly, a sharp, ear-splitting screech tearing through the sky immediately catches Kang Min's attention. He snaps his head up, tracking a massive avian shadow soaring into the clouds of the innermost core. It is a flying beast, a green-feathered thunder condor, chasing after even more powerful lightning strikes. And trust me, you and I are about to see these majestic condors dive straight into the blinding storm clouds. Alright, let's dive into a wild idea Kang Min just had, because every single thunder beast actually shares this exact habit. To them, lightning is a tool to grow stronger. So maybe I can use the Dothian divine lightning as bait to lure these monsters. No sooner said than done, he immediately leaps up and lands gracefully on a massive branch of an ancient tree. Relaxing on the branch, he looks into the distance, but realizes he first needs to upgrade his mastery over the Dothian divine lightning. Right here, he will properly observe the natural lightning in order to cultivate. Bathed in the brilliant flashes, Kang Min smiles with realization, seeing cloud-to-cloud lightning, ball lightning, ribbon lightning, and chain lightning. Violent, wild, and sharp, it turns out lightning holds so many hidden details that he had never noticed before. Raising his hand, he focuses on condensing bright blue electricity around his fingertips. Sure enough, watching natural lightning directly boosts his mastery over manipulating his very own electrical powers. 3 hours pass, and the lightning in his hand slowly turns into a dense, brilliant yellow crackling fiercely. Looking at this golden energy, Kan Min calculates that his current mastery is only equal to his previous S-rank ability, the Tu Van Divine Lightning. To take it a step further and liquefy the lightning, he will likely need a bit more time. Standing up on the branch, he finalizes his plan: energy accumulation, then solidification. Each stage condenses the power more than the last, making the ultimate strength increasingly terrifying. That is enough for today, so let's head back to the center together and put this crazy new bait idea to the test. Back at the heart of the lightning storm zone, Kan Min stands firmly on the ground, muttering to himself. Whether he can harvest massive ability points all depends on this single gamble. Spreading both arms wide, he unleashes a massive, roaring torrent of golden Dathian divine lightning all around. Instantly, ferocious beast roars echo from all four directions. His crazy bait plan actually works. With an aura exploding toward the heavens, Kan Min waves his hand mockingly. Thunder beasts, bring it on! Attracted by the raw lightning energy, a horde of massive crazed beasts charges out from the dense bushes. Watching the oncoming swarm ready to tear him apart, Kan Min's eyes gleam with a cold, ruthless light. Finally, the harvest begins. He spreads his claws and chants, saying, "Since you all want to bathe in my holy lightning so badly, then I shall gladly grant your final wish." Boom! Countless massive golden lightning spheres shoot up from the ground, forming a deadly cage to trap and incinerate the screaming, panicked herd. Smirking, Kan Min fires off even more razor-sharp lightning spears, raining them directly into the center of the monster horde. A world-shaking explosion sweeps through the forest, incinerating and blowing everything away in a sea of brilliant golden fire. However, as one wave of thunder beasts falls, another immediately charges, with flying monsters aiming straight for him. And trust me, the onslaught is far from over. Kan Min gathers massive lightning into his hands, eyes burning with murderous intent as he roars, "Come on then, divine thunder!" A terrifying explosion erupts. The system alerts flash. Critical hit, killed a mid-tier rank 3 iron-armored thunder beast. Ability points plus 37. You have successfully killed a high-tier rank 1 long-tailed thundercat, earning you another 11 ability points. The notifications keep rolling in, showing he killed a high-tier rank 3 scorpion-tailed thunder lion, and killed a low-tier rank 2 blade thunder tiger, earning 23 ability points. Kan Min laughs with sheer triumph, realizing this farming strategy is incredibly effective, boosting his speed by 10 times compared to before. After a fierce battle, he stands holding his spear amidst the beast's carcasses, checking his system screen. 813 energy points. At this rate, he will easily break through to a high-tier rank 3 in no time. Face drenched in sweat but eyes full of resolve, he knows he can endure 6 days and 6 nights. Only 1 day has passed. Luring monsters for 2 hours, recovering for 8, harvesting 3,600 energy points twice a day. Even excluding cultivation training, his future looks incredibly bright. He sits down, using a knife to dissect a massive white wolf. First, let's harvest the loot, then quickly find a place to rest before continuing the hunt. Picking up a sparkling purple crystal, Kan Min smiles, realizing the very first rank 3 thunder beast he killed dropped a thunder core. Talk about great luck. 5 days later, in the heart of the lightning storm zone, a group of 3 elite students is trekking through the forest. Shivering, the gray-haired boy grumbles, "Loy, it is only 3 a.m. right now. Do we really need to wake up this early?" Lai calmly keeps walking. What is the actual difference between 3 a.m. and noon in this lightning storm zone anyway, when the sky looks exactly the same? The girl walking with him asks, "Loy, today is the final day of our 6-day trial. When exactly are we going to head back?" Lei Jinyang answers, "Around 6 p.m. We already hit our goal, but trust me, staying longer is how we make a killer impression. Do not embarrass our elite training camp." The gray-haired guy smugly follows up, telling him not to worry. Speaking of which, that total coward from Motto Ability University probably gave up and ran away from this lightning storm zone ages ago, right? Looks like students from those top-tier elite universities are actually nothing special after all. The girl nods in agreement. "Absolutely. Even with us taking turns to rest, we could barely survive out here." How could he possibly survive out here completely alone? The gray-haired guy smirks. "Lucky I was smart enough to skip those martial arts college exams and join the Thunder Dojo directly." Suddenly, a massive explosion of lightning erupts in the distance. Startled, the gray-haired guy gasps, asking if it is an earthquake. Seeing the stampede, he panics and yells to run, while Lei Jinyang narrows his eyes in assessment. Do not panic. It is not a major beast tide. Right at the front, Jingming is sprinting with lightning crackling all over him. Recognizing him, the gray-haired guy points in shock. "Is that the guy from Motto Academy? Did he actually return?" It looks like he accidentally pissed off an entire pack of wild beasts. Let's go help him. Pay attention, because this gets crazy. The girl quickly waves her hands to stop them sweating as she asks if he is trying to save himself by leading them here. Jingming continues gliding like the wind, leaving trails of bright lightning across the forest, while the thunder beasts roar in hot pursuit. The gray-haired guy sneers maliciously. That selfish jerk is finally getting exactly what he deserves, right? Serves him right, but the girl frowns, noticing something is off. We have more people here, so why are those lightning beasts ignoring us? Lei Jinyang analyzes calmly. He must be using his gold lightning to attract them. Cold sweat begins to drip down Lei Jinyang's face. He thinks the guy is only a mid-tier level 3. What on earth is he doing pulling so many beasts, especially with several peak level 3s among them? The girl screams, "Look!" He stopped. Lei Jinyang clenches his fists in pure tension. Without using my trump card, even I would struggle to fight these 7 thunder beasts. What is he planning? Watch. Jingming spins and slams the ground, releasing a massive wave of lightning. Lei Jinyang is left jaw-dropped in shock. Is the area of effect of his ability really this massive? And that destructive power is terrifying. Even as a peak level 3, my maximum range is only 30 meters. He bites his finger, eyes wide with speculation. This lightning power must be higher than Class A, maybe even Class S? No, that is impossible. The Class S student at Motto Academy is a freshman, and this guy is already mid-tier level 3. The gray-haired guy holds his head in terror. My God, since when are Motto Academy students this brutal? He is slaughtering these beasts like toys. Right in the middle of the battlefield, Jingming wipes his sweat and thinks, 23,000 energy points. I have finally gathered more than enough to level up. I haven't slept for 5 days and nights, so my condition has dropped significantly. I will find a place to allocate my points first, then head back. As Jingming leaves, the gray-haired guy turns to Lei Jinyang and asks, Lei, could you have handled that beast pack? Lei Jinyang admits silently, I could, but not nearly as fast as him. Cold sweat running, the gray-haired guy clicks his tongue, murmuring, even faster than Lei? This guy actually has some real skills. Thank goodness he did not agree to match up with us. Otherwise, we would have probably ended up getting beaten to a pulp by him. The girl tries to soothe him. Lei, do you think he can defeat level 4 beasts like you do? Lei Jinyang regains his pride. If that is all the strength he has, then probably not. The girl smiles flatteringly. Then you are still stronger. 10 minutes later, Jingming sits on a large branch in a safe area, calling his system Deep Blue add points. A massive, blinding pillar of lightning strikes him directly, tearing through the surrounding space. As the upgrade ends, Jingming clenches his fists to feel his newfound power. High tier level 3. My stats jumped by nearly 500 points, and my skill range expanded to 40 meters. I am at normal Class A level 4 strength. Stick with us for more. Stick with me, you are about to see Xu Jingming leave, eyes glowing with pure excitement. He planned to head back, but his energy is fully recovered. So why not take a trip to the core zone and observe the natural lightning firsthand? Outside the base, a gray-haired young man stands with deep worry. Xu Jingming has been gone for 5 days and 5 nights now. Could he be in danger? Even I can only survive here for 8 days maximum. Spotting a man approaching, he quickly asks him, Supervisor, what wind brings you out here? To which Jiang Luo calmly responds with a heavy sigh. I am waiting for my junior brother to return. The man asks in shock, has he really not returned yet? Jiang Luo nods, his eyes filled with worry. That is right, today is already the 6th day. By all means, he should have returned long ago. Coach Wu just smiles, waving his hand to reassure him. I was actually heading into the thunderstorm zone to hunt some monsters right now. Along the way, I will look for him. Jiang Luo thanks him deeply for the kind help. Coach Wu waves his hand, standing in front of the massive open steel gates. Do not mention it. We all work together at the Thunder Dojo, so looking out for one another is only natural. Now pay attention here. 6 hours later, deep in the storm core, Xu Jingming decides it is finally time to head back. He leaps down from a tall tree branch, landing heavily on the wet, muddy ground below. Standing tall, he smiles in satisfaction. The physique of a high tier 3 is truly beyond his wildest imagination. Even so, he is still far from the absolute peak, with a very long road ahead of him. Suddenly, a massive beast bursts from the bushes with a deafening roar, surrounded by bright blue sparks of lightning. Jingming instantly recognizes it, a Tempest Thunder Bear, and by its aura it is surely a high tier 4. He could easily defeat this monster with a single strike using his heavenly thunder art, but now that he is high tier 3, he wants to test if he can slay it with bare hands. Without hesitation, he charges forward, rushing toward the massive bear like a streak of golden lightning. Hiding nearby, Coach Wu gasps. You and I know he was searching everywhere for him, yet here they randomly meet. Watching the trail of lightning left behind, Wu Chuang frowns deeply. His level has broken through to high tier 3, but is his lightning range not a bit too massive? By the looks of it, the kid is planning to face that massive Tempest Thunder Bear head-on. He strokes his chin, thinking the boy is too reckless, though Supervisor Zhang's junior brother indeed has courage. For an arrogant genius like him, tasting a little defeat might actually help him realize his own major shortcomings. The Tempest Thunder Bear opens its massive maw, roaring loudly to threaten him. It swings its giant claw, crackling with green lightning, but Jingming meets it with a glowing golden punch, blocking it completely. Witnessing this scene, Coach Wu is left utterly speechless. How could he actually block that blow? And what is more, Xu Jingming's lightning is actually stronger. That is a high tier 4 beast, a whole realm above him. Sweating, he murmurs in disbelief. Besides, I feel like I have heard this name somewhere before. Something is seriously wrong here. This is completely wrong. Xu Jingming's ability is definitely not A rank, it is S rank. Or maybe even double S rank. Wu Chuang clutches his head in shock, suddenly realizing this freshman possesses a divine S rank lightning ability from the prestigious MAD Superpower University. But still, isn't this level completely ridiculous? Who would expect a mere college freshman to have already reached high tier 3? Surrounded by crackling lightning, Jingming smiles confidently. It seems my lightning is still slightly superior. He charges in. Massive explosions shake the entire area as Jingming and the giant bear engage in a brutal hand-to-hand clash. Their colliding forces unleash intense shockwaves, tearing up the ground and shattering the surrounding trees. Wu Chuang watches the scene, unable to believe his eyes. Oh my god. He is literally fighting a high tier 4 beast head-on. Is he even human or just a humanoid monster? Clenching his fists, he thinks with pure excitement. Those elite training camp kids always walk around with their noses in the air, thinking top university students cannot match them. I want to show them what a true genius from a top university can really do. Meanwhile, Jingming smirks, revealing a wild-fanged grin. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. You and I are about to watch him prove that his physical strength matches a rank 4 Tempest Thunder Bear step for step. Unleashing his energy, this is 3,000 vitality points at work, activating his extreme lightning state and indestructible lightning body. With absolute force, he channels a massive punch wrapped in blinding golden lightning, aiming straight at the beast's giant foot. The crushing impact connects, making the Tempest Thunder Bear roar out in pure agony. Driven mad, it retaliates by swinging its claws, unleashing a barrage of green lightning blades straight at him. Jingming dodges easily. Realistically speaking, a single bare-handed punch is not going to break its leg. Dealing with ferocious beasts usually requires a weapon, but today, only fists. The giant beast roars in fury, violently slamming its front paws down into the earth. Right then. Now pay attention here. As massive green lightning surges to form a colossal sphere above the beast, Coach Wu holds his breath in panic, knowing that getting caught in that storm means death or severe injury. Normally, when facing a threat like this, anyone would run away and wait for the storm to clear before acting. But Xu Jingming has other plans. He stands there tall and proud, gathering blinding lightning into his hands as his eyes burn with pure battle intent. Let's see whose lightning is stronger. Vaulting off the ground, he shoots into the air like a golden bolt tearing through the sky. A massive, earth-shattering explosion erupts as Jingming's intense golden lightning crashes straight into the center of the bear's green storm. As the smoke and sparks from the blast clear, Jingming's silhouette slowly appears, a confident, cocky smile playing on his lips. You and I can feel the sheer impact as he channels all his force into a lightning-infused fist, striking the giant bear's open jaw before moving around it at blinding speed. Effortlessly dodging the beast's wild swipes and countering with brutal, electrified strikes that leave the creature completely battered and bleeding all over. Ending the fight instantly, Jingming leaps high into the air, sneering with absolute disdain, mocking its clumsy movements and slow attacks. Is a high-tier rank 4 beast really only capable of this? Just go to hell. Hovering above, he gathers his lightning power and shapes it into a massive glowing golden dragon, slamming it down with all his might. The fatal blow creates an incredible explosion that shakes the entire area, crushing the beast's head amidst blinding sparks as the thick dust finally clears. And the system rings out with a victory notification. High-tier rank 4 Tempest Thunder Bear slain, 321 ability points gained. Watching this whole scene unfold from a distance, Coach Wu breaks into a cold sweat, wondering how a high-tier rank 4 Tempest Bear, the absolute ruler among beasts, could be taken down so easily and pathetically. Calling him a humanoid monster doesn't even do it justice. This kid is a literal dragon. Smiling Wu steps out from hiding and praises him. As expected of an S-tier from Motto Superpower University, you are absolutely terrifying. Jingming, busy carving up the beast for materials, looks up and calmly replies, Coach Wu? Wu nods in deep admiration, impressed that a high-tier rank 3 can slay a high-tier rank 4. If our great Xia had just a few more geniuses like you, wiping out these beasts wouldn't even be an issue. Holding up his pocket camera with a wide grin, he tells Jingming that he recorded the entire fight, and it was absolutely brilliant. I plan to use this as teaching material for our dojo, if you don't mind. Jingming casually waves it off, telling Coach Wu he can do whatever he wants with it. After all, he didn't even use his full power, so sharing it with the Thunder Dojo is perfectly fine. Wu is overjoyed, thanking him on behalf of the Thunder Dojo for his incredibly generous contribution. Seizing the perfect opportunity to recruit the young genius, he asks, by the way, Jingming, have you thought about joining our Thunder Dojo after you graduate? Slicing through the beast's thick pelt, Jingming calmly replies that he hasn't given it any thought yet. Wu eagerly offers an amazing deal, mentioning that their dojo master is a rank 9 lightning martial saint. If you join us, he will guide you personally and even let you guard the core lightning realm. You will receive the highest tier benefits, so please think about it. Jingming politely nods, thanking Coach Wu and promising to consider it seriously. But internally he's weighing his options. Guarding the lightning realm is a highly lucrative job with massive benefits for lightning-type users. But since he's only a freshman, there's absolutely no need to rush into anything. Wu nods with satisfaction, glad to hear that. Oh, by the way, your senior brother Jianglan is still waiting outside. Let's find out next time if Jingming stays here or heads out. Trust me, you won't want to miss it. Stick with me, he actually worried something bad happened. Jingming stops in surprise, spotting his senior brother. Wiping away sweat, he scratches his head, saying there is no need to bother Coach Wu. I was just about to head back myself. He silently blames himself for losing track of time and making his senior brother worry. Wu Sang watches him leave, completely amazed that this kid actually survived in the thunderstorm zone alone for 6 whole days. The younger generation is truly terrifying. Back then I could only last for 4 days. Waving goodbye, Coach Wu says he has work and tells him to go. Jingming nods respectfully and bids his coach farewell. With the massive bear hide slung over his shoulder, Jingming leisurely makes his way out of the dense forest. Looking at the purple thunder core he just harvested, he smiles with satisfaction, evaluating its value. It is slightly inferior to the one senior brother Zhang gave him, but this is still incredibly good. Time to move. Just outside the base lobby, senior brother Zhang Luo is absolutely thrilled to see Jingming walking out safe and sound. Now pay attention here. Sighing in relief, he pats Jingming, amazed he stayed in there for 6 days and 5 nights. When asked how he feels, Jingxing simply shrugs and replies that he does not feel much, just incredibly sleepy. Zhang Luo chuckles helplessly. Going 5 full days without sleep while constantly fighting and hunting fierce beasts, of course he would be exhausted. On the path of cultivation, keeping a healthy balance between training and resting is always the best approach. Now let us get you back to rest up. Jingming nods and agrees. Later at 9 p.m. that very night inside Coach Wu's office, the trainer pulls out a spinning holographic projection sphere to review things. Standing solemnly in front of him, the elite students report the results of their 6-day exam, confirming no casualties. No one was seriously injured, and safety protocols were maintained perfectly. Coach, all of our evaluation missions are now complete. Wu Sang sits back in his chair and asks, but what about the special assessment task? Is it done? Lei Jinyang takes a step forward and confidently replies that everyone has killed at least one peak tier 3 beast, and he personally took down an early tier 4 fierce beast. Hearing this, Wu Sang strokes his chin, silently impressed. For this elite training camp graduate to cross levels and slay an early tier 4 beast is truly an amazing achievement. Too bad, because compared to that absolute monster Xu Jingming, he is still lagging quite far behind. Still, he deserves some praise. Smiling, the coach nods and says, not bad, you did not disappoint me. By the way, what are your thoughts on Supervisor Zhang's junior brother from Ma Du Martial Arts University? Lei Jinyang shares his thoughts, noting that they actually ran into Supervisor Zhang's junior brother in the thunderstorm zone. I know what you are thinking, but they only see him as a mid-tier 3 with great clearing power, estimating his peak combat strength to be around peak tier 3. The gray-haired student next to him flatters, yes, he is decent, but he cannot compare to our brother Lei. Coach Wu raises an eyebrow and asks if they are truly sure. The gray-haired kid waves his hand, confidently boasting that their elite training camp is far superior to Madu. Wu Sang stays silent, simply holding up the high-tech orb. This is a recorded video, you all should watch this first. The glowing sphere floats up into the air, preparing to play a recorded clip that will completely blow these arrogant elite students' minds. Staring at the screen, the gray-haired kid gasps in panic. That is a Tempest Thunderbear, at least a high tier 4 beast. But wait, who is its opponent? The entire group stares wide-eyed at the familiar figure wrapped in crackling lightning on the projection screen. Stammering, they realize it is indeed Xu Jingming. In the clip, a massive lightning dragon roars and crashes down, creating an earth-shaking explosion. A girl covers her face in shock. Compared to when we first met, how did Xu Jingming become so insanely strong? The gray-haired student quickly agrees, adding that his terrifying aura is not inferior to that massive wild beast at all. Leaning forward on his desk, Coach Wu smiles and asks, "So what do you guys think after watching that recording?" Breaking into a cold sweat, Lei Jinyang mutters in a low voice that Jingming is freakishly strong. It simply goes far beyond our imagination. Is he really only a mid-tier 3 cultivator? This combat power is completely heaven-defying. Coach Wu waves his hand, correcting him that he is not. When I ran into Xu Jingming earlier, he had already advanced to a high tier 3 level. Lei Jinyang lets out a small sigh, thinking high tier 3 makes a bit more sense. But the gray-haired guy snaps instantly. His face contorts in shock. High tier 3, how did he level up so fast? You and I must watch what comes next. Trust me, you and I are about to see how crazy this gets, as Lei Jinyang explains that a tier 4 lightning tempest can easily wipe out most high tier level 4 warriors. Yet it was completely crushed by Xu Jingming. This is just ridiculous, the gray-haired guy chimed in, sweat dripping down his face. That is right. What is even more terrifying is that he actually won in close-quarters combat. Seeing his students in absolute panic, Coach Wu Chenan told them not to worry. Even at Mado University, Xu Jingming is an extremely rare and special exception. The gray-haired guy asked out of curiosity, a special exception? Is Xu Jingming's background really that special? Is there a chance he is actually the son of Mado University's president? Coach Wu laughed out loud. The president's son? Even the president's grandson could never possess this level of talent. I am talking about Xu Jingming's awakened ability. He is an S-class awakened user, Lei Jinyang gasped in shock, asking again, an S-class from Mado. Is he really just a freshman? How is it even possible for a mere freshman to already reach high-tier level 3? Coach Wu let out a deep sigh. As much as I want to deny it, the truth is he only recently turned 19 years old. He is a genuine 100% real university freshman. The girl clutched her chest and sighed in despair. A 19-year-old at high-tier level 3. Now pay attention here, all those years we've trained are a total waste. The gray-haired guy cried out. Can you believe he is only 19? Meanwhile, for us, the graduates of this elite training camp, our average age is already 23 years old. Lei Jinyang clenched his fists tightly and muttered, "He is a monster, an absolute monster." Coach Wu spoke with a serious expression. "I am showing you this footage for no other reason than to motivate all of you to push harder. Please take Xu Jingming as your ultimate goal. It would be best if you can catch up to his pace in the future." The whole group got fired up, shouting in unison, "Understood, coach. We will definitely train and work as hard as possible." Lei Jinyang stepped forward and asked, "By the way, coach, can I get a copy of this video?" Coach Wu waved his hand and replied, "Later I will upload this footage to the dojo's intranet. You just need to log in and watch it." Hearing that, the gray-haired guy hesitantly reminded him, "Coach, is that really a good idea? I remember the National University Tournament is starting very soon." Coach Wu suddenly pulled his hand back, startled. "I almost forgot about that. You and I both know what happens if they see it, right? Other universities will target Xu Jingming immediately." He stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I recall Mado University took second place in the last tournament. This time, they should be able to compete for first place." Scene changes to 2 days later, outside a sunny residential building. Inside the bedroom, the phone suddenly rang out loudly. A sleepy Xu Jingming rubbed his head and sat up, feeling like he slept too much. Looking at his phone screen, he was startled to see Principal Lang calling. "I actually slept for 2 whole days straight." He picked up and Principal Lang's voice sounded extremely grave. "Xu Jingming, according to reliable sources, the Cult of Destiny is planning a massive counterattack. We have already arranged guards to protect your family and friends. If you face danger, you must activate your talisman immediately, as you are likely their main target." Jingming replied with a serious face, "I understand. Thank you for your hard work, Principal. Hanging up, Jingming got dressed, thinking silently, the security here is extremely tight. Coming in and out requires presenting special identification along with undergoing a strict retina scan verification. The Cult of Destiny people probably cannot sneak in, right? Even if they do, I still have my master's protective talisman. Anyway, let's go train first. At the exact same time, inside the secret grand headquarters of the Cult of Destiny, a dim candlelight lit up the classical hall. A subordinate bowed his head and reported, "Cult leader, our people in Motto believe that S-Class Xu Jingming is growing too fast and could become a massive threat to us. They are requesting permission to assassinate Xu Jingming in order to eliminate any future trouble. Should we consider taking action?" The cult leader asked in an authoritative voice. "Motto's Xu Jingming? Where is he right now?" The subordinate respectfully replied, "He is currently training at the Thunder Secret Realm in Heed City, and he will not be leaving anytime soon." The cult leader ordered the man in the red robe standing nearby, "Blood Fiend, after you finish your work in Jiangnam Province, take a trip down there. Eliminate Xu Jingming and destroy the Thunder Dojo's secret realm as well." The deadly assassin Blood Fiend smirked cruelly, replying, "Understood, my lord. I love hunting down these human geniuses the most." The subordinate flattered with Lord Blood Fiend acting, "You and I know that success is guaranteed. Let's dive back in. We're looking at Lord Shusha, a Tier 8 intermediate powerhouse with terrifying combat skills. Even if Motto, a rookie at beginner Tier 8 who specializes in space-type magic, decides to interfere, it won't pose any threat to him." Transitioning over to a bustling street packed with red lanterns, bright advertising billboards are everywhere, calling shoppers to massive discounts for the Spring Festival. Enjoy 20% off all pills, plus buy 10 to get a limited edition Teary Snowman combat suit. Only 100 suits are available on a first-come, first-served basis, with Tier E spiritual herbs sold in bundles. Watching the bustling streets, Kana Min walks alone, realizing that the Spring Festival is right around the corner. "It looks like I'll be spending it alone again. Still, the training effect of the Thunder Crystal Core is excellent. My blood vitality increases by 3.2, equivalent to 6 days of training, but it is still too slow." Looking up at the towering structure ahead, he smiles with anticipation, hoping this Thunder Tower won't disappoint him. This is the training ground that Su Huianzhang highly recommended to him, being a perfect spot to observe natural lightning and significantly improve his elemental mastery. Now pay attention. At the first-floor lobby, the receptionist informs him that he holds a Class C pass. This special pass grants you 4 hours inside the secret training room on floor 100. Would you like to enter now? Walking through the security gate, Kun Min asks in confusion, "What exactly is this secret room on floor 100? The receptionist explains that the Thunder Tower has 110 floors, and the higher you go, the better the cultivation. He nods in agreement, saying, "I understand. All right, please activate it for me right now." The elevator doors slide open, and Kong Min steps firmly onto the 100th floor. Entering the massive empty room, Kan Min looks around at the void and mutters in confusion, "Where is the lightning?" Suddenly, a blinding bolt of lightning strikes down from the ceiling with a deafening roar, lighting up the entire room. Kan Min stares in awe at the surging blue lightning above his head, whispering, "This is the most primal form of lightning." He observes intently, his eyes shining as he analyzes the source of this power, which usually rages thousands of meters above in storm zones, invisible to the naked eye. But right here I can clearly observe its inner workings and profound secrets. 4 hours later, Kan Min is meditating amidst endless lightning bolts, realizing with excitement, "If I can train inside this room continuously, I will easily master liquefying lightning within less than a year. This space is absolutely a sacred training paradise for me." And right then, a polite voice cuts through his thoughts. "Excuse me, sir. Your training time is officially up." Kan Min cracks open the door and asks, "How can I extend my stay here?" The receptionist smiles politely, replying, "You can only use Thunder Crystal Cores as payment. Rooms on the 100th floor only accept Thunder Cores. One Tier 4 beginner crystal gets you 3 hours of training time. And for every tier higher than that, you get an additional hour." Kan Min breaks into a cold sweat, sighing to himself, "Is it really that expensive?" The official market price for a Tier 4 beginner core is over 6 million yuan. 2 million per hour is a complete money pit. The receptionist then suggests that rooms from floor 70 to 90 can be rented with Tier 3 cores. Kan Min quickly waves his hand and pulls out his items, saying, "Staying right here is fine." Seeing the young man pull out 2 brilliantly shining crystal cores, the receptionist gasps in utter disbelief, thinking to herself, "One peak Tier 4 and one high Tier 4. Is this young man actually that filthy rich? She quickly accepts them, politely stating, these 2 thunder cores combined grant you a total of 11 hours. I will add the time for you right now. Kanmin smiles, asking curiously, floor 100 already requires tier 4 cores. What about the floors above floor 100? She smiles, replying, floors 101 to 107 require tier 5 cores. For floors 108 up to 110, you need tier 6. Kanmin smiles awkwardly and turns away, saying, alright, sorry to bother you. Fast forwarding 11 hours later inside the main building of the Thunder Dojo. Zhang Luo happily tells Chan Min, the beast materials and 4 rings brought in a total of 311 million. Junior brother, you definitely have to treat me next time. Kan Min nods, of course I will. Thanks to senior brother Zhang Luo helping me contact the purchasing manager, I wouldn't have gotten such a great price. Zhang Luo folds his arms. He says thoughtfully, I heard from instructor Ingu that you actually killed a high tier 4 storm thunder bear. You are rising too fast, Kan Min shrugs, and we cannot miss what is next. Stick with me as we see him joke about his own genius, making Zhang Lok laugh at his lack of modesty. With the Spring Festival right around the corner, Zhang Lok asks about his next move. Kan Min casually replies that he is heading straight into the brutal thunderstorm zone. He admits he probably won't make it back in time for the holidays. Zhang Lok frowns, calling him crazy, but strongly urges him to return for at least one visit. During the festival, our Thunder Dojo is hosting a major auction, and there might just be something there that you need. An auction? Kan Min rubs his chin thoughtfully, realizing that the senior's reminder actually points to something he desperately needs right now. His current spear just doesn't feel right anymore, so finding a high-grade replacement weapon there would be absolutely perfect. Zhang Lok nods, locking in the plan, promising to secure an exclusive entry ticket for him when the big day arrives. With a thankful smile, Kan Min agrees before officially departing for the dangerous thunderstorm zone. Back at the dorms, Tong Thu Van sits on her bed, hesitantly calling out to her senior sister. She excitedly tells So Ho Yin about her plan to visit Hua Chen Min at the Thunder Zone during the holidays. Asking her to tag along, So Ho Yin is shocked but touches her lips with a knowing smile and agrees. She secretly wonders if her cute little sister is actually planning on sharing Hua Kan Min with her. Here is where it gets interesting. 6 days later, we see a massive high-rise crackling with blinding bursts of raw lightning.